The time traveler occupying the body of the young Whitebeard initially planned to live a stable life, but was forcibly bound to the I'm your father system. From then on, the rules of a new world were completely rewritten. Future emperors lined up to acknowledge him as their father. Legendary pirates cried for him to adopt them after being defeated, and even the world's most beautiful woman actively requested a marriage alliance. Just when he was overwhelmed dealing with the conflicts among his family members, a casual strike in a fit of rage unexpectedly shattered space like glass, and the glowing sphere in his palm gradually expanded into a miniature sun. Looking at the beings kneeling before his absolute power, he clenched his fist thoughtfully, only to realize that when the identity of father breaks through dimensional limits, it becomes the omnipotent rule itself. Chapter 1. An unexpected encounter with the Rock's pirates. Offer your brains to Lord Moria's zombie army. In the year 1479 of the Sea Circle calendar, on an unknown small island in the New World, the atmosphere was peaceful and serene. However, this tranquility was completely shattered by an urgent shout. "Dad, something big has happened." A 6 or 7-year-old boy with a pineapple head stumbled towards Edward, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The boy was Marco, and he was panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, his eyes filled with an inescapable fear, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Edward looked at the panicked Marco, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "Marco, what's the big deal?" Jozu, who was younger than Marco, but already built like a young man, asked seriously, his arms crossed over his chest. Beside him, Bista, with a fringe and 2 western swords at his waist, also looked over in confusion. Marco swallowed hard and cried out with a choked voice, "Rocks. The Rocks pirates are here." Edward was instantly stunned, the Naginata in his hand unconsciously dropping to the ground. With a clang, the ground was immediately kicked up in a cloud of dust. In the midst of the haze, his thoughts drifted far away. Edward was originally a UI designer for Blue Star, and he had worked late into the night to complete a design task assigned by his boss. If the ruthless boss approved it the next day, he could enjoy a few easy days. He was full of confidence in this design. Everything was ready. He just needed the right opportunity. Who would have thought that just as he stepped out of the company door, he was hit by a fully loaded semi-truck? In the moment of free fall, he vaguely saw the words opportunity on the front of the truck. When he regained his senses, he found himself soul transplanted into the world of One Piece, in the body of the character sharing his name, Edward Newgate. "It could be considered a unique in my name. I crown you with my surname situation. After considering suggestions, the protagonist will be called Newgate from now on." He thought about developing quietly and relying on Whitebeard's extraordinary talents to survive safely for 10 or 8 years. He wanted to experience the customs and cultures of this world, and when he grew old, he could occupy an island and become a king, living a carefree life. What could be better than that? But just a few days after his arrival, he encountered the legendary pirate who, with absolute power, ruled the world, gathering a group of reckless crew members, known as the King of Darkness, Roxy Zebek. According to the original plot, shouldn't he have met Rox a year later? What was going on now? Is it the so-called King of Darkness, Roxy Zebek? Bista couldn't help but swallow hard, his pupils trembling uncontrollably, his voice betraying his fear. Yes, I would never mistake him. Marco trembled all over, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at the towering figure before him, as if only this could provide him with a bit of comfort. "Dad, why don't we retreat for now?" Jozu leaned toward Edward, struggling to lift the Naginata beside him, his eyes filled with worry. "That guy is a notorious pirate." "No, it's already too late." Inheriting Whitebeard's powerful body, Edward Newgate took the Naginata and instantly stood up. His observation hockey could already clearly sense a figure rapidly approaching from the shoreline. Thud, thud, thud. As the shadow flickered, that person was rapidly stepping on the ground. The edges of the deep pit were still undisturbed, but that robust figure leaped into the air, instantly blotting out the sun and casting a massive shadow over everyone. "He's coming." Newgate felt his body sink, gripping the Naginata tightly as his arm muscles bulged like a dragon. "Ha ha! Whitebeard, hand over your head." A beam of sword light, carrying an overwhelming momentum, fell from the sky like thunder, and the air erupted with sonic booms due to this powerful force. Clang! The Naginata and the heavy sword clashed violently, sending sparks flying and producing a piercing screech. Boom! The ground beneath them couldn't withstand the enormous pressure generated by their collision and collapsed with a roar, a powerful shockwave centered on the two like a storm. Whoosh! The howling wind broke the surrounding coconut trees, and amidst the flying sand and stones, the three little ones tumbled far away. Dad. The three of them didn't care if they were injured. They sprang up, grabbing their weapons, and rushed toward the battlefield without hesitation. Kids, take care of yourselves, Newgate roared, feeling a terrifying force transmitting through the blade. The Naginata let out a mournful tremor, as if it would snap at any moment. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was a slovenly, overweight man that he laughed maniacally, pressing down hard on the sword, his serpent-like tongue flicking between his lips, his expression utterly insane. It was none other than Wang Ji, a member of the Rocks Pirates known as the Pirate Patriarch. The title was quite impressive, but his strength at IKT probably didn't match up to that title of Pirate Patriarch. Feeling the force coming from the Naginata, Newgate grinned widely. Haha, with this little strength, go scratch your mom's back. Boom! He suddenly raised his arm, and with his innate monstrous strength, the Naginata sent the heavy sword flying. The heavy sword flipped several times in the air before crashing down with a thud, embedding itself into the rock wall, leaving only the hilt trembling, and oh wonder it's Whitebeard. Wang Ji looked at his already torn-out palm, his eyes filled with astonishment. Want to take my head? Then be prepared to die. Newgate swung the Naginata with one arm. The weapon danced in his hands like a dragon and a snake, exuding a fierce wind. That robust figure dodged with a speed that didn't match his size. In an instant, the two had exchanged several blows, and Wang Ji was covered in blood, gradually falling to the disadvantage. In the distance by the shore, a massive pirate ship lay quietly anchored. On board, a red cape fluttered in the sea breeze, with yellow tassels swaying in the wind. Ha ha! Wang Ji's going to lose. Shiki. Rox laughed widely, his eyes constantly sizing up Whitebeard's exceptionally powerful physique, with increasing satisfaction in his gaze. In his view, only those with immense strength were worthy of being recruited as crew members. Jiaha, Rox, whether that guy can board the ship. Let me verify. Shiki, with golden hair reaching the ground, bit down on a cigar, his eyes suddenly revealing a beast-like ferocity, his face appearing even more terrifying amidst the swirling smoke. Clang, the Sakura tin and would dry at his waist were drawn in an instant, and Shiki leaped from the ship with a sinister smile, his figure vanishing like a ghost on the island. Wang Ji's once fluffy hair was now in disarray. He was spitting blood from his mouth and nose, swaying unsteadily, yet his expression grew crazier. Ha ha, Whitebeard, I admit you're stronger than me, but your strength isn't enough for that guy to take action. Ha ha, that's not for you to worry about. With a swing of the Naginata in Newgate's hand, a crescent-shaped slash tore through the air, ripping apart the pile of fat in front of Wang Ji, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. Ah? Wang Ji screamed in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his long tongue soaked in glaring red. Fear finally surfaced in his eyes. This guy really wants to kill me. Ignoring the intense pain in his body, he lay on the ground and kicked his legs forward desperately, trying to dodge. But the white-bearded man's Naginata pursued him relentlessly, its sharp aura even causing Wang Ji's chubby face to bleed. The scent of death surrounded him closely. If this blade hits, he will really die. Captain, save me. Clang. Before Wang Ji could finish his words, the sound of metal clashing rang out as a golden figure dashed past. Two famous swords crossed in front of him. Golden Lion. Shiki. Newgate's pupils constricted sharply, his voice low. An incredible person has come. Yo, have you heard my story? Shiki took a strong puff of his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Let me see if you are really as formidable as the legends say. After missing his strike, Newgate jumped up forcefully, retreating 100 meters away. Ja, Whitebeard, let's have a great battle. Let's see if you're qualified to be on our ship. As he spoke, a blinding black-red lightning erupted from Shiki, the Conqueror's haki sweeping across, causing the ground to crack open with countless fissures and debris to fly. The white team crew and the three small ones watching from afar were so shaken by this terrifying aura that they rolled their eyes and fainted. Looking at the horrifying scene before him, Newgate felt a surge of shock in his heart. Is this the innate aura of the Conqueror's haki? Damn it. How do you use the Conqueror's haki? Asterisk asterisk chapter 2. Rocks, be my son. Asterisk asterisk jehaha. The golden lion Shiki laughed maniacally, his aura suddenly rising. Lion slash wave. The black-red armament hockey clung to the Sakura 10. Shiki's golden hair danced wildly as a terrifying blue slash shot out from the tip of his sword. Whoosh! The slash was as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant, leaving a chasm that spread rapidly towards Whitebeard. Newgate gripped his naginata tightly, his eyes bloodshot. At this critical moment, ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering mainline task 1.0, Awakening the King Calling Dad System. Please enjoy your journey in the pirate world. Current task objective. Join the Rocks Pirates as a king. Task reward. Supreme Great Blade. 1-12 Cloud Cutter. Task failure. Whitebeard Pirates annihilated. Host severely injured / dead. Current task success rate. 3. Damn. So that's how it is, thinking and wishing to come true. What kind of system is this? The King Calling Dad System? Just the name sounds incredibly powerful. But while others have been transported to another world with amazing starter packs, the host is smiling wickedly while directly punching Roger and kicking Carp. Why does this system come with hellish difficulty? A 3 success rate? Isn't that essentially the same as 0? Isn't this just blatantly trying to get me killed? Detected that the host has triggered the mainline task for the first time, granting a starter pack. Limited time, first recharge discount. Unlock peak combat power. Option 1. First recharge 9,999 berries. Unlock top-level armament hockey for 10 minutes. Withstand golden lions. Attack task success rate 20 rocks. So this is the famous Whitebeard, just SOSO. Option 2. First recharge 999 million berries. Awaken top-level conquerors hockey for 10 minutes. Face off against golden lion. Injury probability 99.99999 task. Success rate 60 rocks. Some strength, but having just the aura isn't enough to come on my ship. Option 3. First recharge 9,999 million berries. Awaken top-level armament. Hockey flowing Sakura. Top-level observation hockey to foresee the future. Top-level conquerors hockey binding. Duration 10 minutes. Task success rate 100 rocks. Whitebeard, be my right-hand man. Let's overturn this world together. Damn, the map of Yin Nation isn't even this short, right? Is this system not even trying to act? If they want money, they can just rob it. Why make a big deal about a starter pack and limited time first recharge discount? Is there even a choice? Newgate's face darkened completely. I choose option 3. Congratulations, host. Recharge successful. Unlocking top-level combat power. The system awakening and recharge completed in an instant, as that devastating blue slash was. Already tearing through the ground, coming closer. Why isn't that guy dodging? Golden Lion frowned, taking a puff of his cigar, feeling somewhat puzzled. Is this the end? Rox stood on the ship, looking at Whitebeard at the center of the battle, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes as he turned away with disinterest. He had dreamed of gathering the world's strongest to overturn the entire world. If Whitebeard falls to such a degree of slash, he isn't worthy of being on a ship. On the ship, those unruly crew members also showed sinister smiles, as if they had already seen the legendary Whitebeard's demise, blood splattering on the spot. After all, wanting to get on their ship solely based on rumored strength is far from enough. Ha ha ha, just brute strength can't withstand this slash. Wang Ji laughed maniacally, despite being drenched in blood. With his wounds torn and gruesome, he didn't care at all. Whitebeard! Wang Ji roared in anger, and as his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Newgate, black-red, lightning tore through the sky like a dragon. The heavy cloud shook violently. The ground beneath him cracked as if experiencing an earthquake, and even the sea churned. Madly, as the conqueror's hockey overflowed, Wang Ji, already heavily injured, couldn't withstand such overwhelming might. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. What is? Golden Lion Shiki dropped his cigar in shock, his proud conqueror's hockey being forcefully suppressed to a half-meter radius around him. That terrifying slash dissipated into light before it could even touch Whitebeard, not even lifting the corner of his clothing. At this moment, Newgate's armament hockey flowed on his body, forming a black-red armor that protected him completely. He felt the surging, terrifying power within him and couldn't help but laugh wildly. Whoa, Is this flowing Sakura? He tightly gripped the Naginata's handle as the Conqueror's haki wrapped around it, the black-red thunder swirling. The Naginata emitted an intimidating sharpness, the space around the blade seemed unable to bear this power, starting to twist and deform. This level of Conqueror's haki. Not beneath me. Rocks on the ship suddenly stopped turning, his robe fluttering. Even from a distance, he could clearly feel the earth-shattering might, his eyes instantly filled with excitement. Looks like we're welcoming a new partner aboard today. Miss Backin's beautiful eyes flickered, her light blue pupils revealing an indescribable meaning. Old man, you're stronger than before. Marco, just regaining his senses, lay on the ground, his gaze fixed on the towering figure radiating might in the distance, filled with reverence. Hey, is he really that strong? Golden Lion felt a strong sense of palpitations in his heart. Damn, this level of Conqueror's haki. He had only experienced it with rocks. He absolutely cannot let him make a move. Lion, Thousand Cuts Valley. The armed color instantly wrapped around Makuro and Sakura 10 as the Golden Lion's twin swords danced wildly, unleashing blue slashes like a tempestuous storm, converging into an impenetrable death vortex, followed by a sharp sound as if tearing through space. The Golden Lion himself transformed into an afterimage, launching a dual-wielding attack, striking at Whitebeard for both the front and back. Newgate grinned, his eyes bursting with a strange red light. I could see this moment. With his top-tier observation haki predicting the future, he clearly saw the battle trajectory 3 seconds ahead. Every move of the Golden Lion was being rehearsed before his eyes. The blade of the Naginata, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, cleaved down from the air. Before the blade even reached him, the terrifying shockwave had already dissolved Shiki's sharp slash. Boom! A black-red thunderstorm erupted into the sky. The weapons of both sides didn't even touch, yet they collided through the space between them, the deafening roar resonating across the small island, the terrifying shockwave lifting the seawater into towering waves. Ha ha ha! Is this all you've got, Shiki? Newgate looked at the Golden Lion, who was drenched in sweat and horrified, his explosive muscles suddenly exerting force. The Naginata wrapped in Conqueror's haki chopped down. With the might of Mount Tai Dada, the Golden Lion let out a pained roar as he braced against the blow, his hands twisting irregularly, his body flying backward at bullet speed. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, rubble flew violently until the Golden Lion finally came to a halt after crashing through 3 mountain peaks. Cough, cough. Blood flowed continuously from Shiki's mouth, his golden hair covered in dust, intense pain radiating from all over his body as he staggered to his feet, his clothes tattered, and, in a miserable state, Whitebeard a monster? Shiki looked at the majestic figure in the distance, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes. I can hardly contain myself. Rox laughed loudly, excitement evident on his face. The pirate ship's deck exploded under his terrifying aura, and his figure instantly vanished from the ship, appearing before Whitebeard like a demon. However, the Conqueror's haki that was enough to intimidate giants felt like a gentle breeze to him, having no effect whatsoever. Newgate frowned at this legendary pirate, a man stronger than Roger, his heart filled with vigilance. Edward Newgate. Rox spread his arms wide, his red cape billowing, flames of madness burning in his eyes. Become my right-hand man. Join me in overturning this world. After saying this, Rox looked at Whitebeard with anticipation, his gaze seemingly waiting for an answer that could change the world. Newgate felt the surging power within him and thought of his bizarre premium system name, unwittingly saying, "Oh, let me make you my son, Rox. Dear Rox, become my son." Ding! Congratulations. Host has triggered the call, Dad Mission. This mission is a growth-type mission. If successful, you can gain Rox's loyalty. Due to the significant power gap between the host and Rox, the success rate of the Call Dad mission is 0, automatically converted into a challenge mission. Chapter 3. Fierce Battle with Rox. 1. Host defeats the enraged Rox. Reward, 10 lottery draws. 2. Host calms Rox's anger. Reward, 5 lottery draws 3. Host is defeated by the enraged Rox. Reward, 1 lottery draw if the challenge mission fails. The host won't be erased, and there's still a reward. Then there's nothing to fear. If I've been reborn, and I don't have the guts for this, then what am I even carrying Whitebeard's name for? As his thoughts turned, Whitebeard had already raised his Naginata, his battle intent soaring to the skies. In a daze, the conqueror's haki that pierced the heavens became even stronger under this battle intent. Rox paused for a moment at Whitebeard's words, a brief moment of clarity appearing in his eyes, only to feel something was off. Did he just hear wrong? What did Whitebeard just say? You want me to be his son? Whitebeard's lingering voice echoed across the sea and sky. It wasn't just Rox. The Golden Lion, John, Miss Backen, Silver Axe, and other officers of the Rox Pirates were all stunned in place like they had been struck by lightning, their faces showing horror. Hey, old man, now is not the time to say this. That's the legendary pirate Rox. Marco struggled to get up, his expression shifting rapidly, a cold sweat on his forehead. Wahaha! A terrifying, oppressive laugh came from Rox, gradually turning maniacal, a murderous aura, like a hellish abyss, raged outwards from him, a wave of blood and corpses crashing forth, no less than Whitebeard's conqueror's haki rising alongside it. Bastard! How many people have been killed to have such momentum? Newgate's eyes narrowed, gripping his naginata tightly, his muscles bulging explosively, fully unleashing his conqueror's haki. Black-red lightning collided violently in midair, tearing apart the heavy clouds above like a natural disaster. The raging waves threatening to swallow everything. Attention. A red exclamation mark suddenly appeared before Newgate. Rock's anger level. Max. Please complete the challenge mission promptly to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Current top-tier combat power remaining time. 04:59 renewal. Price. 99,999,999 berries per minute. 04. 58.04:57. The countdown flashed wildly. What the hell? 100 million berries per minute? Even him can't afford this. Newgate nearly bit his back teeth to pieces. Whitebeard loved money, but most of the treasures he plundered were sent to Sphinx. He didn't have spare cash for a renewal. Damn it. It's time to end this quickly. Under the indiscriminate thunderstorm, everyone except the Rox Pirates was knocked unconscious. No. In a hidden corner of the island, two men in strange masks and white suits stood beside each other, one tall and one short. Holding a recording snail, they captured the entire scene. Adrian, did you get it all? The taller man asked in a low voice. I got all, Knuckle. The shorter man replied. A monster on par with Rox is big intel. Knuckle murmured. This level of battle might destroy this island. We should evacuate. Adrian urged. Whoosh whoosh. Two sounds of breaking air rang out, and Knuckle and Adrian's figures vanished in an instant, appearing on a nondescript small boat at the shore in the blink of an eye. On the island, Whitebeard held the naginata, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Rox was bare-handed, radiating dominance. The two traded blows fiercely. Terrifying thunder clashed continuously, producing deafening roars. As the earth cracked under the burden, the howling winds swept through, stirring the waves into a frenzy. The destructive momentum enveloped the entire island, as if this island was on the verge of shattering under such terrifying power. For the pirates of a new world, they understood all too well what the name Rox represented. That was the strongest deterrent of this era. The worst-case scenario has happened. The captain has gone berserk. On the pirate ship, the young Backen clung tightly to the railing, her supple legs pressed against the side. The terrifying shockwave caused her chest to surge, and her light blue pupils were filled with fear. That guy is actually going blow for blow with the captain. With a massive axe on his back, wearing medieval knight armor, Silver Axe quickly pulled down his helmet and blocked the side of Backen with a huge shield in his hand. From beneath the silver glimmering helmet came his muffled voice. If this keeps up, the island will sink to the bottom of the sea. John, reeking of alcohol, held a bottle and gulped down a few swigs, the leftover liquor dribbling down onto his striped pants. But he paid no mind, staring intently at the center of the battlefield. Several people were using their abilities to stabilize the wildly surging waves around the ship, trying to eliminate the terrifying aftermath of the collisions as much as possible. On the island, Newgate stood in the massive pit formed by the collision, catching a glimpse of Marco and the other two already far from the center of the battle, rolling and crawling onto the white troop pirate ship at the shore. That a hint of worry in his heart was finally set aside, and at the same time, the system notification sounded. Top battle power remaining 228. Whoa-la-la-la. Rocks, let's have a thrilling battle. He looked up at Rocks descending from the sky, his eyes ablaze with battle intent, gripping his naginata tightly. Top-level conqueror's hockey, flowing cherry, terrifying brute strength. With 3 buffs empowering him, he couldn't wait to see how strong he could become with his cheat-like abilities. Wow, Whitebeard, take this punch. Rox's eyes flickered with mad flames, his muscles exploding like steel, his right fist instantly enveloped in black and red hockey, a crimson X-shaped shockwave bursting forth from his fist, the terrifying momentum seeming to tear the very fabric of space apart. Boom! The X-shaped shockwave fell like a meteor, shattering the island into pieces like a cookie, raising clouds of dust and debris into the sky. Here it comes. A grin spread across Newgate's face, excitement flashing in his eyes. He did not dodge or evade. With a threefold enhancement of flowing cherry, hockey, and brute strength, he swung his naginata to meet Rox's fist. The battle felt like an instinct inherent to this body. At the moment of collision, the entire sea area fell into eerie silence. The next second, a terrifying sonic boom erupted. Boom! Centered on the island, the sea surface within a radius of several thousand meters instantly sank into a massive concave shape as if pressed down by a giant hand. The ground cracked, and the clouds roiled. A towering circular wave of 100 meters rose from the sea. The impact of the collision tore the sky, leaving a white scar kilometers long. It was a scene resembling the apocalypse. What a terrifying power! Tsunami. Earthquake. Is this going to destroy the world? The clouds. No. The sky is splitting open. The cadres of the Rocks pirates were doing their utmost to eliminate the aftermath, trembling in awe. In the sky, a passing seagull delivering news inadvertently looked down and nearly fell into the sea. What a breathtaking scene this was. On the island, mountains collapsed and debris flew everywhere. The ground cracked and slowly sank. A monstrous tsunami spread outwards from the island. On another pirate ship, swaying like a floating leaf in the rain, the 3 from the white troop clung tightly to the mast amidst the towering waves, fearfully staring at the apocalyptic scene. Swallowing hard on the surging sea, a small boat miraculously did not capsize but instead floated steadily on the surface, the terrifying waves being kept at bay. Adrian and Knuckle gaped, their pupils trembling as they watched from afar, the recording din mushy in their hands, shaking yet still diligently working to document this monumental duel that would go down in history. A spy agency of the Celestial Dragons. CP0 held a transcendent status within the world government, and they understood things that were far from ordinary. They knew all too well what kind of impact this monstrous powerhouse Whitebeard would have if he boarded Rox's ship in this soon-to-erupt era. It wasn't just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. They had to report to the Gora CI immediately. Top battle power remaining 039. Wahaha! It's been a long time since I've enjoyed myself this much. Let's keep fighting, Whitebeard. After one move, Rox stood laughing wildly on the rubble-strewn ground, his madness undiminished, his red cape already tattered, revealing his robust physique filled with explosive power. Chapter 4. Stalemate in the Great War. Board the ship. Capturing the spirit of the ship. No, stop it, Rox. Whitebeard stood tall, his chest heaving, streams of blood flowing along the lines of his muscles. Although he had suffered some superficial injuries, his momentum was not in the slightest diminished compared to his opponent. In contrast, Rox was breathing steadily, completely unharmed except for his tattered cloak. Newgate couldn't help but secretly sigh. His combat talent was certainly weaker than that of the original Whitebeard. If the original had been at the helm, he couldn't say he would have won for sure. But achieving a draw would have been absolutely no problem. In the original work, he was hailed as a living legend, able to silence crying infants with his name, and was recognized as the strongest man in the world. In the Marineford War, at the age of 70, he overwhelmed the Navy's top-tier fighters. He sustained 267 cuts, 152 gunshot wounds, and 46 cannonball hits. Even in the face of the Blackbeard's frenzied attacks, he stood tall until his death. Despite this, Whitebeard's proud back, or rather, his life as a pirate, had not left behind a trace of shame and retreat. Achieving this level for himself could be considered not to have tarnished Whitebeard's name. Newgate stood on the gradually sinking island, thrusting his naginata fiercely into the ground, the terrifying brute force shaking the already teetering, slowly sinking ground. This island was about to sink. Huh? Rox suddenly noticed something unusual beneath his feet, his eyes clearing abruptly from their previous frenzy. After an exhilarating battle, the pent-up frustration in his heart had dissipated considerably. Looking around at the devastation, he saw that the towering waves were relentlessly eroding the ruined island. He realized that, as Whitebeard had said, if they continued fighting, they would both sink into the sea. Ha ha ha. Then, let's call it a day. Next time on the Red Line, we'll have another fight. Rox laughed heartily, extending a battle invitation to the man he acknowledged before him. Ha! Of course. Whitebeard also laughed boisterously, showing no concern for his injuries. Come aboard my ship, Whitebeard. Let us turn this world upside down. Rox stepped in front of Whitebeard, his eyes unabashedly revealing his wild ambition. He raised his fist, a bold smile stretching across his lips, and stared intently at Whitebeard. All right. Newgate extended his fist, which was several sizes larger than Rox, and the two fists collided. Crack! In the sky, a seagull, unbeknownst to them, had pulled out a camera snail from its backpack, capturing this historic moment. Amidst the surging waves of the endless sea, the two legendary men stood proudly atop the tipping island, their fists firmly meeting in a declaration to the world. Anime narration voice. On an unnamed island in the New World, a battle capable of shaking the world came to an end. The future strongest man in the world and the current most vicious pirate reached a stalemate. Thus, Edward Newgate joined the Rox Pirates. The prologue to the great pirate era has now begun. The crumbling island, under the onslaught of the tsunami, finally succumbed to the burden and sank. Boom! With a final loud crash, the entire island completely submerged beneath the sea. Whitebeard and Rox flashed back to their respective ships. The surging waves gradually calmed, and the once lush island had vanished, as if it had never existed. Dad, our ship is broken. Marco clung to Whitebeard's pants leg, tears falling onto the collapsed deck. Sorry, the battle just now was too intense. Newgate patted Marco's pineapple head, while awkwardly scratching his own golden hair with the other hand. The crescent-shaped white mustache on his lips curled up, revealing an embarrassed yet polite smile. This dual-hulled sailboat, which had accompanied Whitebeard for years and had been seized from other pirates, now showed signs of decay. The deck had collapsed, the mast was broken, and there were several terrifying cracks in the hull, with water seeping into the ship from the cracks. Even the hardest keel on the ship had developed a terrifying gap from the impact of the battle. Yet it still managed to save the lives of the three little ones from the terrifying tsunami. There was no need for repairs anymore. Vista wiped his damp hair, pretending to be calm, but his trembling shoulders still revealed that he was not at peace. Dad, our comrades are all dead. Josu's eyes were red, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his entire body already soaked by seawater. Newgate looked at this scene, and for some reason, a strange sorrow rose in his heart. He was not a saint, lacking Whitebeard's resolve to protect all the homeless at sea. Having awakened the system, he only wanted to protect those he cherished and adventure freely across this vast sea. This strange feeling was probably a spontaneous sensation from his body. As a pirate, one must be prepared to face the possibility of dying at sea. Being a pirate is not a child's game. Next, we will board Rock's ship. Newgate looked sternly at the three little ones, instilling his beliefs in them. We will join the Rox Pirates. Marco was so shocked that he forgot to cry, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had heard that the Rox Pirates gathered the most ferocious and brutal pirates, even among the partners on the same ship. They would kill each other for profit. It's okay with Dad here. No one can touch you. You are my most cherished sons. The dual-hulled sailboat barely drifted along the current to the next small island. Rock's pirate ship had been waiting here for a long time. Whitebeard, come aboard. Rox raised his hands high, his excited voice echoing, causing the three little ones to tremble slightly. Wait a minute. Newgate responded loudly as well. After saying that, the dilapidated dual-hulled sailboat docked at the shore, and he jumped off the deck, landing steadily on the island with the three little ones. Oil was poured onto the broken sailboat, and Whitebeard, with a complicated expression, tossed a lit match onto it. The flames shot up into the sky, quickly engulfing the entire ship, crackling as it burned fiercely, as if telling the stories of its glorious past. The three little ones stared at this ship, which had been their home for a long time and held countless memories, tears silently streaming down their faces. They stubbornly bit their lips, trying not to make a sound. In their memories, Dad clumsily held a hammer to repair the ship, and they trained and fought on the deck. Countless times, he led them out of danger. How could they not cry? This ship held the most cherished memories between them and Dad. A sea breeze blew by, as if bidding farewell to the soon-to-disappear ship, the flames on the sailboat growing fiercer. I'm sorry. I really want to go on adventures with everyone. But now I have to say goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Amidst the drifting ashes, an ethereal voice echoed softly, causing Newgate's pupils to shrink suddenly. Could it be the spirit of the ship? The three little ones also suddenly stopped crying, looking in disbelief at the ship engulfed in flames. They too heard the words of the ship's spirit. Suppressing their lips could no longer hold. The three little ones finally burst into tears. Marco's legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, tears flowing like a fountain. Ding! Detected the host ship giving birth to a primary ship spirit. Do you want to spend 30 million berries to capture it? Note, the spirit of the captured ship can accompany the new ship, significantly enhancing the hull's performance. Damn, what the hell? Just as the moment of sadness was interrupted by the system's prompt, Newgate felt a sharp itch in his teeth. Is this system monitoring me in real time? The only remaining berries on the ship, after the initial recharge, was just over 30 million, and now it wants me to capture a ship spirit? Losing 100 million berries could be explained as being washed away by the aftermath of the battle. But how do I explain the loss of 30 million berries to the three little ones? Forget it, I'll recharge first. A ship spirit that can enhance the ship's attributes is a rare find. Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing a primary ship spirit, unnamed, now placed in the temporary system backpack. The host can check it at any time. Phew. Watching the once bulging backpack quickly become deflated, Newgate felt like crying without tears. Now, he truly had no money left. Damn system. Hey, what's there to cry about for a broken ship, kid? At that moment, a harsh voice rang out inappropriately. Chapter 5. Sung cut in hand. Following the sound, a purple-haired John, his face flushed, tilted his head back and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of wine, the liquid dripping down his hair onto the deck, splashing into droplets. His drunken eyes fixated on the 3 small figures behind Whitebeard, and he let out a loud belch. These little brats are getting on the ship too? Our rocks pirates are not a kindergarten. Do you have any objections? Whitebeard didn't indulge John's provocation at all. He had to establish his authority on Rox's ship. Otherwise, these unruly guys would bring him endless trouble. He raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze sweeping over John, and slammed his naginata onto the ground with tremendous force. Shaking the ship. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Miss Backin lazily leaned against the ship, her light purple backless tight dress swaying in the sea breeze. Her white thighs slightly bent, outlining an alluring curve, her light blue eyes playfully fixed on John. The other Rock's crew members also took on a detached attitude, quietly watching the spectacle without any intention of intervening. Damn! John's momentum was stunned by Whitebeard, his scalp prickling as if a ferocious beast was eyeing him. Cold sweat dripped down his back, and he instantly sobered up. It was only then that he realized what kind of monster he had provoked. Whitebeard was a powerful presence on par with the captain. Why did he foolishly challenge him? Do you have any objections? Whitebeard's deep voice echoed, and John trembled all over, stuttering in no. Ooh la la la. Let's get on board, my dear sons. With that, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter and led the 3 small ones toward the Rock's pirate ship. Wherever he passed, the infamous crew members instinctively stepped aside, unconsciously clearing a path. Waha, Whitebeard, welcome to the Rock's Pirates. For now on, we are partners. Rox stood at the bow of the ship, his signature 2-colored hair billowing in the wind, arms wide open as he gazed at the horizon, full of wild arrogance, as if he wanted to take the entire sea into his arms. This vast ocean awaits us to conquer. Newgate stood beside Rox, his gaze distant, looking at the far-off skyline beyond the waves, lost in thought. In fact, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest 1. 0. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge task 2 Foot Calm Rox's Fury. Rewards. Supreme Great Knife 12 Works Tsung Yun Cut. 5 spins on the system roulette. Whitebeard. I'll give you a surprise. Consider it a welcome gift. Huh? Just as Newgate was immersed in the system's notification, he snapped back to reality. Why was Rox suddenly giving him a welcome gift? What is it? You'll know soon. Rox rushed toward the cabin, and Newgate looked at his retreating figure with a slight frown. Heavy footsteps approached, and in no time, Rox came back striding with a massive wooden box. Boom! Rox casually tossed the wooden box onto the deck, causing the entire ship to shake. Open it and take a look. Newgate stared at the box, which was taller than him, feeling uncertain. This it can't be. As he spoke, Newgate had already opened the box to reveal an enormous naginata that was 3 times the height of an average person. The handle was thick and sturdy, the blade wider than common naginatas, with a cold gleam and faint cloud patterns swirling on it, as if the flowing clouds of the sky were forged within. Before even getting close, the sharp aura surged toward him like an invisible blade. It was indeed one of the supreme great knives, Tsung Yun Cut. This damn system. Is this what they call a task reward? Clearly, it was a welcome gift from Rox. How could it be considered a task reward? Main quest rewards are issued through plot characters. The host can choose to refuse. Not refusing. Newgate's face turned red. Now is not the time to argue with the system. He reached out and grasped the handle of Tsung Yun Cut. A strange sensation surged within him, as if he were merging with the blade. Although it was their first contact, he could clearly feel the power contained within the blade. His palm gently brushed over the cloud patterns on the blade, sensing the joyful tremor from Tsung Yun Cut. This legendary sword had finally found its master. He slowly raised Tsung Yun Cut, and as the sea breeze blew, his white cloak rustled. With a gentle swing, the air was instantly torn apart, and a slash emitted a sharp screech, slicing through the calm sea and creating a bottomless trench. The seawater on both sides of the trench momentarily halted, forming a channel of seawater. Am I dreaming? A blade that would be heavy for a crew member was effortlessly wielded by Whitebeard. What monster? The power of a casual strike is this strong. This astonishing scene left the Rox crew members wide-eyed, displaying expressions of disbelief. Newgate's mouth curled up slightly. From now on, Tsung Yun Cut would become his most loyal companion, accompanying him in battles at sea and writing legends. Waha, this knife is not bad, right? This is the famous knife, Tsung Yun Cut. I snatched it from the celestial dragons. Ooh la la la. Very nice. I accept it. All right, everyone, let's throw a banquet. Welcome Whitebeard to the Rox Pirates. Yo. The night's sea was exceptionally tranquil, but the deck was brightly lit. A massive bonfire blazed on the deck, with the fat from the roasted meat dripping onto the flames, producing a sizzling sound. Barrels of fine wine were brutally opened, and the rich aroma of wine, mixed with the scent of roasted meat, wafted far into the sea breeze. Waha, Whitebeard, let's drink to our heart's content tonight. Rox, draped in a cloak, raised his wine bowl high, his boisterous laughter shaking the pirate flag on the mast. To conquering the world. Cheers! The pirates raised their cups in celebration, wine splashing everywhere. John directly picked up a barrel taller than himself and drank deeply, the spilled wine glistening amber in the firelight. Bang! John, his face flushed, smashed the wine barrel onto the ground and hugged the nearby silver axe, slurring it. I will steal gold from the heavens sooner or later. Just you? Don't get caught by the Navy and thrown into impelled down. Silver Axe dodged John's arm in disdain and casually swung the bone he had finished gnawing at John's head. Get lost. Want a duel? Come on. Who's afraid of who? The two quickly got into a scuffle, and the surrounding crew members not only didn't intervene, but instead gathered around, clapping and cheering, with some even placing bets. Come, come, come. Place your bets. John pays 5-1. Silver Axe pays 1-1. Get lost. I'm not weaker than Silver Axe. Are you looking down on me with these odds? John, bruised and battered, yelled at the betting pirates, and the atmosphere of battle subtly began to shift. Miss Backin lazily leaned back in her chair, her slender fingers holding a goblet, the scarlet wine swaying within. She gently parted her red lips, taking a sip of the wine, seemingly uninterested in the chaotic banquet, but instead squinting her eyes at the tall figure in the corner of the deck. One interesting guy. Chapter 6. The Rocks Pirates Nation Destruction Operation. On the other side of the deck, two figures wrapped in bandages were also watching Whitebeard. In comparison, the bandages on Shiki the Golden Lion were less, only wrapping his arms and forehead, while Wang Ji was wrapped almost completely like a mummy. Shiki's hands were bandaged, and his eyes were dark as he stared at Whitebeard on the other side of the deck. Crack! The famous sword, Mugok, was stuck into a roasted, fragrant bone, and Shiki used his bandaged arms to clamp it and brought it to his mouth, taking a fierce bite. Grease flowed down the corners of his mouth, but his eyes never left Whitebeard. Those dark eyes surged with unwillingness and battle intent. Wang Ji could only move his exposed eyes, also glaring at Whitebeard with resentment, occasionally showing a look of fear. It was clear that Whitebeard's monstrous strength had left a shadow on him. The pain from the wounds under the bandages constantly reminded him of his previous crushing defeat. To be honest, during his battle with Whitebeard, he only suffered superficial injuries. The real heavy damage came from the aftermath of Whitebeard's battle with rocks after he went all out. Wang Ji struggled to move his mouth wrapped in bandages, but could only produce indistinct whimpers. What? What did you say, useless? Shiki shot a sidelong glance at him, not hiding his disdain. This useless one, if it weren't for saving him, how could he have suffered such a crushing defeat at Whitebeard's hands? That said, he also gained a lot from this battle, with his understanding of hockey reaching a new level. Just wait, Whitebeard. I will remember today's humiliation, and I will definitely repay it double. While Shiki was deep in thought, Wang Ji widened his eyes and squirmed excitedly, making muffled sounds from his throat. Oh, your mouth is blocked, huh? TSK. After saying that, Shiki impatiently raised his hand, and a cold gleam flashed. Sakura accurately sliced through the bandage on Wang Ji's mouth, and as the fragments flew, Wang Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. First mate Shiki, please give me a piece of meat. Wang Ji, ignoring the pain on his body, pleaded eagerly. Shiki snorted coldly and casually tossed the gnawed bone over. Wang Ji caught it like a treasure, his tongue flicking out like a snake, eagerly swallowing. He struggled to lie on the ground and awkwardly began to gnaw. Greasy juices mixed with meat scraps soon covered the bandages wrapped around him. In the distance, a bonfire burned, and the crew's wild laughter and cursing echoed back and forth. Whitebeard sat cross-legged at the edge of the deck, his massive body casting a shadow. He held a wine bowl in one hand, a smile on his lips, and gently watched the three little ones voraciously devouring their food. There were no crew members from the Rocks Pirates around, creating a feeling of isolation. Just the four figures, one large and three small, seemed somewhat out of place. The surrounding pirates unconsciously avoided this area. Even the Drunken John and Silver Axe intentionally steered clear of this zone, as if an invisible boundary separated them. Some people cast furtive, unfriendly glances before quickly looking away. In a ship filled with ambition and brutality, such a warm scene felt oddly out of place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the system panel. This time it's free. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, and just as this thought flashed through his mind, a semi-transparent screen appeared before him. On one side of the screen was a Q-version 3D projection of Whitebeard, standing proudly with a mini Songyun cutlass. Beside it were various data, basic information: name, Edward Newgate, age, 31 years, physical skills, 32-100 minor accomplishment, special talent, innate super strength, flesh fortress, thick blood, hockey values, conquerors hockey, 8-100 beginner, armament hockey, 28-100 minor accomplishment, observation hockey, 29-100 minor accomplishment, current status body, good, some minor injuries do not affect combat, mental state, happy, feeling very happy watching the kids eat, note, due to the host's lack of combat experience, physical skills and hockey cannot exert the original strength of this body. Please improve strength as soon as possible to increase task survival rate. Task progress. Main task 1. 0. Join the Rocks Pirates with the posture of a king completed. Dad task 3. In progress. King task. Not triggered. Specific conditions required. Dad task progress reached 3. Reward lottery chances 3. Familial bond function unlocked. With the system's prompt sound falling, a heart-shaped icon appeared in the lower right corner of the panel. When Whitebeard focused on it, 3 sets of detailed data immediately unfolded. Marco, affinity, 75-100 dependent, loyalty, 88-100 will follow to death. Inner voice, I can give my life for Pops, damn it. Josu, affinity, 69-100 esteemed, loyalty, 82-100 steadfast guardian. Inner voice, Pops is the most important person in my life. No one can hurt him before I fall. Vista, affinity, 71-100 respected, loyalty, 79-100 eager to prove. Inner voice, I want to be Pop's strongest sword. Walala. Whitebeard lifted his head and drank the wine in the bowl, and as his Adam's apple rolled, a few drops of wine dripped down his beard. He looked at the adorable appearance of the 3 little ones, and the numbers on the screen gradually faded. But their inner voices echoed in his ears for a long time. What a bunch of cute little devils. Marco raised a large bone as tall as himself and stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth, cheeks bulging as he chewed laboriously. With a gulp, a large lump formed in his throat. He showed a painful expression, his face flushed, struggling to swallow it down, and quickly grabbed some pineapple juice beside him to wash it down. Gulp. The refreshing juice flowed down his throat, and he finally let out a long sigh of relief. After finishing, Marco twisted his pineapple head, cautiously looking around, half covering his mouth with his hand, and leaned closer to Whitebeard, whispering, Pops, Rock's crew. They all look scary. They're like beasts. I don't like them. MHM. Joseph glanced at John and Silver Axe, who were already bleeding from their fight nearby, casually tossing aside the gnawed bones, and spoke seriously like a little adult. These guys who kill each other can't even be called partners. The surrounding crew not only did not stop them, but also added fuel to the fire, clapping and cheering. We're just temporarily on this ship, right, Pops? Vista's eating style was slightly more elegant, but the empty plates piled up in front of him were no less. He burped and crossed his arms, looking at Whitebeard with some anticipation. Of course, now, this is training. Only by experiencing the harsh can we better understand the meaning of family. Under the moonlight, the pirate ship sailed steadily with the sounds of snoring rising, accompanied by the sound of waves crashing against the cabin, creating a particularly tranquil atmosphere. Inside the cabin, Marco turned over, randomly hugging Josu's thigh. Josu moved his mouth a few times, a bubble of snot bursting, and lifted a leg onto Vista's head. Newgate looked at the 3 little ones who were asleep, with their feet against each other and heads resting on each other. He gently closed the cabin door and turned to walk onto the deck. Whitebeard, come here. Just as he stepped out of the cabin, Rock's slightly hoarse voice sounded. Newgate looked in the direction of the voice and saw Rox leaning on the railing, holding a bottle of rum and drinking to himself. As Newgate walked by, a pair of sinister eyes were fixed on him from the shadows of the fence. The golden lion leaned against the mast, the flickering light of his cigar illuminating his somewhat swollen cheeks. The 2 locked eyes and a hint of gunpowder ignited in the air. Well, Shiki, are you not convinced? Newgate's deep laughter broke the frozen atmosphere. Whitebeard, do you want to duel? The golden lion suddenly became agitated, drawing his famous blade 3 inches from his waist, its cold gleam radiating. I don't bully the injured. That's not a fair fight. Newgate casually stroked his signature white beard and crossed his arms leisurely. Bastard, do you look down on me? The golden lion, unaccustomed to such humiliation, erupted in anger, his conqueror's haki spilling out like black-red lightning, shaking the empty barrels on the deck. You two, enough already. Rox suddenly crushed the wine bottle in his hand, and, as the shards scattered, his red cloak billowed without wind, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the area, stopping the quarrel between the two. The golden lion's conqueror's haki melted away like snowflakes touching flames in an instant. If you want to fight, wait until we reach the Fravans, Rox said, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. There will be plenty of people for you to vent your anger on. Ding. The host has triggered main quest 1. 1. Participate in and complete the Rox Pirates Nation destruction operation. Quest reward. Paramecia type, shining fruit. Chapter 7, no money to recharge. Robbing Rox. Mission failed. Erased by the 5 elders. With this level of strength, do you dare to covet the interests of the world government? Current mission success rate, 69. A 69 mission success rate is quite high. Is a mission reward the glimmer fruit? This is a very powerful paramecia fruit, and it's also Josu's exclusive fruit. Josu has been strong since childhood, with explosive power and speed, and his fighting style is simple and brutal. The diamond fruit complements his combat style perfectly, allowing him to perform charging attacks with an indestructible body without affecting his explosiveness. In the storyline, Josu can withstand the slash of the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk without a scratch, showcasing this impeccable offense and defense. He and the diamond fruit mutually enhance each other, making him a powerful force at the core of the Whitebeard pirates. However, Rock's attitude really annoys him. Hey, Rox. Newgate stood still, the veins on his forehead clearly visible. I'm not your subordinate. Wahaha, Whitebeard, don't you want to dominate the world, wield supreme power, and make the entire sea bow at our feet? Rox grinned, his voice deep and seductive like a devil's whisper, as he stretched out his arms, unabashedly revealing his mad ambition. Don't want to. Newgate refused without hesitation. Dominate the world? Are you kidding? You just want to survive. Survive until invincible. Even though he has this invincible pay-to-win king of the sea system, he truly doesn't feel invincible. This system mission constantly reminds him that there are 5 elders in Mariewa who have lived for who knows how many years, not to mention the mysterious, powerful, and currently sleeping him. Rox was stunned for a moment, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. But he didn't give up and said, what about the beauty? Countless treasures? As long as you nod. I want treasures. Before Rox could finish speaking, Newgate's slightly anxious voice interrupted him. This guy. The golden lion had countless black lines on his forehead, watching Newgate's transformed eyes, silently cursing in his heart. Is this really the Whitebeard he recognizes, the one viewed as a formidable rival? The strong filter instantly disappeared. Wahaha. Of course it's possible. La la la. Being interrupted, Rox wasn't angry. He patted Whitebeard's shoulder vigorously, and the two laughed out loud on the deck. Only Shiki let out a disdainful snort, continuing to smoke his cigar. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze became sharper. His dream, like Rox, is to dominate this world. In the cabin, the 3 little ones had changed positions and continued to sleep soundly. Newgate lay on the hammock and opened the system panel to study it. Detected that the host has 8 unused lottery draws. Would you like to use them immediately? Yes. With a thought, a circular, translucent spinning wheel popped up from the interface. The white area occupied most of the wheel, followed by a blue area covering a quarter, a purple area about the thickness of a finger, and a barely noticeable golden stripe. Newgate curled his lips. He knew too well the nature of this dog system. That golden reward looked impressive, but it absolutely wouldn't let him draw it. Start the lottery. With a thought, the wheel began to spin rapidly, and soon, the speed of the wheel slowed down, and the pointer finally stopped in the white area. See? I told you, I wouldn't draw anything good. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the observation color capsule. Quality. White quality observation color capsule after taking it can slightly enhance the training effect of observation hockey for half an hour. Note, the host's son, who meets the intimacy requirement, can also take it. Huh, sounds pretty good. Looking at the white capsule that appeared in his hand, Newgate's eyes lit up, detected that the host has obtained a system item. Please use it as soon as possible. It will dissipate in 10 minutes. The host can also spend 990,000 berries to unlock the system backpack function. Unlock. Newgate gritted his teeth. His already thin backpack became even thinner. But seeing a new backpack function on the system panel, he felt a bit relieved. This time his system isn't too bad. It only cost 990,000 berries. Just as Whitebeard's gaze reached the backpack function, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the system backpack function. Would you like to activate backpack usage? Limited time offer. Activate the first storage slot for only 990,000 berries. Damn. As expected, this dog system cannot be trusted. 990,000 berries are useless. It just added a backpack icon to the system wheel. To unlock it, he still needs to spend more money. He looked at the white capsule in his hand, thought for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and rushed out of the cabin. Bang! The cabin door cracked open. Rox, you guys stop sleeping. Hurry up and give me treasures. Before Rox could react, Whitebeard had already rolled out with the gold and silver jewels from his room, along with a pile of berries, and dashed out of the captain's cabin. The scattered gold and silver clattered to the ground. Berries twirled, slowly drifting down. Rocks, with a bewildered expression, sat on the bed in a daze. Wait, I'm a captain. Damn it, this guy Whitebeard actually robbed my treasures? 5 minutes later, Newgate held the jewels in a corner of the cabin. Charge! Charge! Get it to me hard. Congratulations to the host for spending 9,990,000 berries to unlock a backpack storage slot. Congratulations to the host for spending 19,990,000 berries to unlock a backpack storage slot. Congratulations to the host for spending 39,990,000 berries. Congratulations for spending 79,990,000 berries. Congratulations for spending 159,990,000 berries. No way. Stop. Wait a minute. What the hell? The system prompt sound quickly flashed through Newgate's mind, and the heavy weight in his hand lightened rapidly. Newgate looked at the empty space in his hand, with only a few berries left, wanting to cry without tears. Detected that the host's balance is insufficient. This payment has been canceled. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking 5 storage slots in the backpack. This dog system. Newgate gritted his teeth in hatred. Why didn't it clearly state that it's an exponential increase? Isn't this misleading? This treasure is worth over 300 million berries, and it only unlocked 5 slots? Newgate felt his heart bleeding, although he spent Rock's money. But whose money isn't money? After a while, Newgate calmed down, and with a thought, the nearly dissipating white capsule disappeared from his hand and appeared in the backpack storage slot. Suddenly, Newgate had a flash of inspiration. He thought of an idea. If he timed the system items dissipation and put them into the system backpack, then took them out again, wouldn't that extend their time by another 10 minutes? Back and forth like this, wouldn't it be exploiting the system's bug? As long as he rotates the items that are about to dissipate into the backpack storage slots, doesn't that mean he has infinite storage slots? Hee. Newgate let out a creepy, terrifying laugh. Say it and do it. With a thought, the white capsule appeared in his hand. Good news. The white capsule has appeared. Bad news. It still looks like it's about to disappear. Looking at the white capsule quietly resting in the backpack storage slot, Newgate felt like crying without tears. Did he think too much? With such a pay-to-win system, how could it possibly let him exploit a bug? After tidying up his emo feelings, he continued to spin the wheel. Surprisingly, this time the wheel actually. Chapter 8, Bounty of 1. 8 billion berries. The 5 elders meeting. As the roulette spun, the pointer surprisingly landed precisely on the purple area the width of a thumb. Is this a sign from heaven? Did the dog system become human? Congratulations, host. You have drawn a rare reward. Conqueror's Hockey Capsule Quality. Purple. Note. After consumption, the host can significantly enhance the training effect of Conqueror's Hockey for half an hour. A significant enhancement of Conqueror's Hockey. This is a good thing. Whitebeard placed the purple capsule into his storage compartment and continued to draw rewards. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Armament Hockey Capsule X2 Quality. White. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Madam She's Time Travel Scroll Quality. White. As expected, this dog system is much better when it doesn't act human. The same quality white Armament Hockey Capsule actually takes up 2 storage slots. Wait, this guy was never human. Hold on. Madam, she's time travel scroll? What is that? Detected insufficient space in the host backpack. Would you like to recharge? No, get lost. Whitebeard rejected the system's inducement to spend and looked at an ancient white sheepskin scroll. The information about the scroll popped up immediately. Note, Madam She's time travel scroll contains the ability of the time fruit, allowing the host to travel to the next plot node. The white quality scroll can span a time period of 7 days. What the heck? It can also travel through time? Whitebeard took out the scroll made of sheepskin, looked at it from side to side, but couldn't figure it out, so he put it back in the backpack. There are still 3 drawing opportunities left. Let's talk about it when there's space in the backpack. 1 purple reward. For white rewards, not a loss. Newgate turned over, comfortably lying on the hammock, and soon began to snore. Bang, bang, bang. Whitebeard, you bastard. Open the door. Newgate frowned, turned over, and the snoring resumed. Open the door. Marco's snot bubble popped. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and walked to the door. The moment his fingertips touched the doorknob, boom, the entire door crashed down, and Marco quickly dodged, almost getting hit. Which bastard? He looked up, about to curse, but the words caught in his throat. Rox, wearing a red cloak, appeared at the door, holding a newspaper, his forehead full of black lines. Whitebeard. What's up, Rox? Do you want to fight? Whitebeard was now standing in front of Marco, his tall figure almost touching the ceiling of the cabin, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Marco looked up at Whitebeard's towering figure, feeling completely safe. But Whitebeard felt a little guilty at that moment. After all, he had stolen quite a bit of treasure from Rox last night. No, let's talk about fighting later now. Take a look at this. After speaking, Rox grinned and handed over the newspaper. Whitebeard frowned as he looked at the front page, which featured a picture of Whitebeard and Rox fist-bumping against the backdrop of a sinking island. World Economic News, Special Edition, Great Change. Whitebeard Rox joined forces to overhaul the New World Pattern. Exclusive report. Whitebeard and Rox erupted into fierce conflict in the New World over a mysterious devil fruit, with the conflict ending in the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates. Rox invited Whitebeard to join the Rox pirates under the condition of ownership of the devil fruit. And so on. As he read the content of the newspaper, Whitebeard's frown deepened, veins bulging on his forehead. What the hell is this? Is it really just a picture to start with, and the content is all made up? Morgans really is a master at spreading rumors. Ha, don't mind it after all. You're on the ship too, right? Rox laughed. What about the devil fruit? Whitebeard turned his head and asked, what do you want that for? Didn't the newspaper say? You last night. I don't want it anymore. As he spoke, a bounty notice fell out from the newspaper's insert. The largest part showcased Whitebeard holding a naginata in a combat scene, where his muscles were bulging, exuding an intimidating aura. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, bounty 1, 836 billion berries, extremely wicked, regardless of life or death. Whitebeard, congratulations. You are the highest bounty guy on the ship besides me. Rox exclaimed excitedly. Is this something to celebrate? Whitebeard's forehead was full of black lines. He remembered his bounty was only 600 million berries before. How did it triple just from a fight? Once the bounty exceeds 1 billion, it indicates that the bounty holder is extremely powerful and poses a substantial threat to the world government, making them a target for everyone. He certainly doesn't want to become famous so quickly. That bastard Morgans, when I see him, I'm definitely going to pluck that bird's feathers clean. Let's hold a banquet. Celebrate Whitebeard's bounty increase. Rox didn't care about Whitebeard's dark expression. He hurriedly rushed out of the cabin to prepare for the banquet. New World Economic News Agency. Achoo! Morgans, who had eaten the Zoan-type bird fruit, white-headed vulture form, the future news king Morgan's father, suddenly sneezed, almost knocking his hat off his bird head. Just now, he felt a chill all over, as if some beast had its eyes on him. He looked around but found nothing suspicious and went back to studying his big news at the table. Meanwhile, at the peak of the Red Land, Holy Land, Mariewa, in the Panga City Council Hall, the 5 elders, who hold the highest power in the world, were seated around an oval office table engraved with a world government emblem. Noclur and Adrian, belonging to CP0, stood trembling to the side, not daring to breathe. Whitebeard, that guy should be part of the balance. The financial warrior Izambaron V. Nasashir gently stroked the original Odin, resting the famous sword against his bare chest. Slowly raising his head, a chilling glint appearing under his glasses. This guy's strength can rival that of Rox. The scientific defense warrior Jagarushius Satan, with curly long hair and fluffy white beard, struck the ground heavily with his staff, and the scar on his forehead looked particularly grim. Rox's ambition has already touched the taboo. Should we initiate that plan early? The legal warrior Topman Vachali, who had a map-like birthmark on his forehead, widened his eyes and suggested, no, they can't stir up much trouble just yet. Besides, that esteemed person is still asleep. The slender agricultural warrior Shepherd X, Peter decisively rejected Vachali's proposal. Let's wait and see. What we need now is only time. The environmental warrior Marcus Maz, with long white hair, calmly said, agreed. The resolution regarding the Rocks pirates was quickly passed, and after Adrian and Nocleur from CP0 received the task to continue monitoring Rocks, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully left. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. In the General's office, Steelbone Kong was buried in a mountain of documents. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking on the door interrupted his train of thought. Come in. The office door creaked open. A tall and well-proportioned beauty in a crisp naval uniform pushed the door and entered. Her deep blue hair is tied up in a high ponytail, and as her chest rises and falls, the buttons of her military uniform strain against the fabric. Her exquisite features reveal a calm wisdom different from her usual demeanor. Yet there is an underlying urgency. What's wrong, Major Crane? Cap, that guy Cap, set sail without permission again. Chapter 9, Carp's Awakening. That bastard. Steelbone Kong's roar echoed throughout the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, in the seas of the New World, a naval warship was racing through the waves. The deck was soaked with water, and the busy sailors running around to clean up were drenched. Clearly, this ship had just gone through a significant storm. Wahaha! The wind and waves have finally calmed down. A hearty laugh drowned out the sound of the crashing waves. A robust man draped in a justice cape, bearing the title of Navy General, stood at the bow of the ship, his white suit stretched tight by his bulging muscles. At this moment, he was laughing wildly while munching on rice crackers and picking his nose with his pinky finger. It was Vice Admiral Monkey D. Carp of the Navy headquarters. Mr. Carp, the Roger pirates have disappeared, and our compass has malfunctioned. The former aide of Steelbone Kong, now Carp's assistant, Bogart, a cold man dressed in a brown suit with his eyes always hidden in the shadow of his hat, frowned tightly, looking somewhat anxious. It's fine. This is the New World, so it's not surprising for strange things to happen. Carp flicked the booger from his hand nonchalantly, waving it away as crumbs from the rice cracker fell from his mouth. What do we do now? Bogart pressed. No waities. Carp still wore an indifferent expression. He waved his hand dismissively, speaking as he took off his cloak and handed it to Bogart. Ahaha! Sailors, go hide in the cabin. Bogart's face showed a look of confusion, but suddenly became alert. Wait, Mr. Carp, the bridge's bag. Before Bogart could finish, Carp leaped up amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a tremendous aura gathering around him. Fist of the Supreme King. After a brief build-up, his massive iron fist struck out with unmatched force, a visible shockwave propelling the surrounding air straight towards the sails. Boom! A violent gust of wind erupted instantly, causing the sails to cave in dramatically. The entire warship shook violently, the immense power lifting it off the sea. It flew forward at an incredible speed, leaving a long white wake on the ocean surface. Wahaha! Sailors, we're setting sail. At least you could have told us in advance next time, Mr. Carp. Bogart clung to the mast, the howling sea wind stuffing his words back into his mouth. In the entire sea area, only Carp's carefree laughter could be heard, along with the startled cries of seagulls rising from the punch wind. On the deck of the Rocks pirate's ship, the sea wind howled. The navigator commanded the helmsman to race north according to the compass's direction. Rocks stood at the bow with his arms crossed, his crimson cape billowing in the wind. He squinted his eyes, staring at the distant horizon. Where are we now? Reporting to Captain Rocks, we're almost at the doldrums. Once we pass through it, we can enter the North Sea. Yeah, hava. The Golden Lion took a deep puff of his cigar, his eyes brimming with battle intent. I can't wait to cause some chaos. The doldrums have no wind, and there are giant sea creatures. Can we really get through? Newgate, standing beside Rocks, asked in confusion. Before Rocks could explain, a lookout on the mast shouted, What is that? Everyone turned to look, only to see a black dot approaching at an astonishing speed against the azure sky. Newgate's brow furrowed sharply. Ding. Hostile forces detected. Please prepare for combat. The system's alarm coincided perfectly with the rapidly enlarging shadow in sight. Damn it. That's a warship. What kind of joke is this? A warship flying in the sky. The deck erupted in chaos. The steel behemoth that should have been sailing on the sea was now tearing through the clouds, howling towards them. It was moving so fast that the bottom of the ship was rubbing against the air, producing blinding sparks. Before the warship even got close, Newgate could already see the prominent dog-headed emblem at the bow. It's Carp, What is that guy doing here? Is he here to capture rocks? But this time, Carp alone is not a match for the Rocks pirates. No matter, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hone my physical skills in hockey. Besides my beloved teacher, I can't think of anyone better than Carp as an opponent. While everyone's attention was focused on the warship, Newgate discreetly took out 3 capsules from his system backpack, 2 white and 1 purple, and abruptly stuffed them into his mouth. The sword in his hand, the Tsongyun Chia, flashed with a cold gleam, emitting a barely perceptible tremor, as if anticipating the imminent battle. Newgate twirled the Tsongyun Chia, striking a combat pose. In an inconspicuous corner of the pirate ship, Miss Backen had been watching Whitebeard from the corner of her eye. She noticed Whitebeard's small movements, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her light blue eyes. Interesting guy. She parted her red lips and whispered a few words. Soon, however, her attention was drawn to the approaching warship, which was rapidly closing in. She elegantly brushed her wind-tossed hair back, a confident smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Unless the Navy's top combat forces were all sent out, a single warship couldn't possibly handle the monster-filled Rocks pirates. That thread of doubt she buried deep within her heart. What mattered most now was dealing with this little interlude. Let these clueless Navy men witness what true despair looks like. On the warship, Carp stood atop the doghead. When he saw the emblem of the pirate ship below, his smile instantly froze, and his expression turned serious in an instant. Hey, sailors, pay attention. This is a big crisis. We've encountered the legendary Rocks pirates. On the deck of the warship, the fierce wind howled. The sailors, clinging tightly to various ropes, turned pale upon hearing Carp's voice, their faces showing disbelief. The legendary Rocks pirates? We're done for. We're finished. Nonsense. The righteous Navy can never lose. With Mr. Carp here, we can definitely defeat the pirates, right? Voices filled with various emotions rang out, and amidst the rising cries, the warship was now less than 100 meters from the surface of the sea. The howling wind rushed past Carp's ears, his pupils suddenly constricted, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. He turned to Bogart, who was clinging to the mast, and shouted, Bogart, take them back to Marineford. What about you, Mr. Carp? Bogart seemed to see something in Carp's eyes. He suddenly released the mast, exerting all his strength to lunge towards Carp, but was kicked back towards the cabin. Wahahaha, you are the future of the Navy. I will definitely come back. As soon as he finished speaking, Carp suddenly exerted his legs. With his monstrous strength, the deck shattered, and his figure shot into the sky like a cannonball, while the warship crashed heavily onto the sea. Boom! The sea erupted in towering waves, and the sailors' heart-wrenching cries rang out. Mr. Carp, no, we should go back together. After stabilizing his stance, Bogart sternly issued orders. Everyone, do your jobs and head back at full speed. Destination Marineford. Upon hearing his words, the young sailors cried even harder. Mr. Carp, we can't let Mr. Carp's awakening go to waste. After listening to Bogart's words, the sailors held back their tears, maneuvering the warship to change direction, sailing according to the direction indicated by the now normal permanent compass. On the ship, everyone's gaze was fixed on the distant pirate ship, their eyes burning with the flames of hatred. Chapter 10, Fistbone, Galaxy Impact. In the sky, watching the warship cut through the waves at full speed, getting further away from Rocks' pirate ship, Carp let out a sigh of relief, his tense nerves slightly relaxing. In the next moment, he fixed his sharp gaze on the pirate ship not far below. Ha! Rocks, let me see the power of the legendary King of Darkness. Carp's maniacal laughter echoed through the sky. Boom! At the same time, his conqueror's hockey erupted violently, black and red, lightning rampaging through the sky like a furious dragon, the air trembling and moaning under the terrifying pressure. The overwhelming conqueror's hockey continued to compress and condense, ultimately wrapping around his iron fist, capable of shattering mountains. The flickering lightning even darkened the sky. Hey, this guy is strong. Rocks looked up, staring at Carp's intimidating aura, his expression becoming serious. But what a terrifying guy. Feeling the scalp-tingling sensation, Wang Ji trembled all over. His legs, which had just regained mobility, went weak uncontrollably. It was as if some bad memories had been stirred up, and he instinctively retreated, almost shrinking behind rocks. "Leave this guy to me," Newgate said in a low voice. Stepping forward with his weapon, Song Yun Xie, his sturdy body blocking everyone in front. The Golden Lion, who was just about to act, paused, seeing Whitebeard's tall figure, and swallowed the words that were about to come out, silently taking half a step back. However, in that fleeting moment, crackling boom, Karp's momentum surged once more. The once rampaging black and red lightning suddenly erupted like a thunderstorm. Clouds were torn apart, and the sea roiled. The chilling pressure enveloped everything like a divine punishment. Weaker crew members on the ship showed painful expressions, kneeling on the deck, clutching the ship's railing, as if that was the only way to ease their suffering. Some of the miscellaneous pirates couldn't bear it any longer, foaming at the mouth, collapsing onto the deck. This posture, could it be that move? Newgate's body also flickered with black and red lightning, but compared to Karp's aura, it was significantly weaker. "Whitebeard, come on, be a little more serious. That Navy officer clearly isn't an ordinary Marine." The Golden Lion anxiously watched Newgate, who was still gathering his strength, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his famous sword, as if ready to draw it at any moment. He knew Whitebeard's strength well. Although that Marine looked imposing, he was still a notch below Whitebeard, who could fight evenly with Captain Rocks. Whitebeard must have his reasons for not acting, but that attack is about to come. Is this guy a bit too arrogant? Meanwhile, Newgate struggled to condense the Conqueror's haki emanating from his body onto Song Yun Xie. But just as the haki began to gather, it seemed to be blocked by something, unable to wrap around the weapon at all. Is my proficiency too low? Whitebeard appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was panicking. "Dog system. System. Master system." Whitebeard shouted in his mind, but the system remained as silent as a mute, offering no response. Is it really? Encountering this guy, Karp, isn't a main quest. I still have to use that move. Looking at Karp's overwhelming, seemingly bottomless aura, Whitebeard gritted his teeth. "Hey, Karp, be my son." Whitebeard's voice echoed throughout the sea. Huh? The deck of the Rocks pirates fell into an eerie silence. John's hand, which had raised the wine bottle, froze in front of his mouth, the wine gurgling out and not a single drop entering his mouth, all sliding down his light purple hair. Rocks, the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, all had their mouths agape, nearly dislocating their jaws, their eyes popping out in disbelief. Even Miss Backen lost her usual elegance, her mouth agape in shock, her light blue eyes wide open. This guy, is he serious right now? Rock's face darkened, also recalling some unpleasant memories. Karp's fist, compressed to its limit and faintly radiating a dazzling red light, suddenly halted. That guy, if I'm not mistaken, is that Whitebeard? I had dealings with him in the New World. He's a generous and proud person, very much to my liking. If it weren't for our opposing camps, we could become great friends. Now, is he provoking me? Although I probably can't defeat the Rocks pirates. Someone with the qualities of a king is definitely not to be humiliated at will. Karp's forehead bulged with veins, his expression instantly turning cold as he laughed angrily. "Whitebeard, you bastard. If you were trying to provoke me, then you succeeded. Someone with the qualities of a king is not to be humiliated at will, you bastard." The red light on his fist instantly shone even brighter, resembling a red sun. Even in broad daylight, it illuminated the entire sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the Call Dad quest. Due to the significant power gap between the host and Karp, the success rate of the Call Dad quest is 6. It is now automatically converted into a challenge quest. 1. Defeat the enraged Karp. Reward: 5 lottery chances. 2. Calm Karp's anger. Reward: 3 lottery chances. 3. Be defeated by the enraged Karp. Reward: 1 lottery chance. Haha, I was right. The trigger condition for this dog system is to say that line that instantly angers the opponent due to insufficient host strength. Would you like to recharge 999 berries to unlock top-level armament haki for 10 minutes? The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in Newgate's mind, and he was covered in black lines. 100 million berries? Why doesn't it go rob someone? Morgan's that black-hearted bird charges only 100 berries for a newspaper. This dog system wants 100 million berries for just 10 minutes of top-level armament hockey. If all three types of hockey were to be upgraded to the top level within 10 minutes, it would require 99, 999, 999, 999 berries. Get lost. Since I can't afford the cheat, I might as well step in myself. He had already consumed the hockey capsule that boosts training efficiency. Fighting is the best way to increase strength. As his thoughts turned, the aura around Whitebeard subtly increased. The pitch-black armament hockey clung to his arm, spreading throughout Song Yunxia. Song Yunxia trembled uncontrollably, as if it could not wait to engage in battle. The famous sword cannot be allowed to be tarnished. Karp's red light on his fist had reached its peak, resembling a blood-dyed sunset, ready to burn everything in front of him to the ground. In the next moment, that light's source vanished instantly, and the terrifying pressure enveloping the Rock's pirates dissipated in an instant. Wang Ji and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. However, Rox and the Golden Lion were both staring seriously at the sky. Their high-level observation hockey had already sensed that Karp was diving down from a height of 1,000 meters at an incredible speed. Noticing the expressions of Rox and the Golden Lion, the other crew members felt their hearts lift again after just relaxing. They also looked up at the sky, but this glance nearly gave them a heart attack. Fistbone, Galaxy Impact, as the bold voice rang out. A fist glowing with a scarlet cross light from a height of 100 meters smashed down towards the pirate ship like the sun falling to the ground. That terrifying momentum enveloped the entire sea, leaving no place to escape. The dreadful might. Chapter 11. Whitebeard versus Karp. The pirate ship tilted violently under that terrifying shockwave as Newgate's bulging muscles erupted with veins. Kanjianki swung out a crescent-like arc. Haha. Now that's more like it, Karp. As the words fell, the deck instantly shattered, and the terrifying force caused the entire ship to plummet. The dark red hockey radiating from Newgate grew stronger, and under the wrapping of armament hockey, Kanjianki took on a sharp black hue. His figure suddenly vanished from the bow of the ship, and the deafening sound of the shockwave carried by the terrifying airflow erupted. In the blink of an eye, that horrifying red cross was already in front of him, like a meteor falling from the sky. All of Newgate's monstrous strength was concentrated on Kanjianki, cleaving out a sky-blue slash that pierced the heavens and earth. The moment the blade light collided with the iron fist, the black-red conqueror's hockey tore through the void. The world fell silent. A hemispherical shockwave, like a nuclear explosion, rose up and gradually expanded from the center of the collision. The terrifying power shattered the clouds, creating a circular vacuum zone in the sky that continued to expand. The waves surged, lifting towering tides, and a terrifying concave pit appeared in this sea area. Boom! It was only when the shock wave swept and expanded, gradually weakening in power, that the waves crashed down. The deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, like terrifying thunder. Amidst the tumultuous waves, the Rock's pirate ship resembled a small boat, swaying precariously in the storm. Rox and the Golden Lion worked together to counter that terrifying shockwave, and everyone watched the scene that looked like a natural disaster, feeling a chill in their hearts. Who won? Miss Backen clutched the ship's railing tightly. Her long and smooth legs pressed firmly against the ship's wall as droplets of seawater slid down her delicate skin, struggling to maintain balance on the violently shaking ship. Her beautiful eyes widened, her golden short hair flying wildly, and her ample chest heaving violently. The recent collision left her deeply shaken. She parted her red lips, looking up at the now clear sky, trembling as she spoke. Whitebeard, that guy is someone who can evenly match the captain. The silver axe wielder, wearing a mask, stood aside with a giant axe in hand, his silver armor gleaming with a blinding cold light, but his expression was unclear. No, just a moment ago, Whitebeard was sent flying by Karp with a single punch. The Golden Lion held his water-soaked cigar, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had personally witnessed Whitebeard's terrifying strength. That level of attack, just now, was clearly still a bit short of Captain Rox's strength. How could Whitebeard be spitting blood and falling into the sea after just one exchange? This guy underestimated his opponent, not just the Golden Lion. Even Rox revealed an unresolvable confusion in his eyes. What was Whitebeard doing? Amidst everyone's puzzlement, Carp had already leaped into the sky using his momentum. One of the 6 powers of the Navy, moonwalk, was being skillfully utilized by Carp. He hovered steadily in the air, watching the gradually calming sea surface and the seemingly undamaged pirate ship, his brows furrowing deeply. He had anticipated that the Rock's pirate ship would be unscathed. After all, it was filled with monster-level powerhouses. But he was perplexed by Whitebeard's instantaneous blade light that had crumbled so easily. Was this guy holding back? When they last fought, he clearly had more strength than this. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool appeared on the recently calmed sea. Splash! A figure wielding a gigantic scythe burst forth from the water, creating a huge splash. He landed steadily on a reef in the sea, his clothes tattered, revealing a strong physique flowing with fresh blood. "Huh, Carp, is this your full power strike? Just like this?" Newgate, though tough-talking, had blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, revealing that he was injured. Looking at the system panel with his health bar down by a small half, Newgate couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he was known as Whitebeard with the Flesh Fortress talent. That terrifying blow had only taken away about 30 of his health, which didn't significantly impact his combat power. But the rising proficiency of his 3-colored hockey made him unable to suppress a joyful laugh. "Huh, Carp, come on, let's keep fighting." After saying that, Whitebeard suddenly exerted his strength, causing the rocks that had been washed by countless years of waves to shatter under his terrifying force. His tall figure shot out like a cannonball, his conqueror's hockey overflowing, and the terrifying black-red lightning flickered, his momentum stronger than before. This guy, is he taking it a bit more seriously now? Carp observed Whitebeard's gradually rising momentum and raised his iron fist wrapped in black-red armament hockey, smashing down toward the scythe. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. Newgate's figure grew more vigorous with each fight. He was astonished to find that by stomping hard on the air, as long as his speed was fast enough and his strength strong enough, he could generate a powerful floating force that allowed him to hover in the air. Although he was still not quite proficient, this was clearly a combination of the Navy's moonwalk and shave. Carp also did not dodge, delivering punches with terrifying impact like cannonballs. Newgate similarly swung Kanjiunki, unleashing a terrifying crescent-shaped slash. The collision between the two erupted with a thunderous roar. Hey, are you kidding me? How can they fight in the air? Everyone stared wide-eyed at the two battling in the sky. The Golden Lion, however, looked at Whitebeard's figure with a face full of confusion. Although Whitebeard appeared very formidable, something felt off. As someone who had fought him head-on, he could clearly feel that Whitebeard's current strength was significantly weaker than when they fought. What the hell is this guy doing? Is he hiding his strength by making himself look so pathetic? Before he could react, the battle in the sky intensified. Whitebeard and Carp had begun a fierce exchange of blows. Carp's fist wrapped in black-red armament hockey smashed down, while Newgate met it with his blade. The terrifying monstrous strength was evenly matched. As the two clashed, the terrifying conqueror's hockey swept over the battlefield, and black-red lightning split the sky. The sea surface, which had just calmed, began to churn again. Ha ha ha, ha! The same boisterous laughter echoed through the sky. Newgate became more and more excited as he fought. In his previous life as an AI, he had always considered himself very rational. It was only at this moment that he realized he wasn't rational. He simply had no outlet for the passionate fervor within him. He was in a very fiery state now, although his health bar was slowly decreasing. The deep-seated primal desire for battle within this body, along with the feeling of direct combat, made him unable to stop. Carp could feel that although Whitebeard's hockey intensity was not as strong as his, it was rapidly increasing. No, this guy was gradually releasing his original strength. At least, that's what he believed. Since Whitebeard was unwilling to go all out, he was more than happy to cooperate. The two always fought on a relatively equal footing, resulting in a stalemate. On the pirate ship on the sea, everyone watched the two fighting in the sky. That Marine was actually able to exchange blows with the monster that is Whitebeard. What a terrifying guy. Are they both monsters? The weaker pirates were all dumbfounded. Even the mighty golden lion and Rox were increasingly puzzled. However, he did not intervene in the battle between the two men. In the sky, Whitebeard looked at the fluctuating numbers on the system panel. With a thought, his conqueror's haki flowed over Songyun Xie, gathering, condensing, and intertwining. Although it was only a thread, he had truly succeeded. He had learned to use haki binding. Carp, Whitebeard's voice echoed through the sky. Take this move. As the words fell, a terrifying slash accompanied by black-red lightning tore through the sky. Carp also became serious, as the black-red conqueror's haki slowly flowed, attaching itself to his iron fist. Wait a moment, Carp. Whitebeard spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. What's wrong, Whitebeard? Looking at the cold gleam just inches away, Carp raised his fist and suddenly collided with it. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the center of their clash, accompanied by a massive roar. Whoa, I'll send you. Back to your ship. Whitebeard's arm muscles suddenly bulged with explosive curvature, a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Before Carp could react, an immense force transmitted from Songyun Xie. Chapter 12, Power Enhancement. Flesh and Blood Fortress, Terrifying Recovery. Carp instantly reacted, his pupils shaking violently, and a storm surged in his heart. This guy, is he going to let me go? I was already prepared to die in battle. After performing for so long with Whitebeard, he wants to let me go at the last moment? There was no time for him to ponder the reasons. In the blink of an eye, his fist had already deviated from its intended path, deliberately probing 3 inches down from the hilt. A terrifying blade light flashed by. Everyone saw a blood flower bloom from Carp's chest. Puffed. As blood splattered, Carp forcefully propelled himself away from the collision point towards the distant sky, his speed so fast that it created a series of sonic booms, like a supersonic shell. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the enraged Carp. Rewarding a lottery draw X5. Obtained rare reward. Hostile faction Carp's favorability. Did Whitebeard win? Miss Bakeen bit her lip, holding back her urge to ask, a hint of unnoticeable worry flashing in her light blue eyes. Everyone saw that the powerful Marine was slashed away by Whitebeard. While speaking, Whitebeard had already held its Songyun cut, drenched in blood, slowly landing on the deck like a demon god. Oomph. 1. The golden lion snorted disdainfully. Too embarrassing. Newgate. Ho ho ho. It's been a while since I've moved. My body is rusty. Newgate laughed heartily to brush it off. Next time, pay attention. Rox flashed a look of confusion, patted Newgate's sturdy body with a smile, and shouted loudly, Ship's doctor, help Newgate treat his wounds. Soon, after bandaging a few wounds, Newgate returned to the cabin. The wounds under the bandages were slowly crawling and healing. Just a little while later, his health bar had already recovered a segment, and he couldn't help but be secretly amazed at the terrifying power of the Flesh and Blood Fortress talent. Compared to the elderly Whitebeard, Newgate, who was now at the peak of his physical capabilities, had an even more exaggerated recovery ability. Dad, are you okay? The 3 little ones looked at him with red eyes, worry written all over their faces. Oh, I'm fine. I'm Whitebeard. He ruffled his sons' heads, arranged for the 3 little ones to train on the deck, and opened the system panel for himself. The Q version of Whitebeard also had white bandages appearing in corresponding places, and his health bar was slowly recovering at a visible speed. He just took a glance and moved his gaze away. After the battle, his panel attributes had changed. Basic information: name, Edward Newgate, age, 31, physical technique, 1345-100, minor achievement, special talent, innate super strength, Flesh and Blood Fortress, active, Conqueror's Haki values, Conqueror's Haki, 1826-100, minor achievement, Armament Haki, 2149-100, minor achievement, Observation Haki, 1746-100, minor achievement, current status body, minor injury, external injury not affecting muscle tissue, movement not restricted, mental, joyful, power increased, combat will strengthen. He had just fought fiercely and hadn't looked closely. Now the increase in these panel values made him secretly delighted. Physical technique increased by 13 points, still at minor achievement level, but the value had reached 45, and the next increase probably isn't far off. Conqueror's Haki actually increased by 18 points. It is well known that the training of Conqueror's Hockey is extremely harsh. After just taking a purple quality Conqueror's Hockey capsule, a thrilling battle later, it had risen to 26, reaching minor achievement level. Terrifying. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as expected of a system product. It must be a fine product. This damned system isn't useless after all. Armament Hockey increased the most, reaching an astonishing 21 points. And Observation Hockey also increased by 17 points. Now, the Armament Hockey value was 49 and Observation Hockey was 46, the highest two attributes on his current attribute panel. That punch-to-punch battle had a huge impact on his strength enhancement. If before, Whitebeard's real strength was merely at the mid-high level of the 7 warlords. Similar to the strength level of Nightmare Don Quixote da Flamingo, now his strength could absolutely match the top General Star, Charlotte Katakuri's level, and might even be slightly stronger. After all, he had preliminarily grasped the tricks of hockey binding. Feeling the surging power within him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh! Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed from the cabin, causing everyone on the deck to turn their heads. This guy, injured yet still so happy? The Golden Lion sat on the ship's railing, smoking a cigar, boredly watching the 3 little ones fight. Marco, Jozu, and Vista were tangled together, sweat mixing with the sea breeze falling onto the deck. The Golden Lion watched the little ones pecking at each other, yawning in boredom. That pineapple-headed little brat. Marco, right? Go for his lower half. Marco's sidekick was just blocked by the wooden sword that Vista was practicing with. Hearing the Golden Lion shout, he froze for a second, then darkened his face and said, "Who's as sinister as you?" It was Jozu's turn to battle Vista. Jozu, relying on his strong physique, took Vista's immature sword attacks head-on and charged forward. He suddenly swung his fist, but was dodged by Vista with a quick sidestep. The Golden Lion slapped his thigh in frustration. Foolish Jozu. Such a big guy isn't meant to be a punching bag. Narrow the impact surface. Charge in. Where's your speed? That long-haired little brat. Are you practicing fruit slicing? Do you want me to teach you what a real cut is? One strike can split the sea. Although the Golden Lion had a sharp tongue, his vision was keen. He could see that Whitebeard's sons each had their own talents. Marco was agile. Jozu had an incredible physique, and Vista had excellent swordsmanship talent. Growing up, they would definitely be formidable combatants, and even he couldn't help but feel a fondness for talent. No way. Jozu and Vista exchanged glances, both seeing disdain in each other's eyes. You, after all, are the defeated of our dad. Vista put away the wooden sword, unafraid, and rolled his eyes at the Golden Lion. HM, damn, you little brat, are you provoking me? The Golden Lion threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, leaped from the deck. With a stretch of his hand, Vista's wooden sword fell into his hand. He couldn't see how he snatched the weapon from Vista's hand. Little brat, pick up your weapon. I will teach you what two-sword style is. After saying that, the Golden Lion held 2 wooden swords, his wild laughter startling a flock of seagulls. Ho ho ho, go Vista. That Shiki is a top swordsman in the world. Whitebeard's voice came from the cabin. He stepped out wearing a white cape, his robust figure appearing before everyone. Terrifyingly, in just a few hours, he had already removed the bandages on his body. The originally gaping wounds had healed, leaving only shallow red marks. This terrifying recovery ability made the Golden Lion secretly click his tongue. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Chapter 13. Shiki's Special Training. With Whitebeard's approval, Vista nodded heavily. He took a deep breath and solemnly drew the 2 Western swords he carried with him, assuming an attacking stance. In contrast, Shiki lazily stood in place, showing no signs of movement, not even bothering to lift a hand. Vista gritted his teeth and charged forward with his swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under Vista's full strength, the dual blades created a dense flurry of afterimages. The sound of the blades slicing through the air was incessant, but Shiki remained motionless, merely holding a cigar, continuously shifting his body, turning his head, and bending at the waist. Vista couldn't even touch a strand of his golden hair, trailing on the ground. Damn it, are you just going to keep dodging like this? Vista gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. Although he knew he wasn't Shiki's opponent, being played with like a monkey still made him furious. Shiki, holding the wooden swords, casually picked his nose with his pinky finger and said nonchalantly, "Is this all you've got? You're too weak." After saying that, he flicked away the booger and gripped the two wooden swords with both hands. In an instant, his whole being seemed to come alive, like a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding a sharp aura. Just facing this aura made Vista tremble all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Although Shiki hadn't used any domineering aura, just standing there felt like an ancient beast had opened its crimson eyes. Vista's heart raced, and cold sweat trickled down his hands gripping the sword. This guy is so strong, but no matter how strong the opponent is, I have to draw my sword. Damn it. Vista gritted his teeth, and in a flash, his figure shot into the sky, swinging his dual swords fiercely. A wave of red sword energy burst forth from the blades, intertwining like fluttering red petals slowly falling. Dual sword style, rose dance. In the blink of an eye, these rose petals suddenly accelerated, shooting densely toward Shiki. Interesting. As Vista launched his attack, Shiki leisurely lit a cigar, and amidst the swirling smoke, the appreciation in his eyes grew richer. He raised his wooden sword and casually swung it, sending a slash flying out. That seemingly casual slash instantly shredded the oncoming rose petals to pieces, the momentum of the slash unrelenting, bearing down on Vista. Hey, is Shiki really this serious when playing with a kid? John took a sip of his drink and said, watching the spectacle, "The pirate crew is not just a game." Wang Ji flicked his snake-like tongue and spoke ominously. The other unruly crew members also looked excited. After all, during their long voyage, there were too few sources of entertainment. The incoming slash continually magnified in Vista's eyes. Is this it? Damn it. He crossed his swords in front of his chest to take the hit. In an instant, Vista's figure was blasted away like a cannonball. The terrifying force cracked his palms, and with just a casually released slash, he found himself at a disadvantage. Damn it, I'm still too weak. How can I be the strongest sword for Dad like this? Tears streamed down his face. The imagined sound of falling into the water did not occur. Instead, he crashed into a broad, warm chest. He opened his eyes to see his father's familiar golden hair and white beard, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Woolalala, kid, your journey is still long." After saying this, Whitebeard gently placed Vista on the deck. The golden lion glanced at Vista and suddenly spoke. "Kid, the dual sword style is not just about having an extra sword. The dual sword style should produce an effect where 11 is greater than 2. After finishing, he tossed the wooden sword over and left without looking back, dragging his long hair. Damn it, he actually hurt Vista. Marco angrily raised his fist and ran over, his eyes filled with hostility. Jaz also stood beside him, his face full of anger, glaring at Shiki's back, his fists cracking. "Woolalala, it's okay. Shiki is giving you special training. This opportunity is rare." Whitebeard comforted, rubbing Vista's head, while watching Shiki's retreating figure with a smile. Inside the cabin, Whitebeard watched as Marco and Jaz clumsily treated Vista's wounds. He had an idea, and a white capsule emitting a faint glow appeared in his broad hand from the system backpack. Name: Active Regeneration Capsule. Quality: White effect accelerates wound healing. Restores minor external injuries within 30 minutes. Effectiveness halved for penetrating injuries and fractures. "Hey, be gentle. Are you two trying to kill me?" Vista complained, gritting his teeth as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. During Shiki's special training just now, Vista had cracked his palms and blood was seeping out. Marco rolled his eyes and muttered, "Who told you to take that hit head on? Not breaking any bones is already good luck." Although he complained, his hands moved with a bit more care. Jaz clumsily wrapped the bandages, but accidentally pulled too hard, causing Vista to howl in pain again. At that moment, Whitebeard walked over, a hint of a gentle smile in his eyes. "Hey, Vista, take this. Your injuries will heal quickly." Whitebeard smiled and handed the item to Vista, who swallowed it without hesitation. Marco and Jaz exchanged puzzled glances, having never seen a glowing medicine before. When did Dad get this medicine? However, they didn't doubt it too much and turned back to Vista. Jaz asked in a low voice, "Vista, how do you feel?" "It feels very comfortable." Vista raised his hands, which were slightly seeping blood, feeling the warmth and gentle power radiating from the capsule within him. That warm sensation flowed through his body, eventually gathering in his hands. A tingling sensation spread from his hands. He tried to clench his fists, and the expected pain did not come. He twisted his wrist again, feeling only a slight pain, and the blood had already stopped seeping, with the wound visibly healing at a rapid pace. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. "Dad, this medicine is amazing." Vista's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hugged Whitebeard's leg, looking at him gratefully. "Such a precious medicine. You actually used it on me." Vista's eyes turned red. This miraculous medicine surely wouldn't be cheap. "Dad is really too good to me. This is too amazing." Marco exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. "Well, Alala, it's fine. You are my most treasured sons." Whitebeard stroked Vista's head and smiled at Marco and Jaws. "You two kids should also train hard. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. Such medicine is rare. We will be careful in our training from now on," Marco said worriedly. "Idiots." Newgate feigned a stern face. "It's precisely because it's rare that it should be used on you. Listen, kids." He squatted down, addressing the three little ones. "Don't be timid just because you're afraid of getting hurt. With Dad here, you can go all out." "All right." The three little ones nodded vigorously, determination flashing in their eyes. On the panel, the intimacy and loyalty levels of the three little ones silently increased a few points. In the azure sky, a figure flew backward, breaking through the clouds. Carp sensed that his speed was gradually slowing down, with a faint tendency to descend. He comfortably stretched and took out a life card from his pocket. After confirming the direction, he smirked and stabilized his body using moonwalk and shave. In a series of rapid advances, the familiar figure of the dog-headed battleship soon appeared before them. Carp landed heavily on the deck, the terrifying impact causing the warship, which was sailing at full speed, to shudder. "Enemy attack. Is it from a sea?" The terrified sailors drew their swords and raised their guns, only to see a familiar figure standing on the deck. "Waha, Miss Milo Brats?" The entire warship erupted in excitement. "It's Mr. Carp. Great. It's really good to see you safe. Mr. Carp, did you defeat the Rocks Pirates?" The sailors on the ship rushed forward. A young sailor glanced at the scars on Carp's chest and shouted, "Doctor, treat Mr. Carp's wounds." "No, first bring me some meat. I'm about to starve." Soon, several petite medical sailors helped Carp tend to his injuries, while Carp stuffed large bones into his mouth one after another. "Mr. Carp, how did you come back?" Bogart initially wanted to ask how he escaped, but felt it was inappropriate and quickly changed his words. However, before he could finish speaking, Carp was already holding a large bone, tilting his neck with his nose running as he fell asleep, breathing heavily. Chapter 14, Entering the Doldrums. Whitebeard leaves. After giving Bista the active regeneration capsule, the system backpack now contains 2 armament color capsules, white quality, 1 Madame Sherfu's crossing scroll, white quality, and 1 observation color capsule, white quality. That's right, his 3 consecutive draws yielded only white quality items. As expected of the dog system's odds. Detected that the host has 5 lottery draws available. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Yes. The system interface displayed a spinning wheel, which spun rapidly before finally stopping in the blue area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the observation color capsule, blue quality, which has been added to your system backpack. Note: increases observation color training efficiency for 1 hour after use. Does a blue quality capsule have the same effect as 2 white quality capsules? Not bad. Detected that the host's backpack storage is insufficient. Would you like to spend? Get lost. Newgate looked at the paltry 5 slots in his backpack, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. According to the doubling price for unlocking each slot, it would cost over 300 million berries to unlock the 6th slot and over 600 million berries for the 7th. But he currently had no money. Although system items improve strength quickly, the feeling of being broke was even more painful. Robbing rocks? He thought seriously about it and decided against it for now. If he truly angered rocks and had no money to spend, it might genuinely be game over. Right now, the most important thing is to make money. The pirate ship sailed across the calm sea when suddenly the inflated sails drooped limply as if all their energy had been drained, entering a state of wisdom, unresponsive no matter how much they pulled. "Captain, we've entered the doldrums." Just as the words fell, boom, the calm water's surface instantly churned. Terrifying giant creatures swam beneath the surface, creating massive waves that violently rocked the ship. It's a giant sea creature. The lookout could clearly see the terrifying sea beast resembling a dragon beneath the water, trembling all over, and his telescope slipped from his hands and fell into the sea. That terrifying giant sea creature had a tail larger than their pirate ship. Ha ha ha. Finally here, Rock stood at the bow, watching the giant sea creature that had raised half its body from the water, resembling a dragon or snake, a dangerous grin spreading across his face. He ripped off his red cloak, revealing an incredibly muscular upper body, his solid muscles seemingly containing infinite power. Roar! A terrifying, beastly roar echoed, causing the ship to sway under the pressure of that terrifying sound wave, as if it would capsize at any moment. A horrifying black-red lightning erupted around Rox, instantly wrapping around his fist. His body shot up into the air, and with a powerful punch, he struck the giant sea creature on the head. Boom! The giant sea creature slammed back down into the water from Rock's punch, letting out a painful wail. As it struggled, the surface of the sea churned with terrifying giant waves. The Golden Lion and the other officers worked hard to calm the aftermath of the waves and stabilize the ship. Meanwhile, Rox had already plunged into the water, grabbing hold of the dragon-like creature's tentacle. The giant sea creature, resembling a dragon, showed a hint of human-like fear in its eyes, a terrifying bump forming on its forehead. The bump was releasing wisps of hot steam, and it was larger than their pirate ship. "I know you can understand me. Tie this rope around you and pull us out of the doldrums." While speaking, Rox threw a thick rope that landed securely around the Sea King's neck. The dragon-like giant sea creature nodded its massive head, revealing a hint of grievance in its eyes. In the end, it resigned to its fate, turning and laboriously pulling through the water. The other sea creatures swimming nearby had already quietly sunk beneath the water, not a trace to be seen. That terrifying human truly had the power to kill them. The pirate ship sailed forward through the doldrums, with sea creatures retreating along the way, clearly indicating that this dragon had a high status among its kind. Yet, such a powerful species had now been reduced to pulling their ship. Watching this unbelievable scene, Newgate felt nothing but shock and a sense of speechlessness. He thought Rock's pirate crew had mastered some unknown black technology, but it turned out to be so simple and rough. Effective. At this speed, we can leave the doldrums in at most a day. Rock stood at the bow, grinning widely. "How long until we reach Vervanth?" the Golden Lion asked, puffing on his cigar. "At most 5 days." On the other side of the deck, Newgate heard their conversation and had a thought. Looking at the ancient parchment scroll in the system, he pondered, why not take this opportunity to test the effect of the Madame Sherfu's crossing scroll? Making up his mind, he picked up the Tsongian cutter and walked to the bow of the ship. "Rox, I want to find a place to train during these few days." Are you getting off the ship?" A dangerous glint appeared in Rock's eyes. "No, we'll meet at Vervanth." Newgate laughed heartily and vowed, "Give me a copy of your life card, and I'll come find you. How will you get there if you don't take the ship?" Rox suspiciously eyed Whitebeard. "Wahaha." Newgate swung the Tsongian cutter down hard onto the deck, laughing. "I can swim there." Rock's mouth twitched slightly in disbelief, but he still asked, "What about those 3 kids? They'll be training on the ship. Please take care of them for the next few days." Hey, I'm not a babysitter." Rock's forehead twitched with veins popping. Though somewhat displeased, Rox knew in his heart that with Whitebeard's level of concern for those 3 kids, leaving them on the ship was the best hostage. That man, who valued family more than life itself, would definitely show up on time at Vervanth. "Damn it, Whitebeard. Those are your sons." Shiki shouted angrily, appearing quite upset, but deep down, he felt a bit eager to teach these gifted kids. "Wahaha, then I'll leave them to you." After saying that, Newgate laughed heartily and turned, his white cloak billowing behind him as he strode into the cabin without looking back. Inside the cabin, the 3 kids surrounded Newgate, and Marco's pineapple head drooped a bit. "Dad, are you leaving?" "Just for a few days." Newgate rubbed each of their heads, saying, "You're all young men now. Train well these few days, And when I come back, I want to see how much stronger you've become." On a deserted island at the edge of the doldrums, Whitebeard's tall figure stood alone on the beach. Holding the Songyun cutter, his golden hair fell naturally, resting on his white cloak. "Dad!" Marco's voice drifted from the pirate ship that was sailing away. Newgate turned to look back, seeing the three kids on the deck desperately waving their arms. Jozu even climbed up onto the ship's railing, his sturdy body particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. "Wahaha! Train well!" Newgate laughed heartily in response, his voice booming like thunder across the sea. He watched the pirate ship, now being pulled by the giant Sea King, gradually move further away until the Crimson Skull flag completely disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 15: The Power of the Scroll. Special training begins. The surroundings fell silent once more, with only the sound of the waves gently lapping at the shore, confirming that no one was around. Newgate focused his thoughts and took out the ancient sheepskin scroll from his system backpack. The scroll felt cold to the touch, with a strange halo flowing across its surface, as if countless tiny mysterious powers were flowing within. "Let me see the power of the lady who crossed time." He took a deep breath and slowly unfolded the scroll. In an instant, a dazzling white light burst forth from the scroll, completely engulfing his figure. The sea breeze suddenly stopped, and even the waves seemed to freeze at that moment. Time appeared to lose its meaning. It felt like a long time had passed, yet also felt like just a moment. The sea breeze still gently brushed over the golden sandy beach, carrying a salty scent. The waves continued to crash against the shore, leaving behind glistening foam as they receded. However, the tall figure that had originally stood on the golden beach had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. This deserted island returned to silence, with only the distant giant sea creatures occasionally leaping out of the water, witnessing this incredible moment. The Rock's pirate ship, having sailed out of the windless zone, saw its sails suddenly fill with wind, as if they had encountered a beautiful woman after being in a kingdom of monsters for 30 years. Rocks pulled down the ropes, and the sea dragon-like creatures dove into the deep sea without looking back, silently shouting in their hearts. Finally escaped from this terrifying human. On the deck, the three small ones were training hard, sweating profusely, when the golden lion Shiki approached with a malicious smile. "Hey, brats!" He grinned menacingly, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. "From today on, you belong to me. Are you ready for my hellish special training?" The three small ones paused, exchanged glances, and stopped their movements. As Shiki drew closer, Marco instinctively took a half-step back, Jozu tensed his muscles, and Vista gripped his wooden sword tightly. Rox looked over with interest, his terrifying aura unintentionally leaking out, laughing loudly. "Shiki, isn't it time for your swordsmanship class? Let the brats see what the strong of the new world are like." "Ha ha ha, Captain, Whitebeard's son has been entrusted to us in 5 days. We want him to see the growth of his beloved sons." Shiki laughed heartily, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. The three small ones exchanged anxious yet expectant looks. Every member of Rock's crew possessed terrifying strength, not to mention that legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. It was easy to predict that the coming days would not be easy. But remembering their father's expectations, their gazes became resolute once more. "Come on." "Oh, are we starting now?" The Golden Lion raised an eyebrow with interest. The three small ones nodded firmly at the same time. "Ha ha ha. Then come at me all together." Marco and the others exchanged glances, each unleashing their strongest moves as they charged at the Golden Lion. Shiki casually picked up 2 wooden sticks, and arm color instantly covered them. The sound of cracking echoed. The three small ones were sent flying backward. Again, they were sent flying backward in the same posture again. These little brats have some character. Miss Backen lit a lady's cigarette, a strange glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Hey John, how many more times do you think these little brats can get up?" Wang Ji's shadowy gaze watched the figures on the ship being knocked away repeatedly, yet still gritting their teeth to get back up. If it weren't for the fear of Whitebeard's intimidation, he would have fed these little brats to the sharks long ago. But once he thought of Whitebeard's terrifying strength, he trembled inside, burying that unrealistic thought deep in his heart. Shiki isn't holding back at all. John took a swig of alcohol, his cheeks flushed as he muttered. At this intensity, at most 3 times, they won't be able to get up again. Silver Axe crossed his arms, standing to the side, his expression hidden beneath his mask. Are these little brats monsters? Damn, this is the 6th time. They can still get up. Several crew members showed shocked expressions. How many times has it been? The 13th time. Now all of Rock's crew gathered around, staring in shock at the bruised and battered 3 small ones who were struggling to rise from the deck. The Golden Lion, holding a cigar, couldn't stop his pupils from trembling. Hey, you little brats. Enough is enough. No, we can. Keep going. Marco's eyes were so swollen that his pupils were no longer visible, but a stubborn light still shone through the cracks. Jozu struggled to get up, but halfway through he fell heavily to the ground again. Vista leaned on his broken wooden sword, forcing himself to stay upright. What kind of belief is this? Their bodies must have reached their limits by now, right? That damned Whitebeard, how did he train them? Finally, after much effort, the 3 of them limped and wobbled over to Shiki's side. Marco raised his leg and weakly kicked. Jozu lifted his fist and similarly struck. Vista swung his broken wooden sword at Shiki simultaneously. Shiki made no attempt to defend, simply standing quietly in place. We hit you. The 3 small ones gasped for breath. As soon as they finished speaking, their eyes turned black, and they all fainted on the ship. The sea breeze blew. Shiki's hair flew, and in the shadows his face was obscured. He was silent for a moment before suddenly turning and shouting, "Doctor, get over here now." His voice carried an unprecedented urgency. In the days that followed, the 3 small ones spent their time in pain and joy. The ship's doctor on the rocks was indeed skilled. Those seemingly severe bruises and swelling would recover significantly by the next day after applying his special ointment. Although their muscles were still sore, at least it didn't hinder their movements. After giving them a tough first day, the Golden Lion Shiki began to create targeted training plans. Marco's kicking technique was honed, with Shiki even personally demonstrating attack techniques, forcing him to execute consecutive moves in the air. Jozu's explosiveness was repeatedly refined, requiring him to concentrate all his strength at one point, achieving stillness like a mountain and movement like thunder. Vista's swordsmanship received special attention, with Shiki generously imparting the essence of dual wielding, even occasionally teaching him how to execute powerful slashes hand in hand. Each day's training left the 3 small ones exhausted, but the progress was visibly apparent. Rox occasionally stood at a high vantage point, coldly observing this special training. However, the occasional curve of his lips revealed his inner satisfaction. That Whitebeard fellow has raised some pretty good little brats. Miss Backen continued to elegantly smoke her lady's cigarette, but her gaze increasingly lingered on the 3 small ones, especially that stubborn little brat Marco, who reminded her of that Whitebeard fellow. Their tempers and personalities were simply identical. Other crew members also paused their tasks, gathering in small groups around the deck. They went from initially watching the spectacle to gradually being amazed. Hey, that pineapple-headed little brat. A pirate with a snake tattoo on one arm widened his eyes. Yesterday he couldn't dodge Shiki's attacks, but today he can actually predict his movements, even though it was just a casual strike. A nearby pirate wearing a headscarf swallowed in surprise. But that's astonishing, isn't it? Bang! As soon as the words of the headscarf pirate fell, Marco was hit on the head by a stick from Golden Lion. Marco cried out in pain, covering his head and bending down. In that moment, he lowered his head. A sly smile appeared on his face. Taking advantage of this, Jaws charged in fiercely, his speed astonishing many observing pirates. That kid Jaws, with his current force of impact, could probably push back naval officers, right? Golden Lion skillfully sidestepped. But little did he know that Vista had been waiting for a long time. Taking the opportunity, he struck with 2 well-aimed slashes, attacking Golden Lion from both sides at tricky angles, sealing off his escape routes. Golden Lion had no choice but to raise his wooden stick to block. Vista's dual blades were becoming more and more impressive. Shiki put down his wooden stick, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The 3 young ones were panting heavily. They did not realize that their growth was quietly changing the crew's perception of them. They had transformed from burdens carried by Whitebeard into the new crew members that these rough fellows looked forward to. Chapter 16, The White Kingdom of Freevans. Freevans, a medium-sized island, known as the dreamland of the White Town, resembling a fairy tale kingdom of ice and snow, beautiful enough to mesmerize. The houses in the town are unique, with pointed and flat-roofed buildings distributed in an orderly manner, appearing from a distance like layers of white waves. The trees lining the roads are unlike normal lush greenery, instead exhibiting a pearly sheen, translucent white, adorned with dense clusters of white crystals. A gentle breeze passes, producing a crisp sound. Freevans is devoid of vibrant colors, lacking verdant greenery, only an endless, silent, eternal, nearly deathly white. At the highest point of the town, a grand palace stands, silently overlooking the entire White Kingdom. Inside the palace, beneath the dome, a small brown-haired imp is on the ground, struggling to wipe the white floor that has no dust. "Sachi, haven't you eaten? Hurry up and get to work." A man wearing a chef's hat, with an unnaturally pale complexion, is shouting angrily while holding a spoon. "Yes, I'll finish wiping it right away." The spoon comes down heavily on Sachi's head, and immediately bright red blood flows from his forehead. He hurriedly looks up, afraid to let the blood drip onto the floor. If he stains this noble white, he will inevitably face another beating. Hurry to the kitchen. The king's meal needs to be prepared soon. "Okay, Mr. Ryan." Sachi wipes the blood with his sleeve in a hurry and stumbles towards the kitchen. He must prepare all the necessary ingredients before Ryan starts cooking. If the king doesn't get his meal on time tonight, his life could be at risk. The small figure is busy in the kitchen, skillfully scraping the gills and scales of a fish as tall as he is, then deftly removing the bones. However, as he works, tears can no longer be held back and fall down. "At least, I'm still alive." His name is Sachi, an orphan. He was sold as a slave by an underground broker to this seemingly glamorous but rotten country. Most of those sold with him were sent to the mines. It is said that more than half have already died, and a new batch of slaves is still on the way. He considers himself lucky, possessing a talent for cooking. He was sent to the palace. Although he often goes hungry and is frequently beaten, he is not in immediate danger of death. Yet, as he raises his hand and looks at the unnatural pallor on the back of his hand, a sense of helplessness wells up within him. The people of this country, whether nobles or commoners, anyone with pale skin rarely lives past 40. Endless pain surges in his heart. His shoulders tremble violently. Yet he continues to meticulously prepare the ingredients he will soon use. The crystal veins of the lead or mine in Freevans. The seemingly bottomless mine resembles a giant mouth of an abyss, devouring every life that enters. The air here is murky, thin, mixed with the stench of blood, filled with lethal white dust. The slaves, shackled heavily, mechanically swing their pickaxes, their bodies already eroded by the lead dust, showing a sickly white. Crack! The sound of a whip tears through the air, and a thin slave's back bursts open with a bloodstain. "Hurry up! If we don't finish digging today, there will be no food for anyone." The masked overseer raises his whip, his angry roar following. The slave lets out a muffled groan, kneeling in the damp mine, but dares not stop, trembling as he gets back up and mechanically swings the pickaxe. The overseer's shouts echo off the rock walls. No one looks up, no one protests. Only the dull sound of pickaxes hitting the rock can be heard. Cough. From time to time, a slave coughs, spitting out black-red clots mixed with white blood, crammed like ants in a cramped mine. Boom! The sound of a cave-in reverberates. Then, there is a suffocating silence. Shortly after, two emaciated corpses are tossed onto the lead or cart, along with the ore, to be taken away. New slaves are quickly brought in, and the cycle continues. The crystal chandelier in the palace dining hall reflects a soft glow. A pure white long table is covered with silk embroidered with golden threads, and silver cutlery emits a chilling gleam under the light. The king, wearing a golden crown embedded with expensive jewels, usually a high and mighty ruler who barks orders at his subjects, now stands like a servant beside the table, his waist bent almost to the table. "Sir, this year the mining difficulty of the lead or vein." The king lowers his head, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his voice very low, fearing he might anger the CP0 agent in a strange mask dressed in white. The CP0 agent does not respond, merely elegantly cutting into the fish fillet on his plate, enjoying the dishes brought by the servants. The only sounds are the clinking of cutlery against the plates. After a long while, the CP0 agent, having eaten his fill, picks up a napkin and carefully wipes his fingers, then speaks. So far, the yield from the lead mine is down by 30% compared to last year. The cold, emotionless voice comes from beneath the strange mask. The king shudders, his face wearing a smile more tragic than crying. Yes, yes. This year the mine has collapsed several times, many slaves have died, and the mining progress. The world government's funding is for hiring laborers, not for you to buy slaves. The agent's eyes narrow beneath the mask, interrupting the king's words. Yes, yes, laborers. I misspoke, it's laborers. Crack. The king, pale-faced, has he finished speaking when the CP0 agent slams a document down on the table. He looks down and suddenly feels like he has fallen into an ice cellar. It's the slave purchase agreement he privately signed with the so-called Deep Ocean Current Shipping King, Gibson, bearing his own signature. Sir, please let me explain. The king kneels directly, his voice almost crying. It was all done by those below, without authorization. Silence. The agent raises his hand, and the king immediately feels a fierce, choking sensation. He cannot move under the terrifying pressure, his face turning red. Yield. Next month, I want to see it made up. After finishing, the CP0 agent slightly withdraws his imposing aura, and the king instantly feels a weight lifted off his body, gasping for breath as if granted a reprieve. Yes. Yes, I will immediately send more laborers to work day and night. The agent says nothing, merely wipes his mouth with a napkin and stands up. The king hurriedly scrambles to his feet, bowing and scraping beside him. The agent in the pure white suit glances at him, casually puts on a top hat, and says, "Tonight's dishes are to my liking. I am very pleased. As long as you enjoy it, sir." The king watches the agent's figure gradually disappear down the corridor, and only then does he let out a heavy sigh of relief. A few seconds later, his expression twists instantly as he flips the dining table over. Useless, all useless. He roars at the empty dining hall, as if to vent the humiliation he just suffered. The servants tremble in fear, not daring to make sound. Go, bring the captain of the guards to me. Blorp, 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 blorp. Click. Hey, Adrian, what's the matter? The CP0 agent just now pulls out a din mushy from his suit pocket, looking at its anthropomorphic features as he speaks. Nokel, get out of free vans quickly. Rocks. The Rocks pirates are crossing the doldrums and will soon arrive at free vans. Chapter 17. Crazy Rocks. Captain Rocks. An island has been discovered ahead. All of them are white islands. The lookout, holding a telescope on the mast, couldn't help but swallow hard, his voice trembling with shock. The lens of the telescope reflected the entire scene of the island, all in white, different from the pure white of snow cover, but rather a pale shade emitting a gray hue. How beautiful! As the ship sailed quickly, all the crew members saw the shape of the island in the distance. Miss Bakine's light blue eyes slightly lost focus as she unconsciously exclaimed in admiration. Wahaha! Ha ha ha! Rocks and the Golden Lion's eyes lit up, laughing wildly. The terrifying momentum tore through the silence of the sea, and the scarlet skull on the pirate flag appeared particularly menacing. A white kingdom, huh? Get your necks ready for slaughter, my dear. The Golden Lion's long hair danced wildly like a mane, excitement flashing in his eyes like that of a top predator. The Woodkuro and Sakura Ten, at his waist buzzing with bloodthirst. Strange cries rose and fell on the deck, accompanied by the clinking sounds of weapons being drawn. The pirates were busy organizing their gear, their faces showing eerie smiles. These wicked pirates licked their lips like beasts smelling blood. Damn, where the hell are we? Is this still the calm belt? Meanwhile, on a small island surrounding the Fravanth, a blinding white light flashed, and a tall figure suddenly appeared. Having just undergone a time transfer, Whitebeard felt a bit dazed. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, he couldn't quite figure out where he was. Clearly, this was not the small island in the calm belt where he had been before. The island was small, with sparse vegetation, and there were hints of white mineral fragments scattered about. At this moment, not far away at the dock, a massive transport ship loaded with white minerals was slowly departing from the dock. Meanwhile, a huge fleet was approaching. Hurry up! Get off the ship! Several soldiers armed with firearms shouted angrily. Under their command, A clanging sound rang out as lines of emaciated people with shackles on their feet disembarked from the ship. Whitebeard looked at the scene in confusion, somewhat at a loss. However, he quickly realized that in the pirate world where the slave trade was rampant, such scenes were not surprising. He paid little attention to it. The most important thing now was to find the Rock's pirates. After all, his precious sons were still on the ship. He wondered how they had been doing these past few days, whether Rox and Shiki had taken good care of them. He pulled out a life card from his pocket and gently placed it in his hand. The life card moved in a certain direction, and after determining the direction, he suddenly stood up. Boom! A terrifying force cracked the ground with spiderweb-like fissures, and a massive reaction force propelled him into the sky. He looked in the direction indicated by the life card, and indeed saw a familiar pirate ship. Walala, my dear sons, wait for me. After saying that, Whitebeard exerted force in his legs, skillfully using one of the Navy's 6 styles, shave. His figure transformed into a blur as he rushed towards the distance. What was that explosion just now? Damn, what happened? A few soldiers looked toward the sound of the loud bang, but apart from a deep pit with spiderweb cracks, they found no one. Where's Dad? Marco looked at the increasingly frantic pirates on the ship, worriedly gazing into the distance. Don't worry, Dad promised us. He will definitely arrive on time. Jozu crossed his arms, speaking with a firm gaze. Yes, I have great confidence in Dad. Vista had already stepped onto his twin swords, patting Marco's shoulder, also looking into the distance. Suddenly, Rox at the bow furrowed his brows, a red light flashing in his eyes. Ha ha, that guy Whitebeard really kept his word. It's Dad. Marco's previously disappointed face instantly lit up, and he jumped up excitedly, looking at the gradually clearer figure in the sky. Dad! The 3 little ones simultaneously looked into the distance and shouted together. Walala! Rox, Shiki, my dear sons, you haven't had any accidents, right? The white cloak fluttered in the wind as Newgate leaped to the bow, his strong muscles subtly visible. At this moment, he wore his signature boisterous smile and hugged the 3 little ones who ran over. Ha ha! Whitebeard, you bastard, you really raised some incredible little demons. The golden lion exhaled a smoke ring, unable to help but admire. Rox nodded in agreement. Miss Bakine looked at the returning Whitebeard, her light blue eyes sparkling with interest. Lost in thought, only Wang Ji, deep in the crowd, showed fear, instinctively taking half a step back and hiding in the shadows of the crowd. Now is not the time for affection, Whitebeard. We are about to land on the Fervanth. Rox reminded Whitebeard, looking at the warm scene in the distance. Walala. Of course. Upon hearing this, Newgate's eyes sharpened, and he slammed his sword, the Tsung Young, onto the deck, his momentum instantly becoming sharp. Ha ha ha. Let's make a scene. A crazy light flashed in Rock's eyes, and his aura subtly began to overshadow Newgate. Previously, Newgate had tried, apart from him. No one could see that magical system interface. With some distance from the coast, Newgate opened the system interface and conducted a lottery. The result was as expected. Armament color capsule quality white. Cursing the dog system in his heart, he was suddenly jolted out of his thoughts by a violent shaking. He saw Rox laughing wildly as he soared into the sky, a terrifying momentum gathering around him. Black-red lightning radiated from his body, gradually converging on his fists. The terrifying radiance of the cross-shaped light shone like a blinding sun. Ha ha ha! The Fervanth, I accept it. Boom! As he spoke, a terrifying shockwave was released from his fist, sweeping across the entire island. Screaming civilians and lined-up soldiers, in the face of this absolute power, were like ants, instantly losing consciousness. A terrifying explosion rang out. Countless houses collapsed, and the ground of the streets cracked. With one strike, a third of the entire island was reduced to ruins. The rising smoke obscured the sunlight. Under Rock's indiscriminate attack, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded. This crazy guy, under the red light, Newgate's expression was not good. He was not a saint, but he still couldn't bring himself to slaughter innocent civilians. However, this was the survival rule of pirates, in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Mercy is the deadliest weakness. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, I'm going ahead. Chapter 18, Full-Scale War. We can't let that guy Rock steal all the glory. As soon as the words fell, Shiki transformed into golden lightning, charging towards the distant coastline before the ships even landed. Sakura, Tin, and Withered Tree were drawn simultaneously, brilliant blue light gathering at the blade. Lion's thousand cuts. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of massive blue slashes erupted from the two famous swords. The terrifying power tore through the sky, shattering all the dust and debris in its path. Boom! The earth wailed under the onslaught, cracking open several deep chasms. The golden lion followed closely behind Rocks, stepping onto the territory of Fervant. You little ones, go! In the distance, Rock's excited roar echoed across the sky, like a declaration of war. Awoo! At the moment the Rock's pirate ship landed, all the pirates rushed down in a frenzy, surging onto the land like a tidal wave. At the forefront were the officers of the Rock's pirate crew. The Silver Axe swept through with his massive axe, causing the ground to crack beneath him. The silver armor reflecting the blazing flames shooting up from the island. Wang Ji's body quaked with fat, the blade of his knife swirling like a whirlwind, rampaging through everything in front of him. John tilted his head back and took a swig of alcohol, his light purple hair flying wildly in the wind. His aura exploding with intensity, his eyes devoid of the usual drunkenness, only flashing with a burning desire for treasure. Kilbasta swung all four arms. 4 flintlock guns spitting fire, the pitch-black bullets accurately piercing the foreheads of distant soldiers. The fighters behind the officers all wore manic smiles, joining the battle with overwhelming momentum. The sounds of cannon explosions, clashing swords, frenzied shouts, and desperate pleas for mercy intertwined to create a beautiful symphony of death. Blood stained the pure white land, crafting a scene of intense visual impact and strange beauty, a hellish landscape emerging in every corner of the island. On the ship, the 3 little ones were all trembling, their bodies shaking involuntarily. In their young eyes reflected the burning island. They had never seen such a hellish scene before. The soaring flames, the splattered limbs, the blood flowing like a stream. Don't be afraid, we're pirates. Newgate looked seriously at the 3 little ones, wanting them to adapt to such scenes if they were to roam the seas. The 3 little ones nodded heavily. He crouched down and took out 3 white capsules from the system backpack. Whitebeard distributed the capsules to the 3. 2 armament color capsules, for Marco and Jozu, as their combat style involved close combat, which would enhance their strength more effectively. A observation color capsule, for Vista. Yes, swordsmen also need to enhance their observation abilities. Actually, he wanted to give Vista an armament color capsule, but there were none left. Dog system. There was no time for another lottery. If they didn't join the battle soon, Rocks would surely become suspicious. He casually stuffed a blue quality observation color capsule and a white quality armament color capsule into his mouth. After giving the 3 little ones some instructions, he leaped up, his tall figure soaring over the fighters and officers right to the heart of the battle. A terrifying aura rose from Whitebeard, black-red lightning radiating from his body, and under the wrapping of the armament color, Songyun Xie transformed into a black blade. A strand of black-red lightning wrapped around the Naginata, the terrifying might attracting countless gazes. Whoa! A massive shockwave of slashing descended from Songyun Xie, the earth howling beneath the strike. A chasm appeared before him, several times deeper than the one created by the Golden Lion strike. All the Fervant soldiers along the way reduced to limbs and severed arms. The monster finally made a move? The officers looked at this terrifying scene, all trembling in fear. However, this also ignited their ferocity. They plunged into battle with even more madness. All the pirates were in a frenzy of slaughter and plunder. Wherever they went, the white houses were set ablaze, the populace in panic scattering in all directions. The pursuing pirates mowed down the fleeing civilians, blood flowing as they were mercilessly consumed by the flames. Countless shrill screams echoed in the sea of fire, cannonballs continuously exploding in the city. The ground riddled with terrifying craters, filled with broken bricks and severed limbs. The soldiers of Fervanth wielded their weapons, fighting desperately despite the vast difference in strength, still fighting to hold the line against the frenzied pirates of the Rock's pirate crew. One after another, soldiers armed with weapons fell, their eyes filled with unwillingness before they died, yet still gripping their weapons tightly. They couldn't retreat. Behind them were their families, their homeland. Countless blood streams flowed along the streets, forming small rivers, only to be evaporated by the raging flames. The sky was dyed red by the soaring flames. The acrid smell of burnt wood and blood mixing, an overwhelming stench permeating the entire Fervanth. The three little ones followed the footsteps of the pirates, joining the battle. Marco kicked a soldier's neck to shatter it. Jozu, in a fierce charge, sent two soldiers flying with his terrifying impact. Vista drew both swords, petals of roses swirling around. As the heads of 4 or 5 soldiers fell to the ground, Newgate glanced over, feeling greatly relieved. These little guys were doing well. Rox and the Golden Lion were still rampaging ahead, the terrifying aftermath of the battle sweeping across the entire island. Newgate turned his gaze to the distant high point, a pure white, sacred, and oppressive building. Such a magnificent structure was clearly the palace. He had been poor for a while. Why not take this opportunity to plunder well? Hey, hey, hey. Newgate casually unleashed a strike, blood splattering everywhere, and the area in front of him instantly cleared up a bit. With a sinister smile on his face, he leapt into the sky. Monsters, monsters! Are they monsters? The encirclement formed by the soldiers of Fervanth was torn apart like paper. Countless soldiers fought desperately, but not a single one could harm those pirates. Whether it was a sword strike or bullet fire, countless ordinary civilians ran deeper into the town, their cries echoing through the sky. A man with a small mustache and a Dr. S hat pulled a slender woman, dodging through the crowd, running towards the distant palace. That was where the royal guard was, the safest place on the island. Run to the palace. Vittorio, are we going to die here? The slender woman stumbled while running. She painfully clutched her foot, her eyes filled with despair, her voice trembling. Isabella, it's okay, we'll be fine. Boom! A stray bullet hit the house overhead, white debris falling like snowflakes onto the slender woman's pink dress. The doctor, without hesitation, picked up the woman, using his body to shield her from the falling rubble. Crack! Burning wood slid down from the roof, igniting countless sparks. Fortunately, it didn't hit them. Vittorio struggled to get up, panting heavily as he ran towards the palace high point, holding the woman in his arms. Isabella clutched tightly to Vittorio's collar, tears silently rolling down her cheeks, blown by the wind and splattering onto the pristine street. Die. Countless fleeing people were slaughtered by the pursuing pirates. Explosions ringing out continuously, blood dyeing the entire kingdom. Chapter 19. Request for aid. One move to defeat the enemy. In the palace of Provence, the highest authority, King Alfonso de Gracent was sweating profusely as he watched his kingdom descend into a sea of flames. He shouted frantically, "What is happening? What on earth is going on? Who is attacking my country? Where's Aquila? Get him here." The king's fearful and angry roars echoed throughout the palace. Several servants hurried to find the captain of the royal guard, Leonardo Aquila, the strongest warrior in the country and the most loyal to the king. Known as the Spear of Provence, he commanded the strongest military force of the nation, the royal guard. At this moment, the royal guard was on high alert surrounding the palace. A tall man clad in pure white armor looked gravely at the soldiers retreating in disarray and the panicked citizens fleeing. His heart sank. He had just learned that the invading enemy was the legendary Rox pirates. Weren't they supposed to be adventuring in the New World? How could they come to the West Sea? He knew full well that this battle would not be easy. Aquila, the king summons you. A servant rushed over, panting. Understood. Aquila adjusted the massive sword on his back and walked solemnly toward the palace. Where is the navy? Where are the world government agents? Where have they all gone? Before he even reached the door, King Gracent's furious roar was already audible. Crash! A pristine crystal cup was smashed to the ground, and as the shards flew, a tall figure appeared at the doorway. King Gracent looked up, his eyes reflecting a hint of relief. Aquila, you finally arrived. I can relax seeing you here. Your Majesty. Aquila knelt on one knee, performing a knightly salute. He said solemnly, the enemy that has invaded is. It is the Rox pirates. Your Majesty, you should escape first. I will buy you some time. Aquila's voice was deep and resolute. Hearing this, Gracent's body suddenly weakened, nearly causing him to fall. The golden crown, symbolizing his identity, fell to the ground, rolling before it finally came to a stop. A nearby servant quickly supported Grayscent to prevent him from embarrassing himself too much. It's over. All is lost. Grayson's hair was disheveled, tears streaming down his face, showing no trace of the commanding king he once was. No, there is still hope. Bring me the transponder snail. Soon, a servant respectfully presented a transponder snail. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. After a long wait, the call finally connected. Hello, sir. Sir, the Rock's pirates have invaded Provence, requesting reinforcements from the world government. We can't hold on much longer. The transponder snail displayed the features of CP0 Agent Knuckle, even simulating beads of sweat on his forehead. Grayscent, I have reported to the world government. Reinforcements will be there soon. Just hold on a bit longer. After speaking, Knuckle hung up the call directly. He looked at the distant scene of flames reaching the sky, resembling a Hell's Cape, his pupils trembling. What a joke. That's the Rock's pirates. Unless the high-end combat power of the Navy headquarters is deployed, there is no chance of victory. Although he had reported to the elders, reinforcements were merely a consolation for the dying King Grayscent. After all, this country had already contributed enough plead or to the world government. Grayscent knew the dangers of plead, but in his greed, he disregarded the lives of his citizens and forced them to mine extensively. When he reported to the elders, the environmental war god Marcus Mass Saint, that Lord's instructions were no longer clear. Now the ore veins were nearly exhausted, and the difficulty of further mining had skyrocketed. This country no longer had any value for existence. Damn it, this guy's definitely just brushing me off. Grayscent angrily slammed the desk in front of him. He stubbornly dialed another number. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Click. This time the call connected quickly. A hopeful expression appeared on Grayson's face. Is this Navy Unit 52? This is Grayscent from Provence. We are under attack by pirates. Please send reinforcements quickly. The transponder snail simulated the image of a purple-haired figure, and a deep voice came from within. What pirate crew are we dealing with? The Rocks. It's the Rocks pirates. The eyes of the transponder snail widened instantly, and the just-demoted Rear Admiral Zifa, who was training in Navy Unit 52, spoke solemnly. Hold on. We will support you immediately. After saying that, the call was abruptly disconnected, and the communication was cut off. Grayson's mood did not change at all. He remained panicked and helpless. Even the world government wasn't intervening. He didn't believe a naval unit could come to help him. Your Majesty, you should go out and avoid the storm. Aquila advised again. No, my wealth is here. My women are here. This is my country. How dare those mere pirates? Grayscent was becoming increasingly deranged. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the palace. An exaggerated azure slash came from the sky, accompanied by a piercing sound of the air being cut. The members of the Royal Guard had no power to resist. Upon contact, blood splattered, and bodies fell to the ground. A terrifying figure had arrived. Aquila swiftly drew his massive sword from his back, his expression serious as he stood in front of Grayscent. Is this all the strength you have? This won't stop me. Whitebeard's Kanji danced like the wind, and none of the guards could withstand his monstrous strength. Those he struck were sent flying in a spray of blood. Is this a monster? The guards felt a chill in their hearts, but still gritted their teeth and held their ground. Within just a few moments, there was no one standing in front of Whitebeard. Bodies sprawled across the ground. As blood slowly soaked the tiles, a tall figure burst through a window. Aquila, holding his massive sword, charged at Whitebeard with an unmatched momentum, shouting, "Damn pirates! This is our territory. How can you act with impunity here?" With a powerful strike, his blow landed on Whitebeard's sword hilt. Whitebeard held his sword with one hand, and the terrifying force caused the pure white tiles beneath him to explode loudly, dust rising as spiderweb-like cracks spread. Even his tall frame was slightly pressed down. It's Captain Aquila. We are saved. Hope ignited in the eyes of not only the Royal Guard, but also many civilians who had fled. They looked up at the warrior revered as the strongest in Provence. Captain Leonardo, Aquila. But only Aquila knew the true situation. His strongest ascending strike was effortlessly caught by the man with the white beard, who appeared relaxed and seemingly had more strength to spare. Is this all the strength you have? Whitebeard grinned, his arm muscles bulging suddenly and with immense force. He began to raise Kanji inch by inch. Aquila felt the terrifying power transmitted through his sword. He gripped the sword with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he still couldn't stop the trend of his massive sword being lifted. Clang! Whitebeard suddenly exerted force, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The giant's sword, forged from fine steel, could not withstand the blow and showed a crack after just one exchange. Aquila stepped back 100 meters with great effort to stabilize his stance. He looked at his cracked thumb, his eyes filled with horror. This guy is too strong. He's not even in the same league as me. Not even. Lord Aquila can do it? How is that possible? Chapter 20. Capturing Sachi. The guards and the people all showed despair. Whitebeard had no interest in slaughtering civilians. His main focus now was to find the king's treasure vault. Then he would go wild, charging in. Ignoring Aquila, he headed straight for the palace. The surroundings felt deserted, with no one daring to stop him. Just as he was about to step through the palace gates, a bloodied figure rushed towards him at high speed. Aquila looked at Whitebeard with a resolute expression, blood dripping from his heavy sword and lines. He stood in front of the gate with both hands on his sword, like a guardian deity. If you want to enter the palace, you must step over my corpse. Faced with a pirate far stronger than him, he did not flee or back down. Instead, he fulfilled the duty of a guard captain with his life. Quite brave, huh? Whitebeard looked at this man who was determined to die, feeling a hint of admiration in his heart. But they stood on different sides. Anyone who obstructed his path to wealth must die. Terrifying power gathered on Kanji, and the armament Haki immediately wrapped around it. Whitebeard wasted no words and swung his sword fiercely. Crack! The giant sword snapped in response. A horrific gash exploded across Aquila's chest, blood gushing like a fountain. I can't hold on after all? Holding the broken sword, Aquila felt his body weaken. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he struggled to plant the broken sword on the ground and looked up at the godlike figure. Damn it! A wave of helplessness washed over him, and his trembling hand could no longer support his body. Aquila's vision darkened, and he collapsed in a pool of blood. Hey! Lord Aquila! Even Lord Aquila has been defeated. It felt as if they couldn't believe the scene before them. The strongest man in this country, the captain of the king's guards, couldn't withstand even one blow from this terrifying pirate. The warriors weakly dropped their hands, throwing down their weapons, and gave up the fight in despair. The people also slumped to the ground in hopelessness. Their faith had been utterly shattered by absolute power at this moment. Whitebeard strode into the palace. Now, nothing could stop him from searching for the treasure vault. With a clear goal, Whitebeard ran towards the top floor after entering the palace. Along the way, apart from some servants who were already terrified, there were only weeping women. He saw no sign of the king. Although he did not know the king, he could never mistake the king's attire and the aura of a ruler. When he stepped into the most luxurious room on the top floor, he was greeted by a large desk and a magnificent throne. The entire room was empty. Only scattered documents lay on the floor, and a toppled crystal cup on the table left winding tea stains, capturing the chaos that had not been tidied up. TSK. He shook his head in confusion. Red light flashing in his eyes, his observation Haki fully activated, but it was of no use. Damn it! He cursed and raised Kanji, smashing it hard against the ground. Boom! Fragments flew, dust rose, and the floor was instantly smashed into a huge hole. A maid who was fleeing through the door was so frightened by this terrifying scene that she fainted with her eyes rolling back. Whitebeard was speechless. Through the dust-covered hole, he vaguely saw a small figure curled up in the corner on the next floor, trembling. That brownish-yellow hair. Looks a bit familiar. Could it be? Whitebeard stomped on the floor, instantly enlarging the hole. He then jumped down directly. Sure enough, after seeing the young face clearly, he revealed a smile. Hey, kid. He gently patted the little boy's shoulder. Sachi trembled violently and turned around cautiously. All he saw was a face with a gentle smile. How should he put it? Since he was sold to Fravanth, it was the first time he had seen such a heartfelt, familial smile. Be my son, carrying the name Edward Newgate. Roam freely across this sea. Okay. Sachi found himself nodding involuntarily, not even knowing how he had agreed to this seemingly unreasonable request. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Call Me Dad mission, unlocking Sachi's affection and loyalty. System lottery chances. One kid, hop on my back, I'm taking you away. Without paying much attention to the system's prompt, Whitebeard effortlessly picked up Sachi like a chick and placed him on his shoulder. Sachi, filled with excitement, leaned on Whitebeard's shoulder, feeling an immense sense of security from the broad shoulder. No matter what, he could finally escape this hellish place. La la la, let's go, kid. Whitebeard jumped up, returning to the floor where the king was. By the way, kid, do you know where the king's treasure vault is? Whitebeard asked, tilting his head. I don't know. Sachi struggled to turn his little head, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. But I know there's a place in the palace that's heavily guarded and never allows anyone to approach. Oh, let me there. Whitebeard's heart leaped with joy. A heavily guarded place, besides the king's quarters, must be the treasure vault. In that building next door, no one is ever allowed near there. When I went out to buy groceries and passed by a bit, I was chased away by the guards. Sachi pointed to the inconspicuous spire building outside the window. Good. Kid, hold on tight. Whitebeard looked at the small building and punched the palace wall directly. Dust flew up, and bricks fell, revealing a huge hollow. Whitebeard took Sachi and jumped through the gap. Sachi nervously covered his eyes, and the wind rushed past his ears. When he landed, he felt no violent impact, as if he was walking or running normally. When he opened his eyes, Whitebeard was already next to the spire building. A massive iron door stood before them. Whitebeard swung his sword fiercely, and the heavy door was sliced open like tofu under Kanjiunki, without making any sound. Behind the door, a long corridor came into view. At the end of the corridor was a fork in the road, and Whitebeard turned left to run. Not long after turning, another heavy iron door blocked his way. Clang! Kanjiunki flashed with cold light, and the iron door collapsed with a loud crack under the overwhelming force. Behind the door were boxes, all sealed tightly. He casually opened a wooden box, and inside was filled with white powder. Knowing the history of Fravanth, Whitebeard recognized this as high-purity lead powder refined from galena. This stuff could be used for various daily necessities, building materials, and also to produce powerful explosives. Whitebeard wanted to take this valuable item away, but being alone, how much could he carry even at full strength? He shook his head helplessly. Just then, ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering a plot item. High-purity lead powder. Would you like to collect it? Chapter 21 Trafalgar? There's still this good thing? Yes. As soon as the words fell, the boxes of amber lead powder piled up like a small mountain in front of him instantly disappeared by half. This. Sachi's eyes widened as he looked at this incredible scene, utterly shocked. However, in this world, there are always some individuals with all sorts of strange abilities, so he didn't ask much. Detected that the host's backpack storage slots are insufficient. Would you like to recharge 319,990,000 berries to expand? Get lost. Looking at the system backpack that had 5 storage icons, each filled with boxes of amber lead powder and a 10T label in the lower right corner, Newgate felt greatly relieved. This system storage space is still useful. It can store plot materials, and each box can hold 10 tons. That being said, as long as the slots are enough, he could completely act as a human transport ship. He could snatch the shipping king's business. But making money from business is nowhere near as fast as directly robbing it. After all, he is a pirate. Since the slots are full, he didn't want to keep this amber lead powder, which is toxic. He turned and walked to the first side passage, the same iron door, the same room. Whoosh! With a swing of his sword, the iron door crashed to the ground. What caught his eye was a sea of gold, all gold and various jewels. And Newgate's eyes instantly lit up. Dog system. Recharge for me. Unlock the storage slots. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 319,990,000 berries to unlock storage slots. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 639,990,000 berries. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 10,239,900,000 berries. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 20,479,900,000 berries. Detected that the host's balance is insufficient to support the next recharge. Payment has been automatically canceled. Congratulations to the host for unlocking 8 backpack storage slots. Total expenditure of 81,599,900 900,000 berries. Dog system. So much money only unlocked 8 storage slots. Over 80 billion berries. This is the wealth accumulated by the sale of amber lead mines by Provence for who knows how many years. Looking at the treasure that had already disappeared by more than half, Newgate's mouth twitched and his heart bled. But it doesn't matter. The remaining treasures are enough for him to temporarily boost his combat power. Now his total number of storage slots has reached 13. If the storage slots can hold amber lead powder, they can also hold treasures. Would you like to spend 4,000,000 berries, 5 of the current treasure total value, as a handling fee to convert the treasure in front of you into berries and store it in the storage slots? Yes, Newgate is now wealthy compared to the over 80 billion he just had, for billion berries is just a drop in the bucket. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, the remaining half of the treasure instantly disappeared. The backpack storage slots showed an icon of a stack of berries, with 76 billion in the lower right corner. Little brat, don't tell anyone what you saw today. Boom! With a loud bang, under Sachi's shocked gaze, Whitebeard directly smashed the room, storing the treasure into smithereens, leaving no trace and striding away. Locke's goal in occupying Provence is definitely the amber lead mine. This restless guy must have some crazy plan. After robbing the treasury of this country, it's better to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. He can't possibly take all that money himself. Anyway, no one knows he has a system. He carried Sachi and swaggered out of the palace gate. Trafalgar Vittorio. Quickly save Lord Aquila. He's our last hope. Just as he reached the door, an anxious shout caught his attention. Looking in the direction of the voice, Newgate saw a man dressed as a doctor, with the help of a slender woman, tending to the unconscious Aquila's wounds. Several guards stood helplessly nearby, anxiously watching Aquila, whose body was bleeding profusely. Help hold the bandages. Vittorio, with a serious expression, wrapped the bandages, and with Isabella's help, finally managed to stop the bleeding. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a tall shadow suddenly loomed over them. The group felt something was off and looked up to see that it was the pirate from before. Several guards' faces turned ashen. The guard, trembling like a leaf, still held his ground, gritting his teeth to block Newgate from reaching Vittorio and Isabella. If you want to kill Lord Aquila, you have to get through us first. They shakily raised their weapons, their eyes filled with a resolve to die. Newgate's lips curled into a smile, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, black-red, lightning accurately enveloping the guards. Bang! The terrifying conqueror's hockey knocked the guards out cold. Their eyes rolled back as they collapsed to the ground. Vittorio stood trembling in front of Isabella, his throat bobbing, but no sound came out. Is your last name Trafalgar? Newgate slightly restrained his aura. Feeling a bit relaxed, Vittorio nodded and stammered. My name is Trafalgar Zeno Vittorio. I am a doctor, and she is my wife, Isabella. Please don't hurt my wife. No. A strange meaning flashed in Newgate's eyes. You should be called Trafalgar D. Zeno Vittorio, right? Vittorio's pupils constricted suddenly. He had never told anyone his full name, not even his wife knew. How could this pirate know? Wahaha! Come onto my ship and be my ship's doctor. Newgate ignored his reaction and laughed as he extended the invitation. Okay. Vittorio had no choice but to agree. In this world, relying on the strong is one of the survival rules. Where has the king of Provence gone? Locke grasped a soldier's neck, his gaze cold and questioning. I really don't know. The soldier trembled all over, and before he could finish crack, Locke directly crushed his neck, blood instantly staining his arm, but he carelessly tossed the corpse aside, as if he had just squashed a bug. Then, a red glow flickered in his eyes, and he fully unleashed his observation hockey. However, within the range of his perception, he still couldn't capture the king's trace. Captain Locke, I'll go check the palace. John licked his blood-stained lips, not hiding his thirst for treasure. Go ahead, Locke replied with a gloomy face. Looking at the kingdom that was burning to the ground before him, he suddenly felt a sense of boredom. Besides the brief thrill of slaughter, this country didn't even have a decent opponent. He turned his gaze towards the majestic palace in the distance and stepped forward to follow John. At this moment, there were very few soldiers left resisting, and all the survivors gathered around the palace, desperately waiting for the judgment of fate. At the other end of the battlefield, the three little ones were fighting bloodily. Marco, Vista, and Jaws were positioned in a triangular formation. No matter which direction the enemy attacked from, they would perfectly neutralize and counterattack. Today's battle was unlike their usual training. They were highly tense and physically drained, but fortunately, none were injured. Members of the Locke's pirate crew were fighting individually, engaging in frenzied slaughter and plunder indifferent to their lives. Chapter 22, The Growth of the Three Little Ones. You damn pirates! You destroyed our country. I will kill you. A soldier's eyes were red with rage as he yelled and swung his sword. Vista's dual swords flashed like lightning. Swish! Blood gushed from the soldier's neck as he stared wide-eyed at Vista, slowly collapsing to the ground with unwillingness. Noticing the encirclement of soldiers loosening, the three little ones exchanged a knowing glance. Whoosh! 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 The three of them sprang into action simultaneously. Bang! Marco delivered a flying kick that knocked down the front row soldiers, their bodies crashing into a group of enemies. Swish! Vista's swords combined, unleashing slashes like rose petals, leaving several gashes on the enemies in front of him, causing blood to splatter. Jaws' muscles tensed as he charged like a raging bull, sending soldiers flying in his wake. Roar! 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 As the three broke through the encirclement, the surrounding pirates erupted in excitement, howling joyfully. They waved their weapons and joined the three little ones, completely crushing the last resistance of this country. Just as the officers rushed toward the palace, rustling sounds came from the bushes by the coast. It seemed something was moving in the shadows of the foliage. Marco's casual glance caught this unusual situation, and his heart tightened. Vista Jaws, there is something over there. Upon closer inspection, he saw a small boat sneakily loading something, about to leave the shore. Without a word, Marco dashed towards the shore. Marco, wait for us. Jaws and Vista gritted their teeth and followed closely, despite their fatigue. High above, Whitebeard glanced at the three little ones breaking through the encirclement. But in the blink of an eye, he saw them charging towards the coast. Looking in that direction, oh no! He stomped the ground, and his massive frame leaped into the air, racing toward the shore. Meanwhile, in front of the palace, rocks ignored the soldiers and civilians surrounding the palace, who had lost their will to resist. He stood boldly on the high platform in front of the palace. Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji stood on either side, their terrifying presence soaring into the sky. The officers who had just finished fighting still bore traces of blood, adding to their menacing aura. Surrounding the crowd, there were pirate fighters every few dozen meters, totaling over 100. They grinned wickedly, surrounding the people and cutting off any chance of escape. Faced with these ferocious pirates, all the survivors of Fravans were filled with fear. They had no idea what fate awaited them. Damn it! A furious roar came from the palace as John burst out with a flintlock in hand, his face flushed. Where's the king's treasury? His angry voice echoed in the square. His red face was not due to drink, but out of rage. After torturing more than a dozen servants, he still had not obtained any information about the king's treasury. After finally getting what might be the location of the treasury from a chef wearing a tall hat, he found nothing but a pile of boxes containing lead or powder. How could this not make him angry? However, no one suspected Whitebeard of the theft of the treasure. After all, everyone witnessed that this guy severely injured the strongest captain of the King's Guard, Leonardo Aquila. In the eyes of these ordinary people, Whitebeard was practically synonymous with a demon. Now, that guy must be killing madly. Didn't he see the officers gathering at the palace? Where could he be? By the coast. King Graysant and the vice-captain of the guard, Yas, anxiously sat in a small boat, urging the servants. Move faster. If Rox finds us, we're dead. The servants struggled to lift several boxes onto the small boat, the incredible weight causing the boat to sink slightly. Suddenly, one servant was unable to lift the heavy box, stumbled, and the box tilted, spilling countless gold and silver jewels, shining brilliantly. Useless. You can't even lift things steadily. What use are you? King Graysant roared in anger. The servants had long been accustomed to fearing King Graysant's tyranny. Now they trembled, hurriedly gathering the scattered jewels. "Your Majesty, we must set sail immediately." Yas gripped his sword tightly, urging urgently. King Graysant looked at the scattered jewels, his heart pained. Just then stop. A clear shout rang out. Hearing the voice, King Graysant's expression instantly darkened. "Exposed. Yas, go stop the pirates. Everyone else, set sail quickly." Before King Graysant could finish, Yas surged forward. Seeing that the newcomers were just 3 little kids, he felt a bit more at ease. Dealing with these little brats would delay his return to the ship. But ideals are often full, while reality is stark. Under Graysant's urging, the boat had already set sail with the servants' efforts. Yas gritted his teeth and swung his sword at the young figure. The blade flashed swiftly, a sharp sound slicing through the air. Marco hurriedly dodged to the side, but the speeding blade was already nearly upon him. In a critical moment, Bista appeared in an instant. Ding! He blocked Marco with his dual swords. Sparks flying as Bista was knocked back, rolling several times before regaining his footing. Marco seized the opportunity, coating his leg with hockey, and delivered a fierce kick aimed at Yas's head. Yas quickly raised his sword to block it, the clash of metal ringing out as jaws charged in fiercely. Bang! It felt like being hit by a raging bull. Yas tasted blood in his throat, nearly spitting it out. His internal organs felt displaced in an instant, and under this tremendous force, he staggered backward repeatedly. Damn it! How can these little brats be so strong? Yas held his sword with both hands, no longer showing any signs of underestimating them. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones coordinated seamlessly, managing to hold their own against the vice-captain. Newgate, watching from the air, nodded repeatedly, realizing these little ones were beginning to exhibit the aura of strong fighters. The situation had stabilized. The armored guards were being pushed back under the onslaught of the 3 little ones. Newgate didn't pay too much attention, using moonwalk and through to vanish, racing towards the receding boat. Watching the horizon grow distant, King Graysant laughed heartily. "The Rock's pirates, huh? Just wait for me to report to the world government and see how the celestial dragons deal with you vile pirates." He looked at the mountain of treasure piled in the boat, nodding in satisfaction. With this capital, he could definitely gather another army, fantasizing about a counterattack against Frevans. Suddenly, a terrifying azure slash cut through the sky from afar, moving at incredible speed, arriving in an instant. Chapter 23. The Destruction of Frevans. Crack! The ship shattered under the blow, breaking into 2. Treasures aboard rolled into the sea, and an unsuspecting servant was struck down by the blow, dying on the spot. The other surviving servants, realizing what had happened, screamed in terror as they looked at the bloody, severed body. The broken ship slowly sank. Some servants jumped into the sea in a panic to escape, while others sat on the spot, weeping in despair. King Graysant seemed stunned, standing frozen in place. A tall figure flashed past him. By the time he reacted, he had already been lifted into the air. Meanwhile, the newsbirds scattered around the world were already snapping pictures of various scenes from the destruction of Frevans. The scene of Whitebeard capturing King Graysant was not missed. As Newgate moved at high speed, the fierce sea wind brought him back to his senses. Looking at the figure that had defeated Aquila, like a demon god, Graysant felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "You." He opened his mouth to say something, but the wind filled his mouth, and he swallowed the words back down. Newgate paid no attention to what he wanted to say. He was focused on the battle between the 3 small ones on the shore and the guard. Josu's arms were instantly covered in pitch-black hockey, firmly blocking the guard's slash. At the same time, Bista's sword and Marco's kick struck the guard simultaneously. Bang! The guard spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Newgate took in the entire battle, and the outcome was already clear. He lifted Graysant and leaped, landing steadily on the palace steps. Next to him, Rox looked at the captured Graysant, a cruel smile appearing on his face. John, beside him, was the first to speak. "Whitebeard, you actually capsized the ship. The treasure has sunk to the bottom of the sea." "Ugh, you overdid it." Newgate laughed it off. John was indeed greedy for wealth, but Newgate himself was not much better. So many treasures were hardly less than those in the royal treasury. He had already collected everything that had fallen from the ship into his system backpack the moment the ship sank. However, there was no time to check how much was in that system backpack now. Showing this pretense now was to create the illusion that he hadn't looted wealth, allowing him to secretly profit in the Rock's pirate's quiet rise. Damn it! John's eyes burned with endless fury, but he could only swallow his anger. Unless it was a fishman, humans had no way to salvage so much treasure from a seabed. He couldn't defeat Whitebeard either, so he had to swallow this bitterness. Whitebeard tossed Graysand to the ground like garbage. Countless citizens looked at their king with hope in their eyes. They longed for their king to command the nation as he once did, to order these vicious pirates to leave their land. However, reality was despairing. Graysand had been scared out of his wits. His luxurious robes were already soaked, and a pale yellow, foul-smelling liquid flowed down the steps. He pleaded, tears streaming down his face, "Please, spare my life. I have treasures, I have women, I am the king of this country. I can give you whatever you want. Just spare my life." Before he could finish speaking, Rox's fist came crashing down. Before it touched Graysand, his head exploded like a watermelon. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing main quest 1. 1. Participating in and completing the Rock's Pirates' destruction of a nation operation. Quest reward, the Shining Fruit, has been placed into the system backpack. Please collect it in a timely manner. Note: the plot items obtained from the main quest can be accessed at any time. As Grayson's headless corpse fell, the citizens of Frevans stared wide-eyed. They looked in disbelief at their once lofty king, who held their lives in his hands, now lying dead in a pitiful state. Their faith and hope were shattered in that moment. The nation of Frevans, which had stood for 800 years, declared its destruction 20 years early. As for how to handle the resources of this country and arrange for the remaining citizens, Newgate had no interest. Wang Ji and Silver Axe had already led a team to take over the lead mine. It was said that Rox wanted several of his pirate crews to station here and establish a base, making it his territory. In the distance, Knuckle watched the Crimson Skull flag slowly rising atop the palace with a telescope from Small Island, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In just half a day, a medium-sized country had been destroyed by the Rock's Pirates' destruction of a nation. What terrifying power! Although it was expected, witnessing it firsthand was still extremely shocking. He trembled as he dialed the transponder snail to contact the Gorosei. On the sea less than 100 nautical miles from Frevans, 3 warships were racing through the waves. A purple-haired man clad in a cloak bearing the word Justice, Zephyr, stood at the bow, constantly looking through his telescope at the distance. "How much longer until we reach Frevans?" Zephyr asked anxiously, carrying the weight of justice for protection. He would not tolerate the pirates' atrocities against civilians, let alone the destruction of a nation. "Report, Major General Zephyr, at our current speed. We will need another hour and a half to reach Frevans." An officer saluted with a standard Navy salute. "Continue to accelerate." "Report, Major General. We are already at full speed." Bururu bururu. Kacha. The sound of the transponder snail pulled Zephyr back from his thoughts. He picked up the phone, and a familiar voice came through. Zephyr returned to the Navy branch immediately. "Why? Admiral Kong. Frevans has been destroyed." "Hello? Hello? Zephyr, did you hear me? Don't act rashly. They are the Rock's pirates." "Hello? Zephyr. Kacha." The transponder snail was hung up by Zephyr. The deck fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, Zephyr finally turned around, looking at the country that was so close, yet already billowing with black smoke, and spoke in a low voice. "Return. Destination, Navy branch. Navy headquarters, Marineford. An empty office. That bastard. How dare he hang up on me?" Kong's roar echoed in the office. Carp, stuffing Simbay in his mouth, laughed wildly, tears streaming from his laughter. "That guy Zephyr." "Shut up, Carp." Kong's forehead bulged with veins. "I haven't settled the score with you for acting without permission yet. Waha, right now. We should think of a way to save that guy Zephyr." Carp continued to eat Sanbei carelessly, crumbs falling from his mouth and scattering across Kong's desk. Sengoku, pondering for a moment, adjusted his glasses and said, "Zephyr won't disobey orders. The urgent matter is to minimize the impact of the destruction of Frevans by the pirates and prevent public panic." Kong looked at Sengoku with approval. His words were to his liking. No wonder he was praised as the Navy strategist, while Carp was a complete opposite. "So, Mr. Kong, what should we do?" The young Major Tsuru asked calmly. Try to keep the news under wraps. Even if it gets exposed, it's still the destruction of the Rock's pirates. We must not let the involvement of the world government in Fravans be revealed. The Navy. No, the world government is absolute justice. Chapter 24. War Settlement. Rich enough to rival nations? Fravanth, a secluded room in the palace. The three little ones looked at the boy with brownish-yellow hair, all with curious expressions. New here, what's your name? Pineapple-headed Marco asked arrogantly. I am Sachi. Sachi replied timidly. He had just regained his freedom from being a slave and was still a bit unaccustomed. Marco, don't scare the newcomer. Bista, with his arms crossed, pretended to be mature. We are all our father's sons. Then we are brothers. Jaws nodded seriously from the side. But we don't know this guy has temperament yet. Marco pouted, trying to argue. We are all people hated by this world. Just being called son makes us happy. Jaws said quietly. Moreover, being favored by our father means he must be a good person. They were all just kids, and soon the three little ones were playing with Sachi. The kids shared their past hardships, resonating emotionally with each other. They were all homeless children, saved by Whitebeard. Newgate quietly watched the little ones from the side, not interrupting. He opened the system interface. Basic information aim, Edward Newgate, age, 31 years, physical skills, 348-100, minor achievement, special talent, innate strength, Flesh Fortress, hockey values, Conqueror's hockey, 228-100, minor achievement, armament hockey, 554-100, proficient, observation hockey, 955-100, proficient, current status, physical, good, slight stamina consumption, negligible, mental, full of fighting spirit. Congratulations to the host for achieving proficiency in 2 hockey skills, reaching the threshold of the warlord level, unlocking the system malfunction. On the system interface, under the task list, a shopping cart icon appeared next to the family bond and system backpack icons. Would you like to recharge 9 billion berries to open the system mall? Here it comes, that familiar feeling. This damn system. However, after completing the Fravanth task, he wouldn't dare say he was the MVP of the whole event, but claiming to have the highest economic value was definitely no problem. Now that he was wealthy, this one word, recharge, whoosh. As the mall interface opened, the colorful products dazzled his eyes. Various devil fruits, including paramecia, zoan, logia, and even mythical zoan types. Weapon equipment, including good knives, big knives, supreme big knives, and firearms, as well as various high-tech powered ships. Skill illustrations and hockey training methods, such as the Navy's 6 styles, and the famous skills of various renowned sea powerhouses. But, without exception, all products only provided clues and could not be directly exchanged for berries. Moreover, the countless zeros behind made him tremble with fear. In this pirate world, the most expensive surgical fruit only costs 5 billion berries. Yet, when he glanced over, the cheapest clue for the zoan-type human fruit, common form, was already 1, 2, 3, 10 zeros, a whopping 90 billion berries. Newgate felt speechless. This guy, truly a damn system, he was already somewhat powerless to complain. He thought he had plundered the wealth of a nation, and that he had enough money. Unexpectedly, compared to this damn system's appetite, it was simply a small fry. The system mall was nice, but somewhat useless. With his current capital, he couldn't afford many items. Putting aside these chaotic thoughts, he opened the system backpack. Looking at the half-empty storage slots, Newgate finally felt a bit relieved. The first 5 slots each contained 10 tons of lead powder. He didn't know how to use it, so he left it there for now. The 6th slot had a stack of berries icons, with the amount in the lower right corner showing 171 billion. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. It really was 171 billion berries. But recalling the dam system's nature, collecting treasures would incur a 5 handling fee. And looking at this amount of berries with zeros and whole numbers, this guy must have taken a cut. However, it didn't mind. With the 800 years of accumulated wealth from Fravanth now in his hands, he could be considered a wealthy man. After the berries icon, there was another icon of a devil fruit with twisted patterns, resembling a smooth-cut surface, which was the paramecia type shining fruit. After that were 6 empty slots. Ding! Detected that the host has empty slots in the backpack. Would you like to extract the temporary storage item? Basic ship spirit? I almost forgot about this. When he boarded the Rock's ship, Their original ship gave birth to a ship spirit, and he spent 30 million berries to capture it. This system isn't bad. It has been saving it for him all this time. Yes. Please pay a late fee of 399 million berries. Upon hearing the system's voice, Newgate's forehead popped out several veins. He suppressed the urge to kill this damn system and nodded fiercely. Pay. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully paying the late fee. The basic ship spirit has been added to the system backpack. Detected that the host still has 4 lottery chances unspent. Would you like to draw? Yes. The system's roulette began to spin, eventually stopping at the white area. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Conqueror's Hockey Capsule 1, quality white. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Miss Times Crossing Scroll 1, quality blue. Note, blue quality scroll can cross the storyline time node for 3 months. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rare reward atom tree, clue 1, quality purple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a armament hockey capsule 1, quality white. Not bad for draws. 2 white rewards, 1 blue reward, and 1 purple reward. According to the damn system's nature, this probability was quite good. Newgate first took out the purple reward, the clue for atom tree. He understood a part of this. Roger's Oro Jackson and Luffy's Sunny were both made from this material. A material that could circumnavigate the globe and resist powerful impacts and attacks proved its durability and resilience. As a super newbie, Newgate decided that his future pirate ship could only be made from this material. He would be comfortable with anything else. Thinking of this, Newgate opened the yellowed paper clue for atom tree. What met his eyes were 2 lines, just a few words. Elbaf. Water 7. Newgate was left speechless. Did you really need to say that? As a seasoned fan, in my past life, didn't I know this myself? Is this really a purple reward? Damn system. Better than nothing, at least this damn system gave him a piece of paper to remind him of this matter. But looking at the paper in his hand that gradually turned into light spots and disappeared, Newgate felt a surge of grief and anger in his heart. Holding hands and looking at each other with tearful eyes, he was left speechless and choked up. No, he was holding his own hand, right? There's also family bond, which is probably the warmest reward of this main storyline task for him. Chapter 25 Sachi's culinary skills. Newgate closed his backpack and opened the heart-shaped icon on the system interface. He quickly scanned the information of the 3 little ones. Apart from their steadily increasing stats, there was not much change. New additions: Sachi, intimacy, 23,100, naive yearning, loyalty, 29,100, trust just established. Inner voice, I've never seen such a powerful and gentle person as Dad. I really want to cook for everyone. La la la. Sachi. Newgate suddenly shouted, I'm hungry, make me some food. Hearing Dad's words, Marco and the others also realized. From the battle until now, they hadn't had a drop of water or a bite of food, and their stomachs were already grumbling. Everyone. Sachi pouted, tears welling up in his eyes, and finally cried out, Wah. Newgate walked over to Sachi, gently patted his head, and comforted him. Sachi, will you cook for us from now on? We are family. Sachi can cook? The 3 little ones exclaimed in unison. La la la. Of course. Newgate walked out of the room and saw a member of the Rocks Pirates. He couldn't recall the man's name, so he directly called out, Hey, that guy, come here. The pirate, hearing Whitebeard's voice, looked around and realized he was being called. He cautiously walked over. Whitebeard-sama, what do you need from me? Go. Give me some ingredients. The more, the better. Okay. I'll take care of it right away. The pirate left in a hurry, feeling as if he'd been granted amnesty. The pressure from a powerhouse like Whitebeard was simply too great. Before long, the pirate returned with several slaves, carrying large bags of ingredients. There were thick bones, various fresh vegetables, and sea fish. Sachi was quite familiar with the palace, and he led a few people straight to the kitchen. Across a corridor was the lavish dining room. Newgate and his pirates preferred to hold banquets outdoors. Indoors always felt like something was missing. Under the protests of their stomachs, they couldn't care less about that now. Moreover, the noisy environment downstairs, with the occasional aftershocks from pirates dueling, wasn't the atmosphere he and the little ones enjoyed. To want unrestricted freedom, one still needed their own ship, Newgate thought to himself. Before long, Sachi had prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes. unlike the exquisite cuisine he usually made for the king. These were hearty grilled meats and roasted bones, with vegetables merely as decoration. After all, he had been eating leftovers every day and hadn't had a satisfying meal in a long time. Watching the slaves bring over the fragrant and colorful dishes made Whitebeard's appetite surge. Once Sachi sat down, everyone raised their drinks and toasted, celebrating. "Welcome, Sachi," as Dad's son. Hey, you little brats, is it okay to say that?" Ha ha ha. Amid the laughter, they feasted heartily. Marco picked up a large bone and took a fierce bite, his eyes widening instantly. The golden brown roasted bone was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an excellent texture. With one bite, a rich meat aroma burst on his taste buds. He quickly devoured an entire bone and then turned to gulp down some pineapple juice, swallowing the meat that had gotten stuck in his throat. While he was drinking, the food on the table quickly diminished. Jozu, Vista, and the newly joined Sachi were all stuffing their mouths with food, their hands moving so fast they left afterimages. They only paused slightly while drinking. Newgate was the same. He had to admit, Sachi truly was the chef of the future White crew, and even at such a young age, the food he made was to his liking. Before long, the little ones' bellies were round and full. Newgate didn't hold back either, and they comfortably let out satisfied burps. In a cheerful atmosphere, they finished their dinner. Today, they would rest in the palace. After a long period of continuous work, Newgate needed to take it slow too, looking out the window at the pirates surrounding the bonfire, completely lost in revelry. Newgate's lips curled up. After settling the three little ones, he headed toward the room prepared for him by rocks. He pushed open the door, and under the dim light, in the luxuriously decorated white room, a large sofa came into view, next to a bed large enough for Newgate to lie down on. By the bed, two young girls stood with their heads bowed shyly. They were dressed in alluring yet modest fitted clothes, their carefully prepared outfits accentuating their youthful figures. "Who are you?" Newgate frowned. "We are citizens of Frivance. Lord Bakeen said that as long as we serve you well, we won't have to be slaves." The girl on the right was clearly bolder. As they spoke, the two raised their slender necks, and their identical appearances and tearful, pitiful eyes looked at Newgate. Still a pair of twin flowers. After a satisfying meal, Newgate was not resistant to this. He stood aside and, under the girl's service, removed his cape and trousers. His muscular body was exposed in front of the two young girls, causing their cheeks to flush. They exchanged glances, and the bolder girl gestured for Whitebeard to sit on the sofa. With trembling hands, they awkwardly began to massage Whitebeard's body. Feeling the light, almost ticklish touch of their small hands on his back, he furrowed his brows tighter. The imagined enjoyment of the massage did not come. It left him feeling restless and annoyed. "You can stop now." Newgate's deep voice sounded. "Ah, Lord." The two girls exchanged terrified glances, trembling all over. They had done their utmost to follow Miss Bakeen's requirements, and were even prepared to offer themselves. If this lord before them was not satisfied, the only path left for them was to become slaves. Thinking of the miserable fate of the slaves, their delicate bodies trembled. Clearly, this was the worst-case scenario. At that moment, the closed door was suddenly pushed open. Miss Bakeen, dressed in a pure white body-hugging dress, with her black stockings wrapped around her shapely legs, walked in with a charming smile. "Newgate, what's wrong? Are these two not taking good care of you?" Miss Bakeen's light blue eyes sparkled with a smile, as if she had just washed her hair, her golden short hair casually tucked behind her ears, adding a touch of mature charm. Seeing Miss Bakeen's graceful appearance, Newgate immediately sat up. The two girls were even more tense, as nervous as they could be. "No, I just lay down for too long and thought I should move around a bit." Chapter 26. So tense and anticipating. After speaking, Newgate placed his hands on the half-exposed shoulders of the twin flower sisters and pretended to get up. During this time, his eyes did not leave the fullness of Bakeen's chest, the delicate and tempting curves that were bound and seemed ready to burst forth. Bakeen tilted her head back, stood on tiptoe, her neck outlining a beautiful arc, her slender hand resting on Newgate's shoulder. "Newgate, let me help you relax a bit." As she spoke, she leaned close to Newgate's ear, her tender lips parting and closing, the faint scent of her breath brushing against his earlobe. Without waiting for Newgate to react, Her delicate hands began to roam over his muscular body. The soft hands moved skillfully, applying just the right amount of pressure, almost making Newgate unable to suppress a comfortable moan. It felt as if the long-held tension in his nerves and the fatigue from battle were alleviated at this moment. His muscles relaxed, and he quietly enjoyed this moment of relaxation. Miss Bakin's hands did not stop, her rounded legs tightly pressed against Newgate. She signaled to the two twin flower girls. The two girls immediately understood. One picked up a fruit platter, and the other walked behind Newgate, standing on tiptoe, using her delicate hands to massage his temples. Newgate closed his eyes in enjoyment, although he did not open them. Everything around him was under the coverage of his observation hockey. He couldn't help but marvel. As expected of Miss Bakin, the clone could be the queen of Pleasure Street, and the original was not to be outdone. Whenever fruit was brought to his lips, he opened his mouth to eat, and occasionally there were juice drinks offered with straws. In his past life, he had never enjoyed such treatment. It felt like a dream, making him feel a bit lightheaded. After a while, he felt Bakin's hand movements slow down. Newgate slightly opened his eyes and saw Bakin's smooth forehead glistening with a hint of fragrant sweat. A few strands of golden hair falling onto his arm, and the fullness of her chest rising and falling, all stimulating his sensitive nerves. Through the stockings, he could vaguely feel the dampness of her rounded legs pressed against him, as if they were slightly soaked with sweat. Unlike the scanning-like scene of his observation hockey, opening his eyes revealed the vibrant and youthful Bakin, which made his blood race, feeling a certain part of his body stirring, to avoid embarrassing himself. Newgate stood up without hesitation. Bakin was caught off guard, stumbling a bit and letting out a surprised exclamation. Newgate's large hand had already rested on her slender waist. The touch was bouncy and smooth, feeling fantastic. He didn't linger on the experience, just steadily set Bakin down and awkwardly smiled. La la. Thank you, Bakin. I feel really relaxed after the massage. After speaking, he noticed a room beside him, and beneath the translucent glass door was a bathtub seemingly custom-made for him. I'm going to take a bath. With that, Newgate rushed into the room as if escaping, locking the door behind him. Bakin watched this scene, her light blue eyes curving into crescent moons, a hint of an elusive smile on her lips. Is he running away? That powerful man who could rival Rox actually had such an unknown, cute side. She was not an ordinary woman. How could he possibly bring her down? It was just a display of the little girl's demeanor. This Whitebeard is really too interesting. Bakin did not leave. She turned to signal the two twin flower girls to step back. Miss Bakin, you two go rest in the next room. The twin flower girls displayed surprised smiles. Bakin's implication was that they no longer had to be slaves. The two, filled with gratitude, were about to express their thanks when Bakin's gaze turned cold, the piercing chill in her beautiful eyes instantly waking the two girls up, cold sweat seeping from their smooth backs. The beautiful woman before them was a completely mad pirate. Remembering what she had done to those civilians made them shudder. Be quiet. You can go now. Bakin softly spoke, her red lips parting. The two girls sighed in relief and quietly left. Miss Bakin then lit a lady's cigarette, the smoke swirling, obscuring her expression. In the bathroom, Newgate soaked in the cool spring water, and the alluring scenes in his mind gradually faded. He recalled the elderly Bakin, who had become utterly unattractive after losing her dreams, accompanied by the foolish, snotty Edward Weevil. It made his head ache. He did not understand the entanglements between Whitebeard and Bakin in his past life, but now he had almost been seduced into surrendering. Newgate could probably guess Miss Bakin's thoughts. She was merely looking for a strong backing in this perilous world. After all, compared to the naturally strong physique of men, women had to rely on their advantages to survive. Not every woman possessed Charlotte Linlin's terrifying talent. Even someone as strong as Charlotte Linlin was still seeking men, yearning to give birth to strong offspring, even going to great lengths to advance human gigantification experiments. If she hadn't caused a catastrophe in Elbaf and been driven away by the giants, she wouldn't have become so infatuated with their strength. Thinking of this, Newgate frowned. Calculating the time, Linlin and Kaido should be boarding the ship soon. Once those two future emperors of the sea were on board, many interesting things would surely happen. It was truly something to look forward to. Newgate stood up, looking at his robust body and the must-sensor weapon at his waist. A smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He casually wrapped a bath towel around himself, tidied up his golden hair, and pushed the door open to walk out. Outside, Bakine was still smiling brightly at him, a hint of subtle affection flashing in her light blue eyes. At this moment, Bakine was already sitting on a large bed, the soft mattress creating an exaggerated arc under her hips. Her beautiful legs were crossed, slowly swaying up and down, her red lips slightly parting as she said, "Newgate, if you don't mind, can I use your bathroom?" Newgate's pupils shook. Wasn't this already a clear hint? The chaotic emotions he had just suppressed erupted like a volcano. To hell with it. With flowers blooming so exuberantly, if he didn't pluck a branch to smell, it would feel like wasting this springtime. Between being less than human and being less than a beast, Newgate chose to become a beast. The change in his gaze had long been captured by the young Bakine, and a hint of joy flashed in her light blue eyes. Looking at Newgate's tall figure, sturdy muscles, and his chiseled, handsome face, Miss Bakine's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her body subtly trembling, her breath quickening, ready to welcome the impending storm. Newgate's lips curled up, causing his signature white mustache to twitch slightly. He did not hide his wildly passionate gaze, unabashedly surveying Bakine's captivating figure. Bakine, unafraid, met his fervent gaze, her cheeks flushed as she locked eyes with Newgate, her tongue unconsciously licking her tender lips. Newgate's hand was already resting on the towel at his waist. Miss Bakine's light blue eyes widened instantly. Is it really happening? So tense and anticipating. Chapter 27. Forming a Grand Fleet. Whitebeard. Outside, a loud roar suddenly echoed. From a sound, it was that guy Rox. Whitebeard instantly became alert. At this moment, he didn't care whether Bakine was present or not. He tore off the towel and quickly put on his pants, somewhat hurriedly striding away. During his swift exit, the ominous aura of the supreme weapon at his waist gradually retracted. Black lines kept appearing on Whitebeard's forehead. Fortunately, it didn't pierce any enemy's body. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer from some functional disorder due to the shock. If he were to lose his former glory because of this, he would truly feel worse than death. That bastard Rox, if it weren't for something important, he would definitely kill him. Watching Whitebeard's somewhat flustered figure gradually fade away, Bakine maintained her seated posture, remaining motionless on the bed. After a long while, her flushed cheeks gradually calmed down, and her heartbeat slowed. Remembering that fleeting glimpse from earlier, a blush involuntarily spread across her delicate face. That size of a weapon. I really want to experience it. That guy Rox is such a nuisance. She muttered through gritted teeth, clearly just one step away from success. If she could become Whitebeard's woman, wouldn't she be able to roam freely across the vast sea? Aren't women born as vassals of the strong? Rox? To him, everything except his ridiculous ambition has always been a seasoning of life, not a necessity, and women are no different. Shiki the Golden Lion? That guy is definitely no match for Whitebeard. As for Whitebeard, seeing how tense he was about those little brats calling him old man, he must be a sentimental and loyal guy. If only he had a biological son. Bakine's expression fluctuated, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with ambiguous emotions. Click. The sound of the door locking echoed crisply. Miss Bakine lightly flicked her fingers, and the white bodycon dress began to slide down her fair shoulders, following her exquisite curves. Next were her slightly damp black stockings and intimate garments, all scattered on the soft bed, still retaining the warmth from earlier. In the dim light, a graceful silhouette was projected onto the wall. She tucked her short golden hair behind her ear, letting it cascade softly over her smooth shoulders, her bare feet stepping over the soft carpet as she swayed her body without an ounce of excess flesh, slowly walking into the bathroom. In the bathtub, warm spring water flowed over her rounded, fair legs as she lazily leaned against the edge, her long legs slowly lifting and crossing over each other. Amidst the swirling steam, her perfect figure was faintly visible in the water, exuding a captivating allure. Uncertain whether it was the water being too hot or if she recalled something, Bakine's cheeks flushed, and a soft giggle suddenly escaped her lips. She propped herself up, revealing the half-exposed, snowy whiteness of her chest as the water rippled. The sound of flowing water echoed, crystalline droplets sliding down her smooth skin, washing away her chaotic thoughts. Whitebeard, with a forehead full of black lines, descended the stairs, where Rox and Shiki were already sitting by the bonfire, their faces flushed, surrounded by scattered, empty oak barrels. Many pirates were already lying on the ground, drunk and unconscious. "Waha, Whitebeard, come over and drink with us." Rox caught sight of Whitebeard from the corner of his eye and raised his exaggerated wine cup, inviting him with a smile. "Rox, what the hell is so important?" Whitebeard's anger was ignited in an instant, and his imposing aura suddenly erupted. The smoke rings exhaled by Shiki were instantly blown away by that momentum, and he laughed loudly, saying, "Whitebeard, did we interrupt your party with those little brats? No need to be so furious, right?" Whitebeard extended his hand, and the chilling blade, Song Yun Chia, instantly appeared in his palm from the system's backpack. He glared angrily at Rox, ready to go all out if Rox couldn't explain himself. Shiki was shocked awake from his drunken state by Whitebeard's posture. This bastard isn't really going to fight, is he? But seeing that Whitebeard didn't seem to be joking, he quietly shifted his position, giving the front line to Rox. After all, he was the captain of this unruly crew. Hey, Whitebeard, put away your weapon. This isn't a joke." A bead of cold sweat dripped down Rox's forehead as he awkwardly tried to persuade him. Bang! Song Yun Chia slammed heavily onto the ground, causing an empty barrel to bounce up, waking many hungover pirates who groggily opened their eyes. What is so important? Whitebeard's anger flared even more. A dish that was already colorful and fragrant was brought to his mouth. Just as he was about to eat, it was interrupted by this guy in front of him. How could he not be angry? The fire of fury flickered in Whitebeard's eyes, and even Rox, who was usually fearless, felt a chill run down his spine. This guy was really angry. Rox hurriedly stood up, adjusting his scarlet cloak that was about to fall, and patted Whitebeard's shoulder, saying, "It's just a preliminary idea. Let us drink and chat." Seeing this crazy guy lowering his stance, Whitebeard's anger subsided slightly. He sat cross-legged beside them, and the Song Yun Chia in his hand instantly vanished. This miraculous scene left Shiki and Rox astonished. However, they were tactful enough not to pry into the secrets of this powerful figure. Who didn't he have their own secrets? Whitebeard was willing to show them, clearly indicating his trust in them. The reality was that Whitebeard had just been blinded by anger and almost exposed his trump card. However, since these two didn't ask, he was glad not to have to explain. He continued to maintain a stern expression, remaining silent. Waha! Rox awkwardly filled Whitebeard's cup with wine, while Shiki respectfully handed it over. There was no way around it. This guy in front of them was the one who achieved the first victory in the Frey Van's Annihilation War. Not only did he personally capture the fleeing King Grayson, but in front of the remaining Frey Van's populace and the members of the Rox Pirates, in front of so many people, he handed him over to Rox for disposal. This made Rox look good, and naturally, he returned the favor by giving Whitebeard face. As for Shiki, he was simply outclassed, so there was no shame in being humble. Whitebeard took the wine cup, clinking it with the two of them, and they all drank heartily. As the alcohol went down, the atmosphere instantly became much more harmonious. The bonfire dimmed, and ashes floated in the air. Rox was the first to break the silence. "I have a preliminary idea." He exchanged a glance with Shiki, and then turned to Whitebeard, saying, "We can split the ships and form a grand fleet. Each of the officers can command their own ship. By expanding our influence separately, we can accumulate the strongest power in the shortest time." As he spoke, a terrifying madness flickered in Rox's eyes. Whitebeard was also particularly tempted by this. The atmosphere on the ship had become too unbearable. Besides, he had many unspeakable system items that he couldn't take out in public. Every time he used them, he had to hide in the cabin, and that sneaky feeling made him particularly uncomfortable. Shiki has already agreed. What about you, Whitebeard? Rox suppressed the madness in his eyes and looked at Whitebeard expectantly. I agree. Chapter 28. Don't move, Kaido. At that moment, Newgate had reached the observation level of mastery, and a figure suddenly shot towards the coast of Frevan at an incredible speed. The three turned their heads in unison, clearly aware that something was amiss. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, shaking the entire island. Newgate and the others quickly stood up, exchanged glances, and took to the air, rushing towards the coast where the incident occurred. At the scene, in a massive crater several dozen meters in diameter, resembling a meteor impact with a web of cracks, a black figure was emitting wisps of steam, as if it had lost its vitality. "Is this a person?" Shiki couldn't help but exclaim. "Waha, has something interesting happened again?" The madness in Rock's eyes intensified. Newgate remained silent, his gaze falling on the enormous spiked club that had tumbled beside the crater, partially obscured by scattered rubble. He then looked at the young figure inside the crater, with prominent horns on its head and a stout build, and the familiar feeling in his heart grew stronger. Could this be the hexagonal warrior Kaido, known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, and affectionately called Cute Teacher? Ding! Congratulations! Host has triggered main line task 1. 2. Task objective: defeat the Roger Pirates. Task reward: Devil Fruit Paramecia Quake Fruit. Task failure: severe injury, near death. Current task success rate 13. Damn! Why does encountering Kaido trigger the task to defeat the Roger Pirates? Newgate couldn't help but curse inwardly. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. No wonder Kaido harbored such resentment towards Roger in the future. He had been beaten before. As he thought about it, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Young Kaido. Huh, sounds quite interesting. But thinking of that pathetic success rate, he couldn't help but feel a bit down. Aside from the main line task 1. 0 when he first joined the Rocks Pirates, this was the task with the lowest success rate he had encountered. However, on second thought, the opponent was the Roger Pirates led by the future pirate King Joel D. Roger. The three giants, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, each possessed Imperial-level strength. But they weren't the only ones with strength. Rocks, Shiki, and himself. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, especially that Jabba, a man comparable to the old Kaido. He had long wanted to meet that guy. While he was thinking, the figure in the pit suddenly moved. Kaido, rubbing his head that felt like it was suffering from a hangover, regained his senses. Looking around at the place that seemed to have just experienced a great battle, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. That bastard Roger. So he still couldn't beat him? Damn, that Ling Ling too, saying she wanted to eat chocolate puffs, just went off to some other island town. If it weren't just me, how could we have lost so miserably? As he spoke, he staggered to his feet, having taken Roger's god avoidance head on, even with the unimaginable defense and vitality of the Oni race. He still bore a horrific scar on one side of his chest. He didn't care about the wound. It would heal in no time, but that scar would be permanent. Suddenly, he sensed 3 powerful figures standing around him with his observation hockey. Kaido suddenly looked up, his pupils shaking violently. Those 3 legendary pirates known across the seas. He could recognize them even with his eyes closed. Rocks, Gold Lion, Whitebeard. What the hell? Did I just break a heavenly rule? Do we really need to deploy these 3 for an attack on the Navy headquarters? Moreover, this is still the weak North Sea. Unless they are here to deal with Roger? It must be. Wait a minute. I'm Kaido. I want to join the Rocks Pirates. Kaido raised his hands to indicate he meant no harm. Rocks frowned as he assessed the young guy before him, sensing the terrible power contained within him. Given time, he would definitely be a good recruit. Wah, good. Kaido's heart leaped with joy. Joining the Rocks Pirates was his wish, as only in the strongest pirate crew in the world could he obtain greater training. What's going on with you looking like this? Shiki puffed out a smoke ring, eyeing the disheveled young man. I was blasted away by the Roger Pirates. Before Kaido could finish, Rock's eyes erupted with a frenzied, fighting spirit. Ha ha ha. Roger? That exceptionally talented young man. I've long wanted to bring him under my wing. With that, the red light in Rock's eyes grew intense, and his peak-level observation haki instantly locked onto the direction Kaido had flown from. Before long, a pirate ship with a mermaid figurehead appeared within his perception. Set sail, Rocks shouted excitedly. Without looking back, he charged towards the pirate ship on shore. Wait for me, Captain. Shiki followed closely. Only Whitebeard stood still, staring at this future rival of his. Hey, Kaido. Oh, let me make you my son. Be my son, bear my name, and roam freely across these seas. Ding. Congratulations. Host has triggered the Be a Dad task. This task is a growth-type task. If successful, you can gain Kaido's loyalty. Current B, a dad task success rate, 31. Given that young Kaido possesses the qualities of a king, this task is extremely difficult. Please, host, do your utmost to complete it as soon as possible. Hey, Newgate, are you provoking me? Kaido was momentarily taken aback, then reacted, veins popping on his forehead. Oh, so what? Newgate's eyes narrowed slightly. A dangerous arc flickering across his gaze, and black-red lightning surged around him. The terrifying conqueror's haki crashing down on Kaido like a tide. What does it mean to complete it to the best of your ability? He didn't understand. Right now, Kaido was still a young brat who hadn't grown up yet. Not convinced. I'll beat you until you are. Feeling the suffocating pressure surrounding him, and thinking of Whitebeard's terrifying strength that rivaled Rock's. That was strength several times greater than Roger's. Cold sweat broke out on Kaido's forehead. Hey, don't. Kaido's already somewhat muscular body trembled slightly, and just as he was about to speak, a bright shout came from a distance. Hey, Newgate, get ready to set sail. Rock's voice came from not far away. Newgate frowned, catching a glimpse of Kaido trying to sneak away, and he grabbed Kaido by the collar. Don't move, brat. You're not leaving my sight until you become my son. With that, he jumped off the ground, pulling Kaido rapidly toward the pirate ship. Kaido felt an irresistible force lifting him off the ground. Whitebeard's words fell into his ears, and he felt like crying without tears. This legendary figure, who was said to rival Rock's, did he have some kind of weird obsession? Why did he insist on making me his son? Damn it. Chapter 29. I, Whitebeard, am willing to call you the strongest. Soon, Newgate stood firmly on the ship. Are we ready? Then, Rox looked at Whitebeard as he brought Kaido onto the ship, a smirk appearing on his face as he shouted loudly, Shiki. Ha, understood. Captain. Shiki's figure flickered, and he quickly grasped the railing at the stern of the ship, his flowing haki instantly covering the entire rear of the vessel. Rock's figure leaped up violently, a terrifying aura gathering around him. The dark red haki concentrated around his legs, the immense power causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Under that indescribable terrifying might, the entire ship creaked as if it could not bear the burden, yet it remained as stable as ever under Shiki's haki enhancement. This guy, what does he want to do? Kaido felt the terrifying power accumulating around Rox, his body involuntarily trembling. If this strike landed on me, it would definitely cause more damage than Roger's god avoidance. Damn it. It can't be. Newgate also frowned, a ridiculous thought vaguely surfacing in his mind. In the next moment, Rock's leg, infused with destructive power, kicked out with an unmatched momentum. The air compressed into arcs of shockwaves, and as the sea churned, this kick landed solidly on the stern reinforced by Shiki. Boom! The violent impact caused the entire ship to tremble incessantly, as if it was about to fall apart at any moment. However, under Shiki's hardened haki, the hull ultimately withstood the blow. Without the sails to buffer, the whole ship directly soared into the air, speeding away like a cannonball in the predetermined direction. Waha! At the moment the ship took off, Rox had already landed steadily on the deck, his eyes shining with a crimson glow, excited about the upcoming meeting. Is it the rookie pirate making waves in the new world? Truly something to look forward to. The violent sea wind howled across the deck like countless sharp blades, stinging the skin, and Kaido had to bend down to resist the knife-like hurricane. Newgate was speechless. Rock's move reminded him of an old friend, just as strong, with a mind that was uniquely peculiar. Somewhere off the coast of Fervance, the Roger pirates, chased by carp, appeared in the North Sea. At this moment, the young Roger, standing on the deck of the Oro Jackson, slowly sheathed his sword. Ace. Hey, Roger, did you go a bit too hard? A young man with golden hair and silver-framed glasses, Rayleigh, said beside him. Ha, it's fine. That kid Kaido is surprisingly tough. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered in Roger's eyes, and a strong sense of danger surged from his heart. He froze in place, and Rayleigh immediately sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? Roger, there's a formidable guy coming. Before he could finish his sentence, Jabba, wearing small round sunglasses and long hair, slowly walked to the bow with dual axes in hand, looking solemnly at the calm sea ahead. Hey everyone, get ready for battle. Just then, a pirate ship flying in the air cut through the sky at high speed and heavily landed not far from Roger's Oro Jackson. As the waves surged, Roger's pupils constricted, and he instantly drew ace. Rayleigh wielded his sword, standing alongside Jabba, who also held dual axes. Doran's bat flapped its wings, already soaring into the sky. Bidum had a serious expression, loading bullets into his sniper rifle. All the crew members assumed battle stances, their faces solemn as they looked at the pirate ship opposite them. Although there were only a few people on the other side, no one dared to be careless, because everyone clearly saw that the ship opposite belonged to the infamous Rox pirates, home to 3 of their top-tier fighters. "Waha Roger, come aboard my ship and dominate the world with me." Rox stood proudly at the bow, his expression madly opening his arms, his crimson cloak billowing without wind, and black-red lightning erupted recklessly around him. "Ha ha ha, no way. Dominating the world is too boring, Rox." Roger responded with a hearty laugh, his youthful face filled with arrogance. Dark red lightning erupting from his body, also with an impressive aura. However, compared to Rox's astonishing conqueror's haki, it was still somewhat weaker. Before Roger could finish speaking, Newgate directly stood beside Rox, his towering figure exuding a magnificent aura that was not inferior to Rox. "Jabba." Newgate's booming voice echoed across the sea. "Huh?" Jabba stood on the ship, looking at Newgate with a curious expression through his small round sunglasses, somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't this guy be saying a few words to Roger? After all, that idiot is still his captain. Why is he calling me? "What's up, Whitebeard?" Jabba asked in confusion. "I, Whitebeard, am willing to call you the strongest," Newgate said seriously. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Rock's expression suddenly became serious. Could it be that the guy with dual axes has defeated Newgate? Jabba also looked bewildered. Although he was confident in his strength, he had never been arrogant enough to claim the title of the strongest. Damn it. Has Whitebeard lost his mind? Everyone present was shocked. Whether it was Rox, Shiki, Kaido, or the members of the Roger Pirates, they were all confused by Whitebeard's inexplicable declaration. They couldn't understand why Whitebeard would hold Jabba in such high regard. Only Whitebeard knew in his heart that Jabba was truly exceptional. In some aspects, he indeed deserved the title of the strongest, far surpassing the limits of normal human understanding. After all, he was the only one in the Pirate King who had attended university. With 450 yards of sweat-soaked feet, he surrendered just like that, leaving behind a mark. Could it be that he was swimming inside? It's simply beyond what normal people can imagine. Newgate's thoughts gradually became abstract. However, Jabba's title of Old Pirate was simply well-deserved. No, that's a bit conservative. It should be said he was even more impressive than that. An unexplainable toughness. "Waha, it's all right. You'll understand later." Newgate laughed heartily, glancing over the members of the Roger Pirates. Suddenly, he spoke loudly. "Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba." The trio of Roger, Silver, and Bronze instantly stiffened, their bodies tensed, staring intently at the terrifying aura radiating from Whitebeard, their hands unconsciously gripping their weapons, ready for battle at any moment. "Become my sons." The scene instantly fell silent. Even the sea was quiet at this moment. "Huh?" After hearing Whitebeard's words, the 3 of them looked as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes widening and mouths agape. Even their hands gripping weapons loosened involuntarily. Their crew members also had expressions of disbelief. Kaido was even more exaggerated, his shocked eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. It turned out he had misunderstood Whitebeard. "This guy wasn't just like this to me." Rox and Shiki twitched at the corners of their mouths, already immune to this. This guy Whitebeard seemed uncomfortable unless he provoked his opponent before every battle. Let him be. With his strength, he indeed has the right to be so willful. Ding. Congratulations, host, on triggering the call Dad task. This task is a growth-type task. If successful, you can gain the loyalty of Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. Given the significant gap in strength between the host and Roger's crew of gold, silver, and copper, the success rate for the call Dad task is 2 and has automatically converted into a challenge task. 1. The host defeats the enraged gold, silver, and copper of the Roger Pirates. Reward: 15 lottery draws. 2. The host calms the anger of gold, silver, and copper of the Roger pirates. Reward: 10 lottery draws. 3. The host is defeated by the enraged gold, silver, and copper of the Roger pirates. Reward: 5 lottery draws. As Newgate expected, the main task combined with challenge tasks increases pressure, leading to faster growth. Now, he has no lottery draws left, so this time he is going all in. Is the success rate for defeating the Roger pirates only 13? That is hard to say. Right now, he is a man with wealth that rivals nations. Detected that the host's strength is insufficient to defeat the gold, silver, and copper of the Roger pirates. Recharge. Recharge. Recharge the most expensive. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recharging 999 berries, unlocking top-tier combat power for 10 minutes. Whitebeard speaks freely, but his heart is bleeding. This damn system is really expensive. 1 billion berries per minute. I must make good use of this and thoroughly beat Roger and the others. Those young gold, silver, and copper who haven't grown yet. What Dark King Silver's Rayleigh? What Mountain Eater Skype a Jabba? Let them experience the true terror of being the strongest man in the world. Chapter 30. Give Roger some strength. Hey, Whitebeard, are you joking? Roger's eyes drooped, and several veins bulged on his forehead in an instant. The shadow of his straw hat obscured his expression, but his aura surged violently, and dark red lightning rampaged recklessly around him. That bastard! Even the usually calm Rayleigh gritted his teeth at this moment, the pupils behind his glasses flickering with a cold glint like blades. Hey, Whitebeard, if you're trying to anger me. Jabba's hair stood on end without wind, and the twisted muscles on his body swelled into exaggerated arcs. He gripped his axe tightly like a bloodthirsty beast, letting out a low growl. Then congratulations, you succeeded. Warning, warning. A red exclamation mark flashed wildly in Whitebeard's vision. Roger Pirates Gold, Silver, and Copper Anger Level Max. Please complete the challenge tasks in time to avoid losing control of the situation. Current peak combat power remaining time, 942. Renewal price, 999, 000 berries per minute. 939, 938. The countdown numbers kept jumping. Whitebeard looked at the 3 furious gold, silver, and copper, feeling a surge of battle intent in his heart, but also a hint of embarrassment. This damned system always has such bizarre conditions to trigger. He had always admired Roger and the others' boldness, but for now, he could only silently apologize. The battle still had to take place. After all, he could find an opportunity to drink and apologize afterward. Roger and the others were just too much to handle. However, the furious few definitely wouldn't hold back. That's what makes it interesting. While the few spoke, a sharp Songyun cut appeared in Whitebeard's hand, and the terrifying conqueror's haki erupted violently from his body, dark red, lightning rampaging. No, it couldn't be called lightning anymore at this thickness. It would be more accurate to call it thunder. The terrifying thunder continuously erupted from Whitebeard's body, transforming into a tangible thunder python coiling around him. The ship creaked under the terrifying force, and the sea surged with towering waves. Feeling this terrifying might, Kaido's heart sank to the bottom. This guy was stronger than he could have imagined. He was simply a monster. Just in terms of momentum, he was far stronger than Roger. Unknown to Whitebeard, he had left an indelible impression on the young Kaido. Shiki beside him couldn't help but curl his lips, taking a deep puff of a cigar, sparks igniting a large portion of it instantly. This guy finally got serious? The officers of the Roger Pirates looked serious, as if facing a great enemy, while the slightly weaker pirates staggered and fainted from the overwhelming pressure. Ha. Nice momentum, Whitebeard. Rox felt the astonishing momentum of Whitebeard and the soaring battle intent. His eyes filled with fiery excitement as he unleashed his own conqueror's haki without reservation. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color, the sea surged violently, and the terrifying might swept through the surrounding air, forming a raging wind. Waves crashed one after another. Dust and stones flew on the island, and even the coconut trees seemed unable to withstand this terrifying might and were uprooted. Is it coming? That terrifying pirate known as the King of Darkness, Rox. The expressions of gold, silver, and copper from the Roger pirates became grave, already taking a stance to confront. Rock's momentum reached its peak at this moment. His eyes revealing a frenzied look, slowly raising his fist enveloped in black and red light, just as he was about to strike. "Rox, don't move." Whitebeard's unquestionable voice rang out. "Huh?" Rox paused, confused, looking at Whitebeard. "Olalalala. Leave those three to me." With that said, Whitebeard's momentum surged again. Peak combat power. Countdown 9:25. At this moment, time is money. We need to maximize our effectiveness within limited time. Ignoring Rock's darkened expression, Whitebeard raised Songyun Cut and leaped directly from the deck. The famous sword Songyun Cut instantly wrapped in flowing armament hockey, becoming incredibly sharp, while the black and red lightning gathered around like a giant dragon. The blade sparkled with a bright red light, like a blazing sun, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn and distorted, fine cracks spreading as if collapsing in midair. "Olalalala. Come on. Let me see your strength." The storm flashing with black and red lightning was compressed to the limit, the entire sea area dimming, the suffocating, terrifying might rising once again. At the same time, under Whitebeard's terrifying might, Roger raised his head, his long hair flying, showing no signs of fear. Apart from anger, his expression was filled with excited battle intent. He raised ace in his hand, dark red hockey constantly gathering on the blade. He stomped hard on the deck, his figure rushing towards Whitebeard at high speed. Rayleigh and Jabba stood in place with ugly expressions, as Roger had just told them not to intervene. This was the captain's order that idiot had given. Ace, wrapped in dark red lightning, traced a red trajectory, the dazzling red light illuminating his excited face. "God-s avoidance." Whitebeard watched as Roger unleashed a non-complete version of God's avoidance, feeling somewhat disinterested for a moment. Sure enough, without the tempering of time and experience, the current Roger was still just a young man showing his initial brilliance, wasn't he? He felt it was necessary to give this guy Roger some strength. Looking at the blade wrapped in dark red hockey, so close at hand, Whitebeard grinned, and with his innate monstrous strength, he swung his Songyun Cut, which was almost compressed to the substance, in the same manner. God-s avoidance. That was the same technique as Captain Roger. The reflection of a soaring red light was in Rayleigh's glasses. No, it was much stronger than that guy Roger's technique, damn it. Jabba's forehead bulged with veins, his roar drowned out by the thunderous explosion. All the pirates on Roger's ship stared blankly at the scene in the sky. Boom! A terrifying roar echoed, a powerful shockwave spreading outward from the two as the sky tore and the sea surged. Just the collision between the two seemed to create a tremor, as if space was being ripped apart, and the entire island shook under this terrifying power. Roger only managed to withstand it for a moment before being knocked back by the terrifying force. His figure smashed through countless trees like a bulldozer, penetrating several peaks, until he finally stabilized his body after creating a terrifying wave on the sea. At this moment, Roger felt intense pain throughout his body, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, dyeing a portion of the water red. He struggled to swim up from the sea, stomped sharply on the water surface, and staggered back onto the island. Although he looked quite disheveled, his battle intent remained unyielded. As expected of Whitebeard, Rox looked at Whitebeard's astonishing momentum, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he and Whitebeard belonged to the same camp at this moment, he probably wouldn't be able to resist going up and battling Whitebeard for 300 rounds. This guy Whitebeard has gotten stronger again. Shiki looked at the strong figure in the sky, resembling a demon, not even noticing the cigar burning his lips. Kaido was even worse. He gaped, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at the figure in the sky, his body trembling slightly. This kind of powerful strength was exactly the height he yearned to achieve. That guy Roger, is he really not up to it? Damn it. Rayleigh tightly gripped his sword, fixating on the figure in the air, ready to strike at any moment. Come on, Rayleigh, we can't wait any longer. The opponent is the Rock's pirate crew. Jabba's muscles suddenly erupted with a terrifying curve, like a volcano about to erupt. Chapter 31. Whitebeard versus Gold, Silver, and Bronze. Just as Rayleigh and Jabba were on guard, Roger's tattered and disheveled figure landed beside them. He casually wiped the blood from his nose and looked fiercely at Whitebeard. Newgate, bring it on. Yulalala. All right, Whitebeard, gazing at Roger's intense fighting spirit, held his weapon, the Tsongyun, with one hand and stood firmly in the air, using his moonwalk technique. Roger, let me go first. Jabba could no longer contain himself. His arm muscles bulged as he swung his dual axes like the wind. The gathered power exploded from the blades, unleashing a devastating force. 80 Hawk Leader. A terrifying barrage of slashes came at Whitebeard, so fast that even the eyes could hardly track them. However, Newgate remained unfazed. This move is somewhat interesting. It's similar to the 1,000 cuts of the Golden Lion, both relying on powerful strength to unleash multiple slashes to reduce the enemy to dust. With his enhanced observation haki, he had already clearly seen the trajectory of countless slashes. The slashes rushed forward with such speed that the air seemed to tear apart. And amidst the explosions, dazzling lights erupted, completely engulfing Newgate's towering figure, with a massive roar emanating from the center of the explosion. Do we finally hit him? At this moment, the fishman Sandbell emerged with half his head above the water, staring intently at the center of the battle. Jabba's slashes. Even Whitebeard can't withstand them, right? A hint of joy appeared on the face of the 10-meter-tall warrior Nosden. No, that guy, the lookout Dorling, flapping his wings in the air, had a dazed expression, his mouth agape in disbelief. Before he could finish speaking, a loud voice rang out from the center of the explosion. "Ooh la la la! Good momentum, but is that all you've got?" Newgate, holding the Tsongyun, had his arm muscles bulging with a terrifying arc, and not a single wound marred his body, not even a tear in his white cape. Suddenly, a black bullet wrapped in haki shot toward him at high speed. "You let your guard down. Whitebeard," the sniper Bidum, hidden in the shadows of the island, pulled the trigger, and the terrifying bullet was fired from his hand. He had absolute confidence in his marksmanship. However, the rapidly flying bullet was caught between Newgate's thumb and index finger, just 3 inches from his head, wrapped in a dark red haki. The bullet spun endlessly between Newgate's fingers before losing momentum and slowly coming to a stop. Then, with a sudden force, Newgate crushed the bullet into iron powder. As the iron powder drifted down, Newgate's deep voice echoed. "Using a black gun isn't a good habit, Bidum." Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis enveloped him. "This is the real killing move, Whitebeard." Rayleigh's figure appeared behind Whitebeard like a ghost, the chilling gleam of his sword stabbing into his back. Hidden Edge. A blue slash was unleashed from Rayleigh's sword, carrying an unparalleled sharpness, aimed directly at Whitebeard's vital point. Damn it! Instinctively, Newgate turned around in a hurry, just in time to block the sharp slash with the Tsongyun, barely managing to keep it from leaving an indelible scar on his back. That old fox Rayleigh. No sense of martial ethics. Furious, Newgate glared at Rayleigh, looking at the shallow wound on his chest caused by the slash. Though it wasn't serious, it still left him quite displeased. Is my physical ability still lacking? Damn it, if I had a wound on my back, it would tarnish Whitebeard's lifelong reputation of being unscathed on the back. Top-tier combat power countdown 608. Rayleigh, you bastard. Newgate put away his previous dismissive attitude and looked seriously at the young trio of gold, silver, and bronze from the Roger Pirates. Blood dripped from his chest, and a finger-length scratch appeared on his torso, with a faint sting reminding him not to underestimate the heroes of the world. Otherwise, one could easily capsize in the gutter. 5:43. 5:42. Watching the countdown timer getting shorter and shorter, he silently raised the Tsongyun, and his entire aura seemed to settle at that moment. Why did Whitebeard's aura suddenly become subdued? Ski looked at Newgate in the air with confusion and casually spoke. "No, Whitebeard is getting serious now." Rox beside him flashed a crazy smile, eagerly watching the robust figure in the air. He also wanted to see just where Newgate's limits lay. Divine Avoidance, / Reveal, Axe Heaven Melody. Roger no longer mentioned Captain's Privilege or Captain's Orders. At this moment, the trio of gold, silver, and bronze unleashed their strongest moves, a frenzied force charging toward the monstrous Whitebeard. The terrifying power nearly tore the sky apart. The 3 attacks arrived at Whitebeard's front almost simultaneously. Newgate, with a serious expression, watched the imminent attacks as black-red lightning erupted from his body. A terrifying torrent of seawater, carrying overwhelming might, descended from the sky. Newgate were also part of the Roger Pirates. Damn it. The fisherman martial art, water heart, ocean current over-the-shoulder throw. A black bullet, traveling at breakneck speed and capable of breaking the sound barrier, rushed toward him with the power to shatter everything. Desperate shot. At the same time, Dorling's sharp slash tore through the sky, and Nosden's fist wind carried a terrifying shockwave. Hey, these guys are going too far. Looking at the terrifying attacks that erupted in an instant, Ski's suppressed voice sounded amidst the swirling smoke. The famous sword, Wooden Wither, Sakura 10, was instantly drawn. A pale golden slash cut through the sky, carrying an unmatched might, racing toward the attacks that filled the air. The strength of the Golden Lion was also quietly rising. Boom! 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 The loud sounds continued to ring out, and the center of the battle erupted with a terrifying shockwave as if divine punishment had passed, shattering the island into pieces under this horrifying power. Rox could no longer contain himself and laughed maniacally as he joined the fray. The sea churned and the clouds shattered. The battlefield was in chaos. After a long while, as the smoke cleared slightly, Newgate, holding the Tsongyun and covered in blood, gasped and landed on the deck, staring intently at the opposite island. Just now, Ski and Rox had helped him fend off the other fighters from the Roger Pirates, while he engaged in close combat with the trio of gold, silver, and bronze. It must be said that although he had the advantage in hockey, his physical skills were indeed a shortcoming. After all, he didn't possess the rich combat experience of the original Whitebeard. However, relying on his unmatched brute strength and overwhelming hockey, he barely managed to hold his own against those three. At this moment, those three weren't doing well either. Roger was bleeding from his mouth and nose. Rayleigh had a diagonal slash across his chest, and Jabba's hands, holding the axes, were dripping with blood. Meanwhile, the battlefield of Ski and Rox showed a one-sided crushing momentum. The crew of the Roger Pirates were no match for Ski and Rox. The fisherman Sam Bell was half submerged in the seawater, blood oozing from his forehead, and his steel fork had already broken. His proud fisherman karate and powerful physique seemed like a joke in front of those two terrifying monsters. Doring, with bat-like wings, was also in shock. His proud speed seemed like that of a child compared to the Golden Lion, and his own slashes were no match for the golden slashes of the lion, collapsing at the first touch. They were simply not on the same level. Nosdorn, whose physique was comparable to a giant, could in the future withstand a shining impact that could make Akiji spit blood, but at this moment, his fists were covered in blood, and his arms were trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 32. Charlotte Linlin. All the members of the Roger Pirates had serious expressions, tinged with bitterness. They were barely holding on with their strong willpower, just managing not to be defeated, but looking at Rox, who was growing more and more ferocious in battle. With his conqueror's hockey blazing on his fists and madness almost spilling from his eyes, Whitebeard felt a wave of helplessness. After all, they had just gone through the war of annihilation and had not fully recovered their strength. If it were during their peak, the Roger Pirates would likely be completely overwhelmed and not a match at all. However, if the Roger Pirates were to be defeated, who knows what kind of crazy actions that Madman Rox would take. He might even kill them all. After all, with Roger's personality, he would never easily join another pirate crew. As time passed, Newgate stood on the ship, watching the trio of gold, silver, and bronze in the battlefield. Roger, holding ace wrapped in conqueror's hockey, was struggling to hold on. Rayleigh's sword flashes fell like a relentless rain, unceasing. Jabba swung his double axes wildly, the strikes accompanied by a sharp sound. But even with their combined efforts, they could only barely hold their ground against Rox and Shiki. Newgate no longer hesitated and hurriedly joined the battle, but every move he made was intentionally restrained. Otherwise, Roger and the others would have no hope at all. Just then, a purple thundercloud suddenly rushed in from the distance. "Mama, Mama, what a lively scene. My dear brother, where are you?" A loud female voice echoed through the sky, causing even the surging waves to seem momentarily frozen. "Zeus, at your command, Mama." The purple thundercloud, Hamet's Zeus, expanded wildly at Charlotte Linlin's signal, instantly covering the entire sea area. Mama, mama, ha, ha," accompanied by a piercing mad laugh. The thick lightning indiscriminately attacked everyone present. Under the terrifying might akin to a thunder calamity, the sea churned, trees ignited, and the already crumbling islands erupted with layers of sand and stones, producing unbearable sounds. Countless weaker pirates, with insufficient hockey strength, couldn't even react in time. After being struck by the lightning, they convulsed on the ground, charred all over. Even the stronger pirates had to temporarily retract their attacks, raising their hockey defenses, but even with full force, they were pushed back repeatedly by this wide-ranging assault. On the rock ship, Kaido looked at Lin Lin in the sky, who seemed insane, his eyes flashing with shock. Could it be? This guy is having another episode? He had witnessed the scene when Lin Lin had an episode before. The miserable screams echoed in the flattened town, all because she hadn't gotten the food she desired. But how could the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates have both provoked her at once? Whitebeard ignored the tingling sensation on his body. That terrifying thick lightning couldn't even break through his hockey defense. This thunderstorm could only clear out some small fry. Having just exchanged blows with Roger, he looked up at the young Charlotte Lin Lin, whose face bore a manic smile, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Beneath her curly pink hair, her deep features paired with fiery red lips appeared particularly wild. She was taller than him, yet not out of place, exuding a kind of coordinated beauty. Her prominent chest and voluptuous hips were striking, while her waist was sensuously slender, her overall figure proportioned to perfection, outlining an enchanting curve. Even Newgate found himself momentarily dazed. This girl is Charlotte Lin Lin, the monster who destroyed a giant tribe village at the age of 5. Many pirates who knew of Lin Lin's deeds, while struggling to withstand the mad thunderstorm, gazed in shock at the sky, looking at that tall, sexy figure. Suddenly, a figure shot up into the air at an incredible speed, breaking through the heavy thundercloud. It was Newgate, wielding the Tsongyun cut. He laughed maniacally as he looked at Lin Lin, already thinking of a way to divert the flames of battle. He didn't care at all about the thick lightning striking him. That little tingling sensation couldn't even break through his hockey defense. With a sudden swing of the Tsongyun cut, an exaggerated azure slash unceremoniously cleaved towards Lin Lin, tearing a gap in the thundercloud Zeus. "Ah, Mama, save me!" The miserable scream emitted from the personified expression of the thundercloud. And the thundercloud that enveloped the entire sea was instantly split in two by this exaggerated strike. Standing on the thundercloud, Charlotte Lin Lin stumbled, her beautiful eyes igniting with a cruel killing intent as she looked at Whitebeard. Then her pupils suddenly constricted. It's this guy, the one known as the strongest man in the world, Newgate. Mama, Mama. Newgate, where's Kaido? Lin Lin stared intently at Whitebeard, locking eyes with him, her whole body emanating terrifying dark red lightning. Ooh la la la, that little brat Kaido is now a member of the Rocks Pirates. Whitebeard laughed heartily. As he spoke, he swung the Tsongyun cut again, unleashing several slashes, teasing Lin Lin as if he were playing with her. Napoleon, Prometheus, here, Mama, Lin Lin shouted angrily, and the helmets in the shape of a captain's hat and a flame form revealed an evil smile. Terrifying flames wrapped around the sword that had manifested in an instant with an astonishing, sharp aura. Lin Lin held the sword with both hands, a crazy smile flashing across her face. W.I.G.U. In an instant, a terrifying slash, exclusively belonging to the giant tribe's techniques, tore through the sky. Before it even struck, the intense pressure made Whitebeard's golden hair dance wildly, sending shivers down his spine. Peak power remaining time, 0:58. He calmly watched the rapidly approaching slash, and the Tsongyun cut in his hand instantly entwined with a black-red thunderstorm. God avoid! The two terrifying slashes collided violently, a tremendous sound resonating through the heavens and the earth. The terrifying dark red slash directly penetrated W.I.G.U., and its momentum did not decrease. In Lin Lin's horrified gaze, it struck directly at her body. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in the sky. This fierce blow, infused with Conqueror's hockey, instantly tore through Lin Lin's so-called steel balloon defense. Had Newgate not held back, this strike would likely have done more than just cut through Lin Lin's arm. Hey, why did Newgate start fighting with Lin Lin? In the lull of battle, Shiki glanced at the figure in the sky and grinned. Wakahaha, come on, Roger. Rocks. Disregarding everything, continued to throw punches, pressing Roger and the others into a corner. Lin stared blankly at the blood flowing from her arm. She hadn't been injured in a long time. She touched the blood streaming out, staring at Newgate in a daze, feeling that he had held back his strength when he struck. With a mix of anger and confusion on her face, she asked, Newgate, why did you hold back? Ooh la la la. Whitebeard laughed skyward. Of course, it's to play a little longer. Peak power remaining time. 0:12. Is it finally coming to an end? These 10 minutes have been so hard to endure. A cold glint flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and at this last moment, he exchanged a few more moves with Lin. Various impacts and slashes erupted one after another, creating an extremely domineering scene. But that was all. He wouldn't really hurt Lin. After all, the current Lin could definitely be considered a beauty of the highest caliber. But no matter how good the ceiling is, it still needs a suitable ceiling to match, right? Just thinking about how Lin gave birth to Perispero at the age of 18, and in the future would have 85 children with 43 husbands. Newgate instinctively felt a bit uncomfortable. Ignoring the facts, isn't Charlotte Lin considered a good girl? Just at the moment when Newgate was distracted, a sense of weakness surged from within him, as if he had entered a sage mode, unable to muster any energy. Ding! Peak combat power time for the host has ended. Would you like to spend? No. Newgate decisively refused. He struggled to maintain his domineering aura, but its intensity visibly weakened. The black-red conqueror's hockey gradually turned dark red, and the flowing armament hockey around him was no longer as solid as before. Charlotte Lin looked at Newgate, whose momentum was gradually declining, her confusion deepening. Could it be that this guy has taken a liking to her? A warmth flickered in her heart. If she could be with this guy, they would definitely have the world's strongest gifted child. But upon looking up and seeing Whitebeard's calm gaze, she instantly realized this guy was toying with her. The warmth in her heart was extinguished, replaced by overwhelming anger. She tightly gripped Napoleon and laughed angrily, saying, Well, this guy underestimated me. Chapter 33. Escalation of the situation. Charlotte Linlanès aura soudainement surgi. And the homies felt their master's anger, becoming restless with bared teeth. The flames of Prometheus surged violently, the crimson flames roiling like a blazing sun, distorting the surrounding air with a faint burning sensation. The injured Zeus desperately gathered a terrifying thunderstorm, the already dark thunderclouds becoming even thicker, casting darkness over the entire sea. The sharp aura of the long sword Napoleon surged higher, the blade revealing a cruel smile, the cold light almost piercing the sky. Lin, stop it. At this moment, Kaido, who had been watching the battle, could no longer hold back. With veins popping on his forehead, he shouted while wielding his kanabo. I really joined the Rocks Pirates. Having witnessed Whitebeard's terrifying strength, seeing Lin, who had set sail with him, being toyed with by Whitebeard, the anger in his heart was about to erupt. That guy Newgate is too vile. It's just like cat and mouse. He firmly believed in Whitebeard's earlier words. Even now, he thought that Newgate was deliberately suppressing his strength just to play a little longer. Kaido, are you afraid? Lin had already fallen into a rage, unable to hear Kaido's persuasion. Her eyes were blood red as she fought madly against Whitebeard. Newgate was enjoying this, so he simply didn't hold back anymore, unleashing his full strength, stepping into the threshold of the Emperor level, and even showing signs of improvement. Kaido's face was dark and terrifying in his eyes. The current evenly matched situation was clearly Newgate suppressing his strength to toy with Lin. He knew very well that if this guy unleashed his full power, Lin wouldn't last a few moves. Damn it. He could no longer care about much. Rushing into the sky, swinging his kanabo to block the attacks from Lin and Newgate. The terrifying force of their collision coursed through the body of the kanabo, causing his muscles to bulge as he gritted his teeth to resist. The two intertwined slashes were forcibly redirected, crashing with unmatched might into the sky. Kaido. Both Newgate and Lin exclaimed simultaneously upon seeing the suddenly intruding, strong young man. Stop! No one paid attention to the young man's shout as Kaido was sent flying by the residual force of Lin and Newgate's attacks. He and Lin had now started close combat, The sound of clashing blades shaking the air, and Lean's terrifying strength, which was on par with his own, made Newgate increasingly alarmed. This guy is indeed a talented monster, but this intensity is just enough to serve as my sparring partner. Damn it! After being blasted away several times, Kaido looked at the battle that had reached a fever pitch and charged in recklessly again. Thanks to his Oni clan's formidable talent, his terrifying defense granted him almost perverse resilience. At this moment, he circled between Lin and Whitebeard, needing to guard against Newgate's sudden attacks that could harm Lin, while also worrying that Lean's madness might completely provoke the strongest man in the world. But in the end, most of the attacks landed solidly on him. Kaido, with a bruised and battered face, felt dizzy as if he were drunk, inwardly exclaiming, "This is so hard." Meanwhile, on the other side, Rocks and the trio of gold, silver, and copper were also locked in a fierce battle, their punches colliding with flesh, igniting a mist of blood, and both sides had already gotten heated. Rocks laughed maniacally as he unleashed his terrifying conqueror's haki, the black-red lightning sweeping across the battlefield like a tsunami, while Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba coordinated seamlessly, managing to fight him to a standstill amidst the flashes of blades. On Shiki's side, things were gradually becoming difficult. He had to deal with simultaneous attacks from Noddington and Sandbell, while also being wary of the occasional sneak attacks from the cold moves, leaving him feeling somewhat stretched thin. Those crew members, despite being weaker than him, always found the right moment to land a couple of hits, which, although not causing any substantial damage, were still annoying. The entire battlefield had now descended into hell. Deafening explosions shook the sea surface, creating towering waves. Raging fires scorched and twisted the shattered islands. Slashes flew through the air, and thunder raged, reveling among the rubble and seawater. The situation had oddly reached a stalemate, but the already fractured little island was becoming increasingly overwhelmed by the relentless bombardment, as if it could sink at any moment. Not far from the center of this chaotic battle, a trembling seagull hovered in the air, diligently reporting on this world-shocking event. Below the seagull, the impeccably dressed Knuckle was once again stunned. His video snail captured the entire epic battle. Not long after the fight began, he had reported the news to the five elders. The Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates clashed in the North Sea in the waters of Fervanth. The five elders ordered constant monitoring of the situation, forbidding any escalation. But how could he have that kind of power, damn it? Not far away, 3 massive warships were cutting through the waves. The sea breeze rustled the Navy flags that symbolized justice. Just back at the naval branch, without having had time to disembark, Zephyr received an order from Steelbone Kong. At all costs, stop the battle between the Rocks and Roger crews. The 4 seas are the Navy's foundation, a symbol of peace. This group of crazy people must not be allowed to destroy it. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in the dimly lit corridor, the sound of military boots echoed, with no excessive conversation. The Navy personnel coming and going were all bearing the insignia of stars, without exception, all of them above the rank of Brigadier General. A tense and solemn atmosphere permeated the air. In Steelbone Kong's office, he donned the greatcoat symbolizing naval justice, raked a hand through his triangular hair, and stepped out. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking the ground echoed. Kong looked up and quickly knelt on one knee. "Saint Satan, you have come to Marineford." Dressed in a black suit and wearing a round-topped hat, Satan's sharp and dignified gaze, accompanied by the sound of his scepter striking the ground, soon approached Kong's side. He looked down from a height, surveying the kneeling Kong, the scar on his left cheek twitching slightly as a cold voice that seemed to come from hell spoke. "Kong, Rocks and his crew have already violated the taboo. The world government absolutely cannot tolerate such provocation. Understood?" Steelbone Kong felt a tightness in his throat. Rocks D. Jibek, the man known as the Overlord of the Sea, had rapidly risen in the New World in recent years, killing a general of the same generation as soon as he set sail. His pirate crew had gathered a terrifying group of crew members, including powerful figures like Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Goldline Shiki. If this matter is handled well, the position of Fleet Admiral of the Navy will be yours. Steelbone Kong lowered his head, a trace of fanaticism flashing in his eyes as he replied heavily, "Yes, Saint Satan." The world government needed a victory a victory that would instill fear in those restless pirates for hundreds of years. Do you understand what I mean, Kong? Cold sweat immediately began to bead on Steelbone Kong's forehead, trickling down his resolute face, which bore a twisted scar, and sliding down his oddly shaped beard. Yes, Steelbone Kong replied in a deep voice, bowing his head even lower. Drip. The sound of cold sweat hitting the ground echoed. The sound of the scepter striking the ground gradually faded, and a voice filled with authority rang out. On this voyage, you must take the ship I brought. Satan's voice came, and Steelbone Kong's pupils constricted. He hurriedly responded, yes. By the time he raised his head, Satan had already disappeared into the dark corner at the end of the corridor. As sunlight poured in, the elongated shadow twisted strangely, resembling a demon, Nyo-Gue, crawling out of the abyss. Chapter 34, Naval Headquarters, Assemble. Next to the dock of the Naval Headquarters, elite naval forces above the rank of Brigadier General have gathered. Brigadier General Giant John stands like an iron tower. The short-statured Brigars has a joyful smile on his face. The sharp-eyed Brigadier General Iron Cutter. Ron looks as sharp as a blade. Beside him is his partner, the muscular and robust Brigadier General Heavy Fist Gates, whose bulging muscles nearly burst through his naval uniform. The imposing aura of these elite naval powers envelopes the entire area, and everyone stands in silence. The heavy atmosphere almost making it hard to breathe. Creak. Carp pays no attention to the serious atmosphere, constantly munching on senbei. Carp. Sengoku's head popped with a few hash marks as he angrily hissed, "You idiot. Enough already. This is not the time to eat." "Waha. It's okay. Do you want some?" "Sengoku, you need to eat to have the strength to fight." Carp replied. Sengoku snatched the senbei from Carp's hands, trying to throw it away. But Carp frantically grabbed it back, causing a commotion. "You too." Crane looked at these two with a black line on her forehead, clenching her fists in silence. "Can you be a little more mature? We are representing the face of the naval headquarters." At this moment, a tall figure draped in a justice cape walked over from a distance. "Quiet. Admiral Kong is coming." Crane's pupils shrank, and she immediately stood up straight, her fitted military uniform accentuating her already tall figure. Carp and Sengoku also stopped their antics, standing properly and looking towards the slowly approaching figure. Steelbone Kong stood firm, his sharp gaze sweeping across all the naval forces above the rank of Brigadier General present, except for those on missions or with pressing matters. All the elite forces of the naval headquarters were gathered here. His gaze lingered on Carp for a moment, but Carp merely glanced sideways, pouting in an innocent manner. A few hash marks appeared on Kong's forehead, but now was not the time to discipline this guy. So he suppressed his irritation and did not pay much attention to Carp's antics. Taking a deep breath, he spoke loudly. "I believe everyone is already aware of the situation. The severity of the matter does not need further elaboration. For the justice of the Navy, we set sail." "Yes." A deafening roar echoed throughout the naval headquarters as the generals saluted simultaneously, their boots coming together in perfect unison. Carp rubbed his belly and muttered with a pinched nose. "If I had known, I would have eaten a few more pieces of senbei." At this moment, more than 30 warships were neatly lined up beside the dock. On the deck, countless naval soldiers stood ready. Among them, the most eye-catching was a ship that looked no different from an ordinary warship, but was heavily guarded by CP-0 members in white suits and strange masks. No one knew the true situation on this warship. According to previous arrangements, each general was to lead a warship. Carp, Sengoku, and Crane were specifically asked to accompany Admiral Steelbone Kong onto the heavily guarded ship. Carp walked at the front, hands behind his head, with a few CP-0 members accompanying him. There were only a few personnel on board, and Carp looked around in confusion, but found nothing unusual. "Hey, Sengoku, what do you think about this broken warship?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "Shut up, Navy. Don't look around. This is the warship of that celestial dragon. Don't ask about things that shouldn't be questioned." Carp, unfazed, pinched his nose and scoffed, "Those trash." Before he could finish, Sengoku covered his mouth. Sengoku, with a black line on his forehead and beads of cold sweat running down, understood this guy's loose tongue too well. He kept explaining to the CP-0 member. He was talking about the Rocks pirates. The more he explained, the darker the CP-0 member's face became, his gaze under the mask ominous. as if he wanted to remember Karp's appearance thoroughly. After much persuasion, the CP0 member finally huffed and left. Now, the most important thing was not to get angry with a naval general, but to complete the task assigned by that noble. This arrogant navy would be dealt with later, after the mission was completed. With a cold snort, the CP0 member walked away, leaving Sengoku and Karp behind. Bang! Sengoku slammed a fist on Karp's head. "You bastard! Waha! Almost let it slip and cause trouble." Karp laughed heartily, nearly in tears from laughter. All the generals boarded their ships. Destination, North Sea, Flevens. Set sail. Accompanied by Kong's solemn voice, all the warships raised their sails simultaneously, representing the elite forces of the naval headquarters setting out towards the North Sea. With the support of advanced naval technology, the warships sped through the water like arrows, white waves trailing behind them. At the same time, 3 warships from the Navy's 52nd Division, led by Zifa, were gradually approaching the island at the center of the battle. Not far away, they could see the blazing flames and raging thunder on the island. Terrifying shockwaves swept through, causing the warships to rise and fall in the churning waters. The sailors on the ship stared at the terrifying scene, swallowing hard in shock, but still stood by their orders, ready for action. "Major Zifa, when are we?" The aide's words were interrupted as Zifa stared at the battle scene with a flickering gaze. He was waiting for the right moment to strike. On the island, Rox had gone mad. The malice radiating from him felt almost tangible, sending chills down one's spine just by looking at him. The battle between Whitebeard and Lin was also escalating. Every swing of Newgate's tremor fruit carried a tearing shriek through the air. Taking advantage of an opening, he glanced at his status panel. Current health, 60. Not bad, it's manageable. He casually blocked Lin's attack and then swung his fist heavily against her so-called iron balloon body. The feel is not bad. It was a kind of bounciness that was hard to describe. Lin, unable to dodge in time, took a heavy punch to the chest from Newgate, staggering back a few steps, her chest heaving like turbulent waves. She showed no signs of injury and, in her fury, continued to engage in battle. Boom! The shockwave from the collision sent Kaido, who had just come to mediate, flying. His face was bruised, and his voice was nearly hoarse from trying to intervene. "Damn it. I come to mediate and get caught in the crossfire." Looking at the 2 figures in the sky, which resembled demons, he couldn't help but feel bitterness in his heart. He had thought about siding with Lin, but he was afraid that if Whitebeard got serious, he would take him out too. Chapter 35. The Defeat of the Roger Pirates. On the other side of the battlefield, the Golden Lion bore several new wounds, while the members of the Roger Pirates were in a dire state, blood flowing from their bodies. If it weren't for their numbers, they would have likely been taken down one by Shiki. Boom! The sea erupted as another pirate ship sped towards them. Ha! How could we miss out on a fight like this? It was John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and Miss Bakken who had just received the news. Before the ship had even stabilized, Silver Axe leaped onto the deck, wielding his axe and shield. John held a bottle of wine, and Wang Ji, his rotund body shaking, followed closely behind, firing his flintlock pistol, the flames spitting out as the heavy sword rushed forward. Doringo was hit in the wing by a bullet, blood splattering as he lost his balance in the air, spinning and falling. Nosden was struck by an axe's light, blood oozing as a terrifying wound appeared on his solid chest, staggering backward. Silver Axe blocked Sandbell's steel fork with his shield, then swung down with his axe, forcing the fishman Sandbell to dive into the water just in time to avoid the blow. However, the crew of the Roger Pirates, exhausted, could no longer pose an effective threat to the Golden Lion, especially with John and the others distracting them. Miss Bakken, her smooth long legs wrapped in a hardened hockey, kicked a rookie pirate from the Roger crew who was attempting a sneak attack, her gaze locked onto Newgate, who was locked in battle with Lingling. The aura he exuded while wielding his sword, the calmness during his attacks, along with his robust physique and resolute face, all made her heart race. Lingling was in a fierce battle with Newgate, her large eyes filled with a frenzied, blood-red hue, drool hanging from the corner of her mouth, her pink hair burning like a raging fire, her extremely seductive figure radiating an absurd beauty. Mama, no gate. Die for me, with a tug in the void. Prometheus's flames erupted instantly, and Napoleon transformed into a giant sword in her hands. The fierce flames of Prometheus converged on Napoleon, accumulating a terrifying and scorching power. At the same time, Zeus's thunder entwined along the blade, interweaving with the flames to form a purple-golden torrent as Napoleon swung out at high speed, unleashing the Emperor's sword. A terrifying power emanated from Napoleon, the sword-shaped helmets displaying an evil grin. At the moment the giant sword swung down, it felt as if the air itself had ignited. Newgate grinned, the conqueror's hockey coiling around his sword, the dark red sword light arriving in an instant. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated from the sky. Miss Backen's beautiful eyes glimmered with various colors, a flush creeping onto her face, and she couldn't help but smile. No wonder she had her eyes on this man. The fiercest battle was undoubtedly between Rox and the trio of gold, silver, and copper. Roger wiped the blood dripping from his nostrils, his mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin. Rox, let me show you this move. Come on, Roger. Rox's momentum remained undiminished, but his cloak was already tattered, now exposing his bare upper body filled with explosive muscles. Black-red light gathered at the fists of the famous sword ace in Rox. The black-red hockey surrounding Roger became increasingly solid, shocking Rox. This guy, while his hockey isn't as strong as mine, is actually enhancing his strength in battle. At this moment, he became more satisfied with Roger. Such a monster was worthy of his ship. God avoid! Another familiar move, but Rox looked at the faintly blood-soaked knuckles. His heart shocked even more. This guy can actually break through his hockey defenses. I underestimated him. Axe Heaven music. Jabba's figure appeared in an instant, his dual axes spinning, emitting a terrifying black-red light as he swung down. Rox met it with his fist, the tremendous force sending Jabba flying backward, his muscular arms covered in blood. At this moment, Rayleigh had already flashed behind Rox. Hidden Edge. A sharp blue slash struck directly at Rox's back, the terrifying momentum forcing him back a few steps. A bright red wound appearing instantly. The same move used on Whitebeard was now being used against Rox. Rox winced in pain, angrily touching his back, although it didn't bleed. The sharp sting was quite unpleasant. These damn guys, clearly not strong enough, yet they still managed to hold me off for a while. Looking at Jabba's trembling arms, blood trickling down, and Rayleigh's chest with a terrifying scar, blood dripping down his torn clothes, and their pale faces, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. With only this level. You dare to challenge me? I am Rox. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying conqueror's hockey was unleashed without restraint, black-red, lightning rampaging like thunder around him. And Rox wore an extremely mad grin as his arm muscles bulged explosively. Wahaha! The mad laughter shook the clouds, newbies. I'm the ruler of this sea. Rox's hockey wrapped around his fists, the crimson X-shaped light flickering like a blinding sun, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. The terrifying momentum gathered on Rox's upper body. The power contained in that red fist seemed capable of destroying the world. Hey, this is too exaggerated. If that hits, it will definitely kill. Rayleigh and Jabba were drenched in cold sweat, their hands gripping their weapons, trembling involuntarily. Newgate caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye. His heart tightened, and without any hesitation, he swung the swirling cloud cutter wrapped in dark red light. Boom! Lingling didn't even see the trajectory of the blade. She was directly swept away by Newgate's full power strike, flying thousands of meters away. Mama! Thundercloud, Zeus shouted anxiously, transforming into a dark purple lightning bolt racing to catch up, needing to prevent Lingling from falling into the sea. Devil fruit users, if they fall into the water, they are worse than ordinary people. Ha ha! The ground around Rox exploded, the terrifying conqueror's hockey creating horrifying cracks in the rock layers. Jabba and Rayleigh were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies half-bowed, barely managing to assume a battle stance under the suffocating pressure. The light on Rox's fists momentarily froze, the suffocating pressure on the battlefield suddenly easing. But before anyone could react, the condensed dark red light erupted. Rox's body bent into an exaggerated arc as he swung his fist. Boom! At the critical moment, A figure wearing a straw hat and bleeding from his nose rushed towards the terrifying dark red light. Ha ha ha! God avoid! Roger looked at the deadly attack without any fear, instead laughing joyfully, leaping over Rayleigh and Jabba, his dark red light-wrapped slash colliding with the terrifying fist light. That punch, carrying the power to obliterate everything, momentarily halted under Roger's slash. The next second, the dark red slash melted away as if ice met flame. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. Roger's body slammed heavily towards the island. Amidst the collapsing mountains and cracking earth, his blood-soaked figure pierced through the mountains, ultimately breaking through the entire island and crashing into the sea. A towering column of water erupted from the giant pit created, accompanied by Rox's increasingly mad laughter. Thus, the battle between the Roger Pirates and the Rox Pirates ended with the defeat of the Roger Pirates. Chapter 36. Skill Encyclopedia Roger. Captain Roger. The members of the Roger Pirates were furious, rushing towards the massive pit. Rayleigh and Jabba's eyes were bloodshot. After all, Roger had faced that world-destroying attack to save them. Hey, now is not the time to be distracted. The Golden Lion's lips curled into a cold smile as two pale, golden slashes shot out from his famous sword, Mugiwara, speeding towards Rayleigh and Jabba. The sharpness felt almost tangible. At that moment, a tall figure arrived before the slashes. Newgate swung his fist violently, and the terrifying force knocked Rayleigh and Jabba off their feet. The Golden Lion frowned, looking displeased at the tall figure, and snorted coldly. Is Newgate trying to steal the show? Boom! Under the terrifying force, the two figures crashed into the mountain peak, plummeting onto the deck of the Oro Jackson. Crack! They fell heavily onto the deck, which groaned under the strain and shook violently. Ah, did I use too much force? Newgate revealed an awkward smile. Rayleigh, Jabba. Dorling swayed as he flew towards the super Oro Jackson. Hey, don't get distracted during the fight. John burped, and the flintlock pistol spat sparks. Bang! Dorling's other wing was also pierced by a bullet, causing him to stumble in the air and fall towards the sea. John pulled out a bottle of liquor from his waist, gulping it down, his drunken eyes filled with a fierce look. At the same time, the strikes from Wang Ji and Silver Axe fell simultaneously. Blood splattered as the towering Nozdorn and the dazed sniper Bitam were both hit. However, they continued to charge towards the pit. We can't let the captain get hurt. Bitam gritted his teeth, and even though his vision was blurry, his steps did not falter. At that moment, Dorling, covered in blood, also wobbled into the air. If you can't protect your companions with your life, then what kind of pirate are you? Rayleigh and Jabba struggled to crawl up from below the deck, disregarding their injuries. Rayleigh shouted angrily, All members of the Roger Pirates, heed my command. Assemble and set sail. This is the captain's order. As soon as he finished speaking, all the members of the Roger Pirates were stunned, then gritted their teeth and rushed towards the Oro Jackson. They couldn't let Captain Roger's resolve go to waste. Only Rayleigh noticed the meaningful glance from Whitebeard as he swung his fist, which clearly conveyed the message. Get out of here. The members of the Roger Pirates, despite their serious injuries, staggered onto the Oro Jackson, looking tearfully at the gradually calming sea. Suddenly, a terrifying whirlpool erupted on the sea surface, and then a towering wave surged from beneath the Oro Jackson. The Oro Jackson was lifted by the terrifying current, shooting far away. At the same time, a deep roar echoed. Fishman karate, ocean current, one-handed over-the-shoulder throw. It's Sambell, that long-hidden fishman. He was carrying a bloodied Roger, who had rolled his eyes. And with all his strength, he pushed the terrifying current towards the Oro Jackson. Yoa, a fishman? Newgate leaped from the island, his terrifying conqueror's haki wrapping around his sword. And under the terrifying pressure, the sea began to churn. This guy. The Golden Lion looked at Newgate with displeasure, but did not stop him. Rox crazily watched Newgate's figure, laughing wildly. This guy Whitebeard is really impressive. If you're going to act, you might as well act to the fullest. If Newgate succeeds in making the Roger Pirates lose, he would have succeeded. He was eager to complete both the main and challenge quests. Boom! A terrifying blade of light slashed down from the sky, splitting the sea into a terrifying chasm thousands of meters long. with the water on both sides, unable to fill it for a long time. Is it done? Rox asked with a mad laugh. No, that guy escaped. Looking at the traces of blood left on the sea surface, Newgate said calmly. Wahaha, it's all right. The sea is the fisherman's home turf. Rox didn't care at all. As long as they won, that was enough. If Roger didn't die, he must join his pirate crew. Otherwise, every time he saw him, he would beat him up. The Oro Jackson was swept far away by the terrifying current, and everyone looked at the distant island that had become a small dot. Even from a distance, they could see that terrifying strike splitting the sea. Everyone felt heavy-hearted and remained silent. Under Newgate's terrifying strike, Sam Bell was probably in serious trouble. Only Rayleigh's eyes flickered, lost in thought. Suddenly, the sea water by the ship's side surged, and everyone held their breath. Poof! A tall fisherman figure appeared, carrying the bloodied Roger onto the deck. It's Sam Bell and Captain Roger. Great! The captain is still alive. The deck erupted with suppressed cheers, and the ship's doctor quickly attended to everyone's injuries. The Rox pirates watched the Oro Jackson disappear into the horizon. They let them escape. John took a sip from his drink, his gloomy face showing some unwillingness. Ha ha! It's all right. That guy Roger isn't someone who easily submits. Rox's eyes sparkled, not caring about this defeat at all. Suddenly, Shiki appeared in front of Rox, the cigar smoke swirling. Just as he was about to speak, a loud bang echoed through the sky. Boom! Terrifying lightning and flames intertwined, dyeing the entire sky a purplish red. Charlotte Linlin grinned crazily, drooling from the corners of her mouth, her crimson eyes fixed on Whitebeard. Newgate. Clash. The Tsung-Yun cut collided fiercely with Napoleon's giant sword. Sparks flying, and Newgate's muscles bulged as the ground below him within 100 meters was instantly ground to dust by the terrifying shockwave. A violent explosion erupted between the two, engulfing the entire island in a sea of lightning and flames. Linlin, Newgate roared. That Linlin has gone berserk. There's really no good way to handle this, except to defeat her completely. As thoughts raced, Newgate glanced at Linlin's mad posture, then at his own health bar of 50, and a smile appeared on his face. Linlin, the so-called steel balloon, let's practice together. Newgate's arm muscles bulged suddenly. The terrifying power increasing layer by layer, transmitted from the Tsung-Yun cut to Linlin. This is impossible. Linlin's eyes widened as she felt an unstoppable force coming from his arm. Since her birth, she had never seen anyone who could surpass her in strength. Newgate is a monster. Her arm was lifted inch by inch, and finally, under Newgate's full power explosion, it was violently tossed away. Rox watched Linlin being sent flying, unable to hide his admiration. To last this long under Newgate's hands is not simple. This crazy girl must be Charlotte Linlin. Let her join our crew, Newgate. As soon as the mad shout fell, Rox's figure shot up from the island like a cannonball, terrifying fist light gathering. Don't move, Rox. Newgate's roar came, causing the entire island to tremble. This guy is my opponent. Hearing this, Rox froze for a moment, looking at Newgate's angry expression, his aura inexplicably diminished. He reluctantly retracted his fists. With Newgate's strength being evenly matched with his own, defeating Lingling was only a matter of time. But why was this stubborn guy not using his full power? Is it fun to toy with the opponent using only a slight edge in strength? How despicable. What an absolute bastard. On the other side, Lingling's body, which had been sent flying, stabilized with the help of Zeus and charged at him wildly again. In that fleeting moment, he hurriedly spent an unknown number of zeros worth of berries in the system store to exchange for a skill manual. The manual appeared before him, taking the form of a semi-transparent golden book with just a few thin pages. He quickly flipped it open, but as soon as his finger touched the semi-transparent golden manual, it transformed into a golden stream of light and drilled into Newgate's head. Immediately, some inexplicable information appeared in his mind. Without time for further thought, Lingling swung Napoleon with an exaggerated, extreme slash. Hurricane. The violent momentum carved terrifying rifts in the ground as it rushed toward him. Of course, if any of you handsome readers want to see specific characters, plots, or have any critiques, feel free to comment, and I will carefully review and make revisions. Thank you. Chapter 37. Instant Kill Zephyr. Newgate looked at the exaggerated slash, a wild and unrestrained smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The information in his mind was quickly digested, and then he raised Kanjiunki high, the muscles on his thick arms bulging like a fierce beast awakening, a terrifying power brewing. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Even Zeus's condensed lightning was attracted as if summoned, flowing towards the tip of Kanjiunki, coalescing into a terrifying thunderstorm that crackled loudly. The dark red conqueror's haki wrapped around it, and with the addition of the gathered lightning at the blade's tip, it presented a strange black-purple color. The terrifying momentum distorting the surrounding space as if it were tangible. On the shore, a bruised and battered Kaido looked at Whitebeard's familiar stance, his swollen eyes straining to widen, his mouth forming an O shape. Could it be? Thunder 8 trigrams. Newgate roared, swinging Kanjiunki down hard onto that exaggerated slash. The speed was so fast that there was no time to react, wherever Kanjiunki passed. The offensive of the kingdom of Wano instantly stagnated. Boom! After a brief silence, a huge sound erupted. The shattered island was overturned by the terrifying shockwave. Countless fragments surged wildly, and the violent circular airwave instantly flattened the traces of battle on the island, the surrounding sea waves churning. At the moment Kanjiunki made contact with Napoleon, a piercing scream erupted from Napoleon. Lingling's manic expression suddenly cleared, and there was no time to dodge. Puffed. A spurt of blood shot from her rosy lips, and her sexy and explosive body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, the blood tracing a scarlet arc in the air. Lingling's figure pierced through the thundercloud Zeus, crashing heavily onto the island, accompanied by a loud noise. Towering dust swirled on the island, and when the smoke cleared, Lingling had already staggered to her feet. Aside from blood at the corner of her mouth, her gaze had become clear, devoid of that madness. She looked in horror at the figure holding Kanjiunki not far away, her magnificent chest rising and falling, her sexy figure trembling, unsure if it was excitement or fear. At that moment, Miss Bakken had already leaped several nimble steps to Whitebeard's side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with various colors. Newgate looked at Miss Bakken's ambiguous light blue eyes, suddenly bent down, and wrapped his arms around Bakken's voluptuous legs, rapidly retreating. Bakken was caught off guard by Whitebeard's sudden action, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. This guy, is he really that direct in front of so many people? However, this feeling is really nice. Just as Miss Bakken's thoughts were swirling, a black cannonball fell where she had just stood. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, flames soared into the sky, countless fragments splattered, leaving a hole several meters wide on the ground. Miss Bakken's light blue eyes were filled with shock. If she had been a second slower, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, in Whitebeard's warm and safe embrace, she looked at him with affectionate eyes. However, Newgate steadily placed her aside, his expression serious as he gazed at the sea. Miss Bakken, having escaped from his strong arms, felt a bit unaccustomed for a moment. But following Whitebeard's gaze, 3 warships were rapidly cutting through the waves, coming into view, and everyone instantly fell silent. Even Charlotte Lingling was horrified. The Navy? How could they come here? Before anyone could react, the cannon mouths of the warships emitted dazzling red light, accompanied by deafening sounds. A rain of cannonballs came crashing down. The members of the Rock's pirates hurriedly dodged. The Golden Lion's eyes turned cold, several slashes cut through the air, and the bombs in the sky were severed in half before they could hit the ground, the cut surfaces smooth as mirrors, then exploded in midair with a burst of flames. Rocks threw a heavy punch, and the air was filled with the roar of explosions. The other crew members fought while retreating, heading back to the Rock pirate ship. Zephyr stood proudly at the bow of the ship, his cape fluttering behind him. His expression was solemn as he realized the intentions of these pirates. They wanted to escape. Everyone knew that the Navy was the largest force on this sea, as strong as the Golden Lion or Whitebeard would have to temporarily avoid their might. Because after you defeat one wave of the Navy, another wave comes, seemingly endless. No one wanted to deal with such a pest. But Rox was different. He had no regard for the Navy in his eyes. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, a mad smile on his face. The Navy. I am Rox. After just being humbled by Whitebeard, He seemed ready to unleash all the madness he had inside. A terrifying red glow gathered at his fist, the force so great that it stirred the sea into towering waves. Zephyr's expression was serious, and he gathered the flowing, dark-colored armament haki in his arms. This was a technique that made him famous. Crush, heavy strike. With high-level armament haki wrapped around it, he gathered it in his arms, aiming to break through everything with an indomitable force. However, his signature move seemed like a joke in front of rocks. The moment it merely brushed against that red fist's wind, his entire arm bent at a strange angle, pain flooding his face as blood gushed out, his body flying backward toward the deck. The deck cracked under the heavy impact, unable to bear the weight. If it weren't for the Navy's advanced ship technology, which was a whole era ahead of ordinary pirate ships, it would have probably pierced through the hull and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Zephyr lay under the shattered deck, unconscious, blood continuously pouring out, causing all the sailors to panic. The vice admiral hurried out to stabilize the situation. "Don't panic. Quickly treat Vice Admiral Zephyr." The vice admiral's steady voice trembled slightly, his eyes fixed in fear on the figure in the air, his pupils shaking violently. Is this the King of Darkness, Rocks? Is he a monster? How can the gap between people be so vast? Damn it! Under the vice admiral's scolding, the sailors trembled as they loaded cannonballs, countless cannonballs firing simultaneously. "Wah! With just these? You can't do anything to me." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Rock's eyes, and a crimson X-shaped wave gathered at his fist, then slammed down. Boom! The roar sounded, and a terrifying red shock wave smashed down like thunder, the sea water churning to create an exaggerated arc. 3 warships were shattered in an instant. Countless severed limbs and blood were swept into the depths of the sea by the fist wind. Ha ha! At the same time, Rock's maniacal laughter echoed. With one punch, he annihilated 3 warships. The Navy's 52nd Division was wiped out. Rox turned around to see Newgate already carrying Kaido and Lingling onto the pirate ship. He didn't know what the two said, but Lingling ultimately agreed to join Rock's pirate crew. The group sped towards the Fravanth on the pirate ship. As the smoke cleared, the island was already in ruins, with shattered planks floating on the sea, telling of the brutal massacre that had just occurred here. The sounds of cannon fire and the clash of swords still faintly echoed in the sea breeze. Chapter 38. The Gura Gura, Nomi in hand. The calm sea surface was suddenly disturbed by rippling waves, which gradually grew larger, accompanied by a booming sound coming from afar. Boom! Over 30 warships majestically arrived at the island where a fierce battle had just taken place. The sea was littered with broken masts, scattered planks, and blood-stained naval flags. The island was in ruins, charred and mixed with flames, with seawater continuously surging from the cracks. It wouldn't be long before this island would completely sink to the bottom of the sea. What happened here? The entire island has been sunk. On the warships, countless sailors couldn't help but cry out in shock. Steelbone Kong had a dark expression, remaining silent. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Ah, is that guy Rox really this ruthless? Carp laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned. Where's the Roger pirates? Where's the Rox pirates? What about Zephyr and the others? Sengoku's expression was grave. That guy Roger is like a rat. He won't be easily killed. Carp was full of confidence. Look, there are people over there. A hurried voice from Crane rang out. Following her slender finger's direction, Carp and Sengoku spotted 2 blood-soaked figures lying on a piece of wood floating on the sea. Unconscious and unknown if they were alive or dead. Carp! In Sengoku's exclamation, Carp had already leaped from the deck, rushing towards the floating figures. What if it's a trap from the enemy? Sengoku watched Carp nervously, but it was not a trap as he imagined. It was Zephyr. Carp's terrified voice suppressed endless anger. He gently picked up the 2 bloodied figures. He recognized one of them as Zephyr's deputy. Carp carefully placed Zephyr and his deputy on the deck, and the medical navy that had been on standby immediately rushed to provide first aid. Kong's forehead burst with several veins. The atmosphere was thick with silence and oppression, and everyone's eyes were filled with endless rage. The Navy's 52nd Division has been completely annihilated. Full speed ahead. Target, Fravanth. The Rox pirates had just arrived at the coast of Fravanth. After the ship anchored steadily, Rox leapt down from the deck. Waha, Whitebeard. You did well. Although we couldn't get that guy Roger to join our crew, those two promising kids, Big Mom and Kaido, are not bad either. Whitebeard stood on the ship, his white cape fluttering in the wind, his iconic white mustache curled up as he laughed heartily. Ulahaha, Rox. These two will be incredible in the future. You know, Big Mom and Kaido are destined to be the Sea Emperors ruling the New World. Good job, Whitebeard. Rox praised him, feeling exceptionally pleased. Whitebeard noticed the way Rox looked at his subordinates, and veins popped out on his forehead. Idiot Rox. Don't look at me like that. I'm not your subordinate, you bastard. It's okay. Everyone is tired today. Let us all rest well. Rox gave Whitebeard a meaningful look, and Whitebeard turned to see Miss Bakken already close to him, her delicate arms wrapping around his. Whitebeard paid no mind to it at all, because at this moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Main Quest 1. 2. Defeat the Roger Pirates. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge quest. Defeat the enraged trio of Roger Pirates. Rewards. Paramechative gura gura no mi. 15 spins on the system lottery wheel. But to others, it was different. Whitebeard squinted, enjoying Miss Bakken's caress, completely unconcerned about the gazes around him. On the other side, the Golden Lion let out a disdainful snort at this scene, thinking that women only affect his speed of drawing the sword. Wang Ji and Silver Axe's pupil shrank, filled with unwillingness. They usually put in a lot of effort to please Bakken, yet she treated them coldly while nearly throwing herself at Whitebeard. But all they could do was burn with anger, feeling powerless. The instinct to admire strength is inherent in all living beings, not just women. Shiki, Whitebeard, come here. Rock's slightly serious voice rang out as he gestured to Shiki and Whitebeard. The three exchanged glances. Without saying a word, Shiki walked over directly. Could it be? Whitebeard felt a chill in his heart and followed suit. The three walked side by side, getting farther away. Miss Bakken watched the departing figures, her girlish demeanor vanishing without a trace, replaced by her usual cold demeanor. Silver Axe, clad in heavy armor, stomped over, slamming his giant shield to the ground. Bakken you. Before he could finish, Miss Bakken raised her hand to stop him, elegantly lighting a lady's cigarette. A smoke ring gently escaped her red lips, and she wore a half-smiling expression. I want to be Whitebeard's woman. Silver Axe's pupils constricted, and he angrily thrust his heavy sword into the ground. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Miss Bakken's playful smile. In the end, he turned away in frustration. As a veteran member of the Rox Pirates, he knew all too well how crazy the people on this ship were. Internal strife was a common occurrence for them. On the other side, Whitebeard and Shiki followed Rox's footsteps back to the captain's cabin of the Rox Pirates' main ship. Rox carefully took out a treasure chest from a hidden compartment in the hold. With a turn of the key, the chest lock clicked open. Whitebeard and Shiki exchanged a glance, both swallowing their saliva. Inside the box were neatly arranged, variously shaped and colored strange berries, a whole box of different devil fruits. Waha, Shiki, Whitebeard, these are the treasures I've accumulated over the years. These two are specially prepared for you. As he spoke, Rox turned around holding a peculiar fruit. With a mad smile on his face, he grinned and said, Eat them, my left and right arms, and we will possess the power to destroy the world. In Rox's left hand was a fruit shaped like a gourd, its surface displaying spiraling twisted patterns resembling shockwaves. In his right hand was another fruit shrouded in mist, resembling a semi-transparent oval berry. Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaim, Gura Gura no mi, Fua Fua no mi. Two top-tier paramecia fruits. You do have a good eye. Whitebeard. That's right, these are the two fruits. Rox's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Whitebeard to recognize these two rare devil fruits by name. Shiki was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had been in the Rox Pirates for so long, but never imagined that Rox had collected so many devil fruits, most of which he couldn't even name. I want that Gura Gura no mi, Whitebeard said eagerly, while Shiki's eyes were ablaze. Fixed on the Fua Fua, no mi, Whitebeard's immense strength combined with the seismic power of the Gura Gura no mi, and Shiki's powerful swordsmanship paired with the high mobility of the Fua Fua no mi. Their combat power would be limitless, making future battles much easier. All right, here you go. With that, Rox casually tossed the 2 devil fruits to the 2. He looked at Newgate and Shiki with fervent eyes. You two are important supports for me to achieve my ambitions, and it is imperative that our strength increases. Newgate took the fruit, but did not put it in his mouth immediately. Instead, he looked at Rox and said, "You've been to Between Flowers, what about him?" Chapter 39, Unlocking the System Map. After listening to Whitebeard's words, Rox's pupils constricted sharply. He hurriedly waved his hand to stop Newgate from continuing, looking at him with a serious expression. How's this guy, Newgate, know everything? Clearly, he hadn't told anyone about that matter. However, thinking about Newgate's strength, which was on par with his own, he felt somewhat relieved. When strength reaches a certain level, there are no secrets left in this world. At this moment, Shiki had already furrowed his brows, painfully swallowing the float fruit. After a moment, the look of pain on his face disappeared, replaced by a joyful expression. He clenched his fists tightly, his golden hair dancing in the wind, clearly feeling the power of the float fruit awakening within him. Beside him, Newgate was staring intensely at Rox, remaining silent. Rox felt a bit uneasy under Newgate's gaze, feeling somewhat inexplicable, but still pulled out a light purple, spiral-patterned fruit from the box containing the devil fruits. It was the dark fruit, reputed to be the strongest Logia-type fruit. Newgate was shocked. This fruit would eventually be accidentally obtained by Sachi, and Teach had lurked in Whitebeard's crew for 20 years for this fruit. Now his old man, Rox D. Zebek, was indeed the previous owner of the dark fruit. Bah! Newgate, come eat it. The devil fruit with infinite power. After saying this, Rox picked up the dark fruit and was about to shove it into his mouth. Rox, Haki is above all. Newgate's words made Rox pause, but he still took a painful bite. As his stomach churned, the dark fruit fell to the ground, rolling away. Devil fruits and Haki do not conflict. This is the most direct way to increase strength. After a while, Rox, recovering his composure, said in a deep voice. Newgate did not deny this. Powerful fruit abilities can complement Haki, producing effects greater than the sum of their parts. He no longer hesitated and took a bite of the tremor fruit in his hand. An indescribable, nauseating taste hit his taste buds, and Newgate's face turned bitter as he forced it down, enduring the urge to vomit. Immediately, a wonderful power surged through his body. He instantly felt that all vibrations around him could be controlled at will, even tearing apart the sky and the sea. Ha! Watching Newgate and Shiki consume the devil fruits, Rox laughed maniacally. With Newgate and Shiki's strength increasing, he was one step closer to realizing his dream of dominating the world. Newgate returned to his room and found that the familiar figure of Miss Bakeen was not on the large bed. He breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. It was not until this moment that he had time to open the system panel and check his current information. Basic information: name, Edward Newgate, age 31, martial arts, 654-100 mastery, special talent, natural strength, flesh fortress, Haki values, conqueror's Haki, 836-100, minor completion, armament Haki, 963-100, mastery, observation Haki, 661-100, mastery, devil fruit ability values, paramecia type, tremor fruit, 3-100, current status body, good, slightly exhausted, moderate rest can recover, mental, fatigue. He did not use Haki capsules in this battle, but he gained a lot in terms of insight while recharging to enhance his combat power. His strength increased significantly, with observation and armament Haki reaching 60, and even his martial arts reaching mastery, evidently benefiting from close combat with Lingling. Congratulations to the host for reaching mastery in 3 attributes. Strength reaching the level of an ordinary emperor, unlocking the system map function. As he spoke, an icon for map appeared next to the shop icon on the system interface. Would you like to recharge 9 billion berries to unlock the system map? Newgate's forehead was instantly covered in black lines. He was already too exhausted to complain about this money-grubbing system. However, he still decided to recharge. Money was not a problem. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the system map. Initial map range with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Next upgrade requires 9 billion berries. Map range expands by 1 kilometer. Damn! This dog system. The map is as much of a scam as the system backpack. According to this exponential increase. 39. 9 billion berries for 1 kilometer, 79. 9 billion for 2 kilometers, and 159. 9 billion for 3 kilometers. Congratulations to the host for correctly guessing. No rewards given. Newgate was already speechless and didn't want to talk anymore. The host can unlock related maps through free exploration. Within the map perception range, the host can see any information accurately. Wait, accurately see various information? What is this? Could it be saying this? Newgate opened the map. What came into view was an interface resembling a high-tech map, but it looked like a corner of an island. Various buildings were vividly marked on it, and there were numerous dense light spots. Most of the light spots were yellow, a few were green, and occasionally mixed in were 3 or 4 red ones. Newgate frowned as he looked at the marked symbols. This is yellow, represents neutral. No provocation means no conflict. Green represents friendly, belonging to the same camp. Red represents hostile forces. Contact may lead to conflict. So impressive. This is practically a human radar. In some aspects, it's even better than top-tier observation hockey. Just based on this ability to distinguish between friend and foe, the 19. 9 billion is worth it. So worth it. As expected of this dog system, while it may be a bit of a cash grab, the products it offers are all top-notch. Satisfied, Newgate closed the map and opened the system backpack. The first 5 slots contained lead powder. The 6th was a ship spirit, and the 7th was, what the hell? My berries. It was originally 171 billion. Why is it now only 89 billion? Unlocking the map cost 20 billion, and peak combat power cost 10 billion. So I still have 140 billion. Could Kaido's Thunder Bagua cost 50 billion? Does he deserve it? Thinking of this, Newgate felt a surge of unnamed anger rising in his heart. He angrily opened the family bond function, quickly scanning through the information of the first 4 little ones. Finally, it stopped at Kaido's gray display interface, which indicated Father Quest Progress 36. Given that young Kaido has the qualifications of a king, please complete the quest as soon as possible. Wasn't it 31 before? Just beating him up a few times raised it to 36? It seems that the saying a son is raised under a stick still holds some truth. As he thought about this, Newgate let out a chilling laugh. At the same time, Kaido, who was with Lingling, suddenly shivered, a bone-chilling coldness creeping up his heart without warning. What's wrong, brother Kaido? Lingling asked, looking at her younger brother, who had set sail with her, with her beautiful big eyes, puzzled. And no, it's nothing. Kaido shook his head, suppressing the unease in his heart. Coo 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 coo. A strange laughter suddenly rang out. A short man with a round hat and a hooked nose flashed to Lingling's side. Longbread? How did you get here? Lingling's eyes lit up as she looked at the swordsman who had been her companion since childhood. However, Chang Mianbo was gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze wary as he constantly scanned the surroundings, appearing very cautious. No, I'm here to help you escape. It's too dangerous here. Chang Mianbo lowered his voice, and his already small stature seemed even shorter as he deliberately bent down. Chapter 40, Naval Raid. Longbread joins the crew. No, they are already members of the Rocks Pirates. A deep voice suddenly rang out. Lingling and Kaido instantly became alert, and Longbread instinctively swung his longsword, stabbing fiercely behind him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Newgate casually pinched the longsword with his dark, armed fingers, and the immense force transmitted through his fingers made Longbread's wrist go numb. The longsword clattered to the ground. He trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly oozing from his forehead. How could it be Whitebeard? How did he notice me? The terrifying pirate who was on par with Rocks. His pupils constricted violently, and any explanation at this moment felt pale and powerless. He slumped to the ground, indifferent, saying, Whitebeard, kill me or cut me. Do as you please. After saying that, he glanced at Lingling and Kaido, only to find them looking at him as if he were an idiot, and a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Could it be? Wah-ha-ha! Newgate's laughter shook the air, and the waves surged. Longbread, a paramecia-type user of the chomp-chomp fruit, capable of turning everything into food. Newgate looked at this future steward of the Lingling pirates, his tone calm, yet precise as he stated his ability and identity. Longbread was terrified. He never imagined that someone as powerful as Whitebeard would take notice of someone as unremarkable as him. "What do you want, Whitebeard?" Longbread shouted with a serious face, his bravado faltering. "Wahaha, join the Rocks Pirates. Lingling and Kaido have already joined." Newgate was completely unconcerned about his reaction. Huh. Longbread was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect Newgate was only inviting him to join the Rocks Pirates. "Come on, Longbread, join us. Kaido and I are already members of the Rocks Pirates." Lingling smiled and waved from the side. Although Kaido looked reluctant, he awkwardly nodded. Seeing this, Longbread helplessly shook his head and said, "I agree to join the Rocks Pirates." "Wahaha, that's the spirit. I love talking to smart people." Newgate finished laughing and suddenly narrowed his eyes, changing the subject. "Kaido, how have you considered my proposal?" Kaido's forehead instantly bulged with veins. His previously beaten face glared fiercely at Newgate, but remained tight-lipped, not saying a word. A dangerous glint flashed in Newgate's eyes as he suddenly raised his weapon, and Lingling promptly stood in front of Newgate. "Newgate, it's not good to have a tantrum with a child." After saying that, her sexy body pressed against Whitebeard. Her fiery red lips parted as she spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Newgate, don't forget what you promised me." Newgate's pupils contracted. He ignored Lingling and walked straight toward Kaido, the terrifying pressure causing Kaido to unconsciously take 2 steps back. Just now, Whitebeard single-handedly took on the Roger Pirates trio. So why does this powerful man want me to be his son? Damn it. Whoosh. Newgate suddenly raised his weapon, gathering the power of the Tremor fruit at the blade, forming a visibly translucent sphere, with cracks appearing around it like shattered glass, as if it was about to crumble at any moment. It contained endless, vibrating power, resembling an energy ball ready to explode. Lingling, Kaido, and Longbread's expressions changed drastically, all staring at Newgate in horror. What kind of fruit ability is this? Such destructive power. Is he trying to destroy the world? This powerful ability in the hands of this so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, is simply like adding wings to a tiger. Unlike Lingling and Longbread's extreme shock, a deep sense of helplessness surged in Kaido's heart. Damn it, this guy. He's gotten stronger again. Is there any justice in this world? Wahaha. Kid, how are you considering it? Newgate stared at Kaido, the threat evident in his tone. Kaido opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, on Newgate's system panel, the success rate of the Call Dad mission for Kaido silently increased by 3, reaching 39. Just then, ding, warning, warning. Detected hostile forces attacking Fervance. Please be on guard. The system's urgent alarm rang out. Newgate frowned, looking at the red dots on the system map indicating the sea. A large group was rapidly approaching Fervance. Without time to think, he shouted at the top of his lungs. All units on alert. Enemy attack. Before Newgate's voice faded, a terrifying shockwave swept across the endless waves, charging straight toward the coast of Fervance. Run. If you get hit, you're definitely dead. Countless pirates looked at the horrifying attack, scattering in all directions. Some were so scared that their legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Damn, such a strong attack. Who is this, and why are they attacking us? Although Kaido and Lingling remained calm, the shock in their eyes did not diminish. The power of that shockwave was incredible before it even reached the beach. The terrifying force solidified the sand into glass, then shattered it into powder, already rushing toward them. Newgate's gaze darkened, and he swung his weapon fiercely. That sphere carrying the terrifying tremor power shot toward the world-destroying shockwave like a cannonball. Compared to the shockwave, the sphere seemed insignificant, but the power contained within was not to be underestimated. At the moment of collision between the two terrifying attacks, an invisible force exploded outward from the point of contact. That was the power of the tremor fruit. Boom! The space cracked with a sharp sound. The ground trembled with a dull roar, and the ocean roared with waves. Everything around trembled violently. The sound of breaking glass, accompanied by the booming vibrations, filled the air. The sea surface was stirred like it was in the grip of an invisible giant hand. The water surged wildly, forming towering waves dozens of meters high, rushing in all directions. The clouds above were torn apart by this force, and the terrifying shockwave was perfectly neutralized by Whitebeard's ability, vanishing into thin air. The fleeing pirates turned to look at this miraculous scene, their eyes wide open, swallowing in disbelief. Then they erupted into deafening cheers. This, truly the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard is invincible. Whitebeard is invincible. It was unclear who started it, but countless pirates shouted loudly, their voices echoing through the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha. Well done, Whitebeard. The Golden Lion stood firmly beside Newgate, having witnessed Newgate's earlier move, feeling both shocked and ignited with fierce battle intent. This guy's power has increased significantly, but I'm not without progress either. Wahaha! Rocks, shrouded in darkness that seemed to devour everything, walked up to the two, excitedly looking at his left and right arms, his laughter filled with unabashed madness. Not enough. This level is still not enough. Cannot be measured by common sense. My goal is to annihilate the Navy and conquer the Holy Land. Rox secretly thought. The sea breeze swept across the beach. A greater storm was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 41. All-Out War. It's here. Newgate's deep voice caught the attention of Rox and Shiki. They followed Newgate's gaze, and a dense fleet of Navy warships was slowly rising from the coastline, like a steel behemoth surging from the deep sea. On the deck stood the renowned, elite commanders of the Navy headquarters. Everyone looked gravely at the approaching warships. Even a usually arrogant and carefree Golden Lion and Rox were no exception. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard for everyone to breathe. War was about to break out, taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the warships. Newgate secretly took out 2 white capsules from his system backpack and discreetly swallowed them. Although they were just white quality armament and Conqueror's hockey capsules, there was no time for a lottery at this critical moment, because Rox had already rushed into the sky with a mad laugh. Ha ha ha! Finally you've come, Kong. His body was engulfed in swirling darkness, and beneath his raised left hand, a strange dark vortex slowly formed. Within the vortex seemed to contain the power to devour everything. Even light could not escape, and the surrounding air became thick and viscous. Dark abyss. With a furious shout, Rock's dark vortex suddenly expanded, transforming into a constantly writhing and enlarging dark domain, surging towards the fleet of warships. Countless Navy personnel witnessed this terrifying scene. In an instant, various bullets shot out like locusts, followed by countless shells trailing long flames, and a variety of slashes and shockwaves tore through the sky, all heading towards the darkness. However, all attacks fell like pebbles sinking into the sea, causing no ripples. Not only that, this dark shadow seemed to possess infinite gravity, causing the surrounding seawater to surge wildly like a tide, and the warships began to sway violently, on the verge of being torn apart by the terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, darkness descended to the same height as the warships, and 2 warships, unable to evade, were instantly enveloped by the horrifying darkness. Countless Navy personnel who did not manage to jump into the sea let out tragic cries as the warships were dragged into the endless darkness. The sound of the ships breaking apart and the cracking of bones merging into a chilling wail. Kapu, Sengoku, and Tsuru all looked solemnly at the crazed Rox. Damn it, what kind of ability is this? Sengoku, known as the strategist, was sweating coldly, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Is it really that terrifying? Kapu stared intently at Rox, his usual playful expression replaced with seriousness. He rarely joked, clenching his fists tightly, dropping the Sabeti Archipelago's sea biscuit onto the deck with a thud. Tsuru's youthful and beautiful face was filled with terror, completely devoid of her usual calm. This terrifying ability. Not only had she never seen it with her own eyes, she had never even heard of it. Admiral Steelbone Kong wore a grave expression, his aura suddenly erupting, his justice cloak billowing behind him. The justice of the Navy cannot be desecrated. We cannot allow you crazy pirates to act recklessly any longer. With that, Kong's figure shot up like a cannonball, moving at an astonishing speed, crimson lightning raging around him, his fist wrapped in terrifying power, seemingly aimed at smashing through any obstacles in his way. Ha ha ha, Kong, you finally made your move. Rox laughed madly, his eyes filled with excitement. Now, this is interesting. He shouted loudly, "Darkness, release!" A thick stream of dark energy surged from around him, and the two warships that had been absorbed into the dark vortex, along with the Navy personnel who failed to escape, transformed into countless flesh and blood fragments, erupting out with a thunderous roar, raining down like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The twisted flesh of countless Navy comrades, along with the wreckage of the warships, poured forth like a bloody rain towards the surrounding Navy ships. Although the lethality of these attacks was limited, they drenched the warships in the blood and flesh of their comrades, creating an extremely tragic scene. Kong looked at this scene, his eyes bloodshot with rage. This guy is simply a blatant provocation. Although he had just set sail and killed a peer, that didn't mean he could easily kill himself. Moreover, the promise of Saint Satan echoed in his ears. If he could successfully complete this mission, the position of Fleet Admiral would belong to him. For the justice of the Navy, these sacrifices are necessary. In the blink of an eye, Kong had broken free from the encirclement of the wreckage, filled with rage, and his terrifying fist smashed down towards Rox. But Rox did not dodge or evade. He laughed maniacally and met him with a punch. A terrifying shockwave erupted at the center of the two, sending the previous wreckage flying like leaves caught in a storm, all blown off the surface of the sea. As the water churned, splashing sounds of falling debris echoed, as if it was raining down the remains of warships. Words were unnecessary. All the Navy personnel instantly joined the battle. Amidst the flickering flames, terrifying artillery fire erupted from over 30 warships simultaneously. Bombs rained down like a torrential downpour. With a thunderous roar, the Fry Vans was instantly engulfed in flames. Countless piercing screams erupted in the blaze, as many pirates who couldn't escape were struck by the indiscriminate bombardment. Haha, do these Navy trash think they can challenge me? Shiki's hair flew wildly, exuding an overwhelming presence, and two famous swords were drawn in an instant. Lion Slice. Countless sharp slashes tore through the sea, rapidly attacking the bombs in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Before the bombs landed, they exploded in the air, the flames lighting up the sky and stirring up waves. It's Lord Shiki. Lord Shiki has made his move. We are saved. Shiki in the air looked coldly at the 30-plus warships across from him, exhaling a puff of cigar smoke, and a dramatic grin appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Navy, taste my move. With that, the Golden Lion pushed his hands forward, and with Shiki's motion, the calm beach suddenly trembled, cracks spreading like spider webs. The coastline before him erupted with countless pebbles, and, as the sand danced, it seemed to come alive, surging and gathering wildly. In the blink of an eye, colossal sand lions, the size of warships, burst forth from the ground. Lion's might, earthquake. The lion roared to the sky, its sound waves booming, charging towards the warships with an unbeatable momentum. The terrifying giant mouth, with sharp sandy fangs radiating a chilling aura, brought an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it would crush all the elite of the Navy headquarters. Ha ha ha. Shiki is not bad. In the midst of the clash between Rox and Kong, seeing Shiki's grand attack, both Rox and Kong couldn't contain their excitement. Kong's expression turned extremely grave, his body trembling uncontrollably. He wanted to retreat to defend, but Rox had him suppressed, leaving him no choice but to anxiously watch the terrifying lion's might. Earthquake surged towards the fleet, his heart filled with urgency. Kong, getting distracted now could cost you your life. Rox's heavy punch, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, smashed into Kong's face. Poof! A mouthful of blood and several teeth erupted from Kong's mouth as his figure heavily crashed onto the sea surface. Chapter 42. The Frenzy of War. Mr. Kong, with a tight grip and a worried expression, Crane Enya anxiously observed the battlefield. Not just Crane, but also the giant John, Bruglass, Roland, and Gaze looked up at the aerial battle with concern. They understood that the confrontation between General Kong and Rox at the high end of the power spectrum would determine the course of this war. Crane, we must trust General Kong. The immediate priority is to deal with the troublesome situation at hand. Sengoku spoke seriously, fully aware of the crisis they faced against the infamous Rocks pirates. As he spoke, a magnificent aura erupted from him, and piercing golden light enveloped him, as if a golden sun had appeared on the deck. As the light gradually faded, a towering Buddha stood on the deck of the warship. Besides being known as the Wise General, he also had a title that struck fear into pirates: Buddha Sengoku. The Buddha's massive body seemed capable of supporting the heavens, and the warship's bow sank under the terrifying pressure, producing a creaking sound. At this moment, Carp had already soared into the air with wild laughter, his conqueror's haki rising, and a crimson cross of light gathered at his fist. "Fistbone, galaxy impact," he shouted, and his fearsome fist fell like a meteor toward its target. At the same time, Sengoku slowly raised his enormous palm, gathering and compressing terrifying energy at its center, causing the surrounding air to screech under the overwhelming pressure. Buddha's impact, accompanied by Sengoku's shout, the giant fist, carrying a terrifying shockwave, surged forward with immense force, like a golden meteor striking down. At this moment, the dozen or so formidable sand lions were already in sight, and everyone could feel the chilling aura emanating from their gaping jaws. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the terrifying golden shockwave and the crimson cross fist wind surged forward like lightning. Boom! Amidst the terrifying explosion, several lions were obliterated, turning into sand and falling into the sea, creating towering waves. Yet the remaining lions continued their relentless charge. "Our Navy headquarters elite cannot be underestimated," the giant major shouted as he swung his giant axe down. Roland and Gaze also joined forces to attack, their blades and fists sweeping upwards. Under the leadership of several elite Navy commanders, countless Navy cannonballs and bullets poured out. Boom! The terrifying roar echoed continuously. The sea surface churned with enormous waves. Thick smoke and water vapor spread, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air, saturating the entire battlefield with a pungent odor. As the smoke and mist gradually cleared, countless sands fell onto the sea surface, splashing water everywhere, and many Navy commanders were stained with blood. Some had injured arms, while others had blood oozing from their foreheads. They looked ahead, their eyes filled with determination, showing no signs of fear or retreat. Fortunately, they had held their ground on the warships. Under the devastating strike of the Golden Lion, not a single warship capsized. This was undoubtedly a huge morale boost for the Navy. "Wow, not bad at all." Rox laughed maniacally as he threw a punch at Kong. Kong caught it steadily, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Rox, our Navy headquarters elite are no mere decorations, you bastard." As they exchanged blows, the battle had shifted from the air to the ground. Within a few kilometers of their clash, the terrifying aftershocks rippled outwards, tearing the land apart, uprooting trees, leaving it barren and lifeless. Everyone had retreated far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. "Everyone, listen up!" Sengoku roared skyward, his voice echoing like a bell across the sea. "Land at Frivans." "Yes." All the elite of the Navy headquarters responded, and the minimally damaged warships revved their engines, charging straight for the Frivans coast. Mama, mama, mama. This is quite a spectacle, Kaido. Watch closely and learn." Linlin exclaimed excitedly, her sexy figure trembling, her face adorned with a frenzied smile. For her, war was a grand carnival. This crazy woman, is she going insane again? Kaido glanced at Linlin while gripping his kanabo tightly, his eyes fixed on the sea. Shiki floated in the air, his mouth twitching as a cigar almost burned his lips. The usually arrogant Shiki, after a full-force strike, had achieved nothing, which greatly dented his confidence. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as his famous sword emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, Whitebeard's voice rang out. "Walala, Shiki, let the Navy try this move of mine." With that, Whitebeard slammed the Songyun down heavily, then grinned as the veins on his arms bulged, the surrounding air seemingly thickening in an instant. "Earthquake!" he roared, his voice booming like thunder across the battlefield. He slammed both hands outward, and with cracking sounds, the surrounding space shattered like glass, causing the coastline to tremble violently. Countless massive cracks spread out. The sea surface was sliced apart like tofu, generating towering waves hundreds of meters high. Under this terrifying strike, the Navy warships were like tiny boats swaying in a storm. Is it an earthquake? What? What kind of ability is this? Terrifying. Is he a monster? So terrifying, the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. Countless Navy personnel struggled to maintain their balance on the shaking deck, while several warships struck by the shockwaves split in half in an instant. They looked at the figure on the shore, resembling a demon god, trembling with fear. Even Carp and Sengoku were covered in cold sweat, staring at Whitebeard with grave expressions. Waha, as expected of Whitebeard, still so strong. Rocks praised Whitebeard amidst the battle. The floating golden lion snorted coldly, remaining silent. Damn, this guy just ate the devil fruit. How can he be this strong? Is he a genius? Developing the fruit's abilities so quickly. He thought that his own development of the float fruit, as Lion VD, role was already powerful, but compared to Whitebeard's world-destroying strike, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Little did he know that Whitebeard had seen the original user's attack methods countless times in his previous life. Those techniques were already engraved in his mind, and he was just mimicking them now, giving it his all. However, compared to the original Whitebeard's refined attack techniques, his proficiency was still lacking. Indeed, his combat talent couldn't match the original user, but he had an external advantage. Walala. Lost in thought, Whitebeard couldn't help but chuckle. Amidst their banter, the sea churned, and waves surged. Chapter 43. The Navy's Last Stand. One ship after another charged recklessly towards the beach, as if determined to die. Countless sailors surged forth like a tide under their commanders, their ships already run aground. And at this moment, it was truly a fight to the death. The Rock's pirates were exhausted, and this was our perfect opportunity to defeat them. Sengoku led the charge, his massive figure standing proudly on the beach. And with a single palm, an overwhelming force erupted, sending numerous pirates spitting blood and collapsing. Golden Lion's figure appeared like a ghost, arriving in an instant, his famous sword firmly blocking Sengoku's fist, which contained terrifying power. Sengoku's pupils constricted sharply. Golden Lion exhaled a puff of smoke, his golden hair dancing as he slowly raised his head, holding a cigar, and laughed maniacally. Huh? Exhausted? Watch I take you down. As he spoke, several violent golden slashes shot forth like lightning. Sengoku quickly raised his arm to block. A piercing sound rang out as smoke billowed from the golden arm, leaving several shocking white marks. The tremendous force forced Sengoku to retreat uncontrollably, his feet carving terrifying grooves into the ground. Kong was blocked by Whitebeard, their conqueror's haki and iron fist colliding incessantly, the aftermath of the battle tearing the sky and earth. Cadres like Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Kilbazda also joined the fray. John, with bleary eyes, stared at the giant officer John, his flushed face filled with displeasure. He gulped down a mouthful of liquor and raised his flintlock. Little ants, roll away from me. Officer John's muffled roar echoed as he raised the giant axe, comparable to a house, and brought it down heavily towards John. Boom! With a resounding crash, debris flew, and John nimbly dodged the blow, his light purple hair flying wildly in the wind. Bang! 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 The flintlock continuously spat out fierce fire, bullets wrapped in hockey shot towards the giant's massive body as if they were free. So you're called John. The giant's enormous figure stood out on the battlefield, and John's bullets could hit easily without much aim. The giant's size made him too unwieldy, completely led around by John. He swung his axe in fury, trying to chop down on the tiny ant before him, but each time he missed as John skillfully dodged. Not only that, he was also hit by bullets infused with haki. Blood flowed freely from his body, and in pain he roared in madness. Fortunately, the giant stopped defending, allowing the bullet holes to bleed profusely, and recklessly used both fists and axe to launch a frenzied attack on John, each strike carrying terrifying force. John maneuvered under the giant's attacks, finding opportunities to fire a few shots. The furious giant exerted significant pressure on him. Any slight misstep could lead to disaster. Under the giant's terrifying strength, being hit would mean serious injury, if not death. The roars on the battlefield were deafening. The Rock's pirates had already gone through 2 battles and had not had enough rest and adjustment, so they were gradually falling behind against the energetic navy. If it weren't for a few powerful cadres fighting to stabilize the situation, they would have been utterly defeated and routed by now. At this moment, Lin Lin and Kaido also joined the battlefield. Lin Lin's piercing laughter echoed across the sky, her pink hair flying, holding Napoleon, her sexy figure radiating a terrifying aura of conqueror's haki. Thunderclouds Zeus and fire Prometheus descended like disasters that could destroy the world, roaming among the Navy soldiers, wreaking havoc, and everywhere they went, fresh lives were ruthlessly reaped. Amidst the screams, countless charred Navy corpses lay lifeless on the ground. Go on, Kaido. Kill crazily. Lin Lin shouted madly. Lin Lin, mind yourself, don't go crazy. Kaido, wielding the 8th style, was like a god of war, moving through the Navy soldiers as if they were nothing. With his spiked club swinging, countless blood-spraying corpses flew out, their breaths cut off in the air. At that moment, a massive head suddenly emerged from the sea, a whale-shaped giant sea creature thrashing its tail wildly, accurately smashing towards Kaido at an incredible speed, its terrifying might seemingly ready to crush him to dust. Kaido, sensing the crisis with his observation haki, lifted the 8th style with all his strength to block. Boom! Under the immense force, dust filled the air, and as the giant sea creature lifted its tail, Kaido was already smashed underground, creating a horrifying deep pit. Kaido stood in the pit, his clothes tattered, covered in dust, looking quite disheveled. Veins popped on his forehead, and his eyes seemed to shoot out flames of anger as he glared at the whale, or more precisely, at the small figure riding on it. Ha ha ha! Brugless laughed wildly, excitedly slapping his thigh. Seeing this scene, Kaido's fury intensified. Was this guy underestimating him? Whether it was Roger, Newgate, or this Navy officer controlling the giant sea creature with unknown means, they had repeatedly provoked him. He was someone with the potential to be a king. These bastards, you all deserve to die, Kaido roared, and as he spoke, a terrifying dark red lightning erupted from his body. The stance of Whitebeard's attack echoing in his mind as he slightly adjusted his body. The thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to be drawn to him, gathering around Kaido and intertwining with the conqueror's haki on the 8th style. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura surged from Kaido, gritting his teeth fiercely, his eyes wide like copper bells, and he swung the 8th style fiercely. Thunderbagwa, that terrifying attack, wrapped in lightning, struck the giant sea creature, which let out a mournful wail, its massive body lifting into the air, blocking out the sun. Blood poured down like a river, staining the sea below red. Then, it crashed down, creating endless waves. As the sea creature howled in pain, the small Brugless hurriedly steadied herself, her radiant smile instantly vanishing, replaced by deep fear. She had finally managed to control the injured giant sea creature with her paramecia type, riding fruit, cautiously swimming in the sea, keeping a safe distance from the shore, not daring to act recklessly. She looked at the small, fierce figure with fear, her heart filled with horror. Conqueror's haki wrapped around him. This little guy from the Rocks Pirates was definitely not an ordinary kid. Go on, Kaido, well done. Lin Lin shouted excitedly from the side, and she also soared into the air, as Napoleon seemed to sense Lin Lin's murderous intent and grew longer. Prometheus and Zeus instantly converged on the long sword, and under the terrifying conqueror's haki, Lin Lin, with a mad smile, swung a fierce strike at the Navy soldiers. King's Assault. The soldiers looked at that terrifying slash, all revealing expressions of despair. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. One wielded a long sword with sharp eyes. The other was burly, with bulging muscles. Their cloaks billowed behind them as they worked together to block Lin Lin's terrifying strike. It was none other than Navy Headquarters Brigadier General Iron Cutter Rowlands and Heavy Fist Gates. These soldiers are the future of our Navy, and they're not to be slaughtered at will by you pirates, you bastards. On ordinary days, Luo Lan, who usually had a solemn expression, now had a face full of anger and red eyes. He firmly gripped his long sword, standing in front of Lingling alongside the equally furious Gezi. Both of them had resolute expressions, fully prepared for the possibility of death in battle. Chapter 44. The Grand Entrance of Saint Satan. The battle between Newgate and Carp has entered a fiery and intense phase. With the power of the Tremor fruit, Newgate's strength has seen a qualitative enhancement, and he can now engage Carp head-on with overwhelming force. The attacks wrapped in Conqueror's hockey thunder continuously, as the town near the coast is filled with great dust. Countless terrifying cracks spreading out, turning the entire town into a ruin under the unbearable weight. The White Kingdom of Frevans has undergone the baptism of two horrific wars in a short time, with no intact houses left nationwide. On the naval warship, a live broadcasting snail is diligently working, transmitting all the battle scenes in real time onto the screen in the Holy Land, women.What conference room. Meanwhile, a seagull in the air, equally dedicated, excitedly holds a camera, continuously capturing on-site photos as flashes of light flicker. In women.What, the hall symbolizing the world's highest power, the five elders sit around a round table representing supreme authority, all with grave expressions as they watch the nearly tragic battle in Frevans. When did the Rocks pirates gather so many powerful devil fruit users? The financial warlord Isambron V. Nejru holds first-generation Odin tightly, his bare chest heaving, his aged voice filled with suspicion. They must act decisively, or the naval headquarters' strength will be significantly diminished. The legal warlord Topman Vachely glares, the map-like birthmark on his forehead twisting and writhing in anger. Leave this matter to me. Saint Satan's staff strikes the ground heavily, producing a deep and powerful sound. As if a decision has been made, the scar on his forehead appearing particularly ferocious. Agreed. Agreed. On the battlefield of Frevans, the intensity of the battle has reached its peak, with heavy casualties on both the Navy and the pirates. Many naval commanders and Rocks Pirates officers are injured to varying degrees, blood staining their bodies. Admiral Akiji, renowned across the seas, is currently bloodied and in disarray from Rock's relentless assault, retreating step by step, his footing unsteady. Watching the carefully nurtured seeds of the Navy perish at the hands of these mad pirates, his heart feels like it's being pierced by 10,000 arrows. Almost ready to break. Under the bombardment of rocks, he gradually feels outmatched, barely managing to defend himself. Ha ha ha, Akiji. Are you about to collapse? Rocks laughs maniacally, his aura growing stronger, seemingly tireless. How about I send your Navy folks down to reunite with that deceased admiral? Akiji trembles, his anger surging. This guy Rocks just made a scene with the king of the giant country, Harold, right after setting sail, rampaging all the way to Flower Between. Facing the mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful Saint Emu, he managed to escape calmly, even killing an admiral who was his contemporary. Such actions are simply humiliating to the world government. Now that Rocks brings it up, it's like tearing open a wound that was just healing. You bastard. In his anger, Akiji's muscles suddenly bulge and swell, disregarding his own injuries, and he fiercely clashes with Rocks. Fueled by rage, they seem to be evenly matched. Ha, good one. Rocks shows no fear, standing his ground and throwing punches back with equal madness. Unless one side possesses absolutely overwhelming power, this stalemate will continue. Akiji has his own calculations. The warship that Saint Satan deliberately had him bring is currently quietly stranded on the beach. He firmly believes that the esteemed one must have his own considerations. Something's wrong. This feeling, just after Newgate exchanges a punch with Carp, a sense of inexplicable unease wells up in him. He instinctively looks towards the beach. Suddenly, terrifying waves of energy ripple out from under a warship stranded on the shore, creating circular ripples on both the sea and land, as if a giant stone has been thrown into a calm water surface. Not only Newgate, but also Rocks and the Golden Lion keenly sense the anomaly, their brows furrowing as they glance at the inconspicuous warship at the same time. At that moment, the clear sky suddenly becomes overcast, shrouding the entire battlefield in oppressive darkness. On the deck of the warship, a pentagram emitting eerie light and terrifying energy suddenly appears. The bizarre light of the pentagram, intersecting with the ring, reveals a prominent 5 at the connection point, as if heralding an impending storm, signaling that some extraordinary figure is about to make an appearance. Ha ha, Rox, you're all doomed, because that esteemed one is about to arrive. Akiji, in a messy state, dodges Rock's nearly peak sea, terrifying power, laughing maniacally as he shouts, "All naval personnel, pay attention. Saint Satan is about to land in Provence. All personnel below the rank of commander must not look directly at Saint Satan. Everyone, immediately evacuate the central area." What's going on? Is such an extent necessary for a celestial dragon? Stop talking nonsense. That S the five elders at the pinnacle of the gods. Is such a big shot really coming from Ariewa to Provence? Countless bewildered naval personnel retreat while fighting, leaving the warship closely guarded by CP-0. After that, the raging energy and light on the deck grows stronger as black-purple thunder explodes around the magic array, capturing the attention of everyone present, causing their battles to involuntarily pause for a moment. At the same time, CP-0 kneels devoutly, their heads pressed against the deck, seemingly expressing the highest respect and fear towards the impending presence. In the next moment, a mass of black liquid suddenly appears in the center of the pentagram, twisting and writhing like a terrifying creature from hell. The black liquid emits a nauseating aura, releasing endless evil and decay, occasionally dripping onto the glowing green magic array, hissing as it produces a pungent white smoke. Following that, a repulsive sound, like the wailing of demons from hell, pierces the air. Accompanied by that ear-piercing sound, a pair of crimson eyes, like those of a vengeful spirit, slowly manifest above the writhing liquid. Soon, the black liquid gradually twists and transforms into a humanoid shape, as if a demon crawling out of a dark abyss. Chapter 45. The Father Quest cannot be triggered. Satan slowly emerged from the darkness, leaning on a cane. His aged face bore the marks of time and endless eeriness, exuding a terrifying aura that felt like a deep abyss or prison, causing the surrounding air to hiss as if corroded. The newly arrived Satan Saint had a lower body resembling a horrifying spider, with thick, twisted legs leaving dreadful marks on the ground. On his head were menacing horns, a symbol of a demon, and his hair and beard burned like black flames, swirling and consuming everything in their path. A black flame coiled around his neck and shoulders like a python, adding to his hellish majesty and terror. Not only the pirates, but even the Navy soldiers were speechless in the face of this horrifying scene. A nearby Marine, witnessing this terrifying sight, widened his eyes in fear and stammered, "A monster." Before he could finish speaking, Satan Saint glared at him, his gaze sharp as a blade. A terrifying laser shot from his eyes, hitting the Marine squarely in the head. In an instant, the Marine's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere, and the headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Countless Marines, frightened, lowered their heads, unable to bear looking directly at Satan's visage. As Carp and Whitebeard exchanged blows, they cast a disdainful glance at Satan Saint, speaking in a voice only they could hear, "Those trash." Whitebeard's pupils contracted, and he grinned knowingly. "Haha, well said, Carp. The celestial dragons are all trash." Whitebeard did not intentionally suppress his voice. His words clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Carp's mouth dropped open in shock, disbelief filling his eyes, forgetting even to dodge Whitebeard's incoming punch. "Can you really say that in front of the celestial dragons? Not only Carp, but also Rox, Sengoku, Shiki, and others present widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in astonishment. Satan Saint was also taken aback. It had been over 800 years since anyone dared to insult the celestial dragons in his presence. After all, he was a celestial dragon himself. Looking in the direction of the voice, Satan's cold, emotionless gaze fell on Edward Newgate. Suddenly, his pupils slightly contracted, and a hint of human-like seriousness appeared in his eyes. This guy possesses strength comparable to Rox. It seems he is quite dissatisfied with the world government's rule. However, unlike Rox, he did not boldly declare to overthrow the world government and become the king of the world. Perhaps there is a chance to win him over. If I could recruit this so-called strongest man in the world under my banner, it would be perfect, especially since he wields the power of the Tremor fruit, capable of destroying the world. Newgate, Satan Saint's voice, like a demon rising from hell, resonated with a seductive tone. Become a knight of the gods. Become the sharpest sword of the celestial dragons. The crimes you committed with rocks can be overlooked by the world government. Otherwise, his voice suddenly turned cold, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly, the temperature dropping several degrees. Death. Haha, death? Newgate seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He lifted his weapon, the tremor blade, and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Waves of terrifying shock waves radiated from him, shattering the space like breaking glass, causing the earth to crack open with terrifying fissures, and a tremendous force surged forth like a tidal wave. Shiki took a deep puff of a cigar, and the swirling smoke obscured his expression. At this moment, Rox and Sora had also stopped fighting, Sora looking tense while Rox continued to laugh maniacally. From his understanding of Whitebeard, this carefree and unrestrained guy would not obey anyone. Satan, have you been living like a dog for 800 years? I don't want to become that kind of trash like the celestial dragons. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, his eyebrows furrowing into a scowl, looking reluctant. Be my son, Satan. At this, the entire venue was shocked. Everyone, whether Navy or pirate, widened their eyes, mouths agape in disbelief. Here it comes again, this familiar scene. Rox stood frozen in place, as if petrified. He was crazy, but compared to Whitebeard, he seemed to fall short. Shiki's pupils contracted sharply. His once stylish golden hair, now a chaotic mess, showing his inner turmoil. Sora, on the other hand, was filled with black lines, gritting his teeth in anger. What the hell? Newgate can't be going insane, can he? That's Satan's saint, one of the highest authorities in the world, the Five Elders. This was a common thought shared by everyone present. Newgate, however, felt disgusted at the thought of having an over 800-year-old old man call him son. But to trigger that damned system's mechanism, he had to go through the necessary steps. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Satan's saint was momentarily stunned, and the oppressive aura surrounding him weakened slightly. Every word Whitebeard said was understood, but he couldn't grasp the meaning when they were put together. He said, "To be a son?" After a long while, Satan's saint finally regained his composure. A terrifying black-purple thunder surged around him, his face twisted in fury, his eyes wide with rage, the scar on his forehead trembling and contorting as he fell into madness. Newgate, you damned insect, unforgivable! He roared in anger. In this world, those who offend the gods will pay a painful price. Satan's devilish gaze fixated on Newgate, a blue-purple light instantly enveloping Newgate's body. What is this ability? In an instant, Newgate felt an invisible force pressing down on him, immobilizing him completely. Beep. Warning. Warning. Igor Luzius Satan cannot trigger the Father Quest. If forced, it may lead to unpredictable consequences. Force trigger? At that moment, the system prompt abruptly sounded in Newgate's mind, his body entirely restrained and unable to move. The terrifying power was accumulating in Satan's eyes, his murderous intent growing sharper. The scene of the Marine's head exploding was still fresh in Newgate's mind, and he instantly felt cold sweat soaking his back. The Father Quest couldn't be triggered? This was the first time. Could it be that the system is helpless against the Five Elders? No, it must be the real power behind the world government in manipulating things. Now, he couldn't afford to think too much. He tried moving his mouth. Just right. There was still hope. He shouted with all his might, Steel-boned Sora. Sengoku, be my sons. Chapter 46 Fierce Battle with Cow, Demon, Satan. Everyone remained shocked. However, just now, Newgate had already made Satan call him dad. So it wasn't entirely unacceptable for Kong and Sengoku to be considered his sons. Only, all the naval soldiers looked at him with deadpan expressions. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate? Is that all he is? Just a guy who can talk big. All the Navy thought to themselves, their eyes fixed on Satan, waiting for that terrifying beam to erupt from his eyes, imagining the scene of Newgate's head shattering in the next second. However, the members of the Rocks Pirates remained unfazed. They knew Whitebeard too well. This guy seemed to never fight seriously without some theatrics. Ding! Congratulations. Host has triggered the call, Dad Mission. This is a growth-type mission. If successful, you can gain the loyalty of Steelbone Kong and Sengoku, the future two naval marshals. Given the host's power is too far from the two, The success rate of the Call Dad mission is 0. It has automatically converted to a challenge mission. 1. Defeat both. Reward 10 lottery draws. 2. Defeat one. Reward 5 lottery draws. 3. Be defeated by both. Reward 1 lottery draw. Sure enough, the system was still functioning normally, just that it couldn't be used normally for the 5 elders. It was still possible for other strong individuals. Now, he still had quite a bit of savings, so renewing his peak combat power once more wouldn't be a problem. Detecting host strength. Fill up. Now the knife was at his throat. If he didn't fill it up, he would lose his life. Congratulations, host has recharged 999 berries, unlocking peak combat power for 10 minutes. Friendly reminder. Given that the host has been in continuous battle and blood level is below 40, it does not meet the next recharge conditions. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to avoid unforeseen events. Hey, Newgate is too arrogant. That's the 5 elders. While fighting, the Golden Lion couldn't help but glance at the terrifying beam that was about to strike Newgate. He didn't believe that Newgate would fall to such an attack. He thought Newgate was just showing off again. Rox looked on with excitement, his eyes shining with fervor. He seemed to already see the wonderful scene of Newgate beating up Satan. This troublemaker was eager for Newgate and the world government to completely oppose each other. In the Navy camp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and other leaders all had cheerful expressions, as if they could already see the world's strongest man meeting his end. This would greatly enhance the Navy's sense of honor and fighting spirit, intimidating all the pirates present. Only Carp looked relaxed. He had personally witnessed Newgate's terrifying power during his full burst, which was not at all inferior to Rox. He firmly believed that Satan, this garbage leader, was definitely not Newgate's opponent. The recharge and prompt system completed in an instant, and the terrifying beam was already close at hand. Newgate's peak-level conqueror's haki erupted instantly, and terrifying thunder raged around him like a dragon. In an instant, he felt he had regained control of his body. He smirked, tilted his head slightly, and with his mustache raised, displayed a disdainful smile. Too slow. That beam whizzed past his ear, crashing straight into the sea. The surface of the sea was instantly pierced, and with a deafening roar, endless waves were churned up. Satan witnessed this scene, his heart filled with horror. This guy, Newgate, had his haki become so powerful he could easily break free from his control? No, perhaps from the very beginning, he never managed to control him at all. Immediately, he stubbornly opened his mouth again, continuously spewing out highly corrosive, deadly venom like a crazy machine gun, shooting toward Newgate like poisonous projectiles. Newgate effortlessly dodged with lightning speed. Satan, you old man, you really are getting worse. Spitting is a trick only kids use in a fight. Newgate's loud mockery was heard by everyone present. This guy Whitebeard was too sharp-tongued. He didn't take Satan, one of the highest authorities in the world, seriously at all. Ha ha ha. Rox and the Golden Lion burst into laughter, as if they had heard a hilarious joke. Lingling and Miss Backen had their eyes wide open, filled with complex emotions, including admiration, confusion, and more importantly, genuine admiration. This was the spirit that the world's strongest man should have. Kaido was incredibly shocked. This guy, Whitebeard, was too fierce. Didn't he care at all about the world government, a force that had stood atop the seas for nearly 1,000 years? No, he indeed had such overwhelming power. This was also the freedom he had always dreamed of. After failing to hit, Satan was furious, his whole body trembling. The purple flames burning around him surged violently, and terrifying black thunder spread out from him. It quickly wrapped around the spider legs that were dripping with corrosive liquid. Then, his body suddenly vanished from a spot. He reappeared right in front of Newgate. You have chosen your own death. Satan's furious roar was like a ghost from the abyss, sending chills down people's spines. The terrifying 8 spider legs lunged at Newgate like sharp lances, moving so fast that they left several afterimages. Newgate remained calm. He steadily raised his Tsongyun Xia, black-red thunder instantly coiling around it, colliding with those 8 terrifying spider legs from afar. Boom! A terrifying sound erupted like thunder. The shockwave lifted dust from the ground, and even the warships were flipped over under this overwhelming force. Ha ha, is that all you've got? Under the terrifying momentum, Newgate laughed heartily, his mockery reaching its peak, his golden hair blowing wildly in the wind, his cape fluttering behind him. After spitting, you step on your own feet. Did you learn your battle skills from a kid? Satan didn't pay attention to Newgate's words. He only felt an extremely terrifying power coming from the spider legs, making his face serious. Under full force, the scar on his forehead twisted and deformed from the effort. Newgate grinned, his arm muscles bulging in an exaggerated arc. And a semi-transparent shield instantly appeared on Tsongyun Xie, containing terrifying vibrations. The space emitted unbearable cracking sounds, like glass shattering with cracks spreading everywhere. Boom! Another loud noise echoed, and under Newgate's full power, Satan's body was sent flying like a cannonball, accompanied by his anguished cries, crashing heavily onto the beach. The pirates cheered, while the Navy looked like they had lost their loved ones, their faces filled with disbelief. Did we win? Drunken John stared intently at the huge pit covered in spiderwebs. No, that guy. Rock's pupils dilated, looking at the figure in the deep pit, filled with disbelief. As dust rose, Satan, covered in blood, slowly emerged from that terrifying pit. 3 of his spider legs had been severed, the cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. But the remaining 5 spider legs could still move steadily. Strangely, as he walked slowly, new spider legs were visibly growing from the severed sections. Moreover, the gruesome wounds on his body that had been torn apart by the terrifying vibrations were also healing back to normal in this short time. Indeed, this guy possessed regenerative abilities. Newgate also looked at Satan with a serious expression. These I'm-controlled guys not only have immortality, but also this troublesome regeneration ability. Sincere thanks to everyone. Thank you for every push for updates, every comment, every small gift, and especially thank you for taking the time to leave feedback. No matter what kind of voice it is a particularly precious motivation and direction for me. Your companionship is really important, and I will work hard to write and not let this preference go to waste. Chapter 47. The Arrival of All 5 Elders. Remaining Peak Combat Power, 08. 32. The system's prompt sounded, and Newgate's mind raced. If the future Jabba could take down members of the Divine Knights with regenerative abilities, then a bold idea suddenly emerged in Newgate's mind. Terrifying black-red lightning erupted violently from his body, swirling like tangible conqueror's haki over the Tsongyun Xie, continuously gathering, condensing, and even compressing into an ultimate black. This time, he did not activate his fruit ability, solely relying on the extreme conqueror's haki. He wanted to prove whether his guess was correct. An overwhelming aura radiated from the Tsongyun Xie. He lifted the Tsongyun Xie and instantly moved in front of Satan. A terrifying blade light flashed, enveloped in a black thunderstorm. Satan instinctively dodged to the side, but even so, the sharp blade light still broke off the left horn on his head, and the momentum of the blade did not diminish, leaving a hideous and terrifying scar on his body, cutting off 2 of his spider legs as well. A painful howl erupted from Satan's throat. His eyes instantly turned blood red, blood splattered from a wound. Had he not dodged in time, that terrifying strike could have cleaved him in 2. He glared at Newgate with fury, his eyes filled with rage, but also revealing an undeniable hint of fear. The injured area on his body wriggled and twisted wildly, desperately trying to heal, but the almost tangible conqueror's haki at the wound acted like a maggot, rampantly wreaking havoc, making his recovery extremely slow. At the same time, the excruciating pain surged like a tide, crashing over his nerves, causing him to scream in unbearable agony. How many years had it been? He could no longer remember the feeling of being injured. Newgate looked at Satan's helpless rage with delight in his heart, secretly thinking, it is indeed useful. Conqueror's haki is the key to countering this regenerative ability. Peak Combat Power Countdown, 06:45. Newgate ignored the system prompt and instead stood firm. The black-red Conqueror's haki continuously rising, the terrifying momentum making everyone present feel a chill of fear, as if an invisible giant hand was tightly gripping their throats, making breathing particularly difficult. Kong's eyes were about to burst. Satan had personally promised him the position of admiral. If Satan died here, who would fulfill that promise for him? He recklessly took a hit from Rox. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he did not pause for a moment, desperately rushing towards Satan. He needed to get in front of Satan before Whitebeard's attack landed. This guy is truly a good dog. Rox glanced at the bloodied Kong and couldn't help but sneer, filled with disdain. Mariehua, Panga's city council hall. The four elders all wore heavy expressions, their heads bowed, and the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. Vacheli's eyes widened as he stared intently at Satan's empty seat, finally breaking the silence. You all feel it, right? Satan is in trouble he can't solve. But that arrogant guy didn't summon us. Nasu Shuru, in his half-open white robe, held the first-generation ghost slash, which emitted a bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged in everyone's hearts. The four elders instinctively exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts, as they sensed Satan's urgent plea for help. That arrogant guy, except when facing that lord, has never lowered his head. Now that he is summoning them, it must be a matter of life and death. Kong's body was just a few hundred meters away from Satan when a terrifying punch wind roared from afar. He hurriedly raised his hand to block it, but was sent flying far away by that terrifying force. Kong focused his gaze and saw that it was that damned Rox again. Whitebeard shot Rox an unhappy glance. What? Interfering with his battle casually? Does he think he can't handle this guy Kong? Rox awkwardly scratched his head. Whitebeard paid no further attention. He had a more important target now. That Songyun Chia radiated a world-destroying might, like a black lightning bolt, fiercely cleaving down towards Satan's head. Satan hurriedly raised two spider legs to block it, but they were directly torn apart by that sharp aura, and the blade light firmly struck above his head. A tingling pain stimulated his nerves. A long-lost feeling of fear surged in his heart. Damn it, we're those guys. It can't be dragged any longer. Satan desperately raised the remaining spider legs entwined with black-purple Conqueror's haki to barely block the Songyun Xia. His face was dark, and the black flame patterns on his body became increasingly dazzling with his emotional fluctuations. He suddenly knelt on one knee, extending his veiny right hand and pressing it heavily on the ground. In an instant, a black airflow surged from his palm, rapidly spreading outward. The originally calm ground began to tremble violently, and black lightning erupted from Satan's palm, like a clawing evil dragon, making a crackling, ear-piercing sound. Immediately after, four massive five-pointed star magic circles appeared around Satan, forming a square. The magic circles were engraved with ancient and mysterious runes that seemed to possess life. Emitting an eerie glow, black flames roared from between the runes, like towering pillars of fire shooting into the sky, dyeing the surrounding sky with a strange black light. Newgate was about to launch another attack, but was stunned to stop in his tracks by the sudden scene before him. He widened his eyes, staring at the four massive magic circles, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. What is this? Newgate muttered to himself. Could it be? He recalled Satan's unique ability, summoning the other elders. Rox stood by, his brow furrowed as he recalled the scene when Satan first appeared, murmuring, "This black flame is exactly the same as when he appeared." Could it be? The Golden Lion, holding a cigar, closely monitored the situation with Newgate while fighting, unconsciously tightening his grip on his famous sword. Just as everyone was puzzled, for figures gradually emerged from the four massive black flame pillars. As the flames slowly dissipated, the figures of Isambron V, Nasu Shu, Marcus Matz, Shepherd X, Peter, and Vacheli gradually became clear. Thus, all five elders have arrived at Fervance. Chapter 48. Fighting against the five elders. The battle escalates. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the side quest, the gathering of the five elders. Quest difficulty: 1. Survive under the wrath of the five elders. Reward: 1 designated lottery chance. 2. Kill anyone the five elders. Roi, 3 désignatés de l'autre chance. 3. Kill all five elders. Before option 3 could be completed, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed in Newgate's mind, and a severe headache made him furrow his brows. Attention! Attention! Mysterious power interference detected. The host cannot completely kill all 5 elders. Current quest objective corrected. Survive under the wrath of the 5 elders. Reward: 1 designated lottery chance. Current quest success rate: 37. The system's urgent warning echoed in Newgate's mind, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Was it really not possible? Just like the task of defeating the father, these 5 elders had extremely special restrictions. However, if it was just about surviving, it shouldn't be too difficult. He still had 518 left of his peak combat power. Time was tight, but it was not without opportunity. Newgate looked towards the towering black smoke. The 5 elders were surrounded by black flame clouds, and the terrifying aura of their beastly awakened forms instantly enveloped the entire Frivans, as if the White Kingdom was shrouded in nightmares and fear. The ground trembled violently, and within the 4 enormous magic circles, the surging black flame clouds rolled and churned, revealing the beast forms of the 5 elders one by one. Izambalon ve Nasuro, transformed into a horsebone, was surrounded by eerie white bones, and the hollow eye sockets flickered with a ghostly green light, as if he were a messenger from hell. His 4 sturdy legs shook the earth with every step, raising large clouds of dust, all proclaiming his majesty and terror. Nejiru's cold gaze fixed firmly on Newgate, and the horsebone instantly transformed into a more powerful half-beast form. While his upper body retained a human shape, his muscles were tense, exuding a cold aura. The first-generation demon slayer, in his hand, flickered with a cold light, carrying an aura like that of the icy depths, slashing towards Newgate at an extremely fast speed. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and a terrifying chill surged through first-generation demon slayer into Newgate's arm, the cold feeling creeping into his body like a parasitic worm. Newgate frowned, and a tremendous force erupted from his arm, swinging the Tsungyun cut to knock the demon slayer aside, revealing a hint of surprise in Nejiru's eyes. He did not expect Newgate's strength to be so terrifying. However, Nejiru remained unflustered, the skeletal horse's hooves standing firm, as he wielded the famous sword at an extremely fast speed. The power of a world-class swordsman was fully unleashed by him. Exaggerated slashes came like a dense array of crescent moons, carrying piercing, killing intent towards Newgate, as if intending to chop him into pieces. This guy's swordsmanship is no less than that of the Golden Lion. Newgate's expression darkened, gripping the Tsungyun cut tightly. Lion's cut. Just at this critical moment, Shiki's figure appeared like golden lightning, arriving in an instant. Terrifying golden slashes erupted from 2 famous swords. The number was no less than Nejiru's slashes. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying explosion resounded across the sky. A strong shock wave spread outwards, and in a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere. This guy is mine. Shiki wore a crazy smile on his face, aside from rocks. He hadn't encountered anyone in swordsmanship who could match him for a long time. All right, Newgate nodded. The Golden Lion was already so excited he could hardly wait. He took the lead, and with the aid of the float fruit, he closed the distance in an instant. Ha ha ha! Sheena, Sakura-ten, and Would Wither slashed towards Nejiru in a flash. Nejiru remained calm, his eyes revealing a steady confidence built over years. And the black blade in his hand instantly condensed a layer of frost filled with cold air. With a flick of his wrist, the sharp blade light blocked Shiki's onslaught. The fierce and cold powers collided in the air. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed dozens of times. The dazzling blade lights in the air were so bright, they were almost blinding. On the other side, Marcus Maz's Shinto form emerged, and the terrifying giant bird descended like a nightmare. The huge monster bird spread its wings, blocking out the sun, and every feather shimmered with a metallic sheen. Sharp as a knife, its serpentine body coiled and twisted, stretching dozens of meters long, with scales reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. The head of the monster bird resembled a human, yet lacked any human emotion, with a pair of blood-red vertical pupils filled with the desire to kill. The hooked beak opened and closed, emitting a chilling screech as if announcing the arrival of death. No route. So noisy. Rocks roared, leaping into the air as a terrifying X-shaped wave of light gathered in his fist, smashing down on the monster bird. The giant bird, transformed by Maz, let out a tragic shriek under the heavy blow, its body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a giant mouth covered in spikes suddenly emerged from the ground. Rox, caught off guard, was swallowed whole by the sandworm, transformed by Shepherd X. The sandworm's surface was covered with a hard shell, densely packed with sharp spikes, its terrifying defense seemingly capable of piercing any approaching enemy. Ha ha ha, Rox, this guy has been. Before the sandworm could finish its triumphant words, a series of terrifying muffled sounds echoed from within its body. Its dune-like body swelled continuously. An excruciating pain surged from within. Oh, bastard, stop! It howled in pain, rolling on the ground, the entire giant worm twisting and tearing the ground apart, creating jagged fissures. Crack! Bang! Suddenly, the sandworm's body was torn open, and amidst the bloodshed, Rox's robust figure slowly emerged from the gap, covered in the blood of Shepherd. He appeared even more domineering and wild. This worm, its skin is pretty tough, Rox said while shaking off the blood from his arm. Is this your strength? I underestimated you. The sandworm's eyes revealed a hint of human-like fear. However, its wound was continuously writhing, and under its terrifying regeneration ability, flesh and blood grew back at an observable speed. At this moment, a wild boar with black mane, brandishing tusks several meters long, charged towards Rox with an unmatched momentum. It was Topman Walchuli's beast form, showcasing fury and power. The ferocious boar's body was as heavy as a mountain, shaking the ground with every run, and every impact could instantly reduce surrounding buildings to ruins. Newgate stood in front of the wild boar, his iconic white beard slightly raised, wanting to test the limits of his strength. He inserted the Songyun cut aside, firmly rooting himself in a horse stance, his muscles bulging like rocks, as if containing endless power. Waha! Let me see how strong this wild boar really is. The wild boar, Walchuli's crimson pupils were fixed on Newgate, its running speed increasing further, making the entire Fryvans tremble like an earthquake. Just as the wild boar was about to make contact, Newgate suddenly grasped the wild boar's tusks. A force much stronger than the truck that brought him here surged through. Newgate exerted tremendous strength, the muscles in his arms bulging like coiled dragons. Ha! He roared, and the wild boar, transformed from the Vachuli saint, was actually blocked by him. Huffing and puffing, the angry roars of the wild boar echoed, its four massive hooves stomping the ground, yet it couldn't advance an inch. Not only that, but the wild boar was also slowly rising into the air. Newgate gripped the gigantic tusks and lifted the hill-sized wild boar high above his head, then threw it far away. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, everyone watching this scene was shocked beyond belief. What monstrous talent! Chapter 49. The Rox Pirates Retreat. Kong, covered in blood, looked incredulously at the hellish battlefield before him and murmured, "The Rox Pirates are all monsters." Carp laughed heartily amidst the smoke and dust. Sengoku and Tsuru, however, wore serious expressions as they focused on their respective opponents. Thus, the clash between the three main forces of the Rox Pirates and the Five Elders officially began. In the first round, it appeared that the Rox Pirates had the upper hand on the surface, but in reality, the Navy had laid an intricate trap. They were waiting for the right moment. With a significantly higher number of high-level combatants than the Rox Pirates, after several fierce battles, the pirates were already at their breaking point, barely holding on with sheer determination. Cadres such as John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and Kilbasta desperately resisted the Navy's elite, their bodies already marked with traces of blood. Although Kaido and Linlin fought more fiercely as the battle progressed, they were only barely holding their ground against Sengoku and Carp. At this moment, Kaido's strength was still far from reaching the peak of the future strongest creature on land, sea, and air, and he was being disoriented by Carp's iron fists, his face swollen and purple. Fortunately, his race's terrifying defensive abilities prevented him from suffering any fatal injuries. However, his pride was being shattered time and again. Damn it, why are these monstrous guys fixated on me? Kaido glared at the sturdy marine named Carp, as terrifying lightning and conqueror's haki gathered on the bazooka. and he swung with all his might to deliver a fatal blow. Thunder, 8 trigrams. Ha ha ha. Not bad, kid. Carp laughed as he swung his fist, imbued with dark red hockey, towards the bazooka with ferocity. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and under the terrifying shockwave, Kaido's figure was sent flying once more. The bazooka spun in the air several times before burying itself heavily into the ground beside Kaido's head, sinking 3 inches deep. Damn, how's this guy so strong? Kaido roared, clutching his trembling, bleeding arm. Ha ha ha. Kid, you could take a hit. You've got a decent physique. Carp laughed maniacally, raising his fist again to smash down on Kaido. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin's pink hair danced wildly as she laughed maniacally, raising her sword to clash fiercely with Sengoku. The center of their battle was even more terrifying, as Conqueror's Haki lightning raged, and Prometheus and Zeus, along with Napoleon, unleashed flames, thunder, and Haki-wrapped strikes toward Sengoku. Sort of Mingguan. The terrifying teal tore through the air and rushed towards Sengoku. Sengoku's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly raised his golden arm, a brilliant golden light exploding from his fist as a terrifying shockwave gathered in his palm. Buddha's impact. The 2 terrifying attacks collided, creating a thunderous roar, and countless nearby navy and pirates were blown away. Linlin's eyes were wild, a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth, reaching the brink of madness. She disregarded her injuries and, with the terrifying might of Prometheus and Zeus, charged towards Sengoku again with Napoleon in hand. Sengoku furrowed his brows tightly, realizing he could only take it head-on in a hurry. He had heard of Linlin's madness before, but when he faced her, he realized he had underestimated her danger level. On the battlefield, besides Linlin, who was evenly matched, the other members of the Rock's pirates had already shown signs of defeat. Rox was fighting 2 opponents madly, his terrifying fists constantly smashing towards the sandworm pit and the monster bird moss. The sandworm and monster bird relied on their terrifying regenerative abilities to continuously consume and exhaust Rock's stamina, although their wounds bore remnants of Rock's Haki, causing their recovery to be extremely slow. They were still wearing down his combat power. Whitebeard fought to a standstill with the bull demon Satan and the wild boar Vacheli Saint. With the dual enhancement of terrifying Haki and the Tremor fruit, his battlefield was among the most destructive, with the ground cracking, seawater flooding in, and a corner of Fravanth torn apart. Blood trickled from Whitebeard, but his signature smile showed he was unfazed, because Satan and Vacheli's injuries were 100 times worse than his. Satan had 6 of his spider legs of different lengths broken, and the remaining 2 were on the verge of collapse, his body covered in grotesque wounds, bleeding profusely. The wild boar Vacheli was not much better, his black mane stained dark red, one of his fangs broken, and numerous wounds exposing flesh and bone. The wild boar's eyes were blood red, and his hooves pounded the ground. Whitebeard, you will undoubtedly die for trampling on the dignity of the gods. Ha ha ha. Do you trash like you even qualify to be called gods? Whitebeard laughed maniacally. Matarada, Inni. Not even close. Peak power countdown. 2:38. The system notification sounded, and Whitebeard suddenly regained his focus. Not far from him, the Golden Lion and Nasu Shuru were exchanging blows evenly. Other members of the Rock's pirates were already at their breaking point. This can't go on any longer. Whitebeard looked at Rox, who was getting more and more excited, his brows tightly furrowed. This mindless battle maniac. He shouted angrily, Rox. Rox jolted, turning to look at Whitebeard. The ground suddenly shook violently. A massive sandworm's head burst from the ground, heavily crashing on Rox, sending him soaring into the air, while the monster bird seized the opportunity, its giant beak lunging towards Rox. Blood erupted from Rox's chest. His body flew straight towards Whitebeard. Just a body length away from Whitebeard, he landed steadily, touching the blood on his chest, a small wound catching his eye. However, it hurt like hell. It was more painful than the same level of injury he usually suffered. Is this the side effect of the dark fruit? He didn't care at all, instead looking at Whitebeard with clear eyes and chatting. What's wrong, Whitebeard? Rox, we need to retreat, Whitebeard said seriously. Huh? Rox frowned, following Whitebeard's gaze to look around, finally realizing that the balance of war had long tilted in favor of the Navy. As expected, Is our current strength still unable to confront the world government head-on? Hurry and give the order. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. Whitebeard's fist was covered by a translucent shield, and the terrifying power directly smashed back the wild boar and bull demon. Rock's brows were tightly knitted, as if making a decision. All members of the Rock's pirates, retreat. As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden lion had already repelled Nasu Shuru and appeared beside Whitebeard and the others. He had long noticed the situation on the battlefield, but hadn't spoken out due to face. After Rox gave the order, he immediately moved closer to them. Shiki, now's the time. Use that move of yours, Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Shiki's pupils constricted as he instantly understood. Chapter 50. The moving fortress floating in the sky. At this moment, all the pirate members were retreating while fighting. The officers were covered in bruises, and the ordinary fighters had already suffered heavy losses. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor came from the free vans. The wind on the sea abruptly stopped, followed by a dreadful roar from deep within the mineral vein. Golden Lion Shiki stood at the edge of the island, his golden hair dancing wildly in the invisible airflow. He spread his arms, palms touching the sandy beach beneath him, and the entire island was instantly enveloped by his fruit ability. The rock layers at the edge of the island began to crack, and as chunks broke away from the ground, they did not fall, but instead floated up slowly as if being pulled by invisible threads. Coconut trees, adorned with pure white crystals, were uprooted, carrying clumps of soil suspended in the air, with droplets of water on the leaves seemingly losing their gravitational pull, transforming into spherical shapes that hung in mid-air, refracting a spectrum of colors. The sound of waves crashing against the shore gradually weakened, as the reef that was originally connected to the land was visibly rising, with swirling currents forming below, distorting the reflection of the increasingly gigantic shadow in the sky. The entire island seemed to have broken free from the shackles of gravity, rising with mountains, forests, and the waves that had not yet retreated from the coastline. What is happening? What is going on? CP0 screamed in terror, their eyes wide as they watched this miraculous scene, their faces filled with shock and fear. The warships at the coast were not within the range of Shiki's ability. As the island rose, they plummeted like abandoned toys, crashing down into the whirlpool of seawater. The tremors of the island grew more intense, and under the power of the float fruit, nearly all of Freeven's territory had left the seabed. Countless soldiers fell from the edge of the island, crashing heavily into the sea. The remnants of war, stones, and building debris piled up below the island, forming a natural barrier to hinder the Navy's pursuit. The officers of the Rock's pirates, after a brief moment of panic, revealed proud and cruel smiles. They smelled blood like beasts and launched another fierce attack. In an instant, dense bullets, bombs, and fierce slashes rained down on the Navy camp. Roan Gaze and the blood-soaked Major John were caught off guard by the sudden assault, all screaming as they fell into the sea. The Gorosei looked at this scene with serious expressions. After a long battle and frequent use of their regeneration abilities, they were exhausted. At this moment, they could only barely maintain their physical balance, sustaining their high-power monster forms. Seeing the current situation, their hearts had already sunk. The power of the float fruit? The paramecia fruit can be developed to such a terrifying extent. This guy is simply a monster. Meanwhile, the already crazed Charlotte Linlin raised Napoleon, with Prometheus and Zeus swirling above her head. A terrifying thunderstorm continuously bombarded Sengoku. For a moment, Sengoku's prideful Buddha's impact could not withstand this mad attack, gradually falling into a disadvantage and could only awkwardly dodge. Seeing this, Rox let out a fit of crazy laughter. His muscles bulged, and a mass of stagnant darkness appeared on his fist, as if it were going to devour all light. Dark water, with a roar from Rox. The terrifying gravitational force accurately acted on the Gorosei. Chew! Oof! A heart-pounding beast roar resounded. The 5 massive, monster-like bodies twisted and struggled incessantly. They fought desperately to break free from this terrifying gravity, but it was futile. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies were drawn toward that mass of darkness. Boom! A terrifying X-shaped light wave erupted from Rock's fist, dazzling like the blazing sun With one punch, the five massive bodies instantly burst forth with blood, as if a rain of blood had fallen. They broke through the edge of the island and plummeted toward the sea. Sora and Sengoku simultaneously rose, exerting all their strength to charge toward the enormous bodies of the Gorosei. These were the world's highest authorities, no matter what. They could not allow them to suffer such a disgraceful defeat. However, just as they made contact with the Gorosei's monstrous bodies, a terrifying shockwave came crashing like a landslide. The Gorosei, along with the rescuing Sora and Sengoku, tumbled through the air, falling toward the sea. Wahahaha! Whitebeard, see you next time. Carp, seeing the situation was settled and having no need to continue fighting, directly walked to the edge of the island and jumped down with a hearty laugh. That cheerful laughter echoed in the air, stimulating Kaido's nerves. Damn, that bastard. The bruised Kaido stomped in frustration, looking quite furious. I will tear you apart. Crazy Linlin leaped toward Sengoku's figure, completely disregarding the monstrous waves below the island, her eyes filled with endless madness. Linlin, wake up! Kaido gritted his teeth and unhesitatingly chased after Linlin's diving figure into the sea. Is this crazy woman seeking death? Below is the ocean. The generals and the Gorosei have escaped. Let's run too, someone shouted, seemingly igniting the fuse of defeat. Countless sailors reacted. As long as one person led, the tide of defeat would be unstoppable. Looking at the rising island, countless sailors braced themselves, biting their teeth and leaping off the edge of the island, desperately swimming toward the still, sturdy warships. Before long, the entire Free Vans was devoid of Navy influence. The clouds were slowly pushed away by the airflow from the bottom of the island, revealing the long-hidden clear sky. The enormous shadow cast by the island was slowly sweeping across the surface of the sea, enveloping those warships that had just managed to escape the whirlpool. Golden Lion's mad laughter echoed in the sky, the land beneath his feet continuing to rise until the entire island was fully suspended above the clouds, becoming a moving fortress floating in the sky. The terrifying rocks pirates. Wahaha! Are you scared? Sengoku? Carp, munching on a rice cracker, looked up at the sky, feeling hungry after a long battle and needing to find some food to snack on. Shut up, Carp. Sengoku, now having returned to his human form, looked up at the giant island that obscured the sun, filled with lingering fear, and couldn't help but swallow hard. All the sailors were still shaken. They had almost died just now. If it weren't for Sengoku, Carp, and other high-level fighters catching them as they fell from the sky, they would have long been smashed into meat paste for the fish. Even so, ordinary sailors had suffered over half of their losses. If they continued fighting, even with the Gorosei support, they might have a chance to win this war, but the outcome would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. In the sky, under Golden Lion's full exertion of his abilities, the island broke through the clouds and sped in one direction. Chapter 51. The Five Elders Flee. Peak Combat Power Countdown. 0:18. Newgate looked at the scattered 7 or 8 warships on the sea, a dramatic curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He slowly walked to the edge of the island, his muscles suddenly bulging, the power of the tremor fruit instantly gathering in his fists, forming a terrifying, translucent dome. What is Whitebeard planning to do? John had just taken a sip of alcohol. He looked at Newgate's back, filled with confusion. Not just him. All the officers of the Rocks Pirates looked at Whitebeard's towering figure with curiosity. Could it be? Suddenly, a panicked thought rose in John's heart, and the bottle dropped to the ground. With a crunch, it shattered into glass shards. However, the cracking sound did not stop. Instead, it grew louder. The space around Whitebeard, within a radius of several dozen meters, cracked open with countless frightening fissures under the full activation of his fruit ability. The air became thick, and the entire sea area emitted a painful groan. Just as the power in his fists reached its peak, he suddenly raised his head and roared, "Drink!" Newgate's arms slammed outwards, and a terrifying force surged forth, as if to tear the entire sea apart. In an instant, the sea was violently torn open, creating terrifying chasms. The seawater crashing and rolling along the cracks, as if it had been cleaved by a giant blade. Towering waves hundreds of meters high stacked into white walls of water at the edges of the chasms, and a dull rumble echoed from the trenches. The mournful cry of the earth being shaken. At the same time, in Mariehua, in mysterious and empty five elders' conference hall, the air suddenly became oppressive. The previously still teleportation array shook violently, emitting an eerie humming sound. Purple lightning jumped wildly between the array patterns, as if accumulating a powerful force. Immediately after, a blinding flash of light passed, accompanied by thick smoke and the figures of Saint Satan, Saint Vacheli, Saint Nasashir, Saint Maz, and Saint Pitt gradually appeared in the teleportation array. They were disheveled, their clothes torn, still carrying the smoke and blood from the battlefield. Stumbling out of the teleportation array and crashing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. It was as if they had experienced a life-and-death cycle. All their faces were pale as paper, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Satan glanced around at his companions who had been teleported back, his lips trembling, but he found his throat blocked, unable to say a word. The entire conference hall was filled with a suffocating and fearful atmosphere, lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, in the luxurious yet eerie room among the flowers, Im's eyes were tightly closed, falling into a deep sleep, exuding a mysterious and cold aura. The moment the five elders were teleported back, Im seemed to sense something, his body jolting, and his previously calm breathing became slightly hurried. After a long while, he regained his calm and continued to fall into a deep sleep, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. The mysterious aura once again spread throughout the room. In the waters surrounding Frevans, 2 warships were torn to pieces under the terrifying shockwave, while the remaining ships swayed like leaves in the rain in the aftermath of the giant waves. The surviving Marines looked in horror at the torn sea before them. This was no miracle achievable by human power, but a natural disaster, as if the gods had descended in anger. Newgate stood at the edge of the island, his chest heaving violently, his signature white mustache flying in the fierce wind. He gazed at the sea he had personally torn apart, his eyes showing no ripples, as if this ripped sea was merely a toy in his fingertips. Ha ha! What a wicked guy! Unlike the shock of other pirates, Rox was filled with excitement. He felt that Newgate, this arrogant and unruly guy, was just to his liking. Newgate looked at the system interface, which showed only 2 of his health bar, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. If it weren't for maintaining the demeanor of a strong person, he would have already lain down to rest. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, but the damn system's mission prompt had yet to sound. That was a chance for a lottery draw. The figures of the 5 elders had already disappeared, presumably having fled, but Steelbone Kong and Sengoku had not been directly defeated yet. If he didn't finish them off, how would the system determine whether he had defeated the future 2 Marine admirals, Steelbone Kong and Sengoku? As his thoughts raced, a familiar voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the submission. The 5 elders gather. Mission difficulty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge mission. Defeat the future 2 Marine admirals. Mission reward. System lottery wheel designated draw count. 1 draw count 10. Above the sky, the entire island of Frevans was flying towards a new world at an incredible speed. At first, everyone was immersed in novelty and excitement, rushing to the edge of the island to overlook the boundless blue sea below. The surrounding clouds floated lazily over the land like large cotton candies, and a seagull flew leisurely in the sky. Suddenly, a large shadow quickly swept over its head, startling the seagull into a chaotic squawk, fleeing in panic, leaving only a few feathers caught in the sea breeze to be blown into the ocean. No matter how beautiful the scene, after a long time, the novelty would wear off, and eventually, everyone went about their own business. Initially, the citizens of Frevans were still terrified, fearing that the movement of the island would bring them some unknown disaster. The consecutive wars had kept their nerves taut, and they could no longer bear any stimulation. But as time passed, people found that the movement of the island had no effect on them, and they gradually calmed down. After Rox took control of Frevans, a new regulation was enacted. Every family must forcibly send 1 able-bodied man to mine or in the lead mines. Of course, if there were no suitable men in the family, they could also choose to pay a regular fee to exempt themselves from mining work. Pirates have always pursued freedom, wealth, and power. They are decisive in killing, but do not have so many twists and turns. They also abolished all the various oppressive taxes imposed by King Graysant. As long as you could mine, you could survive. The Sons of the Sea naturally understood the principle of not exhausting the resources. This was simply a fantasy for the people who had lived here for generations. They had suffered greatly for years to pay the heavenly gold to the celestial dragons. Now that they had been given the right to choose their freedom, they were naturally grateful. The remnants of the little kindness from the era of King Graysant were completely forgotten by the citizens in such a short time. Chapter 52. Sachi gets injured. Vittorio, why do you think Whitebeard wants us on his ship? Isabella, with her slender arms wrapped around her legs, leaned back against a pile of ruins, quietly enjoying this rare moment of tranquility, her gaze somewhat unfocused as she looked into the distance. With his strength, he could recruit some stronger crew members, right? Her voice was soft and delicate, filled with doubt. Who knows? For such a powerful person, their thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Let's just go with the flow. Vittorio stepped out of the makeshift tent he had just built, removed the mask he had been wearing, and stretched, revealing a hint of fatigue on his face. He had been busy all day treating the wounded, and only now had he finished his work. Perhaps this life is what we truly want. Isabella gazed at the sunset on the horizon that seemed so close, extending her delicate hand as if to touch that warmth, while also seeming to shield herself from the glaring sunlight. Yes, freely traveling the seas, I'm really looking forward to it. Vittorio adjusted his glasses, stroking his little mustache, filled with emotions. He had thought that there would be no complete eggs under a collapsed nest, but the Rocks pirates had not exterminated everyone, and life seemed a bit better under their rule than during King Graysant's reign. Perhaps it was just his own thought. Countless similar scenes unfolded in various corners of Fervance. All the survivors, including those who had lost family members in the war, were doing their respective tasks in an orderly manner. Though their homes were destroyed, they could be rebuilt. Moreover, those fierce pirates were not as ruthless as they had imagined. One could not fully trust the words of the world government. The former palace of Fervance was now a scene of ruins, with countless cracks on the white bricks, and the once magnificent palace had collapsed in the aftermath of the battle. The members of the Rocks pirates were currently stationed on the lawn in front of the palace. The area was spacious enough, and the ground was relatively flat, barely suitable as a temporary camp. After continuous fierce battles, the Rocks pirates had suffered heavy losses, with more than half of their members gone. Most of the deceased were ordinary combatants, and the remaining members were all injured to varying degrees. After an afternoon of urgent rest, everyone had treated their wounds and was recuperating in their respective tents. At this moment, no one had the energy to hold a banquet. Even the usually energetic Rocks was no exception. Newgate, taking advantage of the sunset's afterglow, walked slowly to a large tent that was different from the other officers' tents. His steps slightly weary. Marco and the other three had been eagerly waiting. As soon as they saw Newgate's figure, they excitedly rushed over, quickly reaching out to support his arm. "Are you okay, Dad?" The little ones asked almost in unison, their eyes filled with concern. Newgate affectionately patted their heads, smiling as he said, "Of course. What about you? You didn't get hurt, did you?" Sachi. Marco began to speak, but his mouth was abruptly covered by Jozu, who could only make muffled sounds, unable to form complete sentences. Newgate frowned, his powerful observation hockey spreading out like a scan, examining the shy brown-haired boy standing behind Vista. Under his clothing, Sachi's left arm was wrapped in thick bandages, and beneath them was a long wound that was still seeping blood. "What happened?" "Sachi," Newgate asked seriously. "It's nothing, Dad. I just got splashed by the aftermath of the battle. It will be fine in a few days." Sachi looked down, mumbling like a child who had done something wrong. Suddenly, a strong, warm arm lifted him up. As he looked up, he saw Newgate's gentle eyes. "My silly son, you must tell the truth in front of Dad." Newgate's voice, filled with affection, echoed in Sachi's ear. "Dad." Sachi was hit by a soldier's sword while protecting the food. After finally escaping Jozu's large hand, Marco gasped for breath, his pineapple hair bobbing up and down with each breath. He relayed the entire story to Newgate. Upon hearing this, it would be a lie to say Newgate was not moved. This usually shy little guy must have been worried that there wouldn't be enough food to replenish their strength after the battle. which is why he risked everything to protect the supplies. Vista. Newgate raised his voice. I'm here, Dad. Vista immediately responded. Go to the town and find Dr. Vittorio. Just tell him I'm looking for him. Okay. Soon, Vittorio hurried over with a medical kit. He first greeted Whitebeard, then immediately knelt down to treat Sachi's wound. He skillfully took out scissors from the medical kit and carefully cut away the bandages that Sachi had wrapped haphazardly. In an instant, blood flowed from his injured arm, dripping onto the ground and soaking a small patch of red. Vittorio frowned. This little guy had sustained such a serious injury, yet remained silent. This level of endurance was truly not something a child of his age should possess. After carefully examining the wound, he quickly took out medication from the medical kit and began to methodically apply initial first aid. His technique was steady and skilled, quite professional. Soon, Vittorio had properly treated the wound. Finally, he tied a knot with the bandage on Sachi's arm, completing the task. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, Vittorio said to Whitebeard, the wound has been treated. It's just a surface injury, nothing serious. Whitebeard nodded in approval as he watched Vittorio's proficient technique. As expected of Trafalgar Law's father. According to Darwin's theory of evolution, if his son's medical skills are that impressive, then his father's can't be bad either. It's just that simple. Seeing that Newgate had no further comments, Vittorio's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately he held back. He simply exchanged a brief greeting before turning to leave with the medical kit. Newgate naturally understood his thoughts, but since Rox had not yet established a large fleet, he did not have a ship that truly belonged to him. For now, everyone was temporarily staying in Provence, so there was no urgent matter. Transitioning from an ordinary doctor to a pirate would require some adaptation time. Moreover, this was also Newgate's own guilty pleasure. After all, their son was that proud and adorable little guy Law. As for what happened next, that could be saved for later. Now, he glanced at Sachi, who was looking down in guilt after having his wound treated. Vista crossed his arms and said, Dad, after fighting for so long, you must be starving, right? Sachi has already prepared food for you. Chapter 53. Rock's idea. As soon as Newgate finished speaking, Jaws and Marco came over with their plates, smiling. A dazzling array of food filled the table, and the aroma wafted throughout the room. Newgate looked at the little guys, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. He didn't waste time and started to wolf down the food. Come on, you guys must be hungry too. Let's eat together. Newgate mumbled with his mouth full. The little ones heard this and happily sat down to eat. Although he had the talent of the blood-meat fortress, the massive energy consumed in battle still had to be replenished with food. He had stood by the coast for a long time, and his health bar had only slowly recovered from 2 to 5. Now, after a few bites of food, his health bar began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. The chibi version of Whitebeard on the system panel gradually transformed from a dejected and lethargic state to one that was upright and full of spirit. Soon, the food prepared by Sachi was completely devoured by the group. Newgate stretched comfortably, grabbed a barrel of rum, and headed outside. Using his observation hockey, he walked straight to Shiki's tent and shouted, Shiki, come out for a drink. As he spoke, a corner of Shiki's tent was lifted, revealing a pale and listless face, with his once flamboyant golden hair now limp. To the unknowing observer, one might think he was indulging in debauchery. Newgate summarized in his mind. The 2 words that came to mind were kidney deficiency. The reality was that controlling an island the size of a medium-sized country and sailing toward the new world at a rapid pace consumed an unimaginable amount of Shiki's stamina, equivalent to the intensity of 7 battles every hour. Currently, according to the system map, they were nearing the doldrums. What? Newgate, it's really rare for you to come looking for me to drink, Shiki said, pulling at the corners of his mouth into a smile that was more painful than crying. Motioning for Newgate to come inside to talk. No, let's stay outside. Newgate waved his hand, showing no interest in exploring the living quarters of male pirates. Shiki said no more and sat down on the ground next to Whitebeard. Newgate sat opposite him. At that moment, a variety of roasted meats and delicacies floated out from inside the tent, along with 2 bowls of alcohol. These items slowly descended in front of the 2, landing steadily on the ground. What a useful ability. Newgate couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the scene. Stop. Shiki's expression darkened, and he said irritably, What is it? You only come to me when you need something. Oh, you figured it out. Newgate scratched his head awkwardly, filling the bowl in front of him with rum. I want to disappear for a while. Can you look after those little brats for me? TCH, I'm not a babysitter, you idiot. Shiki frowned, taking a sip of alcohol and complaining. Come on, Shiki, I saw you taking care of them quite well the other day. Those little brats are getting stronger fast. Newgate took a sip of alcohol, the fiery sensation flowing down his throat, seemingly taking away some of the fatigue from battle, and he praised him. Not at all. Shiki denied vehemently, though his face turned slightly red. Whether it was from the alcohol or from being slightly embarrassed, he actually quite liked those little ones. But being called out by Whitebeard in person still made him feel a bit shy. Okay. Consider it a favor owed to you. Newgate looked directly into Shiki's eyes and said seriously, is it really necessary to be so serious? Shiki looked at Whitebeard's serious expression, realizing he wasn't joking, and felt a bit taken aback. The sea breeze blew, and their similarly golden hair danced in the wind, and they didn't continue discussing the matter. Instead, they tacitly dug into the meat and drank heartily. After all, they both received the answers they wanted from each other's attitudes. After all, the favor Newgate promised was not something that could be easily obtained. Halfway through their meal, a man draped in a red cape, revealing a muscular physique, swaggered over to them. Hey, you two bastards, why didn't you call me to drink? Rock shouted, and then plopped down beside them. The golden afterglow shone on his two-colored hair, which was quite dazzling. He looked up at the darkening sky, pouting with a face full of dissatisfaction. Aren't you here now? Shiki glanced at Rox, and a cup of alcohol floated steadily in front of him. Waha, no more talking, let us drink. Rox laughed heartily and downed his cup in one go. As the few of them passed drinks around, the barrel of rum Newgate brought was already empty. Shiki, with drunken eyes, brought another barrel over, sitting down on the ground, and the barrel automatically poured into the bowl. Soon, everyone was feeling tipsy. Rox gulped down a large bowl of alcohol, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and a hint of madness gradually appeared in his eyes. This time when we return to the New World, I have a brilliant idea. He excitedly waved his arms and said loudly, based on the foundation of forming a large fleet, let's do a Davy-back fight to expand our power and dominate the world. Rock's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light, as if he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle of the world. You, still dreaming this unrealistic dream. Newgate scoffed disdainfully. Set your sights on the peak. Let those who want to laugh do so. Davy Jones is my idol. And besides, a person's dream will never end. Newgate. Rock's eyes glowed with even more madness, and Shiki nodded in agreement beside him. Newgate, who had just taken a sip of strong alcohol, suddenly sprayed it out, looking shocked at Rox, his heart churning with turmoil. Davy Jones? That legendary pirate? What does Davy-back fight have to do with Davy Jones? Moreover, this guy Rox actually mentioned a phrase that his son would say in the future. Night. When Newgate returned to the tent, the four little ones were already fast asleep, looking at their various sleeping postures, some sprawled out, some curled up. He shook his head helplessly and laid down slowly beside them, resting his head on his arm. With a thought, the system interface suddenly appeared before him. After several battles, he could finally catch a breath. Newgate was already eager to know about the situation regarding his power increase, regarding several controversial points in the text. I would like to clarify a few things. First, young Roger's nose hair indeed hadn't grown to the point of resembling his later beard. I neglected some details in my description, which caused misunderstandings, and I apologize. I have already made corrections. Second, regarding King Strait of the Rocks Pirates, I noticed in Oda-sensei's latest information that his appearance is somewhat similar to Caribou, the Logia-type swamp fruit user, and I have revised it according to the latest information to ensure it aligns with the original work setting. Third, regarding the ages of Guion and Kaki, this is probably the topic that everyone discusses the most. I specifically looked up a lot of information, and the naval characters mentioned in the text are mostly over 50 years old. For example, the relatively young Kuzan among the three admirals will already be 49 years old 2 years later. I try to stick to this logic to make the setting more reasonable. There may still be some oversights that make everyone feel awkward. If there are any issues, I hope everyone can be understanding. Lastly, regarding the attitudes of the other officers in the Rocks Pirates towards Rox, they would not be overly polite to him, which may not have been clearly conveyed before. This is something I didn't consider thoroughly. Moving forward, I will carefully think about this detail to make the character interactions more in line with their personalities and the team atmosphere, striving to recreate that tension. I am truly grateful that everyone is willing to point out these details. Your meticulousness is actually helping me refine the story to make it better. In the future, I will be more attentive and strive to minimize mistakes, so as not to disappoint everyone as affection. Chapter 54. Newgate Special Training. The system panel displayed. Basic information: name, Edward Newgate, age, 31, physical skill, 357-100, mastery, special talent, innate super strength, flesh fortress, active, hockey values, conquerors hockey, 541-100, minor accomplishment, armament hockey, 265-100, mastery, observation hockey, 162-100, mastery, devil fruit ability values, paramecia quake fruit, 69-100, current status body, minor injuries, stamina recovering, deep sleep will speed up recovery, mental, fatigue. Note, given that the host's 3 values have reached mastery, strength has reached the imperial level, and further increases in mastery level strength are difficult. Participation in high-intensity combat is required. No wonder, during this battle, he took White Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey capsules, and the values only increased a little. It turns out that, like in the game, it gets harder to level up as you progress. He wasn't worried about this at all. After all, he had an external aid. He shifted his gaze to the taskbar notifications. Task progress. Challenge task. Defeat the next 2 Navy admirals. Completed. Dungeon task. Survive under the furious 5 elders. Completed. Rewards obtained. 1 designated lottery chance for the system's big wheel. 10 regular lottery chances for the system's big wheel. Father title task. 4 in progress. King title task. Not triggered. Specific conditions required. Detected that the host currently has 1 designated lottery chance and 25 regular lottery chances. Would you like to draw? 25 regular draws and 1 designated draw. This is quite a good haul. It was worth spending so many berries and beating so many people. Draw first the regular ones. The designated lottery chance should be saved for last. As his thoughts flowed, the system's lottery will instantly popped up. The pointer spun rapidly, making a whooshing sound, and finally slowed down, stopping in the white area. The first time, understandable. The second time. The third time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining armament hockey capsule quality. White 2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining observation hockey capsule quality. White. Congratulations to the host for obtaining active regeneration capsule quality. White. A familiar formula. A familiar task. A familiar dog system. Detected that the host's system backpack storage slots are insufficient. Would you like to spend? Get lost. How can it say the system backpack is insufficient after only 4 draws? He carefully checked his system backpack. 50T amber lead powder occupied 5 slots. A beginner ship spirit lay quietly there. He had 79 billion berries, and in addition, there was a paramecia shining fruit, the Madame Sherfu's cross-dimension scroll in blue, plus the 4 capsules he just drew. The system backpack had a total of 13 storage slots, and now it was completely stuffed, leaving no room for the cloud-cutting blade. Damn! The more Newgate thought about it, the angrier he became. This dog system was really infuriating. The amber lead powder was very useful to him and couldn't be exposed yet, and the only system product that could free up a slot was the paramecia shining fruit. No, his gaze inadvertently fell on the small, curled-up figure in the tent who was frowning. He casually opened the heart-shaped familial bond function on the system interface. Sachi affinity. 68-100 grateful, loyalty, 81-100 unwavering. Inner voice, I want to work hard to follow Dad's footsteps and always cook for everyone. This little brat's values have increased so quickly, he hadn't really done anything special. A complex emotion rose in Newgate's heart. Perhaps love is always feeling indebted. Suddenly, a capsule emitting a faint glow appeared in his hand. He quietly walked to Sachi's curled-up side and gently placed the capsule in Sachi's mouth as he breathed in. The capsule melted instantly, with no foreign feeling. Sachi's breathing remained steady, but his tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. A hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were dreaming sweetly. After taking the active regeneration capsule, Sachi's injuries would recover within half an hour. Tomorrow, he would be another energetic little brat. Now, the white hockey capsule's effect on Newgate was already not very significant for increasing his strength. It seemed he needed to take advantage of these days to train these little guys well. Especially Sachi. He had just joined and was the weakest, still quite far from Marco and the others. Due to his past as a slave, his personality was somewhat reserved, which wouldn't do. He believed that with his strength as a teacher, combined with the seemingly overpowered hockey capsules, he could definitely elevate their strength to a level where they could protect themselves in the new world within just a few days. As his thoughts spread in his mind, Newgate's eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. The next second, a deafening snore echoed. Morning. The first ray of sunlight coming through the tense gap woke the sleeping Sachi. He opened his sleepy eyes, instinctively rubbed them, feeling particularly comfortable all over. He groggily stood up, tidied his clothes, and suddenly froze in place. He raised his arm in confusion and twisted it. Huh? What's going on? It doesn't hurt at all. This feeling was too wonderful, as if yesterday's pain had just been a dream. Sachi was overjoyed and reached to untie the bandage he had just wrapped yesterday. The bandage slowly slid down his arm, revealing smooth skin as if it had returned to its original state. The terrifying wound had actually disappeared. Not even a single scar was left. Is it really that miraculous? That guy named Vittorio has such amazing medical skills. Sachi thought to himself that he must thank him in person if they meet again. Now, more importantly, he needed to prepare breakfast for everyone. He glanced at the tents filled with snoring sounds, tiptoed to the door, and gently closed it. Not long after, Newgate also woke up. He looked at the few little guys still drooling and shouted with a smile, "Olalala, sons, it's time to get up and train." The little ones mumbled in response, turning over and struggling to get up with sleepy eyes. Newgate glanced around and noticed that Sachi was not in the tent. Just as he was about to ask, the tent door creaked open. Sachi walked in holding a steaming hot breakfast. "Sachi, you've worked hard." Newgate took the breakfast, and a few of them wasted no time, wolfing it down completely. "Today, I'm going to start your special training." Newgate wiped his mouth and said with bright eyes, "Huh, Dad is personally going to train us?" Marco's face immediately turned sour, and even Pineapple Head looked a bit wilted, his expression as if he had heard some terrifying news. Vista couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, as if he had anticipated the impending hardship. Even the usually calm Jaws was serious, his muscles unconsciously tensing. Chapter 55. The Grudge of Wang Ji in the Impression of a Few Little Ones. Their old man never held back in training them. No matter what aspect of their cultivation, he would squeeze out the last bit of their strength. However, Saki was eager to try as he had never undergone any training before. After saying that, Newgate magically pulled out a twisted fruit with smooth facets, resembling a devil fruit. It was the paramecia type shining fruit. Wow! The little one's eyes widened instantly, staring intently at the devil fruit in front of them. The shapes and abilities of devil fruits are bizarre and varied, and they were very curious about what kind of fruit it was. Although Saki was also very curious. He had never seen a devil fruit before and had no idea what it was. This is the paramecia type shining fruit. After eating it, one can gain the ability to turn their body into diamonds. It boasts both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it a rather powerful devil fruit. He paused, his gaze landing on Jaws' sturdy body. "Jaws, this fruit is for you." Jaws, who was originally listening with great interest, was taken aback when his old man called his name. He froze for a moment and asked in confusion, "For me? Old man, if I eat the devil fruit, I want to be able to swim anymore." After saying that, Jaws awkwardly scratched his head. "Wallalala." Newgate burst into hearty laughter. "Yush, your speed and strength are strong enough. This fruit is simply tailor-made for you. Moreover, the devil fruit can greatly enhance combat power." Newgate encouraged him patiently, and Jaws no longer hesitated, taking a big bite under the curious gaze of his little friends. In the next second, Jaws covered his neck with a pained expression, his face turning purplish red. Ugh! An indescribable taste spread in his mouth, and Jaws gagged violently, but couldn't teeth throw up anything. "What is wrong? Are you okay?" "Jaws!" Marco hurriedly rushed over, looking worriedly at Jaws, his hands constantly patting his back. Yes, fine. Newgate looked at Jaws' condition, as if recalling something, and his mouth twitched. The taste of the devil fruit is simply hard to describe. That taste, he never wanted to try it again in his life. After a long while, Jaws finally let out a long breath, and when he looked up, his eyes were still filled with fear. How do you feel? Marcolin closely beside Jos, asking curiously. I don't feel anything special. It's just that this devil fruit tastes too awful. Jaws scratched his head vigorously, constantly complaining. Wallalala, devil fruits are all hard to eat. Newgate laughed heartily and then said seriously, Jaws, try turning into diamonds. Old man, how do I do that? Jaws looked at Newgate with a bewildered expression. Just think in your heart, and let the parts of your body that need to change become diamonds. Newgate did not rush him, but patiently explained. Jaws nodded, somewhat understanding, and raised his right hand, clenching his fist tightly. In an instant, his skin shimmered with a visible brilliance. First, diamond-like facets appeared at his elbow, then spread along his arm, and soon, his arm was enveloped in a layer of transparent diamond crystal. No, the entire arm had completely turned into diamond. Wow, so cool. Marco exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. Unable to help but reach out a touch here and look there, finding it very novel. Bista and Saki also surrounded him, their faces full of amazement. Devil fruits are truly amazing. At the cost of being rejected by the sea, they gain devil-like power. The little ones gathered around Jaws, continuously murmuring, but they did not feel that their old man was biased. Instead, they were genuinely happy about their friend's enhancement in strength. Yush, Newgate suddenly spoke sternly. The ability of a diamond fruit can only be used in battle. You must never use it while training hockey. His gaze swept over the other little ones. You all are the same. If you gain the ability of a devil fruit in the future, you must not use it during training. Jaws and the others nodded in agreement. After all, the philosophy their old man had always instilled in them was that hockey is the ultimate power that surpasses all. After the novelty wore off, Newgate took the lead, followed by the four little kids, and they walked to the open space in front of the tent. At this point, many people had already gathered here, chatting and joking. When they saw Newgate approaching, everyone involuntarily stood up and made way. Vice Captain, all the pirates looked at him with fervor and respect, just like they viewed rocks. After all, in the pirate world, strength is revered. During this time, the continuous fierce battles had spread Newgate's reputation throughout the pirate crew, as everyone had witnessed his earth-shattering power firsthand. Wallalala, I'm not a vice captain. I am Whitebeard Newgate. Newgate laughed heartily, refusing to acknowledge that Rox was his captain. Just being on equal footing with Rox was already giving him enough face. That crazy and ruthless guy was not worthy of his following. This was just a facade, and when the time was right, he would take him down. Newgate understood that not just him, but all members of the Rox pirate crew harbored the same intention. They were merely a group of mad pirates gathered together for profit. If any unsolvable crisis arose, they would surely fight for themselves and fall apart. As soon as Newgate finished speaking, everyone was momentarily stunned, but no one dared to refute him. This is the deterrent power of the strong. Even that crazy guy Rox couldn't gain any advantage here with Whitebeard. Kids, clear space. I'm going to start training. Newgate shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone consciously stepped back, clearing a space. And even the entrance to the tent was filled with people. The officers of the Rox crew were no exception. In the bustling crowd, Wang Ji's eyes, filled with hatred, were fixed on Newgate in the distance. His fat body shrank in the crowd, trying to conceal himself, unaware that this awkward posture had already been seen clearly by Newgate. Beneath his messy, fluffy hair, his greasy face revealed a sinister expression. His forked tongue occasionally flicked out from between his thick lips, swaying in the air like a snake's tongue, which was quite disgusting. Newgate, he gritted his teeth in his heart, saying, "One day, I will make you pay the price." The total number of small gifts has exceeded 100, so here's an extra chapter. The recent chapters may have been a bit slow, but please be patient. The high-energy plot is on the way and will arrive soon. Chapter 56. Sachi's thoughts. Miss Bakine lazily walked out of the tent upon hearing Newgate's voice, holding a lady's cigarette in her mouth, her body-hugging skirt perfectly outlining her long and rounded legs. She leaned against the doorframe, her light blue eyes reflecting Newgate's robust figure, her expression exceedingly gentle. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Newgate strode straight to the center of the clearing. "You all come here." He waved, signaling a few little ones to gather around. Except for Sachi, who appeared slightly shy, the other little ones had long since become familiar with this group of unruly pirates and approached Newgate without a care. Marco's pineapple hair was constantly swaying in the sea breeze. Vista gripped the hilt of his sword tightly at his waist, and Jozu stood nearby, his muscles tense. Only Sachi was awkwardly holding two kitchen knives. Seeing this, Newgate's mouth twitched slightly. However, it was understandable. This little guy probably had little combat experience, and the weapons he was most familiar with were likely either a long spoon or a kitchen knife. For now, let it be. After all, this was just the beginning of special training. "You little ones, are you ready?" Newgate asked seriously, his voice deep. Earlier, he had already given the little ones hockey capsules. That's right. After using the Paramecia-type shiny fruit on Jozu and the active regeneration capsule on Sachi, he finally had 2 empty slots in his system backpack. So, he drew twice. As expected, he got 2 white quality armament hockey capsules. He distributed the 3 white quality armament hockey capsules to Marco, Jozu, and Vista, while the remaining 2 white quality armament hockey capsules and observation hockey capsules were all given to Sachi. If Sachi wanted to keep up with the other little ones, he would have to cheat a bit. "You little ones, all together now. Let me see your growth during this time," Newgate said with his arms crossed, smiling. Marco, Vista, and Jozu exchanged glances, understanding each other without a word, and unleashed their most powerful moves. Marco took a running leap, his armament hockey instantly wrapping around his legs like a layer of black armor. Accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds, his kick struck like a bolt of black lightning. Jozu leaned forward, his beast-like solid body exploding with ferocity, charging at Newgate like a cannonball, causing the ground to tremble slightly as he ran. Vista gripped his twin swords, the armament hockey instantly wrapping around them, transforming the swords into sharp black blades. With a fierce flash of blade light, he surpassed Jozu and Marco at lightning speed, reaching Newgate first. At this moment, Shiki, sitting cross-legged at the doorway with a tired expression, looked at the little ones with satisfaction, marveling at their growth and strength. Not long ago, these fledgling little ones had already developed a certain momentum of independence. Newgate looked at these little guys, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. "You're starting to look like something." Ding! A crisp metallic clash sounded. Newgate simply swung his fist, dispersing Vista's fierce blade light, and then, without losing momentum, transformed his fist into a palm. As he slapped down, Vista's twin sword were instantly knocked away, and his figure flew back uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. Following that, Marco's powerful kick and Jozu's fierce charge arrived almost simultaneously. The little ones, having spent a long time together, needed only a glance to understand each other's thoughts. If they were ordinary pirates, they would have definitely fallen under this consecutive onslaught. But they were facing the strongest man in the world. Bang! With a muffled thud, Newgate firmly grasped Marco's foot with one hand and gently held Jozu's head with the other, immobilizing both of them instantly under Newgate's immense strength. Then, with a slight exertion, Marco and Jozu's figures were sent flying back. Of course, Newgate was holding back, so he wouldn't truly injure them, but bruises were inevitable. The 3 figures landed heavily, but quickly got back up, laughing. They hadn't had Old Dad personally guide their training in a long time, and this feeling made them reminisce about the carefree days of the past. Sailing carefree with Old Dad, training day after day on the deck. They cherished this hard-won opportunity. Only Sachi, still holding the kitchen knives, stood there in a daze, trembling as he watched his little friends fly back. Marco noticed his abnormality and encouraged him. "Don't be scared, Sachi. Old Dad won't hurt us." Sachi remained silent, but his eyes were already filled with tears. This little guy, is he so timid? He doesn't even dare to strike. How could Whitebeard take him as a son? His temperament is not on par with Marco and the others. His future achievements are limited. I heard this little guy is good at cooking. Perhaps Newgate wants to train him to be a chef. The murmurs of the surrounding pirates continued, showing no signs of discretion. Those whispers pierced Sachi's heart like needles, causing him to lower his head, biting his lip tightly. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as tears fell like broken pearls. Sachi! Marco and the others noticed Sachi's emotional distress and hurried over. Newgate also approached with a concerned expression. At that moment, Sachi, with red-rimmed eyes, finally raised his head and shouted with all his might. "Old Dad is the person I admire the most. How could I lay a hand on him?" With that, the kitchen knife in his hand clanged to the ground. Everyone present was stunned, including Newgate himself. He felt as if something had tightly gripped his heart, causing him great pain. Sachi, is this how he feels? But this is just ordinary training. Moreover, even 100 Sachi couldn't hurt him. It seems this little guy's admiration for him has reached an extreme point. He simply cannot raise a weapon against him. Newgate felt touched. He gently stroked Sachi's brown-yellow hair with his broad palm, softly comforting him. "Sachi, it's okay. Old Dad is not so easily hurt. This is just training, and besides, only by growing stronger can you fight alongside Old Dad." Newgate kept reassuring him. Feeling the warmth of the palm, Sachi could no longer suppress the grievance in his heart and finally burst into tears. "That's right, Sachi. We all train like this with Old Dad." The three little ones also comforted from his side. Hearing Whitebeard and his little friend's encouragement, Sachi's emotions eased a little. Hey, is it still so sentimental when you're a pirate?" At that moment, a sharp and harsh voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a pirate with a gruesome scar over his left eye and disheveled gray-black hair draped over his shoulders, squinting at Sachi with a mocking expression. Chapter 57. The training turmoil. The pirate, with his arm wrapped in heavy bandages and the other end tied around his neck, was clearly injured in a previous battle. At this moment, his eyes were full of disdain, completely unaware that the target of his mockery was a family member of Whitebeard. "Hey, Benson, this isn't the time for a sharp tongue. That's Whitebeard's son," a nearby pirate hurriedly whispered, his eyes filled with concern. Benson, the sharp-tongued pirate, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Seeing Whitebeard gently patting Sachi's head without acknowledging him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly slipped into the crowd, praying in his heart, "Don't see me, don't see me." However, just as he relaxed and prepared to sneak away, a towering figure appeared behind him as if ignoring the distance. The shadowy face obscured any discernible expression, but the iconic white mustache was a clear indication of his identity. Without warning and without a sound, a massive hand infused with the power of tremors descended upon him, exuding an oppressive and terrifying aura. "Whitebeard." Before Benson could finish his sentence, a fist moving at such speed that it left an afterimage slammed down on him. Boom! A dull sound erupted, and the ground trembled violently. Whitebeard showed no mercy. His strike was full power. Benson, the sharp-tongued pirate, was left bruised and battered, his body shattered into pieces, blood flowing in a gruesome display throughout the horrific crater. The scene was exceptionally gruesome. Even these pirates, who usually kill without blinking, were filled with fear and trepidation. They had seen brutal deaths before, but witnessing a living person turn into a pile of flesh in the blink of an eye was something they had never encountered. Whitebeard stood beside the crater, his face expressionless. Only his bloodshot eyes revealed a fury akin to a volcanic eruption. The scene fell into dead silence, until someone broke the quiet with a trembling voice. Benson is dead. Lord Wang Ji, Benson is dead." The pirates, under Wang Ji's command, seeing their companion brutally killed by Whitebeard, crowded around Wang Ji, their eyes filled with a glimmer of hope, fantasizing that Wang Ji could step in and regain some face for them. However, at that moment, Wang Ji's face showed fear as he stared at Whitebeard, his snake-like tongue flickering in and out, cold sweat dripping down his corpulent body, paralyzed with fear. A terrifying conqueror's haki had locked onto him. He knew that any slight movement could lead him to meet the same fate as Benson. "What? You want to stand up for him?" Whitebeard's cold gaze fell on Wang Ji, devoid of any emotion, as if looking at a corpse. Wang Ji's lips trembled as he opened his mouth, but he couldn't utter a word. He knew that this crazy guy, Whitebeard, would not hesitate to kill him. Shiki sat nearby, leisurely smoking a cigar, looking as if he were watching a show. No one dared to speak up for Wang Ji, and the pirates under him were terrified. fearing that Whitebeard's wrath would turn on them. "Old man, I'm fine. Let's train." At that moment, a youthful voice rang out. Sachi had wiped away his tears and looked up, revealing an incredibly bright smile. Only his slightly reddened eyes proved his earlier state. He had prepared himself mentally. Initially, he believed that the closest people shouldn't turn against each other. But after some encouragement from a few others, he had come to his senses. He understood that in order to catch up with everyone, he needed to train hard with real weapons in real combat to quickly improve his strength and fight alongside them. Seeing that Sachi was not greatly affected, Whitebeard's anger eased significantly. The Conqueror's haki that had been locked onto Wang Ji instantly dissipated. Wang Ji felt his body relax, his legs weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Seeing that Whitebeard was no longer paying attention to him, he hurriedly twisted his corpulent body and fled awkwardly, rolling away. "Yay, Sachi, it's good that you're fine. Let's continue." Whitebeard ignored the gazes of those around him and stood beside the younger ones, insisting they continue training. The haki capsules had a time limit, and a significant amount of time had already passed. Moreover, he had killed the provocateur to serve as a warning. For these wicked individuals, they had to feel fear in their hearts. Only then would they dare not do anything excessive to Marco and the others. Training continued. However, the number of onlookers decreased significantly. Through the accounts of witnesses, the incident of Whitebeard's ruthless retaliation spread rapidly throughout the Fryvans. To this, Whitebeard paid no mind. He was no good person, but a legendary pirate renowned across the seas. In the next half hour, Whitebeard subjected the young ones to an almost inhumane special training regimen. By the end of the half hour, everyone was bruised and battered. Even Sachi was no exception. However, while Marco and the others were half lying and half kneeling, Sachi was trembling but trying hard to stand up straight. Seeing this, Whitebeard couldn't help but admire in his heart. This little guy's spirit was indeed resilient. In the following 2 days, Whitebeard conducted special training for the young ones every day. Additionally, the system's big roulette conveniently produced 4 blue haki capsules and 8 white haki capsules, truly living up to the system's probability. The blue and white haki capsules had little effect on his own strength, so he gave them to the young ones. Under Whitebeard's focused attention, Sachi also began to awaken his armament haki and observation haki. As for the Conqueror's haki, a natural kingly trait, even with the system, Whitebeard had no way to help. During these 2 days, the entire world underwent a tremendous transformation. The war for the destruction of Fryvans had just begun, and Morgans, the Birdman, was fanning the flames, spreading the news far and wide. The front page headline of the World Economic News was penned personally by Morgans, released as an exclusive shocker. The enormous headline read, "Extra, the white town of Fryvans in the North Sea destroyed overnight." Beneath the headline was a shocking photo of a survivor of the destruction, covered in blood, despairingly crying into the camera. The twisted face and desperate expression seemed to pierce through the newspaper, striking at the hearts of every reader. Once this news was published, it stirred a huge uproar around the world, leaving the public deeply worried. Had the infamous Rocks pirates become powerful enough to wipe out a country overnight? They feared that such a disaster could fall upon them any day, and the terrifying shadow began to spread in people's hearts. Chapter 58, Towering Waves. Reactions from all sides. The world government took emergency measures in response to this sudden storm. They blocked information about the lead mine while fanning the flames, placing all the blame squarely on Rocks. After all, Rocks was already a notorious pirate. Adding another crime to his list didn't matter much. Soon after, news of the clash between the Roger pirates and the Rocks pirates spread across the world like snowflakes, delivered by the Seagull dispatched by Morgans. Stunning defeat. The newcomer Roger pirates completely overwhelmed by the Rocks pirates. Exclusive coverage. The Roger pirates, who had made a name for themselves at sea by defeating numerous renowned pirates, were utterly powerless against the Rocks pirates. Accompanying the headline was a striking image, Newgate and Roger clashing fiercely, with Roger bloodied and flying backward. It must be said that the Seagull's photo-taking skills were exceptional, capturing Newgate's ferocity in vivid detail, instilling fear in viewers. However, curiously, the subsequent news of the Navy's 52nd Division being annihilated by Rocks was not reported by Morgans. Instead, An article titled, "The Largest Scale Operation in Navy History. The Rocks Pirates Defeated, Remnants Fleeing to the New World," was published. Accompanying the report was an image of rocks being sent flying by the monstrous form of Maz Saint, blood gushing from his chest. Yet, the image contained no information about that monstrous bird, as if some mysterious and powerful force was intervening, completely erasing key events from the public eye, such as the participation of the Gorasei in battle, the annihilation of the Navy's 52nd Division, and the loss of over half of the elite forces at Navy headquarters, along with 2/3 of their warships. After all, the Navy represented the undeniable absolute justice, and justice would never be defeated. Meanwhile, the latest bounty notices were freshly released, featuring an image of Rocks with one eye wide open, the other half closed, a scar running through the left eye, and a sinister grin. See Overlord Rocks D. Jibek, Bounty 3, 258,000,000 berries. Crimes, extremely heinous. Life or death matters. Below an image of Shiki holding 2 swords with his golden hair flying. It read, Demon Path Shiki, later nicknamed the Golden Lion. Demon Path in Japanese typically refers to the highest level in organized crime, the most powerful existence. Bounty 2, 893,000,000 berries. Crimes, extremely heinous. Life or death matters. Below an image of Newgate in a powerful, sword-swinging moment. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Bounty 3, 062,000,000 berries. Crimes, extremely heinous. Life or death matters. Countless newspapers and bounty notices were distributed across the seas by the diligent Seagull, spreading overnight. In an instant, numerous countries and pirate crews stirred up a massive wave of public opinion. In a tavern in the East Blue, a drunken man, holding a wine glass, slurred his words while boasting to those around him. Did you hear? That Rocks, the man with a bounty of 3 billion, was defeated by the Navy. What's there to be excited about? That guy wasn't killed, replied a fearful man next to him, deliberately lowering his voice. The tavern owner, wiping dishes nearby, said with a worried face, as long as they don't come here to cause trouble in our East Blue. Outside the door, a few children were mimicking the Navy and Rocks pirates, chasing and playing, their laughter ringing out. In the New World, in a storm-ravaged sea area, the smuggler pirate Gansey clutched the newspaper tightly, rain soaking the cigar in his mouth, but he paid no mind. At that moment, a burly man hurried over with an umbrella, glancing down at the newspaper in Gansey's hand, where the headline boldly reported Rocks being defeated by the elite of the Navy headquarters. Boss, the Rocks pirates have been defeated. Voices of disbelief erupted from his subordinates. Gansey remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha, Rocks lost? The Navy won? Nonsense. He abruptly grabbed the newspaper, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it toward the raging sea. Those madmen, if they had lost, they would have already fallen apart. In Marineford, the atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. Steelbone Kong sat at the head of the table. Satan's earlier promise of the position of Fleet Admiral was finally fulfilled. Not only him, but Karp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and others also had their ranks elevated. However, there was not a hint of joy on anyone's face. Instead, they appeared particularly serious. It was confirmed that the Rocks pirates had hijacked the Fry Vans and were heading towards the New World. Kong's expression was grave, and his voice was low. Hijacking a country sounded incredible, but it was indeed happening. At this moment, Sengoku, sitting at the lower end, looked around at the silence, gritted his teeth, and spoke up. We should limit the news to a certain range, publicly declaring that the Fray Vans has been destroyed and the entire island has sunk into the sea. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Kong cast an appreciative glance at him. As expected of Sengoku, quick-witted, this was something he, as the fleet admiral, could not say. After all, millions of citizens were part of the world government's member nations, contributing gold to the heavens regularly. To say give up would make him appear weak as the fleet admiral. However, if it came from someone else, the nature of the statement would be completely different. He wasn't refusing to rescue. It was simply that the strength didn't allow it. Although the Navy claimed to be the most powerful force at sea, maintaining stability across the 4 seas was already a struggle. How could they wipe out the Rocks pirates in the New World? unless they were willing to make enormous sacrifices, risking his position as admiral. Wasn't that a bit unwise? Does anyone have any objections? Steelbone Kong first expressed his desire to rescue while awaiting the next speaker. Ha ha ha. Is this the celestial dragon's intention? As expected of those guys, they eat and run without acknowledging anyone. Suddenly, an untimely voice erupted in the conference room, completely tearing apart the Navy's facade. Carp laughed heartily, his boisterous laughter sounding particularly jarring in the oppressive conference room. Shut up, Carp. Steelbone Kong es faz darkend instantly. As if a storm cloud had gathered. He wanted nothing more than to rally top-tier forces to strike decisively and annihilate the Rocks pirates in the New World. However, as the fleet admiral, he bore the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace across the four seas, which was no light matter. Recklessly pulling large amounts of strength to the New World. What about the people in other parts of the four seas? The entire world's balance could be disrupted. The price of that would be too heavy. He couldn't act recklessly like Carp, who lacked foresight. He must oversee the entire situation and weigh the pros and cons. Every decision he made affected countless lives and the stability of the world. Carp, with his loose tongue, was fortunate this was an internal Navy meeting. If those rebellious words reached the celestial dragons, it would undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble. Chapter 59, Dangerous Plan. Setting sail. Sengoku glared at Carp with a face full of anger, and then he slammed a heavy punch on Carp's head. Carp, realizing the situation, hurriedly closed his mouth. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became increasingly heavy and oppressive, as if a giant stone was weighing down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, the young and beautiful Crane spoke up. She cleared her throat and said in a crisp and pleasant voice, "Marshal Kong, why don't we temporarily declare to the outside world that this is the wrongdoing of the Rocks pirates, while internally issuing a gag order?" After speaking, Crane shot a slightly angry glance at Carp. Carp felt guilty under that gaze and quickly lowered his head. Continue. Steelbone Kong's eyes flashed with a glimmer, nodding for Crane to continue. Crane didn't pay much attention to Carp and continued speaking in an orderly manner. If the Rocks pirates engage in large-scale mining of amber lead, they will inevitably have to use a large number of slaves. In this way, the citizens of Frevans will still be safe for the time being. We can wait for the right moment to rescue them. By then, rescuing the citizens of the already destroyed nations will shock all countries with the greatness of the Navy, and the justice of the Navy will resonate throughout the entire sea. Thus, the matter of rescuing the citizens of Frevans was temporarily shelved, and it was publicly declared that no one from Frevans had escaped. Meanwhile, the five elders issued an even more dangerous plan, the details of which were known only to the direct CP and Steelbone Kong. The actions against the Rocks pirates quietly began. Combelt Fishman Karate 5,000 tile punch. Dang dat dai bung. Shark tile punch. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu. Water heart. Sea current over the shoulder throw. The Roger pirates, who had escaped ahead of the Rocks pirates, were now racing through the waves at high speed with the help of the Fishman Sambell. Ha ha ha. Roger, look at your photo. It's simply unbearable. Jabba laughed heartily, holding a newspaper just dropped by a reporting seagull, clutching his belly as tears of laughter streamed down his face. Not only Jabba, but the other members of the crew also laughed mercilessly at Roger's bloodied and disheveled photo. Laughter echoed throughout the Oro Jackson. Ahaha! Roger himself held a newspaper, laughing so hard he nearly fell over, as if the disheveled person in the photo wasn't him at all, completely unfazed by the embarrassment of being the subject. Suddenly, the ship's speed began to slow down, showing signs of stopping. Why isn't the ship moving? Roger, who was enjoying the sun on the Oro Jackson, raised his hat in confusion and looked at the sea. He saw Sambell lying on the surface like a dead fish. Eyes rolled back, belly up, completely still, as if he had lost his breath. Hey, Sambell! Roger shouted loudly. The ship isn't moving, but Sambell remained unresponsive, as if he were really dead. Idiot! Sambell is already exhausted. Hurry up and rescue him. Rayleigh, furious, slammed a fist on Roger's head, causing Roger's straw hat to puff up with steam. I'm sorry, I'll go save him right now. Roger finally reacted, leaping into the water and grabbing Sambell's massive fish body. His movements were agile and swift, showing no signs of injury. At that moment, A gigantic figure suddenly appeared in the water, opening its massive mouth like a bottomless black hole. Terrifying currents surged through the giant mouth, instantly swallowing both Roger and Sambel. "Hey, help!" Roger shouted, but before he could finish, the sea creature had already closed its mouth and twisted its body, heading for the deep sea. That idiot! Jabba gripped his double axes, veins popping on his forehead from anger. With that, a fierce arc of axe light shot into the sky, as if to pierce the heavens, and struck down on the giant sea creature. Roar! A chilling, beastly roar erupted, and the sea creature's body was ripped open, creating a large hole. Roger dragged Sambel's body out through the hole. With a broad smile, he said, "Ah ha ha. Thanks, Jabba. If you hadn't intervened, I might have been eaten." Roger stepped onto the waves and safely climbed onto the deck, tossing Sambel aside. "You fool." Jabba landed another heavy punch on Roger's head, causing Roger's straw hat to puff up again. He didn't believe for a second that Roger could be eaten by such a mere sea creature. This guy's definitely just playing around again. Sorry, Roger said, rubbing his head, looking apologetic. Just then, Sambel slowly regained consciousness. Suddenly, Rayleigh's urgent voice rang out. "Watch out! 2 giant sea creatures are speeding towards us." "No, those sea creatures are just pulling the ship. It's the Snake Princess pirates." Floating in the sky, Fervans, under Shiki's control, was racing across the sky at high speed. The reporting seagull couldn't keep up with such speed. Therefore, the members of the Rocks Pirates had no idea about the storm brewing in the world. Whitebeard had just finished another intense training session, with several little guys lying on the ground, bruised and battered, like sails ravaged by a storm, unable to muster the strength to stand. This scene made the Golden Lion feel a jolt of fear. This was far more intense than his special training for them. No wonder these little guys were like monsters. Even he hadn't experienced such high-intensity training when he was young. While the little ones were resting, Whitebeard caught a glimpse of Shiki and quickly walked over. In just 2 days, Shiki looked like he had shed a layer of skin, his face haggard and withered. Even his flowing golden hair was split and dry, with heavy dark circles around his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for days. Seeing Shiki looking so worn out, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. "Shiki, are you okay?" Whitebeard asked with concern. "TCH, of course I'm fine." Shiki forced a bit of spirit, responding fiercely. He didn't want Whitebeard to look down on him. "How much longer until we reach the calm belt?" Whitebeard continued to ask. "At most, 1 more day," Shiki replied weakly. "1 day. At this speed, it will take at least 4 or 5 days to get back to the New World." Whitebeard calculated silently, thinking that with 4 or 5 days, the 25 lottery chances would almost be used up and the little one's strengths would also advance by leaps and bounds. "About that?" Shiki nodded. "If everyone has time, please help with comments and ratings, and write a few lines of reviews. I want to see how many points this book can get. Thank you very much." About it, everyone. Chapter 60. The Micro-Awakening of the Tremor Fruit. Night had fallen, and the little ghosts, having finished a day of intense training, were bruised and battered, looking utterly disheveled. Their steps were unsteady, as if a slightly stronger wind could knock them over. Marco's golden hair was soaked with sweat, sticking to his forehead, while Vista's clothes were torn into shreds. The worst off was Jozu, whose body was covered in bruises. They stumbled into the tent, dragging their weary bodies, and collapsed onto their beds, as if they had exhausted their last ounce of strength. However, Sachi was completely unharmed and had even taken the initiative to go cook. This was all thanks to the active regeneration capsule from the Whitebeard system. Sachi bore the heavy responsibilities of several people, and since he was not as strong as Marco and the others, he naturally received special attention. Of course, this was definitely not favoritism. Whitebeard treated all his sons equally, including Kaido, who had the task progress of Dad's task progress, 56. That's right, under Whitebeard's coercion and inducement, Kaido also entered the phase of getting beaten up and was given special care by Whitebeard. The results were promising too. Every time he got beaten, Kaido's task progress shot up rapidly, and it wouldn't be long before he succumbed to Whitebeard's tyranny. Regarding some techniques and skills related to hockey, Whitebeard generously imparted his knowledge. Kaido went from being unwilling at first to later embracing it willingly. There was no choice Kaido's terrifying recovery and defense capabilities made Whitebeard feel a sense of awe. No matter how severe the injuries, he could arrive at the training ground the next day, full of energy, with most of his wounds healed. In these past few days, through cooperation, Kaido and the other little guys developed a bit of synergy. Whitebeard had to take them seriously to avoid being hit. Of course, this was under the premise that he wasn't using weapons or conqueror's haki, because no matter how strong his observation haki was against an impenetrable attack, there would always be a move or two that could break through his defenses. Overall, through these days of special training, the little guy's strength increased at a visibly rapid pace. Lying on the bed, Whitebeard looked at the sleeping little ones and opened the system panel. Counting the first day, 3 days had already passed. A total of 18 lottery chances had been used. This dog system didn't give a single purple reward. All were blue and white rewards. Dog system. If this lottery doesn't yield a rare reward, don't expect me to recharge again. Perhaps sensing Whitebeard's inner anger, the pointer of the system's big wheel surprisingly stopped steadily on the purple area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a rare reward. Conqueror's Haki Capsule. Quality. Purple. Note. After the host consumes it, it can greatly enhance the training effect of Conqueror's Haki for the next half hour. Greatly enhance the training effect of Conqueror's Haki? This isn't bad. Currently, his Conqueror's Haki was considered low in the system's values. The last time he consumed a purple quality Conqueror's Haki Capsule was during his battle with Garp. At that time, after the fight ended, his Conqueror's Haki value surged an astonishing 18 points, directly reaching a minor level of achievement. Once the Conqueror's Haki value exceeds 50, it might trigger some new system functions. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Then he turned his gaze back to the system's big wheel, silently chanting, "Dog system. If you don't give me good stuff, I won't recharge." The pointer of the system's big will spun rapidly, eventually stopping steadily at the purple area the width of a finger. Wow, another purple reward. This is fantastic. Whitebeard was overjoyed. It seemed this system was indeed afraid of threats. As long as he threatened it, it obediently dropped treasures. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a rare reward. Tremor Fruit Capsule. Quality. Purple. Note. The Tremor Fruit Capsule can only be consumed by the host. After consumption, it can enhance the training effect of the fruit's abilities for half an hour. Training effect of fruit abilities? Isn't that just a significant increase? What the heck is this? Isn't the Tremor Fruit supposed to cause vibrations that lead to disaster-level destruction? Could be. A bold and strange thought emerged in Whitebeard's mind. The original user, Whitebeard, had already mastered the Tremor Fruit to an extraordinary level, able to tear apart the sea and overturn the earth with the power of vibrations in a casual manner. Even in a non-combat state, he could trigger intense vibrations merely through emotional fluctuations, affecting the surrounding environment. Whitebeard highly suspected that the original user had awakened the abilities of the Tremor Fruit, but his thoughts were different. As a former science student, he clearly understood that the essence of all movement in the world is vibration, and even light is no exception. All things in the world are made up of molecules and atoms, and the vibrations of these microscopic particles are the essence of all movement. If that's the case, what if the vibration frequency of microscopic particles is amplified, causing destruction from the microscopic level, reaching the degree of disassembly? Whitebeard seemed to hear the echo of disassembly. No, not just that. The famous double-slit interference experiment proved that light has wave-particle duality. Doesn't that mean he could also control light particles? If so, whether offensively or defensively, wouldn't it achieve the effects of the Flicker Fruit? Moreover, the essence of floating is movement. The essence of heat generation is the high-speed friction of particles. The directional movement of electrons forms electric currents. The essence of wind is the directional flow of air, and air is made up of various microscopic particles. The essence of a nuclear explosion is the nuclear fission and fusion of particles. Furthermore, if he could change the internal arrangement of particles, transforming one material into another, what if he altered his own cells into another substance? Wouldn't that be equivalent to having all the superhuman-type fruits like the gold fruit, diamond fruit, gum fruit, poison fruit, surgery fruit, etc.? as long as he could personally experience the internal arrangement of various materials. Theoretically, using super strength and super precise vibration abilities could achieve material recombination. He could even use vibrations to distort space, create wormholes, and traverse time and space. In that case, wouldn't the tremor fruit be a divine fruit that combines disassembly, the float fruit, the flicker fruit, the magma fruit, the thunder fruit, the door fruit, the time fruit, and the reliably delivered east wind express fruit, gathering countless abilities into one? What joke! The Nika fruit is practically a younger brother in front of the tremor fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the micro-level ability of the tremor fruit. Fruit proficiency increased by 10. Please, host, unleash your imagination and develop the tremor fruit. As expected, Whitebeard was not mistaken. The tremor fruit indeed has more than just macroscopic level development. The people in this pirate world all have their limitations. Even Vegapunk with the brain fruit is no exception. He couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. Let me bring you some shocking modern technology from 9 years of compulsory education. Generative types, like the wax fruit and string fruit, allow the user to produce substances like wax and string for use. Superhuman types, such as the gum fruit and diamond fruit, transform the user's body into special materials with corresponding properties. Superpower types, like the tremor fruit and float fruit, grant the user supernatural powers to cause vibrations and make objects float, etc. Chapter 61, Ability Transformation, Life and Death Crisis. But when Newgate inadvertently glanced at the exhausted little ones who had fallen asleep, he instantly fell silent. The excitement in his eyes transformed into a gentle caution. He quietly closed the door and walked toward the edge of the island. The sea breeze gently blew, stirring Newgate's golden hair wildly. He stood quietly at the island's edge, gazing at the surging sea below, his heart surging with anticipation to explore the new mysteries of the tremor fruit. With a thought, the mysterious glowing tremor fruit capsule appeared in his hand. He tilted his head back and swallowed the glowing capsule whole. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to the amount he had recharged. In an instant, a wonderful power surged through his body like a sudden enlightenment, as if he had entered a whole new world of perception. His previous perception and control of vibrations, which had been somewhat rough and vague, became incredibly clear at this moment. He could hear the steady pulse of the earth, the rhythm of the crust compressing and colliding. He could see the lively tremors of the air, each molecule dancing like spirits before his eyes. Moreover, the vibrations of everything around him were not merely the macro movements on the surface, but rather the movements of particles deep within. Everything in the world presented a novel appearance in his eyes, like a magnificent microscopic painting. However, he keenly sensed that the range within which he could perceive and manipulate was only a radius of 10 kilometers. Could this be related to the system map? Newgate speculated internally, but he could verify this hypothesis after recharging. Right now, the most important thing was to quickly practice and familiarize himself with the application of micro-level abilities while the effect of the tremor fruit capsule still lasted. This is micro-level vibrations? Newgate raised his hand, his 5 fingers slightly spread apart, and the particles in the surrounding air seemed to respond to his command, instantly moving in the same frequency and direction. His eyes lit up as he tried to adjust the frequency of the vibrations. Whoosh! In an instant, a violent gale swept across the island like a roaring beast. This is a gale. Newgate's pupils contracted, and knowledge about wind formation flashed through his mind. The essence of wind is the difference in molecular kinetic energy. The faster the molecules vibrate within a unit volume, the higher the air pressure, causing high-pressure air to diffuse toward low-pressure areas, thus forming wind. Since he could control particles, does that mean he could control electrons too? Acting on impulse, he clenched his fist, and the surrounding air trembled violently as countless tiny electrons were guided by his vibrational ability, instantly gathering like summoned soldiers. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning erupted from before him like a dragon, soaring into the sky, tearing apart the dark night and illuminating the entire sea. Wow, this is so interesting. Newgate laughed excitedly, looking down at his palm, and tried again. This time, he focused on adjusting the vibration frequency, causing the tiny particles on the ground before him to rub against each other at high speed. The particles seemed to ignite, rubbing against each other wildly. Whoosh! A scorching flame erupted from the ground, and in an instant, the ground turned into flowing lava, radiating a chilling high temperature. Friction between particles generates heat. What about light? Newgate pondered the knowledge that was nearly forgotten in his mind while looking up at the moon hanging high in the sky. That ancient bright moon constantly reflects the sun's rays, countless photons densely scattered toward the ground. He felt it, the unique vibrational frequency of photons in motion. If I can control the vibrations of light, wouldn't that mean? He attempted to gather photons at a specific frequency. Swish! A blinding beam of light shot from his fingertips like a laser, instantly piercing the sea surface. Wherever the beam passed, the seawater seemed to boil, surging violently, steam rising. Boom! Following that, a violent explosion sounded as the seawater was lifted high, massive waves surging outward. Ding! Congratulations, host! The development level of the Tremor fruit has reached 30, unlocking a new ability, particle manipulation. Note, the host can freely manipulate all things within the system map range. The higher the proficiency of the fruit, the lower the stamina consumption. This damn system really proved me right. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I thought the system app was just a warning function. Who would have thought it was now integrated with the fruit's abilities? And it's so overpowered. It seems like I have no choice but to recharge. Under the effects of the Tremor fruit capsule, Newgate exerted himself to familiarize himself with manipulating everything within a 10-kilometer range. For a moment, one corner of the Fryvan's coast was ravaged by gales, flashes of lightning, radiating light and flowing lava, like a scene of natural disaster converging together. But that's not enough. After a while, Newgate felt that the attacks he had just trained were roughly on par with the attack intensity of a natural-type fruit user. But he wanted more than just that level. Thinking about this, the joy on Newgate's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming seriousness. He wanted to test out his crazy idea. Newgate slowly raised his right hand, plunging his will into a deeper, more microscopic level, comprehending, sensing, capturing the lightest particles of hydrogen present in the air, the ocean, everywhere. Found it. It's it. The smallest particle. Countless tiny hydrogen atoms became clearly visible under Newgate's powerful perception. They carried a positive charge, instinctively repelling each other like magnets. Attempting to make them combine requires overcoming the powerful Coulomb repulsion. This requires an environment as hot as a star. Pressure, temperature, resonance frequency, perhaps? Wow, Newgate murmured to himself, his low laughter carrying a kind of nearly obsessive madness. Then he suddenly clenched his fist tightly. Buzz, no longer targeting a single object. This time, an invisible, terrifying high-frequency vibration field centered around him crazily compressed the surrounding space for hundreds of meters. Under Newgate's full exertion of his fruit abilities, the vibrations penetrated deep into the microscopic particles. In an instant, the air was compressed, decomposed, the temperature skyrocketed, turning into a scorching, viscous plasma. A blinding light erupted from Newgate's fist. No, that wasn't light. It was energy compressed to the extreme. The space visibly distorted and folded, seemingly unable to withstand this power. Cracking ominously. Warning! Warning! The host is forcibly activating microparticle manipulation beyond the current physical load limit. Stamina consumption at 80. Mental load overload. Please stop immediately. Otherwise, it will lead to the host's death. The subsequent handcrafted nuclear bomb explosion follows. Chapter 62. Hand-rolled hydrogen bomb. Artificial sun. Newgate controlled this frenzied power that surpassed the limits of ability. His eyes blood red, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Death? I am someone who has died once. How could I fear mere death? As a transmigrator with a modern soul, he inherited Whitebeard's body and took on Whitebeard's name. But he did not possess Whitebeard's rich combat experience or monstrous combat talent. All along, he relied on the system to recharge experience cards to replicate Whitebeard's strength. However, He never wanted to become a mere copy of Whitebeard. He had things that those powerful and crazy pirates of this world did not have. He yearned to surpass the original Whitebeard, to make the title of world's strongest man truly deserved. That blinding energy, under Newgate's near exhaustion of life force control, was forcibly compressed, creating a terrifying pressure comparable to the core of a black hole, as countless hydrogen atoms were forcibly squeezed together. Not enough. Still not enough. Feeling his physical strength rapidly depleting and a sense of weakness from overexertion flooding his body, Newgate did not retreat at all. His veins bulged, his arm muscles coiling like dragons, as he poured every ounce of strength into controlling that mass of energy. Buzz, 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 inside the compressed energy mass. The vibration frequency skyrocketed to unimaginable, terrifying levels, with the hydrogen atoms trapped in that small space vibrating at a high frequency, as if they were going berserk. The temperature soared. 10,000 degrees. 1 million degrees. 10 million degrees. Still not enough. Feeling life force ebbing away like a receding tide, Newgate spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he desperately controlled that mass of energy. His heavy breaths carried a thick smell of blood, and his vision had long since blurred, but he still held on tightly. Fall down? How could that be possible? Life force may fade, the body may tire, but that indomitable willpower would lead him to break through. After all, he had never lost the thought of wanting to win, damn it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the special talent. Heart of the Strong. Note, the heart of the strong can unleash infinite potential, break through limits, and maintain an undefeated will in any adversity with absolute mental strength. At this moment, Newgate was pouring all his strength into desperately controlling that mass of energy, not hearing the system chattering away. Suddenly, that massive energy seemed to have broken through a critical threshold, and the terrifying temperature surged towards hundreds of millions of degrees. In that instant, he keenly caught that subtle vibration, the kind capable of resonating with protons. In an instant, blood gushed from Newgate's mouth and nose, but his eyes shone with astonishing brightness. Crack! A faint sound, as two protons collided gently under the effect of the vibration. What seemed like an unremarkable scene released world-destroying energy. Nuclear fusion occurred. In this critical moment, Newgate desperately activated his ability, instantly launching that mass of pure white fireball. Only a few meters in diameter, but containing world-destroying energy, far away like a meteor. The explosion, like the light of creation, erupted in an instant. The scorching white sphere on the sea suddenly expanded, like a newborn sun, violently rising. Its light devoured the moonlight, consumed the starlight, and completely dispelled the darkness within a radius of several dozen kilometers. There was no sound, or rather, at the moment of the explosion, pure light surpassed the speed of sound, impacting people's vision first. Then BOOM. The terrifying explosion seemed to resonate in their ears. In the next second, the horrific sound directly exceeded the limits of human hearing, vanishing in an instant. 10 kilometers away from Frevens, a massive fireball erupted, rising into a gigantic mushroom cloud. The scorching fireball continued to roll and expand, evaporating the seawater in its path, revealing the solid rock of the seabed, which was also vaporized by the high temperature in an instant. At the scene, a gigantic pit over 3 kilometers in diameter suddenly formed, cutting through the sea. The walls of the pit were smooth as a mirror, reflecting the remaining, heart-pounding red high-temperature glow inside. The seawater, pushed away around the deep pit, instantly vaporized, forming a white mist that shrouded the sea area. A wave of terrifying shock, mixed with destructive extreme heat, high-pressure shock waves, centered around that newly born sun, spread in a perfect circular shape, sweeping through the entire Frevens at extreme speed like a torrent of destruction. Wherever the shock wave passed, the sea surface was as if cut by invisible blades, raising terrifying tsunamis hundreds of meters high. Fortunately, the entire island of Frevens floated high in the air, and the impact of that raging energy was minimal. But even so, the tents set up in the distance were blown about by the force of this powerful shock, almost uprooted. Wow, did we just have an earthquake? A tsunami? We're in the air. Ah, my eyes help. The pirates relieving themselves outside were startled by the commotion, screaming in terror as the dazzling light temporarily blinded them. Inside the tent, Marco and the others were sleeping and were also awakened by the sudden, terrifying noise. Just as they opened their eyes, they felt a gust of wind sweep through. Sachi was thrown off his hammock, pots and pans crashing to the ground, and he ignored the pain, scrambling to stand up. The piercing white light shone through the cracks in the tent, illuminating the entire room, and the four little ones looked around, finding no sign of Newgate. They exchanged worried glances, each seeing the other's concern. Dad won't be in trouble, right? Without bothering to put on their shoes. The four little ones hurriedly ran towards the source of the noise. Kaido burst out of the tent, his beast-like instincts sensing an unprecedented terror emanating from the explosion. As he looked with blood-red eyes at the destruction in the distance, trembling uncontrollably. Not just them. The members of the Rocks Pirates and the people of Frevens were also awakened by this disaster-like violent commotion. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and the instigator of this event, Newgate, was still immersed in the miraculous effects of the Tremor fruit capsule, unconcerned about his charred and carbonized palm. Possessing the terrifying talent of Flesh Fortress, he could recover from any injury in a short time. Moreover, the tremor ability could repair the injured flesh particles. It was just unnecessary. For now, it was better to conserve the little remaining strength for training. Indeed, the limits of the Tremor fruit were not just this. If further developed, he could. Newgate clenched his fist fiercely, and the air, the earth, the light. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius began to tremble under his will, controlling everything. Chapter 63. The Power of the Fruit. Rocks trembles. The pirates who were sound asleep were startled awake by the loud noise just now, and everyone who rushed over looked at the scene before them with fear and trepidation. Even Rocks was no exception. His eyes widened in shock as he clearly sensed with his powerful observation haki that the source of this violent energy was none other than that guy, Whitebeard. How did he create such a powerful attack? Could it be that the Tremor fruit can also create homies like Zeus and Prometheus? But homies can't unleash such overwhelming power. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Tremor fruit, while incredibly destructive, is still just a paramecia-type fruit. Damn it, Rocks roared madly in his heart. Looking at Whitebeard, who seemed like a god, for the first time, fear arose in Rock's heart. This guy's just too strong. Shiki was also in disbelief, leaning against the door frame with a look of incredulity in his eyes. The thought of confronting Whitebeard head-on had faded considerably, because he had no idea what this guy's limits were. It was simply a case of becoming stronger when faced with strength, with an unknown power level. Everyone looked shocked and terrified, except for two pairs of eyes that stood out. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Miss Bakken had a dreamy look in her eyes, unconsciously licking her lips, filled with admiration and desire, wishing she could immediately throw herself into Whitebeard's arms. No wonder I have my eyes on this man. She secretly resolved to seize Whitebeard before Lingling could, to win him over as soon as possible. After that, she cast a hostile glance at Lingling, who was grinning madly beside her. At that moment, Lingling laughed wildly, her pink hair swaying with the movements of her voluptuous figure, revealing a tumultuous presence. A hint of jealousy arose in Miss Bakken's heart as she looked down at her own chest, involuntarily puffing it out, her sense of crisis growing stronger. Lingling stared intently at Whitebeard, her mouth curling into an exaggerated arc hee-hee. As a condition for joining the crew, this guy promised. Whitebeard, immersed in his training, was oblivious to the abnormalities around him, instead focused on crazily improving his fruit mastery. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius was changing at his will. He could turn solid rock into powder and stir up a raging wind in calm air. This feeling of controlling everything intoxicated him. Under this immersive training, the power of the Tremor fruit was skyrocketing. In just a short time, the fruit ability value displayed on Whitebeard's system panel increased from 30 to 33. It's worth noting that before this, even after experiencing continuous and intense battles, Whitebeard's fruit ability value had only increased by 3 points. This system product was truly astonishing. Terrifyingly so. While immersed in his training, Whitebeard seemed to forget the passage of time, feeling increasingly adept at manipulating the particles around him, as if it were an extension of his arm. However, after an unknown amount of time, he keenly sensed that his proficiency in controlling the particles was no longer improving, and his stamina was gradually depleting. In a short while, fine beads of sweat had gathered on his forehead. Sweat rolled down his determined face, landing with a crisp sound on the ground. Whitebeard suddenly opened his eyes. Has the effect of the tremor fruit capsule worn off? Without the capsule's boost, the training difficulty had suddenly increased. Whitebeard couldn't help but complain in his heart. Compared to that future so-called fugitive king who claimed to put in 200 times the effort, he's far behind. When he came back to his senses and looked around, he saw the devastated scene within a 10-kilometer radius. The originally golden beach had melted in a glass-like lava, interspersed with terrifying cracks and countless charred pits. Ah, did I train too hard? Whitebeard exhaled, catching a strong, acrid, burnt smell in the air, and awkwardly scratched his head as he looked at the crowd of onlookers in the distance. Oops, sorry for disturbing everyone's rest. The surrounding pirates, upon seeing Whitebeard's gaze sweep over them, all showed expressions of fear and could not help but swallow hard. Who would dare to blame Whitebeard? Wasn't he that asking for death? It's okay, Whitebeard. Most of the pirates waved their hands and forced a smile. You've been training for so long. You must be hungry, right? I'll go get you some food and drink. Some clever pirates, eager to curry favor, were racking their brains to please him. At the back of the crowd, Shiki's eyes flickered with fierce battle intent as he stared intently at Whitebeard, secretly pondering, has this guy become stronger again? Ha ha ha, I will not be easily surpassed by you, you bastard. Rox, on the other hand, had a complex expression in his eyes. There was madness, doubt, and more than anything, an uncontrollable excitement. If Whitebeard is this strong, wouldn't my plans be easier to achieve? Wahaha! Rox laughed maniacally as he turned to leave, his blood-red cape billowing behind him, leaving a powerful silhouette. In the shadows of the crowd, a plump man with a snake-like tongue trembled all over, his legs giving way as he sat on the ground. Wang Ji had witnessed Whitebeard's entire training process, and the unmatched aura made him feel a deep sense of helplessness. In that moment, the burning desire for revenge in his heart was doused like a bucket of cold water, dissipating considerably. But once the seed of hatred is sown, how can it be easily uprooted once it takes root? Just moments later, the recently faded thoughts were once again overshadowed by a more intense hatred. As his eyes rolled around, seemingly making some sort of decision, after the effect of the tremor fruit capsule wore off, Whitebeard truly felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him. He ignored the various thoughts of the pirates and quickly walked towards his tent. He didn't want to do anything right now. He just wanted to get a good sleep, dragging his weary body slowly forward. He met the worried gazes of Marco and the others halfway. Marco rushed forward, concern evident in his eyes, saying, "Dad, you're finally back." That commotion just now was too big. It was like the sky was falling. We were all so worried. Are you okay? As he spoke, his eyes scanned Whitebeard, trying to find even a trace of injury. When Marco's gaze landed on Whitebeard's shocking, charred hand that was continuously regenerating new flesh, tears could no longer be held back. He cried out with a choked voice, "Dad, how'd you get hurt?" Several of the little ones also gathered around, their faces full of worry. All along, Whitebeard had been a god in their hearts, incredibly strong and imposing. When had he ever suffered such serious injuries? Looking at the worried expressions of the little ones, a warmth surged in Whitebeard's heart. Oh la la la, don't worry, kiddos. Dad's injuries will be fine soon. After saying that, Whitebeard demonstrated the terrifying recovery power of the flesh fortress. In just a few words, the originally charred back of his hand had already grown a significant amount of fresh, tender flesh. At this rate of recovery, it would take long before he returned to normal. The little ones watched this miraculous scene, finally letting out a sigh of relief. If you have any thoughts on this adjustment, feel free to let me know in the comments below. Your opinions are really important to me. Thank you. Chapter 64, Departure and Journey. The calm before the storm. At this moment, Sachi couldn't help but ask, "Dad, that explosion was so loud just now. The ground was shaking. We were all worried something happened to you." Vista quickly chimed in, "Yeah, Dad, what did you do?" How could it create such a terrifying noise? His eyes under his bangs were wide open, looking like a curious child. Marco, with a displeased expression, added, "Dad, what if something happened to you? What would we do? You need to take care of yourself." Newgate looked at the little ones and felt a warm surge in his heart. He smiled and said, "Ha, I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry about me. I was just training and accidentally exerted a bit too much force." Marco frowned, clearly not satisfied with this explanation. Training? What kind of training could cause such a huge commotion? "Don't hide it from us, Dad." Sachi nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Dad, stop keeping us in suspense. We were really scared." Newgate smiled helplessly, knowing that if he didn't clarify, the little ones wouldn't let it go. "All right, I discovered some new abilities of the tremor fruit and was just trying to develop them. I didn't expect the results to exceed my expectations." "New abilities?" Marco's eyes lit up. "Dad, tell us about it. What kind of new abilities are they?" "They sound amazing." Vista excitedly leaned in. Yeah, Dad. Hurry up and tell us. Let's see." Seeing the curious looks on their faces, Newgate chuckled and said, "This new ability allows me to control microscopic particles more deeply, which can trigger various powerful effects. The explosion just now was caused by controlling particles to induce nuclear fusion." "Nuclear fusion?" Sachi looked confused, clearly not understanding the concept. The usually quiet Jozu scratched his head and said, "That sounds really impressive, Dad. Does that mean you will become even stronger?" Newgate nodded. "That's right. As long as I keep developing the fruit's abilities and continue training my hockey, I will become stronger and better able to protect you. So, you all need to work hard in your training and not slack off." Marco firmly stated, "Dad, you can rest assured, we will definitely train hard. But you also need to pay attention to your safety and not push yourself too hard." "Huh. All right, I got it. But you all shouldn't just worry about me. Go rest. We have to continue training tomorrow." Newgate said, "Yes, Dad." The little ones replied in unison, and then each returned to their resting spots. Finally calming down the little ones, Newgate watched as they quickly fell into a deep sleep. He lay down on his bed as well. And soon the sound of snoring filled the room. Ding! Detected host has entered the comm belt, triggering mainline mission 1. 3. Mission objective. Subdue the Snake Princess Pirates. Mission reward. Loyalty of the Snake Princess Pirates. 5 spins on the system lottery wheel. Mission failure. Loss of reputation and imprisonment in Impel Down. Functional impairment. Current mission success rate. 2. Warning. Please complete the mainline mission 1. 3 as soon as possible to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Huh. Newgate was startled awake by the system notification, looking at the mission information bar with some confusion. A success rate of 2? That's even lower than the success rate for joining the Rocks Pirates in mission 1. 0. Could it be that the Snake Princess Pirates have some powerful opponents? If I fail, I'll be imprisoned and impelled down. But can anyone be stronger than Rocks? And I need to complete it quickly? Is there some unpredictable variable? Also, what does functional impairment mean? Could it be a deficit in that aspect? Thinking of the unparalleled beauty of Boa Hancock from later generations, Newgate couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. At this point in time, the captain of the Snake Princess Pirates was still Joel D. Roger, and the vice captain was the beautiful and charming Shaki. Thinking about the intricate love-hate relationships between the Snake Princess Pirates and the Roger Pirates, Newgate's gossip instinct flared up. Gold D. Roger and Shaki and Rayleigh. I wonder if the Roger Pirates and Snake Princess Pirates have met at this timeline. This dramatic love quadrangle makes even Newgate want to explore further. Just in time, the system task was triggered. Newgate looked at the gradually brightening sky and had already made up his mind. So without further ado, he set off immediately. Newgate looked at the little ones who were still asleep. No, that brown-haired kid had already gotten up. He tidied his clothes and looked up to see a tall figure. "Good morning, Dad." Sachi beamed with a bright smile. "Wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon." Saying that, he got up and was about to walk out the door. "No, Sachi, I'm going to leave for a while. You all wait for me in the new world." Newgate squatted down, placing his hand on Sachi's shoulder, and said apologetically. Upon hearing Newgate's words, Sachi froze for a moment. He lowered his head, and after a while of silence, when he raised his face again, he had put on a warm smile. "Okay, Dad. I'll work hard on my training." Newgate nodded and glanced at the sleeping Marco and the others, then continued, "If you need anything, go find Shiki." or you can contact me with a transponder snail. Okay, Sachi obediently replied, nodding heavily. Watching Newgate's departing figure, Sachi quietly opened the door and began preparing breakfast for everyone. He left without hesitation. Newgate found rocks and Shiki, briefly explained, and then leaped directly off the island of Fravanis. Listening to the whistling wind in his ears, feeling the exhilarating sensation of free fall, Newgate understood why Kaido jumped down from Skypiea in later years. Having had the experience of leaving before, Rox didn't say much, just told him to return directly to Hive Island after finishing his business. The sea breeze tousled Newgate's hair as he looked at the increasingly close sea surface. He instantly activated particle control. In an instant, the sea breeze that was previously blowing normally around Newgate seemed to receive an Emperor's command, abruptly changing direction, steadily supporting his body, and racing towards one direction at almost breakneck speed. Suddenly, Newgate's body came to a sudden stop in midair. Amazon Lily is the base of the Snake Princess pirates, located in the Calm Belt. But the Calm Belt is so vast. Where to go to find them? Chapter 65, Super Idol Group, 9 Snake Pirates. What the hell? Newgate was at a loss for words. Finding the 9 snake pirates in this vast, windless zone was no easy task. Just as he was at his wit's end, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. A mysterious scroll, emitting a soft glow, appeared in his hand. It was the blue-quality Madame Xi's teleportation scroll, which had been stored in his system backpack for quite some time. If he remembered correctly, the last time he used the scroll, he was teleported near Fryvance. So, it should work this time too. Saying this, he directly unfurled the scroll. A dazzling light flashed, and Newgate's figure instantly disappeared into the air. All that remained was the sea breeze blowing, the waves surging, and everything appeared calm and peaceful, as if Newgate had never been there at all. Windless Zone, 9 Snake Pirates. The skull flag emblazoned with 9 snake heads hung limply from the mast, lazily enjoying the tranquility unique to the Windless Zone. The perfumed snake ship, being towed by 2 Sea King-type sea snakes, sailed steadily through these perilous waters. At the bow, a stunning woman dressed in a traditional 9-snake chi-pao stood quietly on the deck. She wore snake-shaped earrings, and every subtle movement exuded captivating charm. She sighed softly, her voice melodious and lingering, as if filled with endless melancholy. I'm gradually growing tired of my beauty. It's the same every day. When will I be free from this perfect appearance? The woman was none other than the captain of the 9 snake pirates, the contemporary queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Gloriosa. She stretched lazily, inadvertently revealing the seductive mermaid line at her waist. Beneath the high slit of her chi-pao, a pair of straight, powerful, and rounded long legs peeked out, looking dreamlike. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted from the deck. Goddess, I'm completely in love with her. So adorable, it's irresistible. Her brilliance has left me in a daze. At that moment, a cute little girl hopped over, holding a large pile of letters, and cheerfully shouted, Lady Gloriosa, there are so many fan letters. Toritoma, what is this? Gloriosa's full lips parted slightly, her long, slender fingers pointing to the larger pile of letters behind. She gently inquired, the ones behind are all for Lady Shaki. There are 100 times more. Toritoma's innocent voice rang out, and simultaneously, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Amid the noise, a voluptuous woman with long, beautiful black hair, holding a cigarette, walked over with an elegant and alluring stride. She wore a beautiful cloak, and a piece of fabric embroidered with the 9 snake totem was wrapped around her waist, crossing and twisting at her groin before tying at her hips with a tail-like ribbon trailing down. As she moved, the ribbons danced in the wind, revealing half of her exquisite waistline and a large expanse of fair skin, breathtakingly beautiful, causing countless to lose themselves. Countless crew members were starry-eyed, with some even fainting from the sight. The newcomer was none other than the second-in-command of the 9 snake pirates, the super-popular idol, Shaki, whose beauty silenced the flowers and birds and garnered immense popularity on the sea. Lady Shaki is so beautiful. My heart can barely handle this intense beating. For the so-called warrior race of the 9 snake tribe, Their country has not only had a male ban for hundreds of years, but also an environment similar to a tropical rainforest, leading to the rise of a primitive-style clothing called snake belly wrap. The philosophy behind this attire is that the less fabric, the more it showcases their absolute confidence and strength. This wild and beautiful clothing completely liberates the legs, allowing for unhindered movement in spins or kicks, and serves as a silent mockery to men, proclaiming, the more naked, the more inviolable the majesty. Of course, for the nine snake people, raised as warriors from a young age, their exceptional core strength ensures that their fabric pieces always protect vital areas, preventing any exposure. It is a perfect fusion of primal wildness and the aesthetics of power. The strongest warriors of the nation joined the Nine Snake Pirates, which has become a super idol group, sweeping across the seas. In the towns they plunder, all men are enchanted by their beauty, lacking any fighting spirit. Some even chase and photograph them day and night just to obtain the latest pictures. Under this extreme popularity, the bounty for the Nine Snake Pirates has skyrocketed. Just as the crowd gasped at Shaki's beauty, an anxious shout rang out. A pirate ship is approaching. It's the Roger Pirates. That legendary pirate, Roger? Gloriosa's charming face instantly turned frosty. Weren't they just defeated by the Rocks Pirates? How could they appear in the windless zone? Shaki took a nonchalant puff of her cigarette, the smoke curling up over her smooth, perfect face, a confident smile playing at her lips. It doesn't matter whether they are dominating pirates or righteous navy. They will all bow before my beauty. Not far away, the Roger Pirates. They are charging straight towards us. The pirate crew exclaimed, Samber, hurry and push the ship. Roger's eyes turned into hearts, shouting wildly. He looked as if he could already see Shaki standing in front of him. Today, we must capture Shaki. Not just him. Even Jabba, Pitum, Doran, and other pirates had heart-shaped eyes, all looking infatuated. Only Rayleigh had a black line on his forehead, watching this group of starstruck crew members helplessly shouting, These idiots, they're a real pirate crew. Originally lying on the deck, playing dead, the fisherman Samber, upon hearing the names of the Nine Snake Pirates and Shaki, was jolted as if struck by electricity, instantly coming to life. He made a movement that was highly uncharacteristic of his size. A fishman springing up, and with almost teleportation-like speed, leaped beneath the surface of the sea. Splash! The splash from his large, hefty body entering the water was barely visible. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh couldn't help but admire the fishman's talent. The sea is truly their domain. Fishman karate, water heart, ocean current over-the-shoulder throw. While Rayleigh was still marveling at the fishman race's powerful talents, a sudden loud shout rang out. In an instant, the calm surface of the windless zone was suddenly sucked into a terrifying whirlpool, as if boundless seawater was grasped by an invisible giant hand, coalescing into a twisted, surging sea dragon. The dragon surged towards the Oro Jackson with overwhelming force. That bastard Samber. Does he want to smash the ship? Rayleigh watched the oncoming torrent with wide eyes, hurriedly using haki to cover the ship's tail. Why didn't he use such a strong move when he was pushing the ship, that bastard? Boom! A violent roar echoed as the Oro Jackson shook violently, propelled skyward by the endless current. Built from the atom tree material, the Oro Jackson showcased its strength at that moment, remaining unscathed under this terrifying impact. Although it was due to Rayleigh's hockey coverage, one cannot deny the material's solid toughness. Chapter 66. Beauty in Front. The strong lose their composure. Heavens! Their pirate ship actually flew up, not far away. A nine-snake warrior widened her eyes, disbelief filling her brown irises. Even under the wrap of the snake belly wrap embroidered with the nine-snake totem, her long and powerful legs trembled uncontrollably. On the ship, Giuroliosa's pretty face instantly darkened. She stomped one leg heavily on the railing and roared with overwhelming authority. Warriors of Nine Snake, prepare for battle. Yes, a crisp, uniform response rang out as countless poised Nine Snake warriors skillfully drew their bows, aiming straight at the pirate crew charging toward them. Boom! The Oro Jackson crashed heavily onto the sea, sending towering waves into the sky, with walls of water dozens of meters high sweeping toward the perfumed snake. Two sea snakes responsible for pulling the ship sensed the danger and hurriedly twisted their bodies to evade. But even so, a significant amount of water poured onto the deck, like a torrential rain. However, the 9 snake warriors remained unfazed, steadily drawing their bows and aiming, their focused expressions suggesting that nothing from the outside world could disturb them. Drops of seawater slid down the taut bowstrings, the wraps around their waists soaked by the water clinging to their skin, perfectly outlining the well-trained curves of the 9 snake warriors' peachy backsides and alluring waistlines. So beautiful. Is this heaven? The members of the Roger Pirates were mesmerized, letting out a chorus of howls that sounded like ghostly wails. You idiots! Calm down. The enemy is right in front of us. Rayleigh's angry admonitions were drowned out by the thunderous howls. Suddenly, a dense rain of arrows imbued with hockey shot toward the Oro Jackson like a swarm of locusts. The members of the Roger Pirates were lost in the beauty of the 9 snake warriors, even Roger himself showing no reaction at all. These bastards! Rayleigh fixed his gaze on the approaching arrow rain and quickly unleashed a fierce blue slash. The slash, like a bolt of blue lightning, sliced through the arrow rain, producing a series of cracking sounds. The dense arrows were all severed in half under Rayleigh's strike, falling into the sea. Roger, Jabba, get your head straight. This is an enemy attack. Rayleigh's anxious gaze, visible through his glasses, was filled with urgency as he shouted. These guys, driven by lust, completely forgot about the dangerous situation they were in. Rayleigh, I know. I'm going to capture Shaki first. Girolioza will be left to you. Roger's eyes had already turned into heart shapes as he laughed excitedly, and then he stepped onto the deck, leaping toward the perfumed snake. Bastard Roger, Shaki is mine. Jabba, wielding his double axes, followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. All the other members also appeared disorganized, like a herd of frenzied wild bulls, charging toward the perfumed snake. Girolioza watched the overwhelming, howling pirates coming at them, her expression instantly darkening. As expected, all men in the world are this disgusting. With that, her rounded and strong legs exerted force, stomping heavily on the deck, her curvaceous body resembling a pink afterimage as she leaped high. Her light pink hair danced wildly in the wind, the hem of her cheaphow fluttering, revealing a long, beautiful leg wrapped in hockey. The sharp kick descended like a heavy hammer toward Roger's face. Roger didn't care at all, instead leaping straight toward the perfumed snake. He shouted, "Move aside, Girolioza. You're blocking my view of Shaki." Just as he finished speaking, he swung his ace at the incoming kick, colliding fiercely. With the impact, Girolioza couldn't help but let out a painful cry, crashing heavily onto the deck. How could Captain Roger strike such a beautiful woman? Doran yelled angrily, his bat wings flapping wildly as he transformed into a black afterimage, rapidly flying toward Girolioza's landing spot. Get lost. At that moment, an even more stunning figure flashed in, delivering a fierce kick that struck Doran hard. Upon seeing that breathtaking face, Doran immediately froze in midair, forgetting to flap his wings. Muttering to himself, he said, "How can a human be this beautiful?" Shaki showed no mercy, kicking Doran on the head. In an instant, Doran's figure fell heavily from the sky like a meteor. "Shaki, surrender quietly." Roger laughed maniacally as he lunged toward Shaki. "Bastard Roger, Shaki is mine." Jabba swung his axes, also refusing to give up. Shaki's expression turned icy as she watched their unabashed lust, her anger flaring even more. "Bastards, I don't belong to anyone." She slammed a punch down, stunning Roger with her beauty, causing him to forget to defend as he took the blow, instantly forming a large bump on his head. Immediately after, Jabba was also struck by Shaki's sweeping left leg, his axe clanging to the ground. "My body is not something you can toy with at will." Shaki's beautiful eyes glimmered with frost as she angrily reprimanded. "So beautiful." Roger and Jabba paid no mind to their physical pain, still gazing at Shaki with infatuation. This scene intensified the displeasure in Shaki's heart. Meanwhile, the other members of the Roger Pirates had also engaged with the warriors of the 9 Snake Pirates. Charming and elegant, with beautiful legs like forests. Moreover, the warriors of the 9 Snake Pirates wore outfits resembling bikinis, while the other members astonishingly donned snake belly wraps, completely disregarding the concept of underwear. The crew of the Roger Pirates had never encountered such a seductive scene, their original 10% combat effectiveness reduced to 1 or 2, with their attacks becoming feeble. If it weren't for their countless brutal battles, which had honed their high resilience, they might have already been defeated. Rayleigh watched as everyone was out of sorts, more and more black lines appearing on his forehead. He shouted angrily, "You bunch of perverts! Even if you have thoughts, you need to win this battle first." However, no one paid attention to his words. Grinding his teeth, Rayleigh's figure appeared on the battlefield, as if teleporting. He swung his fierce slashes continuously. Shaki's eyes flashed as her figure moved instantaneously, kicking multiple times to neutralize each of the slashes. Then she lightly tapped her toes, releasing her strength and landing steadily on the ship's steering wheel, her cape gently falling behind her, perfectly covering her tightly toned skin. When she looked up and saw the bespectacled guy before her, who actually ignored her beauty, a hint of surprise arose in her heart. Girolioza gritted her silver teeth and charged fiercely at Roger and Jabba. Damn it, these two guys actually ignored my beauty. Absolutely unforgivable. In her fury, terrifying black-red lightning erupted around her, and her sharp kick shot toward the two like white ribbons tearing through the sky, unreservedly heading in their direction. Bastard! Don't interfere with me capturing Shaki. Roger glared at Girolioza as she charged at him, angrily swinging his ace at her. At this moment, the other 9 snake warriors had the upper hand, quickly restraining Jabba. For a time, the Roger Pirates and 9 snake pirates fell into a stalemate, subtly showing signs of evenly matched forces. Chapter 67. Sea King's Barbecue. The familiar warship, floating in the skies, the Fravanus. After days of fully utilizing the powers of the float fruit, Shiki the Golden Lion was initially unfamiliar with the fruit's abilities, leading to significant physical exhaustion. However, after these few days of constant control over the island, his understanding of the fruit's powers had reached a new level, and his physical consumption had greatly decreased. Now, he had regained his former domineering arrogance, his golden hair flowing, and a roguish smile on his face. "Joe, Shiki, looks like your strength has improved again," Roxas exclaimed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he marveled at Shiki, thinking that this guy was indeed the monster crewmate he had chosen. "What's up? You want to give it a try, Roxas?" Shiki lit a cigar, casting a dangerous glance at Roxas, sparks flickering from the end, the smoke slowly drifting away with the sea breeze. Let's head back to the New World as soon as possible." Roxas laughed heartily, his eyes full of fervor. "I can't wait to play the Davy Jones game with those crazy guys." Ha! The wild laughter of Shiki and Roxas echoed in the skies above the Fravanus. 2 pirates sharing the same crazy dreams were eagerly anticipating stirring up massive waves in a new world they were about to return to, creating the most fearsome pirate crew and witnessing the peak of the world. At the same time, powerful figures drawn from the CP by the world government had already entered the new world through various means, including boarding smuggling ships, joining pirate crews, and even disguising themselves as slaves. Without exception, they had all received orders to closely monitor the Rox pirates. A massive net specifically woven to target Roxas was quietly unfolding. After an unknown amount of time, Newgate, who had just experienced a crossing, looked bewildered on a reef in the calm belt. "Where the hell am I now?" He glanced around and found the sea still, without a single wave. However, beneath the seemingly calm surface, countless enormous shadows were slowly swimming below the water. The system map showed a dense cluster of red dots converging towards his location. "What's going on?" Before he could finish speaking, a massive sea creature suddenly burst from beneath the surface, a terrifying current sweeping towards Newgate. "Damn, if I get hit by the sea, what will happen?" With a thought, he increased the air density around him under his control. In an instant, the surging seawater and the sea creature that had leaped from the water were frozen in place by the high-density air, as if every part of their bodies was bound by hard shackles, unable to move at all, like a vividly lifelike giant figurine. Just then, Newgate's stomach growled in protest. He instinctively rubbed his flattened belly, remembering that he hadn't had a drop to eat after intense training with the fruit's abilities No wonder he was so hungry. Newgate cast a gluttonous gaze at the catfish-like sea creature. A chilling laugh escaped from his throat. The sea creature seemed to sense the terrifying crisis, its eyes revealing a hint of human-like fear, yet it was utterly unable to move. Not even a sound could escape. La la la, fill my belly, as payment for your offense. With that, a sharp wind blade materialized in front of Newgate. The wind blade, like a cold light, precisely sliced off a piece of meat from the most tender part of the sea creature's belly, about the same size as his own. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Immediately after, Newgate concentrated again, using particle manipulation to generate a ball of extremely high-temperature magma on the reef. The sea creature trembled in pain, staring at the terrifying magma, feeling the scorching heat, wanting to make a sound but unable to move at all. The surrounding sea creatures, witnessing the terrifying humans' strange methods, swam far away to what they deemed a safe area. After all, it's better to let the dead do the dying. How terrifying. This human's abilities are too frightening. That was the common thought in their minds. However, Newgate did not kill the sea creature, but instead used the magma to cauterize its wound to prevent infection and bleeding. After all, this guy wanted to eat him. It was already merciful enough that he only took a piece of its meat without killing it. Once he released his ability, the sea creature dashed into the ocean with a splash, fleeing desperately without looking back. Other sea creatures nearby also sank to the bottom, disappearing from sight. Newgate looked at the calm sea surface, crouching on the small reef, and used his particle control ability to grill the sea creature's meat. Thanks to his precise control of the particles, the fish was grilled to perfection. Crispy, yet not burnt, tender and juicy. What a useful ability, Newgate thought, as the aroma of the grilled sea creature's meat wafted far away. Already ravenous, he devoured the fish meat in just a few bites. Feeling the fullness in his stomach, Newgate clenched his fist, with charred pieces dropping away to reveal the newly regenerated skin and bones beneath. La la la. Newgate couldn't help but laugh out loud, declaring his revival. After filling his belly, he fell into a new worry. Where was the 9 snake pirates? With a thought, all movements within a 10-kilometer radius flooded into his mind. But apart from the densely packed red dots symbolizing various sea creatures, there were no signs of human activity. Newgate felt a bit discouraged. Damn, how am I supposed to complete main quest 1? 3? Never mind. Let's go see what's up in the sky. Without hesitation, Newgate gathered photons behind him and covered them with his mastery-level armament hockey. Then whoosh, he shot up into the sky at near light speed. Stop, stop, stop. In an instant, Newgate realized he had almost shot into Enel's future home and hurriedly halted. He looked down from above and found nothing but the boundless sea, unable to see anything else. Is this too high? He used the wind to slowly descend. Suddenly, 2 small dots caught his attention. After all, aside from the occasional sea creature breaching the surface, what else could be stationary in the calm sea? With the wind's assistance, he quickly sped towards the 2 black dots. Sure enough, as he got closer, Newgate saw the familiar Oro Jackson, and the pirate ship with 9 snakeheads next to it could only be the 9 snake pirates. However, the warship slicing through the waves in the distance looked so familiar. Chapter 68. Carp appears. A standoff among 3 parties. In the next moment, the speeding warship rapidly enlarged in Newgate's pupils. The iconic doghead at the bow unmistakably revealed the identity of the warship's owner. It was none other than Rear Admiral Carp of the Navy headquarters. At this time, the 9 snake pirates and the Roger pirates had been engaged in fierce battle for a whole day and night, leaving everyone mentally and physically exhausted. Of course, this feeling of fatigue was only for the warriors of the 9 snake pirates. In contrast, the crew of the Roger pirates were all invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Despite their actual combat effectiveness being minimal, the love in their eyes showed no signs of waning. The battle remained intense. GOLD. Roger and Jabba were relentlessly attacking GOLD, Olesa, who was struggling to fend them off. Although there were other 9 snake warriors providing support, she was still frequently taking hits. Roger and Jabba were not going all out, showing some restraint, but the prolonged battle had already drained GOLD, Olesa's stamina, leaving her drenched in fragrant sweat, even weakening her control over her Chi-Pao's waist and abdomen. In the heat of battle, occasional glimpses of alluring scenes made all members of the Roger Pirates instantly burst with nosebleeds, further diminishing their combat power. Rayleigh seemed indifferent, completely immune to it, his serious gaze fixed on the seemingly flawless woman before him, his long sword tightly gripped. Shaki was astonished. This guy with glasses really had no reaction to her charm that had captivated countless people. This situation gave rise to an indescribable strange feeling in her heart. "Stop it! First Mate Shaki," Rayleigh shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the sea breeze. "We have no ill intentions towards the Nine Snake Pirates. Get lost, you bastard Rayleigh. You're the ones who started this fight, and your crew is acting like this, saying you have no ill intentions? How is that possible?" The strange feeling that had just arisen in Shaki's heart instantly vanished at Rayleigh's words. Sure enough, all men are the same. Her beautiful eyes widened as she launched a fierce kick toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh, seeing this, hurriedly defended himself. He was inwardly lamenting, as he really didn't want to make more enemies unnecessarily. After all, they had no grievances with the Nine Snake Pirates. Moreover, if those crazed fans around the world found out they had defeated the Nine Snake Pirates, the relentless pursuit would leave them in a dire situation. Thinking about the cause of this conflict, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a throb at his temples. These bastards, they're simply outrageous. On the warship, Carp was crazily stuffing Sunbei into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he chewed loudly. "It's really fine, Mr. Carp," his first mate Bogart said, revealing a worried expression from beneath his brown hat. "Marshal Kong has repeatedly ordered us not to go to the New World." "Waha, of course it's fine. We're not going to find rocks. We're chasing that bastard Roger." Carp laughed carelessly, not at all concerned about his first mate's worries, and as he laughed, crumbs of Sunbei sprayed everywhere. In the air, Newgate stood firmly in a completely safe area. He was keenly interested in observing the sea, eager to see how the Nine Snake Pirates and Roger Pirates would react to Carp's sudden arrival. Thinking of their astonished expressions, Newgate couldn't help but smile. It was simply too amusing. At this moment, Roger, who had just exchanged blows with Joel D. Olesa, furrowed his brow. With his keen observation hockey, he instantly detected a warship approaching them at high speed. The strong figure standing on the warship was none other than his arch-nemesis Carp. In the face of this crisis, he snapped out of his star-chasing fervor and shouted to the heavens, "Enemy attack! That bastard Carp is coming again." Roger's shout was like a thunderclap, instantly spreading across the entire sea. All the cadres and fighters engaged in battle with the Nine Snake Pirates heard the call and regained their clarity. The love-struck expressions in their eyes disappeared, replaced by serious faces, because that crazy Marine who had relentlessly pursued them around the world was back again. Just as the words fell, a speeding warship appeared in everyone's line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, the Nine Snake Pirates, under Joel D. Olesa's command, swiftly retreated back to the Perfume Snake. Shaki's gaze flickered, and with a meaningful look at Rayleigh, she gracefully leaped onto the deck without looking back. Her cloak and the ribbons at her waist fluttered in the wind, inadvertently revealing a hint of spring beauty, leaving Rayleigh momentarily dazed, as if a string in his heart had been quietly plucked and tightened. He had never experienced such a strange and complex feeling in his life. Bang! At this moment, the cannonballs from a Navy warship came crashing down like a torrential storm toward the Roger Pirates and the Nine Snake Pirates. Boom! A violent explosion resonated across the sea, like rolling thunder, as the two pirate ships were pushed aside by the surging waves created by the blast. "Mr. Carp, aren't we supposed to be capturing Roger? Why are we attacking the Nine Snake Pirates as well?" Bogart exclaimed, his eyes behind the telescope turning into heart shapes, his throat constantly swallowing saliva. "Waha! As long as they're pirates, they're our targets for capture, regardless of which pirate crew they belong to." Carp laughed wildly, taking off his white coat, symbolizing justice, constantly rotating his wrists to loosen his joints, excitement shining in his eyes. "Bad Carp-san." Before Bogart could finish his sentence, Carp had already produced an enormous iron ball comparable to a warship, the chain tightly wrapped around his hand. Incredible. The young Marines stared at the unbelievable scene before them, their mouths agape. The members of the Roger Pirates and 9 snake pirates nearby also widened their eyes. As in their pupils, the enormous iron ball, radiating an aura of destruction, came crashing down. Too terrifying. Can a human do this? It's simply a monster. Quick dodge. Bastards. The chaotic shouts erupted on the pirate ship. Fisherman Sandbell suddenly leaped into the water, desperately pushing the ship. The 9 snake pirates' dragon also sensed the crisis, frantically thrashing its tail and swimming, splashing large amounts of water. Boom! The iron ball crashed down heavily. The sea surface was instantly stirred up into violent waves, and the 2 pirate ships, barely escaping disaster, rocked violently under the terrifying impact, as if they would be swallowed by the merciless sea at any moment. Carp, however, stood firmly on the deck, laughing wildly as he ordered a cartload of cannonballs to be brought to him. Fist. Meteor Shower. Chapter 69. Whitebeard enters. Heroes clash. Carp's arms suddenly exerted force, his muscles bulging wildly, and the barrage of cannonballs he hurled decreased at a visible speed. At the same time, the calm sea of the calm belt seemed to be showered with a dense rain of bombs. Boom! 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 Cannonballs exploded one after another, flames shooting into the sky, smoke billowing. Countless strong warriors, seeing this, desperately kicked, slashed, or swung their fists wrapped in hockey toward the cannonballs that had yet to land, trying to knock them away. Instantly, numerous sparks erupted on the sea and in the sky. The sea churned, waves surged. Wahaha! Carp twisted his neck and let out a hearty laugh, his voice booming like a bell. Roger, surrender obediently. With that, his figure leaped up like a cannonball. The terrifying conqueror's hockey quickly condensed on his fist, the black-red aura flickering as Carp laughed, crashing down like a falling meteor. Fist. Meteor. Roger grinned with a wild smile, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent. Carp, if you want to catch me, you'll at least need Sengoku's help. After saying that, the famous sword ace instantly wrapped itself in terrifying conqueror's hockey, its sharp black-red blade like a black-red lightning tearing through space, arriving in an instant. Raging Soul. Boom! The intense collision erupted in an instant. Carp's iron fist heavily, smashing into Roger's face, while Roger's blade struck Carp's back. Roger's face contorted into an exaggerated arc from the massive impact, while blood instantly seeped from Carp's back, staining his clothes. For a moment, both were injured, and it was a tie. Wahaha! These 2 guys are truly best buddies. They jumped right into a fight-upon meeting. Whitebeard watched from the air, laughing heartily at the fierce battle below. At this moment, the 9 snake pirates took advantage of Roger's distraction of Carp and quickly turned to escape. Just then, Jabba reacted. He anxiously shouted, "Don't let Shaki get away." Members of the Roger Pirates reacted and began attacking the 9 snake pirates' ship. At the same time, the Navy seized the opportunity to join the fight. A 3-way melee erupted instantly. The Navy's cannonballs were fired fiercely, with more than half landing around the Roger Pirates, while the others that missed were all slashed down by Rayleigh swinging his sword in midair. The other members of the Roger Pirates also received special treatment from the Navy. After all, the fans of the 9 snake pirates are not limited to just pirates. Whitebeard watched the increasingly chaotic battlefield, laughing so hard he doubled over. This guy, GOLD, Roger, is ruthless enough. Can Jabba really kick? If he kicks badly, how will he go to college? And that little girl, Shaki, why does she always aim for the face? Haven't you seen how dark Rayleigh's face has become? And Carp, this guy goes all out against Roger without caring about anything else. Roger is the same. Both are indeed a pair of joyful rivals. After watching for a while, seeing that these people had no intention of ending the battle, Whitebeard couldn't help but curl his lips in boredom. He remembered that his main mission 1-3 was to recruit the 9 snake pirates. Now, the 9 snake pirates were within reach. Why not do it now and make a move, just as they were locked in a fierce battle, if he were to drop in like a divine soldier? It might have an unexpected effect. Deciding to act, Whitebeard took out a purple-quality Conqueror's hockey capsule from his system backpack and consumed it without hesitation. With the enhancement of the particle control ability, Whitebeard's body transformed into a streak of light, rapidly soaring towards the battlefield, where the three sides were engaged in combat. Members of the Roger pirates were immersed in the fierce battle, completely unaware of Whitebeard's quietly approaching figure. He focused again, and the Tsongyun Chia instantly appeared in his hand. Wahaha, Roger, Carp, I'm coming. His bold laughter rumbled like rolling thunder, echoing through the sky, accompanied by the terrifying conqueror's haki that blocked out the sun. The Tsongyun Chia was instantly enveloped in a fearsome black-red lightning. As the lightning flickered and arcs surged, it struck down towards the fiercely contested sea with the force of splitting the heavens. Hearing that familiar voice, Carp and Roger, who were locked in a fierce struggle, simultaneously paused their movements, raising their heads to look at the sky in perfect unison. Waha, an incredible guy has arrived, Roger. Carp laughed back, his eyes shining with excitement and anticipation. Ah, Carp, are you scared? Roger's eyes erupted with burning battle intent. Last time, he suffered a crushing defeat at Whitebeard's hands. And although he pretended to be indifferent on the surface, how could a strong man with the potential of a king not want to reclaim his honor? Of course, Carp felt the same way. With that, looking at the terrifying attack descending from the sky, Roger and Carp almost simultaneously launched their counterattacks. The terrifying black-red lightning wrapped around their iron fists and ace at the same time. Their figures stomped on the ground and leaped into the sky in sync. With an unstoppable momentum, they collided with the terrifying blade of Tsongyun Xie. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted between the iron fist, ace, and Tsongyun Xie. The sound wave swept out like an invisible hurricane, engulfing everything around. Ahaha, Whitebeard, you're still this strong. At the moment of collision, Roger laughed wildly, his eyes flashing with an indomitable light. Waha, Whitebeard, you bastard, I'm going to send you to impel down. Carp's muscles swelled like they were inflated, and he swung his fist with all his might, the wind from his punch howling as if it would tear the sky apart. Wah? When did the so-called just Navy fall to the point of teaming up with pirates? Whitebeard laughed heartily, glancing sideways at Carp, his words like a sharp knife, stabbing at Carp's sore spot. Bastard, after I finish you off, you're next. Carp, infuriated by Whitebeard's words, suddenly increased the force behind his punch. Whitebeard lauged heartily. Wah, Roger, your ally is always thinking of stabbing you in the back. Ahaha, what's wrong with temporarily teaming up? Roger's eyes flashed red, and under the ultimate observation haki, he saw a brief future of Whitebeard. The extreme conqueror's haki erupted, and the sharp Tsongyun Xie, under the boost of his natural strength, tossed him and Carp aside. But how could such a future be allowed to happen? Roger gritted his teeth and increased the strength in his hands, the conqueror's haki instantly exploding like thunder. The shockwave produced by the collision of their haki swept across the sea, waves rising high, and several ships rocked violently under that terrifying force, as if they would capsize at any moment. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from Carp's iron fist and ace, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. Have Carp and Roger, these exceptionally gifted monsters, grown even stronger? Indeed, if he didn't use his devil fruit abilities and relied solely on physical combat and haki, was he still not strong enough? Was it too much to take on two opponents? But how could he easily admit defeat, feeling the surging and increasingly powerful conqueror's haki within him? Whitebeard gritted his teeth and perfectly combined his monstrous strength and haki, unleashing the full might of Tsongyun Xie. Boom! The sound of violent explosions echoed continuously, as if the entire sky had been ignited by that terrifying clash of conqueror's haki, stained with a deep shade of black and red. Chapter 70, Terrifying Clash. Newgate's power revealed. As soon as he finished speaking, Newgate's figure was sent flying into the sky like an arrow released from a bow under the combined attack, while Roger and Garp were also knocked back a considerable distance by Newgate's monstrous strength. They looked at Newgate's figure with grave expressions, their muscles instinctively tensing. Just moments ago, they had already poured all their strength into their attack, barely managing to gain the upper hand and momentum over Newgate. But this monstrous guy hadn't even used his world-destroying devil fruit abilities yet. In an instant, an ominous premonition surged within them. The next second, Roger and Garp's eyes widened in anger, a strike even more exaggerated than before, entwined with black and red lightning, slashed towards them like a heavenly blade. The terrifying blade aura tore a massive gap in the surrounding clouds for 1,000 meters, with sunlight piercing through, casting blinding rays. Come on, Roger. Garp. Let us have an exhilarating battle. Newgate's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, only through intense battles could he continuously squeeze out his potential and rapidly increase his strength. Otherwise, wouldn't the title of the strongest man in the world be just a hollow name? The three factions below looked on in shock as they witnessed the three entangled figures. Because the renowned strongmen Roger and Garp actually had to join forces against a single opponent. Who on earth was this? At this moment, the 9 snake pirates also forgot about retreating. Hancock looked up at the figures battling in the sky, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief. The Roger, who she had previously gone all out against without gaining any advantage, was now being overwhelmed by that man wielding a naginata. If it weren't for Garp standing by, he would have likely been defeated long ago. Shucky also watched the figures fighting like mad in the sky, her eyes sparkling with different colors. She secretly pondered, was this guy not here for herself? Aside from Rayleigh, he seemed completely indifferent to her appearance. Moreover, his strength was clearly much stronger than Rayleigh's. Every member of the Roger Pirates wore serious expressions. They had already seen clearly that the newcomer was the monster Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, a powerful pirate who could stand shoulder to shoulder with rocks. How could this guy appear in the calm belt? Wasn't he at Frivance? Damn it. Only Rayleigh had a complex expression. He looked at the increasingly fierce figure in the sky, his mind racing with thoughts, yet he couldn't understand Newgate's intentions. If it weren't for Newgate holding back last time, they would have likely been annihilated at Frivance. But why had this guy chased them down now? Just as everyone was lost in thought, Newgate had already engaged in dozens of exchanges with Roger and Garp. Although he couldn't completely suppress his opponents, he wouldn't easily be defeated in a short time. During the battle, Newgate felt more and more alarmed by Roger and Garp's strength. No wonder they would become the future legends of the sea, pirate king and marine hero. It seemed that not only he, but everyone's strength was silently increasing. His sense of urgency grew stronger, and his desire to become stronger became even more pressing. The three figures constantly clashed in the air, the deafening roars echoing endlessly. The terrifying aftermath surged forth, raising the calm waters of the calm belt into waves dozens of meters high, forcing the three ships to quickly retreat from the center of the battle to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Ahaha! Newgate, try this move. Roger laughed wildly, flames wrapping around Ace in his hand, as he swiftly swung out a sharp arc. Raging Soul! The fierce blade struck straight towards Newgate. Newgate's expression hardened, and he swung the Tsung Yun Xia to create a crescent moon, with terrifying Conqueror's haki coalescing into dazzling lightning at the edge of the blade. Sensing the terrifying might of Roger's attack, Newgate had to take it seriously. When the two forces collided violently, the space seemed to tear apart with cracking sounds, followed by a deafening explosion. Fistbone! Meteor! At that moment, Garp's sound of breaking through the air reached Newgate's eardrums like an explosion. Garp's fist, as big as a sandbag, was enveloped in terrifying black and red lightning, intertwining with Roger's Conqueror's haki to form an impenetrable net, enveloping Newgate entirely. Come on! Newgate's eyes widened, his arm muscles bulging instantly, and his Conqueror's haki erupted fiercely once more. He swung the Tsung Yun Xia down again. When the 3's full-force attacks collided once more, the entire sea area fell into an eerie silence, as if time had frozen at that moment. The next second, a terrifying explosion erupted. Boom! The sea surface was instantly raised into hundreds of meters high waves, forcing the three observing ships to retreat at full speed to avoid this terrifying impact. The three figures in the air were violently pushed back after the collision, but Newgate forcibly activated his devil fruit ability, halting his retreat. His figure flickered, changing his attack, as he swung the Tsung Yun Xia to unleash a terrifying cross slash towards the retreating silhouettes of Roger and Garp. Bang! Bang! In a hurry, Garp blocked part of the blade aura with his fist, blood seeping from his knuckles. Meanwhile, Roger, holding ace to defend, felt his palm split open, almost dropping the famous sword. The two looked at Newgate in shock, their hearts filled with astonishment and confusion. How could this guy be so powerful? He could still move freely in the air. Did the tremor fruit have instantaneous abilities? Before they could marvel, a terrifying shockwave tore through the space, rapidly charging towards them. Newgate had already sensed that the increase in Conqueror's haki was plateauing during the battle. So he decided to finish this quickly while testing the practical effects of the tremor fruit ability, particle control. Before Roger and Garp could react, a thick bolt of lightning, resembling a giant dragon, descended upon them with a world-destroying momentum. Boom! The loud sound seemed to tear apart heaven and earth as Roger and Garp desperately dodged, yet ultimately could not completely evade being struck by the lightning. In an instant, their hair stood on end like steel needles, and smoke billowed from their mouths. Despite activating their haki for defense in time, they still looked utterly disheveled. What on earth? Was that ability? Was it lightning? When did Newgate become capable of unleashing such terrifying attacks? All the members of the Roger Pirates were left in shock and disbelief. They were all too familiar with Newgate's fighting style, and in past battles, he had never shown any signs of possessing a Logia-type Devil Fruit ability. This sudden change was truly unexpected. Chapter 71. Endless Abilities. Whitebeard overpowers the two heroes. In the next moment, two powerful beams of light shot out from Whitebeard's fingertips, directly aiming at Roger and Garp. Under high-level observation haki, Roger and Garp's eyes widened with rage. They had already seen the grim outcome of being hit by this attack. They absolutely could not withstand such injuries. They desperately tried to evade. A fierce wind suddenly arose, as if an invisible giant hand was holding their bodies tightly. By the time they struggled free from the wind's control, the powerful beams were already right in front of them. Damn! There was no time. Roger hurriedly lowered his head, while Garp quickly lifted his leg. The beams zipped past Roger's head and under Garp's legs at high speed, the terrifying force evaporating the seawater in their wake, followed by a violent explosion that sent waves crashing across the sea. At this moment, the leader of the Kuja pirates, Gloria, had regained her senses and recognized the figure in the sky that resembled a demon god. The man displaying such might, the powerful figure clad in a white cloak. It was Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, renowned alongside rocks. Although she didn't understand why he appeared here or why he clashed with Garp and Roger upon arrival, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to escape. Otherwise, once these guys noticed them, they wouldn't be able to run away. Kuja warriors. Target Kuja Island. Set sail. Gloria's charming yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out on the ship, and all the Kuja warriors, upon hearing this, stood at attention and began to prepare for departure in an orderly fashion. The two massive sea serpents also heard the command, slowly turning their enormous bodies and swiftly propelling themselves in a specific direction. Vice Captain Rayleigh, the Kuja pirates are escaping. On board, Doran was anxiously shouting at the sight of the Kuja pirates drifting further away. There was no time to worry about anything else now. Rayleigh stared seriously at the powerful figure that resembled a demon god, gripping his sword tightly, as if he would join the battle without hesitation at any moment. Roger and Garp, at this moment, were both flushed, painfully clutching their throats. They felt it hard to breathe. No, they couldn't breathe at all. The surrounding air had been completely sucked away. Damn it. Watching Roger and Garp in such agony, Whitebeard hurriedly retracted his ability. He had just had a moment of inspiration and didn't expect this move to actually work, forcing the particles in the air to shift. Turning the area of combat into a vacuum would suffocate the opponents and put them in a dire situation. Even if it wouldn't result in immediate death, it would greatly reduce their fighting power. This move will be called air vacuum. Since he could create a vacuum, could he also adjust the concentration of various particles in the air to cause an explosion? Acting on impulse, Newgate immediately used his vibration ability to adjust the flammable and explosive particles in the air, increasing the oxygen content, and then, under the high-speed friction of the two particles, a terrifying explosion erupted. A dazzling red light burst in the air, like a brilliant star, dispersing the thick clouds, and a powerful shock wave instantly overturned the sea. The figures of Garp and Roger were also pushed back repeatedly by the shockwave of the explosion. Whitebeard looked at his handiwork, somewhat surprised. Was this move so powerful? Although it couldn't compare to a handmade hydrogen bomb that could destroy the world, it had the advantage of being instantaneous, and its power was significantly stronger than the Navy's shells, enough to change the battlefield situation in an instant and catch the opponent off guard. Newgate couldn't help but feel elated, laughing towards the sky. Within a 10-kilometer radius, he was the dominating emperor, who controlled everything. At this moment, Roger and Garp stood firm on their respective ships, both looking at Newgate with grave expressions. How could this guy have so many bizarre abilities? It was unimaginable. Lightning, storms, lasers, explosions, and that strange ability to suck the air away. Could one person consume so many devil fruits? Absolument impossible. Everything was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Newgate felt his stamina rapidly depleting like a tide and frowned slightly. It seemed that his fruit proficiency was insufficient. The consumption of stamina was still too great. At that moment, he caught sight of the Kuja pirate ship, the Snake Princess, speeding in a certain direction. They were trying to escape. This couldn't happen. The mission this time was for the Kuja pirates. He had seen Roger and Garp getting a bit restless and couldn't hold back, almost missing the main event. Roger also noticed the actions of the Kuja pirates. Shaki was his white moonlight. He was burning with anxiety as he soared into the air, the terrifying power of Ace radiating from his hand. Shaki, I can't let you get away. A blade of hockey enveloped in Conqueror's spirit, like a fierce lightning bolt, struck towards the speeding Snake Princess before Newgate. The terrifying blade was about to collide with the Snake Princess. Gloria and Shaki, seeing this, were instantly filled with shock. At this point, it was already too late for the ship to stop. Newgate's figure moved like lightning, and after a few swift movements, he was right in front of the Kuja pirate's ship. Ice Age. Newgate's voice suddenly rang out, and at the same time, the sea surface beneath the Kuja pirate's ship instantly froze into a thick layer of frost, stopping the pirate's ship from speeding forward. In an instant, the surrounding sea within a 10-kilometer radius was covered in thick ice. Roger's terrifying blade of hockey dissipated into nothingness with a casual swing of Newgate's tremor attack. The two sea serpents struggled to twist their bodies, but could not move at all, frozen solid by the extreme cold ice. After all, water and ice are the same substance, just arranged differently. By vibrating the arrangement of water molecules, one could create this extreme ice. Newgate laughed wildly. Like a battle god descended upon the earth, firmly standing on the deck of the Snake Princess. Gloria stared wide-eyed at this imposing, fearsome pirate, swallowing hard. What did this guy want to do? Newgate, are you here to kidnap Shaki too? Shaki? Newgate looked at the muscular Shaki standing next to Gloria, striking a battle pose, and a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Indeed, she was a woman that even Roger would go crazy for, quite beautiful. How to put it? A black-haired version of Nami. For Newgate, who had seen the stunning beauty of the future pirate empress, Boa Hancock, she was just average. No, I'm not here for Shaki. Chapter 72, Terrifying Shockwave. Roger and Garp's protection. I'll come to find you, Newgate said seriously, his gaze fixed directly on GOLD. Roger. In that instant, GOLD. Roger felt a different sensation in his heart. All along, Shaki had always garnered more attention due to her outstanding beauty, capturing the gazes of men and leaving her with much less focus. But this powerful man, who had repelled Roger's pirate crew and Garp, was he here to save her? So touching. Bastard. Perhaps it was the imaginative ability flowing through the blood of the Snake Princess tribe. But Newgate's already resolute face seemed to have a filter in her eyes. This man, when her pirate crew was deep in crisis, descended like a deity to save her from peril, and he seemed to ignore Shaki's unparalleled beauty, saying right away that he was looking for her. She was already dizzy. GOLD. Roger's face flushed. Her legs went weak as she collapsed to the ground, too shy to look at Newgate's face. She raised her arm to cover her cheeks, blocking her eyes, but couldn't help but steal glances. However, each time she looked, her body temperature rose a few more degrees. Shaki and the other snake warriors around her saw their captain looking sick and rushed over anxiously, while others raised their bows and arrows, aiming them at Newgate with vigilant expressions. Newgate, however, ignored this completely. Such physical threats meant nothing to him. Using dispersal was as easy as a flick of the wrist. He simply didn't want to expend too much energy. Goldi Roger, swear loyalty to me, Newgate said in a deep voice. There was no choice. The system task 1. 3 required him to subdue the Snake Princess pirates, which he understood to mean making the captain of the Snake Princess pirates loyal to him. If the captain was loyal to him, then the pirate crew would be the same. What did he say? He needs me? Newgate's voice reached Gold Roger's ears, transforming into a plea that he needed her. Could it be she had to propose to him? Gold Roger felt her heart racing beyond its normal frequency. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. What have you done to our captain, you bastard? Several snake warriors glared at Newgate with anger, their swords drawn and ready to strike at any moment. Shaki hurriedly crouched beside Gold Roger. Feeling her hot forehead and noticing her flushed skin, her expression instantly grew serious. Was the captain sick with a fever? Shaki decisively declared that since the captain was in poor condition, as the vice-captain, she needed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the pirate crew. At that moment, fist, impact, divine avoidance, a terrifying black and red lightning fist and an incredibly sharp slash attacked the scented dragon ship where Newgate was located. The attack sliced through the sea, causing the water on both sides to split apart like it was being cleaved by a knife, and the hard, bone-chilling ice surface was torn open, creating a terrifying abyss. Newgate. Try this move. Roger and Carp shouted in unison, both putting forth their utmost effort to unleash their strongest technique so far. The members of the Snake Princess pirates watched in horror as the terrifying attack drew nearer, their expressions filled with fear, countless well-toned legs trembling. Damn! They were utterly powerless to resist such an attack. At this moment, a tall figure clad in a white cloak stood proudly at the bow of the ship. Brilliant light cascading over him, casting shadows on the deck. Above him, flickering terrifying black and red thunder seemed even more powerful than the combined attack of Carp and Roger. Like a deity descending, Shaki's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Was this man protecting them? A strange feeling grew in her heart. In the past, all the men who looked at her did so as if she were a plaything. Although they could satisfy all her demands, what they craved was her body. But this man, from the very beginning, looked at her as if she were an ordinary person, and now, at this critical moment, he was protecting them. Just as her thoughts were swirling, the terrifying attack was already upon them. Newgate's pupils contracted, his muscles bulging fiercely. A tremendous power surged within him, and an exaggerated slash erupted from the blade of his Songyun cut. It collided with the fierce fist wind and the world-rending divine avoidance. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, creating a terrifying pit in front of the scented dragon ship, countless ice shards flying out like cannonballs and seawater gushing forth from the pit. Newgate's back stood like a mountain, firmly planted on the deck, the shockwaves raging winds causing his cloak to billow, revealing his muscular body. Shaki looked at Newgate's strong physique, feeling as if she had been struck by electricity, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. At that moment, Newgate's Songyun cut slammed heavily onto the deck. He clenched his fist tightly, a semi-transparent glass sphere enveloping his fist, and the power of the Tremor fruit was instantly activated to its peak. Ha ha ha! Roger, Carp, if you want to capture the Snake Princess pirates, come and try it. After saying this, Newgate's aura suddenly surged, the muscles in his arms inflating rapidly, and he swung his fist with terrifying strength toward the space in front of him. Crack! Crack! A series of glass-shattering sounds erupted, accompanied by that piercing noise. A shockwave so terrifying it could destroy the world burst forth from Newgate's fist. Wherever it passed, the thick ice layer was torn apart, leaving behind gaping cracks, as if the very earth was about to be ripped apart by this terrifying force. The cracks spread to the outer edges of the ice layer. The might of the shockwave undiminished, still rampaging forward like a furious dragon. The sea was overturned, the seabed trembled. and it felt as if the entire world was on the brink of collapse from this strike. This guy, has he used his devil fruit ability? Roger and Carp's expressions grew serious as they simultaneously looked back. On one side was a pirate ship carrying dreams and bonds, and on the other, a warship bearing justice and mission. If they fled now, those comrades entrusted with their lives would face that world-destroying attack head-on. What a joke. Roger gripped Ace tightly. Carp clenched his fists, and powerful Conqueror's hockey surged around them, resolutely standing against that terrifying attack. Captain Roger, Vice Admiral Carp. The rising cries echoed behind them, the crew gripping the swaying ship's railings, the Marines supporting the tilting cannon platforms, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the two upright figures. Hurry and escape, you bastards. Chapter 73. The Nine Serpents Escape. Heroes in Chaos. The apprentice crew member on the Oro Jackson knelt on the ground, watching the terrifying shockwave, tears silently streaming down. The young Marine on the warship tore at his blood-stained tie, his hoarse cries drowned by the thunderous roar. Carp and Roger stood motionless against the horror of the world-destroying shockwave, their bodies radiating an even stronger Conqueror's hockey, like dreadful thunder raging continuously. Ace and Iron Fist struck simultaneously, meeting the shockwave with an unstoppable momentum. The powerful force of the shockwave tore Carp's Justice cape into countless fragments, and the strap of Roger's straw hat tightened in the turbulent flow, as if it would snap any second. Yet, the corners of their mouths curled up in the same arc. This was a smile symbolizing protection, bringing endless reassurance to those behind them. The members of the Nine Serpents Pirates were shocked to witness Newgate effortlessly unleash this world-destroying strike, their mouths agape in disbelief. They found it ridiculous that they had thought of using arrows to take this man down. They were also puzzled as to why such a powerful man would protect them. Shacky's cigarette fell to the ground unconsciously as she was about to ask something when boom, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted. Under Carp and Roger's full effort, the world-destroying shockwave was perfectly neutralized. The pirate ship and warship shook violently, but suffered no other effects. At this moment, despite being covered in blood, Roger and Carp's momentum did not diminish. Instead, it grew even stronger, as if their strength was sublimating in this high-intensity battle. Shacky was stunned by this terrifying scene, unable to utter a word. Just then, Newgate's deep voice rang out. "You all go back to 9 Snake Island. I'll hold Carp and Roger off for you. By the way, give me one of your life cards, and I will come find you later." Hearing Newgate's words, Shacky furrowed her brows tightly, knowing that their Amazon Lily had a centuries-old ban on men. No, this, just as she was conflicted about whether to give Newgate her life card. The heated GOLD, Roger spoke up from the deck. "Give him my life card." After saying this, she secretly peeked through her fingers at Newgate's majestic figure and resolute face. Of course, this was through her own beauty filter. "Oh no." GOLD. Roger let out a soft moan. Her body temperature seemed to rise a few degrees, and her heartbeat quickened, her head tilted, and she fainted again. Her scattered light pink long hair spread across the deck, her long, shapely legs crossed, revealing perfect lines from the slit of her chi-pow. With her waist and abdomen relaxed, a hint of springtime color subtly emanated from the base of her chi-pow, which almost made even the well-versed Newgate's nose bleed. At this moment, Shacky handed a corner of a life card to Newgate, a strange emotion flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Here, this is our captain's life card, you." Before she could finish her sentence, Carp and Roger's fierce attacks came again. Newgate hurriedly turned to face the enemy, his figure already leaping into the air. A hearty laugh followed. Hoo. You all hurry and retreat. Once I'm done here, I will come find you." Having said that, he swung the terrifying shockwave energy with his tornado cut and clashed with Carp and Roger. Newgate had never fought so exuberantly since the awakening of the Shock Fruit's particle control. He knew well that battles between life and death were the most effective for enhancing strength. The sea serpent seemed to sense the 9 serpent warrior's urgent desire to leave, twisting its massive body with all its might. In the calm waters, if the 9 serpent pirates wanted to leave, it was unlikely any pirate crew could stop them. Shacky watched Newgate, who was fighting 1 against 2 with unmatched strength, and a strange emotion suddenly rose in her heart. She stood quietly on the deck, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Watching the gradually receding perfume serpent ship, Roger's eyes widened with rage and unwillingness. Damn, that Newgate. I was about to catch Shacky. It's all his fault. No, and that bastard Carp too. Carp, see na? The more he looked at Carp, the more displeased he became, and he swung a slash at Carp. Carp had just braced himself against Newgate's strike and was caught off guard, blood bursting from his chest. He looked at Roger in disbelief. This guy actually ambushed me. Roger, you bastard. Carp roared angrily, raising his fist the size of a sandbag to smash at Roger. Hoo. Newgate watched the two start fighting, eager to add to the chaos. In an instant, the three-way brawl officially erupted. Everyone on the Navy warship and the Oro Jackson looked on with black lines on their foreheads. Whether it was Carp or Roger, they were always headstrong and unruly. Moreover, with the level of combat among the three, even Rayleigh and Jabba wouldn't gain any advantage if they intervened. Furthermore, that stubborn Roger would definitely not allow them to interfere. The battle continued throughout the day, and in the end, everyone, whether Navy or pirate, grew bored watching. The seawater around the center of the battlefield boiled like it was boiling. The clouds in the sky were completely torn apart. And even the sea kings that usually roamed the area silently left this chaotic sea. Only the three of them fought tirelessly. Occasional black-red lightning flashed across the sky, occasionally mixed with howling winds, raging flames, and roaring explosions, along with Carp and Roger's series of vicious curses. Newgate aimed his lasers at the men's most vulnerable spots every time, forcing them to defend with all their might. After all, that area, even with the highest level of armament hockey, no man would dare to feel at ease. If it broke, there would truly be no way to recover. Hey, Rayleigh, are those guys still fighting? Jabba sat on the deck, gnawing on a big bone, mumbling his question. Rayleigh stood at the bow, holding a glass of rum, taking a sip, and slowly replied, "They're still fighting, but I estimate they'll be done soon." Other crew members, like Doran, Pittum, and Sambell, had long since begun to eat and drink nearby, showing no concern for whether their captain would be seriously injured in battle. Because whether it was Carp or Newgate, they were not their first encounters. Especially Newgate, Vice Captain Rayleigh had once recounted that the last time they successfully escaped the Rocks pirates' attack was thanks to Newgate's covert assistance. Since then, their hostility towards Newgate had diminished greatly. Of course, this was limited to Newgate himself, not the Rocks pirates, as the two could not be conflated. As for Carp, it goes without saying that this guy's arrest of Roger was probably just a clumsy excuse. Wanted to have a good fight with an evenly matched opponent. That was probably his true intention. After the three of them exchanged another round of blows, Newgate, Roger, and Carp all stopped. They stood in place, panting heavily, their bodies soaked in blood. Their stamina was nearly exhausted, and although they looked bloodied and disheveled, none of them had any fatal injuries. The three exchanged glances and, in unison, burst into laughter. Hoo. Ah. Wah-ha-ha-ha. Roger, Carp, let's settle the score another day. Today, let's have a drink. Chapter 74, the battle, comes to an end. Overwhelming authority. Newgate felt his significantly enhanced hockey after the battle, along with improvements in his physical skills. The joy from this boost in strength made his mood extremely pleasant. No, Newgate, I am a Marine. Carp laughed wildly, but his tone lacked any sense of intimidation. He then added, however, I'm too tired from today's fight, so let us talk about capturing you next time we meet. Wahaha. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly returned to the warship. The warship slowly started up and gradually sailed away towards the doldrums. Watching Carp leave, Newgate couldn't help but twitch his mouth. That guy Carp is really an interesting bastard. To say he is a principled Marine? No, he never pays any mind to the Tenryubido. What he adheres to is probably just his own sense of justice. Ha. Newgate, that guy Carp is like that. How about we go get a drink? Roger excitedly looked at Newgate, his face filled with enthusiasm. Of course, Newgate agreed without hesitation. Thus, the friendship between the strongest man in the world and the future Pirate King officially began. On the warship, Bogart nervously reported to Carp about the call he received during the fight. Carp-san, Admiral Sengoku, just called and said he wants to hold you accountable for sailing without permission. I didn't sail without permission. I clearly went to capture Roger. Carp picked his nose, glancing sideways, still stubborn. But Admiral Sengoku anticipated you would say that. He said if he didn't capture Roger, he would still hold you accountable. Bogart relayed Steelbone Sengoku's words. This isn't a special situation, who knew that Newgate would personally participate in the battle. I'll write a report to Sengoku myself. You don't need to worry about it. After saying that, Carp had a few black lines appear on his forehead as he casually took off his coat, exposing his strong muscle for the medical marines to treat his wounds. Carp's upper body was drenched in blood, with several gruesome knife wounds oozing blood. Bogart couldn't help but sigh at Carp's nonchalant demeanor. Given his old officer's carefree personality, he wouldn't take Steelbone Sengoku's words seriously at all. On the other side, on the Oro Jackson, Roger had boarded the ship before Newgate. However, the crew was busy with their own matters. Some were training, some were drinking, and no one paid attention to his condition. After all, they could all see that although these few people were incredibly powerful and the battle scenes were grand, it wasn't a life and death struggle to take each other's lives. Roger wore an awkward smile on his face and shouted loudly, "Everyone, I'm back." At that moment, a few scattered voices responded. "Back. Go find something to eat to fill your stomach," the chef said without looking up. "I see your injuries aren't severe. Go to my infirmary and find some hemostatic medicine and bandages to wrap yourself up," the ship's doctor said casually while munching on a large meat stick. The awkwardness on Roger's face became even more apparent. There was no way around it. Fighting Newgate was his own decision, and he had firmly refused to let anyone interfere. This time, it seemed he had gone a bit too far. Roger's gaze turned to the back, where a very tall man was slowly walking up the boarding ladder of the Oro Jackson, holding a gigantic naginata. Each step he took was exceptionally steady. "Everyone, welcome the esteemed guest Newgate." Roger raised his voice and shouted. Thud, 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 accompanied by the steady footsteps. Newgate's conqueror's hockey erupted like a violent thunder, indiscriminately enveloping the entire Oro Jackson. Hey, you bastard. Roger frowned, looking at Newgate's overwhelming presence, veins bulging on his forehead. At the same time, Jabba quickly raised his dual axes and Rayleigh tightly gripped his sword, both of them standing with cold sweat, ready for battle. One incredibly imposing guy. Rayleigh couldn't help but whisper, then hurriedly shouted, "Hey, young ones, step back. Will bodies 1T be able to handle it?" Not able to handle it means. A new pirate nearby began to ask, but before he could finish, an overwhelming sense of fear surged from his heart, making it extremely difficult for him to even stand. That terrifying aura wasn't the visible glint of blades, but it suffocated more than any sharp weapon, like an invisible giant hand gripping his throat, unable to breathe. Smack! The new pirate uncontrollably fell to the deck. Newgate continued to walk slowly, and under the terrifying aura of his conqueror's hockey, the sounds of thuds echoed. Many crew members were so overwhelmed by the pressure that they couldn't even make a sound before they fell backward, some crashing onto the deck, others hitting the railing and passing out. Even the railing of the Oro Jackson showed fine cracks under that terrifying pressure. Pirates lacking strength couldn't even maintain their stance in front of Newgate. What's going on? What happened to them? Bastards! Anxious shouts erupted. It's okay. They just fainted, Jabba explained, though he gripped his axe even tighter. With half-baked mental resilience, they couldn't even remain conscious in front of that man. Roger looked at Newgate with an unhappy expression. You bastard. Your hockey is even stronger than before. Finally, Newgate stood firmly on the deck, his naginata planted straight into the ground. Waha, Roger, sorry for the unwelcome surprise as soon as I board the enemy ship. After saying this, Newgate concentrated his thoughts, and a large barrel of alcohol from the deck instantly appeared in his hands. Without saying a word, he picked up the barrel and tilted his head back, drinking heartily. The spilled alcohol flowed down his beard and chin, dripping onto the ground. In no time, he finished the alcohol that was enough for 4 or 5 people to enjoy together. It showcased the man's boldness and generosity. Glug glug. Newgate tossed the barrel aside and said with a laugh, Roger, is this your hospitality? Hurry up and bring the meat, you bastard. Hearing Newgate say this, Roger's previously furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and he laughed heartily. Ha ha, You guys bring the drinks and dishes. Let us celebrate. Chapter 75, Roger's Feast. The lovesickness of Gold. Roger. La la la. In an instant, Whitebeard burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. With a thud, Whitebeard sat cross-legged on the deck, causing the Oro Jackson to shake slightly. Roger, laughing heartily, approached while carrying a barrel of wine as tall as two people and plopped down opposite Whitebeard. Whitebeard, drink up. Roger excitedly patted the wine barrel. Soon, a mountain of fragrant roasted meat and golden, shiny grilled fish piled up, and various fruits exuded enticing fresh aromas, filling the deck with delightful scents. La la la. Roger, your ship's cook is quite skilled. The sight of the delicious food made Whitebeard's fingers itch. Without a second thought, he grabbed a large bone and stuffed it into his mouth, eating with great gusto, reducing it to just bones in a few bites, grease flowing down his strong arms. Of course. Roger tilted his head back and downed a huge bowl of wine, the leftover liquid sliding down the corner of his mouth. A blush appearing on his face. Then he gazed intensely at Whitebeard and said, Whitebeard, come aboard my ship. Let's reach the end of the world together and witness the truth that no one knows. Become the freest person in the world. After waking up from his previous fainting spell, Rayleigh had already told him everything about their affairs in Flevens. If it weren't for Whitebeard, they would have been annihilated by now. Roger was not the type to be shy. Whitebeard's temperament suited him, and his strength was formidable. So inviting him aboard was the highest form of recognition he could give. As soon as Roger finished speaking, the previously noisy Oro Jackson fell silent. Even Rayleigh, with a drink at his lips, froze in mid-air, forgetting to drink, while Jabba, with a mouthful of meat, stood by, completely forgetting to chew. No, Roger, I have my own dreams. Whitebeard paused slightly, a gentle expression appearing on his face. It's to protect my family. Perhaps influenced by the original owner's body, as Whitebeard spoke. He couldn't help but think of the adorable looks of those little ones. Freedom and adventure? Once his power reached a level that ignored all rules, wouldn't he be able to go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted? A guy like you not coming aboard my ship is normal. Come drink. Roger showed no signs of being rejected, laughing heartily as he filled a large bowl of wine in front of Whitebeard, wisely changing the subject. Seeing this, Rayleigh and Jabba both breathed a sigh of relief. Although Whitebeard joining the ship would greatly increase their strength, they felt somewhat uneasy. Perhaps this was the saying that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The feast was joyous, and everyone drank too much, lying in various positions across the deck, snoring echoing everywhere. Roger was no exception. He collapsed beside the wine barrel, snoring heavily. Whitebeard wasn't worried about his safety at all, as the sea kings around them had been scared away by the aftermath of their battle. Moreover, there was no wind in the calm belt, and the Oro Jackson didn't even need to drop anchor. Whitebeard was also very happy. Having the opportunity to drink and chat with the future Pirate King was not something easily come by. During the feast, he talked a lot with Roger and even said some very insightful things. However, Roger didn't seem to care at all, just endlessly talking about freedom and adventure, topics that Whitebeard found rather boring. Whitebeard patted his bulging belly, comfortably leaning against the ship's railing, breathing in the salty sea breeze, a satisfied smile on his face, and gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, on his system panel, Main Mission 1, 3, subdue the Snake Princess pirates. Success rate dropped from 2 to 1. The sound of his snoring reverberated throughout the deck. At the same time, on the other side of the comm belt, aboard the Perfume Snake, Gold, Roger had already been placed in the cabin. At this moment, she was half naked, her face flushed, and in pain, tossing and turning on the silk sheets. The thin blanket embroidered with the snake totem was messily draped over her, occasionally revealing her fair skin with a hint of enticing redness. A damp towel resting on her smooth forehead. Her long, light pink hair was matted with sweat, sticking to her face and body, and she emitted alluring moans from her throat. The surrounding snake warriors were in disarray, panicking and not knowing what to do. Sister. Shaky tightened her grip on the wet towel, tears welling in her eyes. She had never seen the invincible Empress so vulnerable, her heart filled with worry and pain. Suddenly, Gold, Roger tightened her grip on Shaky's hand, frighteningly strong, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. With her other hand, she painfully covered her forehead, weakly saying, Shaky, am I going to die soon? No way, sister. You will definitely get better. Shaky was already panicking, having never seen Joel D. Roger like this, and this symptom did not match any illness she knew of. Lady Gold, Roger. Little Loli Toritoma had been crying nearby, suddenly rushing to the bedside, tears streaming down her face, falling onto the bed and creating patches of tear stains. It hurts so much. Goldie. Roger's body twisted continuously, her light pink hair soaked with sweat, sticking to her face and body, her throat letting out captivating moans. The surrounding snake warriors were in chaos, each one panicking and unsure of what to do. Shaky, if I can't make it, then the title of Empress of Amazon Lily will be passed to you. Gold, Roger weakly said. Shaky, now terrified and teary-eyed, held Joel D. Roger's hand tightly, nodding vigorously, her big watery eyes full of worry. At that moment, an older woman, a member of the snake tribe responsible for logistics on the ship, approached upon hearing the commotion. Lady Shaky. This old woman had caught a glimpse of Empress Joel D. Roger's condition while cleaning the cabin. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind as if she remembered something. She quickly approached and stood beside Shaky. What's wrong, Snake Granny? Shaky, feeling somewhat lost, seemed to grab onto a lifeline upon seeing Snake Granny. The old woman whispered something into Shaky's ear, and Shaky's expression instantly became animated, first widening her eyes in surprise, then blushing shyly, and finally frowning in distress. However, looking at Snake Granny's serious expression, Shaky ultimately nodded earnestly. After all, Snake Granny was the oldest and most experienced person on the ship. Moreover, Snake Granny said that if someone with this illness did not receive timely treatment, they could die. Snake Granny slowly stood in front of Joel D. Roger's bed. Looking at her painful appearance, her suspicions growing stronger. She closed her eyes, trying to recall the people Joel D. Roger had come into contact with recently. Those images flashing through her mind like a movie. Roger, she suddenly shouted. Gold. Roger showed no reaction, still moaning in pain. Garp. Snake Granny shouted again. Gold. Roger still did not respond. No. Snake Granny had just uttered a word. Before she finished speaking, Guloli Osa seemed to have touched a sensitive nerve, clutching her heart in pain, her exposed skin becoming increasingly rosy. Guy. Snake Granny continued. A mewling sound like a little kitten escaped from Guloli Osa's mouth as she writhed in pain on the bed, her long legs unconsciously entwining together. Watching the scene, Snake Granny's pupils suddenly constricted. Newgate is coming. Snake Granny shouted suddenly. In the next moment, a miracle happened. Guloli Osa, who had just been weak, instantly sat up, her delicate hands flying as she quickly dressed herself. She elegantly smoothed the wrinkles of her cheaphouse skirt and sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, showing no signs of pain whatsoever. The cabin was eerily silent, everyone staring in disbelief at this incredible scene. Only Snake Granny stroked her chin, revealing a meaningful smile. Chapter 76. Crisis of the Nine Snakes. Terrifying invasion. Where is he? The voice of Gloria Osa trembled as she asked. Her eyes filled with anticipation and urgency that almost turned tangible. The air in the cabin seemed to freeze, everyone holding their breath. Indeed, the illness she had was the same as that of the previous Empress. The Snake Granny said with certainty. As soon as this was said, all the warriors of the Nine Snakes were stunned, exchanging glances filled with confusion. They could not understand how the Empress, who had just been lying in bed, on the brink of death, could suddenly stand up lively, even adopting a shy and bashful pose like a young girl. Everything was too bizarre, far beyond their comprehension. Bururu, bururu, buru. Bururu, bururu, bururu. At that moment, the phone bug's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Shaki reacted quickly and reached out to catch it. Soon after, the anxious and terrified voice of the leader of the guard team stationed on Nine Snake Island, Aista, romanized in Japanese, came through. Is this Lord Shaki? Nine Snake Island is being attacked. Before she could finish her sentence, the phone bug suddenly widened its eyes, perfectly mimicking the agonizing scream from the other end. Following that, the phone bug imitated a vividly portrayed scene of spitting blood. At the same time, a series of explosive roaring sounds came clearly from the phone bug. What happened? Aista? What is going on? Shaki's eyes widened, gripping the phone bug's shell tightly, shouting anxiously. However, all she could hear from the phone bug was the sound of chaotic roaring and continuous screams. The only response was the rising cries of despair, which abruptly ceased after a moment. In its place was a deep and terrifying voice. Ha ha ha, where's the meat? Bring it all out. The communication was cut off, and it was clear that the phone bug had been destroyed. For a moment, the perfume dragon was engulfed in a dead silence. Goloria Thurovith, veins appearing on her smooth forehead. Who is it? Which reckless thing dares to cause trouble in the Amazon lily? Without needing to say more, the warriors of the 9 snakes firmly grasped their weapons, their eyes blazing with anger, staring at their queen, waiting for her battle order. All crew, full speed ahead. Target 9 Snake Island. The sea serpent seemed to sense its master's anger, raising its head and letting out a deafening roar, vigorously swinging its tail. The perfume dragon surged forward at high speed, heading straight for 9 Snake Island. On the Oro Jackson, the sleeping Newgate was completely unaware of this, comfortably turning over, unconsciously scratching his head and falling back asleep. However, the success rate of his system panel's tasks was slowly dropping from 1 to 0. 5. An hour ago, on 9 Snake Island, this place was surrounded by a windless zone, with countless marine creatures lurking, making it a natural fortress. Aista was patrolling along the coastline with her team. Suddenly, the sand beneath their feet began to jump strangely, followed by a terrifying tremor from afar. Everyone immediately became alert, cautiously looking around. An earthquake? Even the pythons accompanying them raised their heads, flicking their tongues, as if they sensed something unusual. What happened? What was going on? Aista stared tightly at the source of the tremor. It was the usually calm and undisturbed sea surface. She saw ripples rising continuously, washing against the beach and in the distance, accompanied by a terrifying tremor, a black that was rapidly enlarging in their view. Is it a moving island? No. That is a monster. The warriors of the 9 snakes shouted in disbelief, their hands holding long spears and bows trembling involuntarily, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. What the hell is this joke? The originally calm atmosphere of Amazon Lily was completely shattered as an enormous figure slowly emerged from the sea. The rocks along the coastline of 9 Snake Island were continuously cracking, being shattered by that massive body. A monster with light yellow hair waded through the seawater, which for a sea king could be freely navigated, yet only reached his waist. As he got closer, his thighs, calves, and feet gradually emerged from the water. Is this a giant? No. It's even bigger than a giant. Aista, holding her bow and arrow, turned pale with fear. Her legs tensed involuntarily beneath the cloth of her snake belly wrap. Stop. Don't come any closer. This is the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Men are prohibited from entering. Aista drew her long bow, her desperate shout drowned out by the heavy breathing that sounded like the sea breeze. The enormous figure, resembling a mountain, suddenly let out a thunderous snore. He covered his belly, producing a rumbling sound, with his massive eyeballs filled with bloodshot veins, like blood-red pythons writhing within. So hungry. My body can't move. Meat. Give me meat. Accompanied by his low growl, his foot, comparable in size to a ship, stepped firmly onto the beach, instantly creating a deep pit in the sand under the violent tremors. Attack! Aista decisively issued the command, and in an instant, countless arrows infused with armed hockey shot towards the massive body of the monster. Puff! 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 Countless arrows barely pierced his skin, and not a drop of blood flowed. However, he seemed to be enraged by those ant-like creatures, lifting another foot from the sea and heavily stomping down onto the beach. Eat all of them. After that massive body stepped onto 9 Snake Island, Aista and her companions were horrified to find that the once invincible arrows could not even pierce the monster's skin. The ship, the city, the people are all food. The gigantic monster lifted his garlic-like head. His light yellow hair, resembling sharp, long spears draped over his shoulders, and his bushy beard sprawling like dense bushes. He stared with a crazed look, and his palm, comparable in size to a house, came crashing down. "Watch out! Run quickly!" Before the words were finished. Boom! That giant hand smashed down, causing the ground to shake violently. And amidst the flying sand and stones, a terrifying pit suddenly appeared. Aista barely dodged this horrifying strike, while 3 of her patrolling teammates were not so lucky, being crushed to the brink of death by this heavy blow. Aista's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face. Retreat. Back to the city. She wiped the blood from her blurred vision and turned to run towards Nine Snake City, where there were tall city walls that might hold off the monster for a while, giving them a glimmer of hope. Then they could only hope for their country's queen, Gloria OSA. Chapter 77. The Rampaging Evil Wolf. A heart like an arrow. The enormous creature, larger than a giant, is none other than the giant race. Known in later generations for their massive warships, Saint One Evil Wolf, a user of the superhuman type expansion fruit. Previously, Saint One Evil Wolf was labeled a rebel by the village elder of the giant race in the West Sea, and after committing heinous crimes, he fled the village in a panic. He then drifted on a rudimentary wooden raft made from several thick tree trunks across the vast ocean. During this time, he looted everywhere, causing countless nations to suffer, committing crimes severe enough to warrant imprisonment in the 6th level of Impelled Down until he reached the doldrums. Here, while trying to catch sea kings, he accidentally fell into the sea. Fortunately, it was only shallow waters, but the food he had gotten away was lost, making him extremely angry. Just as he was about to lose control due to hunger, he spotted the lush and brightly lit island of Nine Snake Island in the distance. This discovery filled him with joy, leading to the scene that just unfolded. Saint One Evil Wolf moved forward with heavy steps towards the city of Nine Snake. His body, 10 times taller than an ordinary giant, appeared to move slowly. But in reality, each step could cover over 100 meters, causing the entire island to tremble as if it had experienced an earthquake. The dense jungle of Nine Snake Island seemed incredibly small before him, even shorter than his calves, as he knocked down countless trees along the way, creating a cacophony of snapping wood. "That looks delicious." His enormous eyes fixated on the 9 snake sculptures hovering above Nine Snake Island. His massive pupils instantly narrowed to pinpoints as a mountain peak blocked his path. He dropped to all fours, crawling like an ancient beast, and in just a few moments, he scaled the peak that would be difficult for ordinary people to climb. He must not get any closer. Aista stood atop the city walls of Nine Snake, having just undergone a fierce sprint, her chest heaving as she stared intensely at the monstrous figure. Behind her stood hundreds of Nine Snake warriors, all armed and solemn, standing tightly on the city walls without a word, waiting for Aista, the captain of the guard, to issue orders. Aista's heartbeat quickened as she watched the figure step into their attack range, finally shouting, "Attack!" In an instant, countless arrows and cannonballs rained down on Saint One Evil Wolf's body, but these attacks were like ants shaking a tree. The terrifying explosions and sharp arrows could not even penetrate his skin. Instead, they only fueled his ferocity. Oh! The roar of rage shook the earth, and his massive body stood upright, casting a terrifying shadow that obscured the sun, enveloping the entire city wall. He furiously pounded his chest, thick, foul-smelling saliva spraying from his enormous mouth as he fell into a berserk state. Aista watched this horrifying scene, swallowing hard in despair. "Lord Gurliosa, please come back quickly." After a startled cry, Aista hurriedly took out a din mushi, attempting to contact Gurliosa. Just then, a fist comparable to a mountain slammed down from the sky like a meteor, crashing directly onto the walls of Nine Snake City. Boom! With a deafening sound, the wall, capable of withstanding cannon fire, crumbled like a house of cards, bricks flying as countless Nine Snake warriors were drenched in blood, screaming continuously, torn apart and thrown away by the violent force. Ugh! A warrior was unfortunate to be struck in half by a flying boulder, blood gushing from her mouth. Yet she still clung desperately to her bowstring, her trembling fingers trying to draw the bow again to retaliate. "Lady Aista," someone let out a piercing scream. helplessly watching Aista unable to dodge, getting struck on the head by the flying debris. Instantly, blood gushed forth, and she fell from the city wall like a marionette with its strings cut, her life uncertain. However, the warriors of the Nine Snake Tribe did not retreat. For Amazon Lily, countless hoarse shouts echoed through the dust. The remaining 9 snake warriors on the wall gritted their teeth, their expressions resolute, showing no sign of retreat. They shot their blood-stained arrows forward, while others, risking their lives, swung their long knives and spears, resolutely attacking the invincible monster. In their eyes, there was no trace of fear, only burning rage and a determination to die. Even as the city walls crumbled, even as blood and flesh flew, they would not allow the enemy to trample on their homeland. You damned insects! Suddenly, a spear wrapped in armament hockey pierced Saint One Evil Wolf's cheek, blood immediately flowing down. What? He felt the pain in his cheek, turned in fury, and saw Aista, whom he had always regarded as an ant, now with blood in her eyes, fiercely determined. Nine Snake will never fall. She screamed madly, even as blood flowed from her head, dyeing most of her body red, dripping down her waist and long thighs, yet her back remained straight. Not far from the outskirts of Nine Snake Island, 2 serpents were exhausted, flicking their tongues wildly, but still shaking their tails furiously. The calm waters of the doldrums were stirred up, and on the deck, Gruliosa, as Chi Pao fluttered as she rested one leg on the ship's railing, anxiously gazing into the distance, as if she could see through space to the situation on Nine Snake Island. Sister, Nine Snake Island 1T be in danger, will it? Xiaqi's beautiful eyes were filled with unshakable worry. Gruliosa said nothing, only nodding heavily. On the Oro Jackson, Newgate was still lost in a deep dream. After a good meal, the power of the meat fortress was fully unleashed, and the injuries sustained during battle were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Furthermore, the already depleted health bar was steadily rising. A dazzling light slowly rose from the sea surface, and the rising sun cast shimmering waves on the calm sea of the doldrums, creating a dreamlike scene. At this moment, a pirate ship passing by stirred up waves, destroying this beautiful sight. It was the perfumed snake which had been racing through the night. On board, all the crew members of the 9 Snake Pirates had not slept all night, gripping their weapons tightly, standing silently on the deck with serious expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the distance. Chapter 78. The Wrath of 9 Snakes. The posture of Gloria OSA remained unchanged throughout the night, but the frost on her pretty face grew thicker. The sea breeze blew through, her light pink hair danced in the wind, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. In the distance, a lush island was clearly visible on the horizon. It was their homeland, known as the daughter nation, Amazon Lily. However, the peaceful atmosphere that once enveloped the island had completely vanished. The coastal forest had been devastatingly destroyed, as if trampled by some monstrous creature. The peaks in front of 9 Snake City had collapsed by more than half. Along with it, the city walls of 9 Snake City revealed a shocking and enormous gap. At this moment, smoke and flames filled 9 Snake City, and a terrifying figure large enough to block out the sun was crazily stuffing a wooden house into its mouth, as if it were a snack. The monster's eyes were filled with madness and chaos, unable to distinguish whether what it held was food or something else. With a few crunching sounds, it seemed to realize the taste was not to its liking and casually tossed the broken house aside, reaching out with an arm as thick as a giant pillar to tear down another house, rudely stuffing it into its mouth. Gloria OSA witnessed the devastation of her homeland, her eyes almost bursting with rage, the fury nearly breaking her chest. 9 Snake Warriors, heed my command. A furious shout rang out. Attack! Kill! Without her needing to say more, all the 9 Snake Warriors leaped toward the coast before their ships had completely docked, driven by a single thought, to kill the culprit who destroyed their homeland. No, they wanted to tear him to pieces. Otherwise, their hatred would never be resolved. Once peaceful and magnificent, 9 Snake City had now become a desolate wasteland. The remaining 9 Snake Warriors, after desperately evacuating the women and children of the 9 Snake Tribe, charged back into the battlefield without hesitation. On the smoke-filled battlefield, The mad laughter of Saint One the Wolf echoed through the skies as he crazily smashed everything within Nine Snake City, searching for anything edible. With every movement, he stirred up terrifying winds strong enough to topple houses. Two little girls, being protected by 9 snake warriors as they fled, suddenly found themselves shrouded in a massive shadow. They turned in terror, their mouths agape in fear as they forgot to escape at the sight of the monster before them. One beautiful 9-snake warrior, seeing this, pushed the 2 children with all her might toward the shadow's edge, screaming desperately, "Run! Don't look back!" Watching the terrifying, mountain-like giant hand descending from the sky. The 2 little girls screamed in anguish, tears mixed with dust streaming down their cheeks. The 9-snake warrior looked at the children who had escaped the reach of the giant hand, revealing a tragic smile. At least, before dying, she had protected the fire of the 9-snake tribe. She slowly closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, the expected pain did not come. When she opened her eyes, 2 agile figures surged upward against the winds created by Saint One the Wolf. In an instant, they reached her side. "Don't be so arrogant." 9-snake, shattered gale kick. The young Shaki, with her black hair flowing like a waterfall, her long legs enveloped in the fierce, armed color, kicked out in midair. The tip of her foot struck like a blade against Saint One the Wolf's wrist. Boom! The shock wave erupted, forcing the thick wrist, thicker than a 1,000-year-old tree, to veer slightly, the giant hand barely missing the kneeling 9-snake warrior, crashing heavily into the adjacent ground. 9-snake, instant kick. Almost simultaneously, Gloria Osa's pink hair danced wildly as the conqueror's haki erupted from her body, her figure as quick as lightning, following up with a terrifying series of kicks that landed on Saint One the Wolf's chin. Saint One the Wolf howled in pain, his massive head thrown back as he let out a painful roar. Gloria Osa would not let him off easily. She clenched her teeth and shouted fiercely, "Fire!" As her voice fell, all members of the 9-snake pirate crew drew their bows in unison, the dark arrows pouring down like a torrential rain, each arrow imbued with the sharpness of armed color, piercing deeply into Saint One the Wolf's flesh. After all, the strongest 9-snake warriors of the entire Amazon Lily kingdom had joined the 9-snake pirate crew, and now their return undoubtedly injected a strong dose of confidence into all the citizens of Amazon Lily. Boom! Under Gloria Osa's violent kick, Saint One the Wolf's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, toppling a section of the city wall. Amidst the swirling dust, his painful howls grew increasingly frantic. You damn bugs! He furiously swung his arms, blocking most of the incoming arrows, but the remaining ones still viciously pierced into his flesh. Though they caused no fatal damage to his massive body, they made him rage uncontrollably. The wolf of evil angrily got back on his feet, his crimson gaze locking onto the conqueror's haki-releasing Gloria Osa, showing no signs of fear in his eyes. Conqueror's haki, huh? So what? He would still smash them to dust. Saint One the Wolf raised his leg in anger, madly trampling the ground beneath him, causing the entire ground to crack. Now, Gloria Osa and Shaki exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. 9-snake skyfall kick. Shaki spun rapidly in the air to gather strength, her right leg raised high, cleaving through the air like a battle axe, slamming down towards Saint One the Wolf's head. 9-snake, 1,000 shattered feet. Gloria Osa transformed into a pink whirlwind, her legs infused with armed color, creating invisible black afterimages, crashing down upon Saint One the Wolf's chest like a torrential rain. Bang! 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 Amidst the continuous explosions for the first time, the massive body of the wolf was knocked back, staggering, as his enormous feet stomped on the ground, followed by the rumbling sound of collapsing buildings, dust swirling. In the next moment, a fierce light surged in his eyes, and his giant hand swept toward them at an astonishing speed. "Watch out!" Gloria Osa suddenly pushed Shaki away, but she herself was struck solidly by the blow. Boom! Blood gushed from her mouth, her slender body flying backward like a cannonball, smashing through a series of buildings until she crashed heavily against the city wall, slowly sliding down from the terrifying hole in the wall, her life unknown. "Sister, Lady Gloria Osa." The The desperate cries pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, endless grief and despair echoing over the ruins. Shaki and the other 9 snake warriors, seeing this, were filled with rage and anxiety, almost ready to burst from their throats. Just as they were about to charge forward recklessly, they saw Gloria Osa tremblingly propping herself up from the dust-filled hole in the city wall. Chapter 79. Withering Flame Flower Peony. The pink hair of Gloriosa, the shaman, was a disheveled mess, concealing her beautiful face, yet the blood-stained corner of her mouth curled into a stubborn, faint smile. "I'm fine. I can fight again." Before her words fell, the shadow of the vicious wolf loomed over them once more. Shachi looked solemnly at the enormous, seemingly invincible figure and resolutely stood alongside the struggling Gloriosa. The warriors of 9 Snake also showed determination, drawing their bows again, the dark arrows poised like venomous snakes, all aimed at the colossal creature. For the glory of 9 Snake, Gloriosa's chilling voice rang out, and the fight to the death was about to begin. Newgate was awakened by the sound of rushing water, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Roger beside him pulling up his pants, urinating into the sea. "Bastard Roger, don't splash me," Newgate shouted angrily, moving aside. Roger, with a snot bubble hanging from his nose, seemed oblivious, walking back to the barrel as if in a dream, and fell back asleep. Newgate looked at this guy, veins popping on his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He closed his eyes again, but found no more desire to sleep. Fortunately, he opened the system. Just as he opened the system interface, he noticed a small red exclamation mark next to the main quest. It looked particularly glaring. He focused and read, "Main Quest 1. 3. Quest Objective. Subdue the 9 Snake Pirates. Current quest success rate. 0. 3. Quest failure. Loss of reputation and being sent to Impel Down. Functional damage. Attention. Attention. Please complete Main Quest 1. 3 as soon as possible to avoid unexpected situations." Damn, how did the success rate drop from 2 to 0? 3 in just a moment? Doesn't this damn system give any reminders? Do they want me to die? Damn system. But there was no time to ponder what was going on. There must have been a major incident with the 9 Snake Pirates. I have to catch up to them quickly. With that thought, Newgate took out the life card to determine the direction, leaped into the air, and manipulated the surrounding light particles to gather behind him, enduring the intense pain from the impact that tore at his back wrapped in armament hockey. His body instantly becoming an afterimage disappearing into the sky. At that moment, a figure quietly emerged from the shadows on the deck, the silver-framed glasses reflecting the bright moonlight. Rayleigh frowned, watching the figure in the distance that had shrunk to a dot, filled with confusion. What is wrong with Newgate? Is he sleepwalking? That's unlikely, right? He tapped a few times in the air before him, then took out the life card with a horrified expression, finally running off as if he had gone mad. Could it be? His pupils trembled slightly. Could Newgate be divining? Or did something happen to the Rocks pirates? Impossible. This guy doesn't seem the type to care about rocks, and besides, the Rocks pirates are all monsters. How could they easily get into trouble? Then what is it? Rayleigh frowned in thought, but had no clues. On the other side, Newgate felt the burning pain on his back, but didn't care at all. He was frantically increasing his speed because the edges of the life card guiding his direction had already begun to spark. Newgate sped forward, and under the precise control of photon kinetic energy and the extreme consumption of observation hockey, his stamina was depleting at an astonishing rate. On 9 Snake Island, smoke billowed into the sky. The battlefield was thick with the smell of blood, and the roar of Saint when the vicious wolf shook the earth, each blow from his mountain-like body creating terrifying shockwaves capable of toppling roofs. The 9 Snake warriors fought bravely, with casualties exceeding half. 9 Snake City had turned into a charred wasteland, littered with blood-stained broken bows and arrows. The surviving 9 Snake warriors gritted their teeth, desperately wrapping their arrows in armament hockey and drawing their bows. This was their last arrow. Once it was shot, they would have to wield their spears and knives and fight that monster head-on. Faced with the unbeatable giant beast, there was no trace of fear in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with a scorching rage that burned everything. Once more, Shachi coughed up a mouthful of blood, her right arm hanging limply, her left leg having been struck by Saint One the Vicious Wolf's finger during the last attack, causing her immense pain. Yet, she stood defiantly, the dark armament haki swirling and condensing on her right leg, her eyes filled with killing intent as she stared at the gigantic enemy. Giroliosa was in even worse condition. Her blood-stained pink hair stuck to her sweaty face, a ghastly wound on her abdomen continuously bleeding, and the bones in both her feet had long since fractured. Yet, she still endured the excruciating pain, her eyes filled with hatred fixed firmly ahead. "You must die." She trembled as she assumed a kicking stance, the armament haki wrapping around her feet flickering, clearly indicating her stamina was depleted. Nine Snake, shattered gale kick. Shachi's black hair danced as, with her hoarse roar, the remaining 9 snake warriors crazily released their arrows, the dark rain of arrows slicing through the air, fiercely striking Saint One the Vicious Wolf. This time, all their attacks were aimed at his joints and eyes. After the previous fierce battle, they had figured out the weaknesses of this gigantic monster. Its size made it relatively slow to move. Of course, this was relative compared to ordinary 9 snake warriors. Saint One the Vicious Wolf's movements were astonishingly fast. At this moment, the wolf was covered in blood but had no fatal injuries. There was no way this monster, far larger than the giant race, had incredible defensive capabilities. Even the arrows wrapped in armament haki could not completely pierce his skin. Most of the injuries on him were inflicted by Giroliosa and Shachi, risking their lives to attack. The weak points of the vicious wolf were in pain, its massive paws flailing wildly. Giroliosa seized this fleeting opportunity, using her last ounce of strength to leap up, her blood-stained right leg raised high, crashing down. 9 Snake, instant kick. This kick struck Saint One the Vicious Wolf's temple, causing his enormous body to sway unsteadily. Shachi, disregarding the injury to her leg, launched her attack simultaneously, her right leg wrapped in armament haki kicking straight at Saint One the Vicious Wolf's throat. However, boom. The Vicious Wolf's massive fist countered with incredible speed, about to smash into Shachi. In a split second, Giroliosa forcefully pushed Shachi away, but was hit squarely by the punch. Her body flew out like a broken doll, tracing a tragic arc of blood in the air before crashing heavily into the ruins before her, motionless. Elder sister, Giroliosa. Shachi's cries, filled with anguish, intertwined with the shouts of the 9 snake warriors. She struggled to get up, but her whole body felt weak, unable to stand any longer. Her vision began to blur, and the sound around her seemed to drift further away. In the last moment, before her consciousness faded, she vaguely saw the 9 snake warriors around her falling one after another, blood staining the ground beneath her. Damn it! A weak whisper filled with endless unwillingness and despair faded along with her consciousness in the smoke of the battlefield. Chapter 80. The Empress on the Brink of Death. Newgate's Reluctance. At this moment, Saint One the Wolf had already regained his senses, but he felt no remorse for his massacre of an entire city. After all, it wasn't the first time he had done this. He slowly bent down, his massive hand reaching directly into the rubble, lifting the blood-soaked body of Gold Roger. At this moment, Gold Roger was already on the brink of death. Helplessly limp in Saint One's palm, only her bloodied head visible, her pink hair matted with blood sticking to his hand. Let go of Lady Gold Roger. Countless 9 snake warriors charged forward with rage and despair, but they couldn't shake his massive body at all. Saint One the Wolf grinned wickedly. "Is this your king? Let her die." After saying that, a cruel bloodlust erupted in his eyes, unabashedly revealing his intent to kill and madness. His huge hand exerted force, and Gold Roger's body let out a mournful cry under the unbearable pressure, bones cracking piece by piece, producing a heart-wrenching sound. Blood continuously gushed from her mouth, her pupils dilating. With no strength left to speak, but she desperately looked towards the devastated homeland, the 9 snake warriors still charging. And that monster they could not defeat no matter how hard they fought. Amazon Lily. Is this the end? Gold Roger unwillingly closed her eyes, 2 tears sliding down her blood-stained face. Saint One the Wolf's eyes glinted with ferocity, about to completely tighten his grip. ready to crush the nine-snake queen in a meat paste, when suddenly, swish, a terrifying azure slash cut through the sky from above Nine-Snake Island. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. St. Juan the Wolf's vicious expression suddenly froze, and he slowly looked down, seeing a line of blood suddenly appear on his thick arm. In the next second, a pillar of blood erupted. His arm, as thick as a small mountain, was severed at the root. The smooth, mirror-like cut revealed stark white bones. Boom! The severed arm fell to the ground like a collapsing mountain, raising a cloud of dust. GOLD. Roger's bloodied body slipped from his palm, her entire form twisted in an eerie manner. The nine-snake warriors stared dumbfounded at this scene, their weapons unconsciously dropping to the ground. Above Nine-Snake Island, a tall figure stood firmly, the dawn sunlight filtering through the clouds, illuminating the still humming Naginata, refracting a piercing cold light. Was it still a step too late? Newgate felt an uncontrollable rage surge within him. He fixed his gaze on the giant figure, his eyes filled with unabashed, killing intent. "You are dead," a deep voice echoed, as Newgate's figure vanished as if teleporting. When he reappeared, he was already in front of St. Juan the Wolf, his fist wrapped in Conqueror's haki, carrying a world-destroying momentum, and he ruthlessly struck towards St. Juan's chin. In the next second, St. Juan the Wolf's massive body actually soared into the air. From the perspective of the nine-snake warriors, it looked like an ant had flipped over an elephant. They were filled with shock and disbelief. "Ah, spare me," St. Juan the Wolf cried out in terror while airborne, his ugly face twisted and trembling from extreme fear as he recognized who had come. It was the one known as the strongest man in the world, the infamous pirate with a bounty of 3 billion. Damn it, when did I provoke such a terrifying figure? Could he be related to Amazon Lily? Before he could think further, excruciating pain surged through his body, accompanied by his terrified screams, as a thicker leg was severed from his body, crashing down from the sky. The ground cast a large shadow, as if covered by clouds. Boom! A terrifying sound of impact echoed as the mutilated St. Juan the Wolf and his severed leg crashed to the ground, creating a terrifying deep pit in Nine-Snake City. Newgate hovered in the air, his body still crackling with Conqueror's haki lightning, a powerful aura making everyone tremble. At this moment, St. Juan the Wolf showed none of his previous invincibility, instead appearing utterly miserable. Blood gushed everywhere, his ribs shattered and piercing through his chest, exposing stark white bones to the air. It hurts. He was in unbearable agony, but unable to move, only able to let out painful screams that echoed across Nine-Snake Island, sending chills down spines. "Shut up." Newgate frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Under the disintegration ability, the wolf's vocal cords were instantly reduced to powder, swallowed back into his own body. This brutal giant opened his mouth in a frenzy, but could no longer make any sound. Newgate's ears immediately felt much clearer. He glanced over the devastated Nine-Snake City, looking at Joel D., Roger, and Shaki, both covered in blood and on the brink of death, his heart filled with compassion, but also a chilling sense of despair. "It's over. This mission is likely a failure. I will be imprisoned and impelled down. My functions will be compromised." However, when he despondently opened the system interface, he suddenly saw main Quest 1. 3 mission success rate, 0. "No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a chance." A glimmer of hope surged in Newgate's heart as he quickly rushed to Joel D., Roger's side. At this moment, many of the Nine-Snake Clan members had gathered around her, all looking at the faintly breathing Joel D., Roger with sorrowful faces. Little girl Toritoma was so heartbroken that she had fainted from crying. GOLD. Roger was gravely injured and on the verge of death, all her bones shattered. A gruesome wound on her abdomen, blood flowing from all over her body. Now at the point of death, her breathing weak and almost imperceptible. Newgate frowned as he looked at this heart-wrenching scene, filled with sorrow and reluctance. Such a bright woman, like a fiery flower, now lay there quietly, the light of her life gradually dimming. Was this brilliant, fiery flower about to wither? Newgate felt a sudden stabbing pain in his heart, a sense of indescribable anger and unwillingness surging from within. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Newgate. Didn't he still have one designated lottery chance left? Although GOLD, Roger wasn't his son, he could only try anything at this point. Dog system. Newgate willed it, and the familiar system interface popped up. Looking at the spinning system wheel, Newgate had already made up his mind. Use the designated lottery chance. Does the host confirm the use of the designated lottery chance? Yes. Please confirm the name and quality of the designated lottery item. Golden Quality Active Regeneration Capsule. Newgate shouted madly in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the legendary reward Active Regeneration Capsule Quality. Gold, Chapter 81. A Life Saved in Desperation. The King's Challenge quest begins. Name: Active Regeneration Capsule. Quality: Gold Legendary. Effect: instantly repairs all injuries, including shattered bones, ruptured organs. Eliminates all old wounds and ailments. Grants super regeneration ability for 72 hours. Permanently enhances physical constitution. Is it really that powerful? No wonder it's a legendary reward from the dog system. With this, it's like having an extra life. No. When paired with my Flesh Fortress talent, I could almost achieve immortality within 72 hours. However, this incredibly precious legendary capsule is going to be used on Gloria, OSA. It would be impossible not to feel pained, but he couldn't just watch as Gloria, OSA perish before him. Moreover, the main quest 1.3 still requires subduing the 9 snake pirates. What could be more effective than offering help in a time of crisis to win their hearts? With this thought, Newgate made up his mind. He quickly walked over to Gloria, OSA, disregarding whether anyone else was around, and directly took out a capsule emitting a golden, sacred light. The light was soft yet dazzling, as if it contained infinite vitality. He carefully placed the capsule at Gloria, OSA's tightly closed lips, gently prying open her blood-stained mouth with his fingers. In an instant, the golden capsule transformed into a streak of golden light and slid directly into her throat. Immediately, a miraculous scene unfolded. Gloria, OSA's body suddenly erupted with a strong golden glow. The light seemed tangible, enveloping her entirely. Those horrifying wounds began to heal at a visible speed, and shattered bones quietly repositioned themselves. The 9 snake warriors were astonished, instinctively retreating in fear. They watched in awe as their queen floated half a meter above the ground, her pink hair dancing wildly without wind, each strand glowing with a divine golden hue. Crack! Crack! Gloria, OSA's twisted body was automatically correcting itself. New flesh constantly wriggled out from her penetrating abdominal wound, finally forming delicate skin without leaving a scar. Most delightfully, Gloria, OSA's previously dilated pupils began to converge again under the golden light, as if reigniting the fire of life. Furthermore, when the little girl, Toritoma, curiously touched the golden light, it shone on her hand, and the scratches left from battle instantly vanished. This discovery left everyone astonished, and they hurried to Gloria, OSA's side, wanting to bask in the life-giving glow and feel the power of resurrection. This is the blessing of the snake spirit. The old snake granny widened her aged eyes in surprise, kneeling excitedly, murmuring in gratitude for the blessing from the great snake spirit. Someone quickly brought the unconscious Shaki over, and under the illumination of this miraculous light, all the injured members of the 9 snake clan had their injuries largely healed. Except for those with particularly severe fractures and penetrating wounds, the rest had fully recovered. Among those present from the 9 snake clan, some knew Newgate's identity, while others knew nothing at all. It must be the snake spirit's messenger. It has to be. It must be the great snake spirit sent to save us. Those who were unaware of Newgate's identity worshipped him like a deity, kneeling in reverence. Newgate couldn't be bothered to explain to them, simply gazing at the scene before him in amazement, feeling as if his entire spirit had been cleansed under that golden light, bringing an exceptional sense of tranquility and peace. Of course, this did not include the frantically writhing and struggling saint, one evil wolf lying on the ground. This process lasted a full hour. After an hour, the light gradually faded, and Gloria, OSA's figure slowly descended, landing gracefully on the ground. She nimbly got up, looking at Newgate with immense gratitude. Her cheeks flushed as if they were about to bleed, her lips trembling slightly, unable to utter a word. Shaki watched her sister's reaction and couldn't help but find it amusing, yet she too blushed as she approached Newgate, softly saying, "Tch. Thank you." Newgate merely nodded casually, because the system notification had been ringing continuously in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing main quest 1. 3. Subduing the 9 snake pirates. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the challenge task, defeating Saint 1 Evil Wolf. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching mastery level in all 4 attributes, achieving peak Emperor level strength, and upgrading the familial bond function to bond function. Ding! Congratulations, host, for the King's Challenge quest starting, current progress 1. Reward: loyalty of the 9 snake pirates. 6 lottery spins on the system's big wheel. Wait a minute. Why is the system so talkative this time? There is a lot of information all at once, and my brain can barely keep up. Defeating Saint 1 Evil Wolf grant a lottery chance? Better than nothing. At that time, he was already furious, and the system seemed to have said something, but he didn't hear it clearly. Now, what concerned him more was that he had reached peak Emperor-level strength already. Newgate was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, he had been able to overpower non-peak Carp and Roger, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say he had peak Emperor-level strength. However, compared to that, he was more astonished by the triggering of the King's Challenge quest. What does this mean? If it weren't for this prompt, he might have forgotten that this system was called the King's Challenge system. The Call Dad task had people calling him Dad every day, making Newgate feel somewhat awkward about it. Isn't this just pure nonsense? However, in a crisis situation, the challenge task still needed to trigger. Otherwise, if he died, he wouldn't have this golden quality active regeneration capsule to extend his life. But what is the progress of this King's Challenge? Is it about competing to become the Pirate King? It shouldn't be, right? Going to Raftel isn't considered a high difficulty dungeon. Never mind. If I can't figure it out, I want to think about it. Anyway, the task progress is only at 1, and there is no clue at all. When the task progress increases in the future, I'll naturally know. Newgate thought to himself. At this moment, Gloria, Osa, and Shaki had gently surrounded Newgate. The two looked at him with dazed expressions, as if lost in thought. When Newgate had given Gloria, Osa, the capsule, although her body was on the verge of collapse and she couldn't speak, her mind was clear. At that moment, she thought it was just her imagination before dying. In a moment when her life was about to fade, seeing this man brought an inexplicable sense of happiness, and all her pain dissipated in that instant. It seemed that death was not such an unbearable thing. Chapter Damwihai Subidol Idol. After Guluo Li Osa took the capsule, her whole body felt as if she was soaking in warm spring water, a warm sensation enveloping her, making her feel dizzy and unable to distinguish between reality and imagination. When her mind cleared, she realized that it was Newgate who had saved them, and her gratitude deepened. She gazed silently and affectionately at Newgate, thinking, Newgate's thoughtful expression is so handsome. Xiaoqi felt similarly, but she was a bit more restrained than Guluo Li Osa. After all, as a super popular idol, she still had a bit of an idol image to maintain. Now, the eyes of Guluo Li Osa and Xiaoqi had turned into little hearts. Guluo Li Osa's face was full of admiration and worship, of course. The admiration outweighed the worship. Xiaoqi, on the other hand, was just the opposite, with worship outweighing admiration. When Newgate came back to his senses and saw these two blood-stained beauties staring at him, he felt a little uneasy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Newgate asked in confusion. Guluo Li Osa was so excited to hear Newgate speak that her mind went blank, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Her body went limp, and she fainted on the ground. Xiaoqi's heart raced as well, but her state was slightly better than Guluo Li Osa's. "And Newgate, are you hungry?" As soon as she said it, Xiaoqi's face turned instantly red. The normally eloquent her now struggled to say even one sentence. Damn mouth, really asking for it. She felt frustrated. If it weren't in front of Newgate, she would have slapped herself already. However, Newgate rubbed his stomach and indeed felt hungry. He nodded and said, "I'm a bit hungry, but with your current situation." Newgate's gaze swept over the surrounding mess, and the meaning was clear. Xiaoqi, blushing, said, "It's okay. We have plenty of food reserves in Nine Snake. After that, she bounced away, leaving Newgate and a group of Nine Snake warriors in disarray. When have they ever seen Xia Qi in this little girl demeanor? Moreover, can they really talk about food reserves? Newgate couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head helplessly. He watched as several warriors carried Guluo Li Osa away to the relatively intact palace, then gazed at the clouds in the sky, lost in thought. What has this become king mission really about? Can't figure it out. Combelt. The deck of the Doghead warship was filled with the aroma of sunbae. Carp was comfortably lying on a sun lounger, soaking up the sun, with crumbs of sunbae stuck to the corner of his mouth. His aide Bogart suddenly rushed over in a panic, holding a transponder snail that had turned into Steelbone Kong's furious face. "Carp, you bastard!" The thunderous roar startled the seagulls pecking its sunbae crumbs on the deck. Carp jolted and instantly sat up. The sun lounger couldn't withstand his violent movement and cracked in half with a snap. "Mr. Kong, let me explain." Carp scratched his messy hair, still half asleep. "Get lost. I don't want to hear your excuses." Steelbone Kong's furious roar came from the other end of the phone. "Stay out there. Don't come back to Navy headquarters." Carp was half awake and stubbornly said, "I am a vice admiral of the headquarters. How can I not return to Navy headquarters?" He patted his chest, though his tone was slightly lacking in confidence. "Little Crane said she made sunbae for me to eat when I return." Bang! A sound of documents slamming against the wall came from the other end of the phone. "Then go catch St. Juan Wolf." Steelbone Kong gritted his teeth and said, "The massacre of the West Sea Giant tribe, combined with the attacks on a dozen kingdoms along the way. As long as you solve this problem, I'll pretend I don't know about your unauthorized departure." "All right." Carp's eyes lit up, and he excitedly nodded in response. "That guy is currently in the comm belt. Be careful. That guy is a giant with the powers of the Paramecia-type expansion fruit. The bounty has skyrocketed to 860 million. Steelbone Kong seriously wanted." However, before he finished speaking, Carp had already hung up the phone with a snap. "That bastard." Steelbone Kong's roar echoed throughout the Navy headquarters. "Wahaha!" Carp threw the hung-up transponder snail to his aide Bogart, cracked his neck, and his fists collided with a loud bang. "Just right time to stretch. Bogart, full speed ahead. Target 9 Snake Island." The warship sped through the calm waters, cutting through the tranquil sea of the Calm Belt. The West Sea's closest country to the Calm Belt is 9 Snake Island, Amazon Lily. If that St. Juan Wolf wants to resupply, he will definitely go there. Carp stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze howling past, lifting his justice cloak. And his observation hockey was fully activated. He frowned as he looked into the distance, already sensing a faint tremor. He squinted, relying on his keen observation hockey, and instantly captured a familiar aura. Why is that guy Newgate here too? Although he was filled with doubts, he didn't hesitate to steer towards 9 Snake Island. At this time, on 9 Snake Island, the survivors of the 9 Snake tribe had gone through a brief rest and were busy with their own matters. As long as Guluo Leo Sa was not by Newgate's side, she transformed back into the efficient empress, issuing various orders and under her command. 9 Snake City regained its former order. Everyone understood that to restore this city, which had begun reconstruction but was still in ruins, to its former grandeur, they didn't know how long it would take. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi followed Newgate with eyes full of admiration, sticking closely to him like a little tail that couldn't be shaken off. It was hard to imagine that this super idol, who was popular throughout the seas, was now acting like a naive little fangirl, circling around Newgate. Newgate, big brother. Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled like a joyful little deer, bouncing around Newgate and chattering. "What is the name of that move where you swish split the sky?" Before Newgate could answer, she asked again, "How did you train to have such powerful strength? Can you teach me?" After saying that, she shook Newgate's arm with a hint of a pout. By the way, do you like to drink? Our 9 Snake Islands gong, Zwoluala wine, is very famous. Even little girls won't get drunk if they drink it." Xiaoqi excitedly talked, seemingly having endless things to say. Newgate felt overwhelmed. Although this young lady was very beautiful, who knew she was a chatterbox? He could say one word, and she could say 3 sentences back. Really hard to handle. Chapter 83. Carp's Mission. La la la. That move. I haven't had the chance to think of a name for it yet. Newgate said with a headache, "It's just a simple attack. Why bother naming it? Isn't that a bit too pretentious? As for the power, that's largely innate. When it comes to alcohol, I still prefer strong liquor. After he finished speaking, the temporary shelter beside him had already been set up by the coordinated efforts of the Nine-Snake warriors. Gloriosa was hiding behind the tent, only peeking out her blushing face, enviously watching Shaki and Newgate chatting and laughing together. Logically speaking, as the queen of the Nine-Snake tribe, Gloriosa should personally greet her great benefactor Newgate. But as soon as she got close to him, she would blush, her heart would race, and she would even get so nervous that she might faint. However, her shy demeanor was nowhere to be hidden from Newgate's scanning-like system map. Newgate had already seen her fidgety posture clearly, and it was as if he understood her perfectly. This guy, he's too impressive, just like King Luffy, making the Empress of the Nine Snakes lovesick. At that moment, a speeding warship suddenly entered Newgate's perception range. Strangely, the warship did not show up as a red dot indicating hostile forces on the system map, but as a yellow dot representing neutrality. Upon seeing the dog head at the front of the warship, Newgate understood immediately. Almost at the same time, the Nine-Snake warriors at the lookout tower shouted loudly, "To the west, a Navy warship is approaching. Everyone, prepare for battle." After that, Gloriosa, Shaki, and a group of Nine-Snake warriors quickly gathered at the coast. Newgate also walked over leisurely, wanted to see what that annoying guy Carp was here for. Gloriosa instinctively turned her gaze to Newgate, and under her 18-level beauty filter, Newgate's handsome aura left her mind blank. Her long and strong legs slightly weakened, and she was almost unable to stand. "Sister, give the order quickly," Shaki said, watching the approaching warship and recognizing the visitor, the terrifyingly powerful Marine. La. Don't be nervous." Newgate looked at Gloriosa's awkward appearance and deliberately brought up his sword, Song Yun Xie, as he walked toward the beach, saying, "I'm going to meet that Carp guy." As soon as he walked away, Gloriosa instantly regained her former authority, her voice calm and powerful. "All warriors, take battle positions. Archers, prepare. Shaki, you and I will assist." After saying that, she rushed directly toward Newgate's figure. Carp's dog-headed warship cut through the waves, and he stood majestically on the deck, his justice cloak flapping in the sea breeze, and his iron fists were already covered in dark armed hockey. His eyes were sharp, and he immediately spotted the tall figure on the coast. "Wah-ha-ha-ha! Newgate, what are you plotting on Nine-Snake Island?" Carp's voice boomed, and everyone present heard it. Newgate stood casually on the beach with Song Yun Xie in hand, creating an endless sense of pressure for the Navy on the ship, all of whom had witnessed Newgate's terrifying strength and nervously gripped their weapons, as if only this could give them a sense of security. La. "Carp, what are you doing on Nine-Snake Island? Here to fight me?" Newgate's hearty laughter echoed through the sky. The moment their eyes met, a terrifying conqueror's hockey erupted, causing the sea to churn violently. The Navy aimed their cannons at Newgate, while the Nine-Snake warriors nervously pulled their bows tight, and dangerous expressions flashed in Gloriosa's and Shaki's beautiful eyes. Just then, a massive figure in the distance caught Carp's attention. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted, "Wolf?" Newgate followed his gaze and smirked slightly. "What's wrong? Are you interested in this guy?" "Wahaha! This isn't even a task sent by that empty guy." Before he could finish his sentence, Carp covered his mouth, realizing that such matters shouldn't be spoken of to outsiders, especially when the other party was a notorious pirate. Bogart had a face full of black lines, sighed, and rubbed his forehead. Even the Marines on the deck looked helpless. Their superior was truly a heartless guy. La. If you want this guy, then take him away," Newgate said generously. Just right, he was still troubled about how to deal with this troublesome guy. In the next moment, Newgate appeared beside St. Wolf. He grinned slightly, revealing a teasing arc, feeling a surge of malicious amusement. Then he waved his hand, and St. Wolf's mountain-like body instantly soared into the air. A terrifying shadow was cast down, and the Nine-Snake warriors remained relatively calm. After all, this monster was subdued by Newgate with ease. The Marines, however, looked shocked at this notorious criminal who had wreaked havoc in over a dozen kingdoms, their eyes wide with disbelief. That mountain-like monster was now missing a leg and an arm, with its chest exposing pillar-like white bones. Yet even so, the guy was still alive, thrashing and struggling in the air. How could such a gigantic, terrifying monster be so badly injured by him? That bastard. However, if it were Newgate, it wasn't hard to understand. It was just that this mountain was heading straight for them. And countless Marines seemed to already envision the tragic scene of the warship being smashed to pieces. Help! They helplessly collapsed on the deck, letting out terrified cries. Carp looked up at the massive, mountain-like monster, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was certain that Newgate was doing this on purpose. Carp suddenly stomped on the deck, and with a crack, the deck shattered instantly. He launched himself like a cannonball, his muscles bulging as he smashed his terrifying fist, wrapped in dark hockey, onto St. Juan Wolf's massive body. Boom! A loud crash echoed. St. Juan Wolf's body crashed heavily onto the sea. In an instant, the seawater boiled violently, and enormous splashes shot into the sky. Blood oozed from various parts of St. Juan Wolf's body, dyeing the surrounding sea a light red. In immense pain, St. Juan Wolf struggled madly, his huge mouth opening wide, trying to roar. However, only air flowed through his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. At that moment, he desperately wished for instant death, so he wouldn't have to endure such inhuman torment anymore. However, fate did not grant his wish. Waiting for him were two heavy sea prism stone chains. Chapter 84. Carp's Departure. The Empress's intent Carp stood firmly on the deck, casually tossing out two chains while digging his nose, and loudly instructed, "Bogart, tie this piece of rotten meat to the ship's stern. Remember to wrap the chains tightly. Don't let this guy escape." The Navy men immediately echoed in unison, frantically rushing towards St. Juan Wolf, struggling to bind this giant creature. Carp then flashed and landed directly beside Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at this unexpected guest and suddenly grinned. "Con, this guy seems to be in a bad mood lately." Carp's smile instantly froze on his face, and the words he had prepared got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. "Ooh la la la." Whitebeard looked at Carp's expression, already having an answer in his heart. Carp glared fiercely at Whitebeard, and to regain his composure, he grinned and leaned closer to Whitebeard, lowering his voice. "Whitebeard, those girls from the Kuja haven't given you a hard time, have they? I heard that men aren't allowed here." "Ooh la la la. You don't need to worry about that." Whitebeard laughed loudly. "Amazon Lily is now my territory." After speaking, the Murakumo slammed heavily onto the ground, and a terrifying shockwave spread out like ripples, instantly stirring up monstrous waves on the previously calm sea. "Tell that guy Kong to withdraw the Navy you're monitoring, or else." Whitebeard's words were full of threats. Carp awkwardly chuckled and replied loudly, "Wah, Whitebeard, you should say that directly to Kong." Under the horrified gazes of the Kuja warriors, the Doghead warship slowly sailed away, dragging the St. Juan Wolf who was sputtering water. Shachi looked at the gradually receding warship and suddenly tugged on Whitebeard's arm. She asked, "Whitebeard, big brother, are you friends with that Marine?" Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ooh la la la. We're not friends, just mutual admirers. Enemies, that's all." Shachi's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of contemplation, and then she said, "By the way, my sister said she wants to invite you for dinner." Night. Kuja Royal Palace. In the luxurious dining room. The last empty plate had just been cleared away. Gloriosa sat at the dining table. Her anxious fingers had already crumpled the silk tablecloth, creating several holes. She secretly glanced at Whitebeard, who was still drinking boisterously across from her, and her face immediately flushed. "Whitebeard." Gloriosa suddenly stood up. A few drops of wine inadvertently spilled from her glass onto her high-slit chipao. But she didn't care. Instead, she took a deep breath and said, "How about we take a walk in the Kuja garden to sober up?" After speaking, Gloriosa's delicate skin turned completely red, and she shyly lowered her head, not daring to meet Whitebeard's resolute face. The Kuja people standing on both sides turned their heads in unison, tightly pursing their lips and using all their strength to suppress their laughter, fearing that a laugh would ruin the subtle atmosphere. They had never seen their empress speak with such a trembling voice. "Sober up? I'm not." Whitebeard wiped the wine stains from his mustache and was about to blurt out, but suddenly sensed something was off and quickly changed his words. "Ooh la la la. Sure. I'd like to see the night view of Kuja." The moonlight poured down like water on Amazon lily, and the air was filled with various floral scents. Gloriosa's high heels clicked on the stone path, producing a crisp sound that was quite pleasant. Moreover, Whitebeard keenly noticed that under Gloriosa's high-slit cheepow, her firm and smooth legs were intentionally or unintentionally brushing against his body, a feeling that made his heart race and his imagination run wild. Suddenly, Gloriosa stopped in front of a pink flower by the pond. From Whitebeard's angle, he could just see Gloriosa's impressive curves, the exaggerated lines making his blood rush. Whitebeard quickly averted his gaze, but his peripheral vision still unconsciously glanced over. Whitebeard, big brother, this flower is called a twin lotus. Gloriosa spoke softly. It is said that lovers who have touched it together will. Before she could finish, Whitebeard's large hand had already snapped onto the flower's stem. Perhaps he hadn't controlled his strength well. The petals of the flower instantly fell off, and the entire flower plummeted into the pond. Gloriosa couldn't help but let out a surprised cry. Whitebeard raised his hand in confusion and awkwardly laughed. This flower is quite delicate. In the shadow of the garden, Shachi, who was secretly watching, covered her face in pain, desperately trying not to laugh out loud. But suppressing laughter was too painful. God, save me. At this moment, Gloriosa turned around, her face as red as if it would drip, full of entanglement. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. What I mean is, Gloriosa grabbed the hem of Whitebeard's coat, stood on her tiptoes with determination, and when her affectionate gaze met Whitebeard's slightly tipsy eyes, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Gloriosa exclaimed, her body uncontrollably tipping towards the pond. Whitebeard reacted quickly, wrapping his arms around her delicate yet firm waist, and asked with concern, "Did you drink too much?" But inside, he was surprised by the elastic feel of her body. Unlike Miss Bikini, who was soft as if boneless, Gloriosa was firm from long-term training. How should one put it? Each has its own merits. No. Gloriosa struggled to break free from his reassuring embrace. Her face flushed as she shouted, "Whitebeard, please marry me." After shouting, she realized she had used a commanding tone. She hurriedly added, "Is that okay?" Thud. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the woods. It was Shachi accidentally falling over, followed by the tinkling laughter of the little girl Toritoma. Whitebeard had long noticed this. After all, his radar-like system map was always on, and the powers of the Tremor Fruit's particle control made him acutely aware of any disturbance within a 10-kilometer radius. Sia! Chi! Gloriosa's shameful and angry scream echoed throughout the back garden. Whitebeard looked at the chaotic back garden, and, with a thought, the unfinished Gongziola wine appeared in his hand. He watched them playfully while leisurely savoring the famous wine of Amazon lily. In this lively and warm atmosphere, his mood gradually calmed down. Chapter 85, Function Upgrade. The king returns home. Edward Newgate comfortably lay on a hammock, and with a thought, the system interface gradually unfolded. Ever since completing this main storyline mission, he hadn't had the chance to check his current basic information. The system panel displayed basic information: name, Edward Newgate, age, 31, physical skills, 259-100 mastery, special talents, innate strength, flesh fortress, heart of the strong, hockey values, conqueror's hockey, 1051-100 mastery, armament hockey, 267-100 mastery, observation hockey, 163-100 mastery, fruit ability values, paramecia, tremor fruit, 336-100, current status, physical condition, good, mental state, pleasant. Note: since the host's 4 values have reached mastery, his strength has reached the peak of the emperor level. The bond function has been activated. What is the bond function? Newgate looked at the icon that originally represented familial bonds, which had quietly transformed from a red heart into a Z-shaped ribbon. Curious, he clicked on this icon, and 3 lists appeared. The first was familial bond, which still displayed the relevant values of Marco and his group of kids, representing the emotional bond unique to them. The second list, surprisingly, was faction bond, which included Garp, Roger, and the Golden Lion Shiki. Garp, affinity, 18-100, preliminary recognition, trust, 8-100, limited trust, inner thoughts, this Whitebeard. is indeed a respectable opponent. Roger Affinity, 15-100, preliminary recognition. Trust, 12-100, limited trust, inner thoughts. It's a thrill to sail the seas in the same era as Whitebeard. Shiki Affinity, 21-100, preliminary recognition. Trust, 3100, preliminary trust, inner thoughts. Clearly so powerful, yet he insists on being some old man. It's infuriating and enviable. Newgate looked at the information of these three guys, feeling a mix of emotions. He had thought Garp and Roger's values would be higher, but unexpectedly. The highest was actually Shiki, that guy from the Rocks Pirates. Moreover, this guy is envious of him having a bunch of sons? It seems this guy ISNT an irredeemable madman after all. As for the other members of the Rocks Pirates not appearing in the faction bond, it was normal. After all, those crazy guys have never known the word trust. The third list, emotional bond. The information here gave Newgate a headache. Miss Bakeen, romantic value, 69-100, enchanted. Compatibility, 72-100, harmonious, inner thoughts. Only I can help you showcase your true value. Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, romantic value, 53-100, desiring. Compatibility, 0-100, estranged, inner thoughts. Ma. We can have the strongest child in the world. Gorlami OSA, romantic value, 100-100, adoring. Compatibility, 71-100, harmonious, inner thoughts. For you, I can give up my life. Shaki, romantic value, 83-100, admiring. Compatibility, 52-100, compatible, inner thoughts. A strong yet gentle man, truly moving. Gorlami OSA's romantic value has already reached 100? Newgate raised an eyebrow, pondering. No, perhaps the system's value limit can only display 100. Based on her performance, he felt 200 was also possible. And the highest compatibility was surprisingly Miss Bakeen. This was truly unexpected. Was it because Bakeen is too smart? And Lin? Let's not talk about it. However, what puzzled him most was the task progress in the taskbar. King title task 1. How is this judged? Newgate thought hard. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Could it be because the main storyline task 1, 3 is to subdue the 9 snake pirates, and the captain of the 9 snake pirates, Gorlami OSA, is the actual controller of 9 Snake Island? Yes, it must be this way. Newgate felt he had grasped a crucial clue. Sure enough, becoming the Pirate King is still too easy for Newgate, who possesses a system. Now that the progress of the King title task has reached 1, it must be because Gorlami OSA is completely loyal to him. Thus, 9 Snake Island can be considered his territory. It must be so. Newgate's eyes sparkled, and he silently made up his mind. He would definitely find an opportunity to prove whether his guess was correct. Meanwhile, on the vast and boundless sea, the Fervants slowly arrived in the New World. When they were some distance from Hive Island, Shiki skillfully maneuvered the Fervant to descend slowly, eventually stabilizing on the sea surface. Everyone felt little about it. After all, they had witnessed too many miracles during this journey. Rox calmly adjusted his iconic crimson cloak, wearing his usual mad smile, and took the lead toward the pirate ship. Behind him, Shiki, Silver Axe, and a group of cadres followed suit and boarded the pirate ship. The pirate ship sped toward Hive Island, cutting through the waves. On Hive Island, the flag of the Rocks Pirates fluttered atop the highest rock mountain, seemingly declaring their dominance to the world. This place, known as the Pirates' Paradise, was originally a desolate land where various countries exiled criminals. Over time, due to its distance from the Navy headquarters and the complex surrounding terrain, it gradually became a stronghold for pirates. Months ago, this crazy guy Rox gathered a group of equally mad pirates and audaciously launched the Hive Island occupation incident. After a fierce and brutal battle, they managed to secure victory and successfully claimed Hive Island as their stronghold. The pirates who originally occupied this land were also forced to submit under his might. Wahahaha, my little ones, your king has returned. Rox stood at the bow of the ship, arms wide open, letting out a proud laugh that echoed far across the sea. As the familiar pirate ship approached like a giant beast, the unruly pirates on the dock looked on with unmistakable fear in their eyes. They instinctively stepped back, clearing a wide path by the dock. Rox held his head high, stepping onto the dock first, like a king returning. He wore a mad smile, his steps steady and powerful, exuding an innate, domineering aura that made the surrounding air tremble. Behind him, Shiki, John, and other cadres also followed closely, their faces filled with wild laughter. The momentum they radiated was equally intimidating. Wherever they passed, all pirates lowered their heads, not daring to meet their gaze. And the atmosphere on the entire dock was oppressive and tense. End of chapter. Chapter 86. Undercurrents. Newgate's training. Just as the Rock's pirates marched aggressively towards the island, a peculiar figure in the crowd caught the attention of nearby pirates. It was a short individual dressed in a black robe, carrying a huge axe that seemed disproportionate to his size. "Hey," one pirate shouted, "that short guy over there. This isn't a place for you to join the fun." He scoffed and continued, "The further you go towards the center, the crazier the pirates get." Another pirate beside him sneered, "Every day, countless people want to join the Rock's pirates." To the surrounding pirates, this unfamiliar figure was merely a newcomer trying to blend in with the Rock's pirates, hoping to achieve instant success. At that moment, a drunken pirate staggered towards the short figure. He lifted his foot and viciously kicked the small figure. "Stop bullying him. Who doesn't know the Rock's pirates? They're the all-star villains of this sea." A nearby pirate couldn't watch any longer and couldn't help but intervene. However, before he could finish his sentence, the figure in the black robe instantly transformed into a muscular man with his upper body exposed, covered in bulging muscles. The muscular man wore sunglasses marked with an X, and his upper body was tattooed with terrifying designs, emanating a chilling sense of power. With a hand wrapped in black armed color hockey, he fiercely grabbed the drunken man's head and, amid the astonished gazes of everyone, smashed him with a near-violent force onto a distant rock mountain. Boom! A terrifying rumble resonated, making people's ear bones ache, and amidst the flying debris, everyone was horrified to find that the rock mountain had been pierced through, creating a massive hole, as if feeling that a single hole wasn't perfect enough. The strong figure then threw a punch. Boom! Another loud bang, and two holes of the same size appeared on a rock mountain. From a distance, these two holes combined with the rock mountain looked like a skull looming over the entire island. Hey! Many pirates gaped in surprise, unable to comprehend what the muscular man was doing. Seeing this, Rox laughed wildly and said, "Look at this view, this scenery." He turned to the muscular man and said, "I told you we need to make a hole here, right, Silver Axe? Or should I call you Extreme Path? Fierce." Wahaha! Rox watched as Silver Axe shed his eye-catching armor, revealing his originally imposing appearance, and couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Holy land, Mariehua. Steelbone Kong stood upright and properly in the meeting room of Panga City. Beside him stood a man in a white suit, thin in stature, wearing a clown mask, looking completely non-threatening, as if he were an ordinary person. However, Steelbone Kong didn't dare let his guard down. Every nerve in his body was alert, because this seemingly ordinary guy was actually the true leader of the Celestial Dragon's direct organization, CP0, codenamed Clown. It was rumored that he single-handedly executed many heads of state who defied the Celestial Dragons, as well as countless notorious pirates on the seas. His ruthless methods and terrifying strength made people tremble in fear. He was indeed an extremely dangerous person. Just as Kong was lost in thought, the sound of a cane tapping against the ground rang out. Saint Satan walked in at a leisurely pace, sitting imposingly in a chair, his sharp gaze slowly sweeping over the two, asking, "You two, how are your tasks coming along?" Steelbone Kong was about to speak when the clown spoke up first. He, Saint Satan, everything is arranged, just waiting for your order," he cackled, his shrill voice echoing in the meeting room. "We can close the net at any time." The bizarre laughter made Kong frown uncontrollably. "Kong, what about you?" Satan turned his gaze to Steelbone Kong. Kong hurriedly nodded and said solemnly, "The relevant personnel have secretly arrived at the Navy's G1 branch in the New World. The G5 branch is on standby, closely monitoring the Rock-related pirate groups." But Satan's expression suddenly darkened as he stared at Kong and asked, "But what?" Under Satan's terrifying aura, Steelbone Kong's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak, but the Navy's influence around Hakanosu Island still cannot fully penetrate. After hearing Steelbone Kong's report, Satan unexpectedly did not get angry. Instead, he fell into deep thought, his expression solemn, not revealing what he was contemplating. Clown, continue with the intelligence work. After a long time, Saint Satan finally spoke slowly. As you command, Saint Satan. The clown respectfully nodded, his figure vanishing like a ghost. Kong, you can leave now. Yes. Steelbone Kong finally let out a sigh of relief. In front of Satan, the sense of oppression he felt was not due to strength, but rather the stark difference in status between them. After all, his position as Fleet Admiral of the Navy was granted by Saint Satan, and he could take it back at any moment. Far away on Amazon Lily, Newgate had comfortably stayed for over a month. During this time, he focused on his training on the surrounding small islands during the day, continually exploring and familiarizing himself with the various intricate operations of particle control. At night, he returned to the palace of the Snake Queen to rest. The women of Amazon Lily were fearless warriors in battle and were also skilled attendants in daily life. Every day, different sexy beauties bathed and dressed him. Such treatment made him a bit reluctant to leave. After all, the women here had never seen a man, and Newgate had become a rare sight in their eyes, with curiosity driving them to compete to see what made men different from them. Of course, aside from the pleasures of life, the results of his training were also impressive. Based on his vague understanding of quantum mechanics and string theory, Newgate surprisingly developed the ability to traverse space using the tremor fruit. Through tireless experimentation, he controlled particles to vibrate at a specific frequency, triggering a quantum tunneling effect, opening a channel in the energy barrier of space. At the same time, he allowed strings to temporarily overlap with higher dimensional space at the same frequency, achieving spatial traversal between 2 points. This was simply a plus version of the tremor fruit. In battle, it could allow for terrifying instantaneous movement. Just imagine appearing unexpectedly in a place the enemy never anticipated during a fight and delivering a fatal blow. How terrifying that would be. However, this ability was not flawless. Currently, its effective range was limited to 10 kilometers. Moreover, compared to controlling a single element, such as wind, fire, light, or electricity, it consumed much more stamina. With Newgate's current strength, he couldn't use it continuously for long periods. In addition, Newgate also attempted the long-desired ability to turn stone into gold. He first concentrated, carefully sensing the unique structure of gold atoms, and then, through his vibration ability, transformed the atoms that made up the stone into single gold atoms. However, after exhausting himself and using a lot of stamina, he finally managed to turn a fist-sized stone into gold when, ding! The product of the fruit's ability cannot be converted into berries by the system. Damn, dog system. If I sell this gold myself, I can recharge with berries, right? Newgate thought to himself. Ding. The product of the fruit's ability and its derivatives cannot be converted into berries by the system. Chapter 87. Affection of a Nine Snake and Daily Life on Newgate's Island. Although Newgate was mentally prepared, he still felt a bit overwhelmed by this system. He should have realized that such an expensive system could never let him exploit bugs. However, he felt a bit happy that the feelings between Shaki and Giroliosa had rapidly intensified during this time. Giroliosa was tied up with kingdom affairs, and couldn't follow Newgate around like Shaki did every day. This meant that Shaki naturally took on the responsibility for Newgate's daily needs. While Newgate trained, Shaki would quietly rest her beautiful face on her hands, staring at him with adoration, occasionally breaking into a mysterious smile that sounded like silver bells. At first, Newgate was a bit uncomfortable, but as time went on, he just went along with it. It's worth mentioning that after spending time together, Giroliosa's mental resilience had noticeably improved. Now, when she saw Newgate, she no longer fainted at the slightest provocation and could even communicate normally. However, due to the innate 18-layer beauty filter of the Nine-Snake tribe and their imaginative capabilities, Newgate could clearly sense that he had become the flawless, irreplaceable choice in the hearts of Shaki and Giroliosa. Moreover, in Nine-Snake Island, there was no saying that sisters could not share a husband when it came to strongmen. This made Newgate feel a bit melancholic. Sigh. Sometimes being too handsome is also a curse. Shaki, ready to set off. Newgate had just finished his training, and the glistening sweat slowly trickled down his rock-solid muscles, exuding a strong masculine scent that made Shaki blush and her heart race. "Okay, big brother Newgate, you've worked hard in training." Shaki's cheeks flushed as she jogged over to Newgate, naturally taking a towel and gently wiping the sweat from his body. Although Newgate could instantly evaporate the sweat on his body through vibration, nothing compared to Shaki's delicate touch. As Newgate enjoyed Shaki's thoughtful service, his mind wandered, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What's wrong, big brother Newgate?" Shaki asked in confusion. It's nothing." Newgate scratched his head and said, "I'm planning to store some things on Nine Snake Island. Is there a safe place here?" The vault in Nine Snake City is good." Shaki frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then suddenly had a bright idea, excitedly saying, "But only my sister has the key to open it. I'll go ask her." As soon as she said that, Shaki rushed off in the distance. "Wait, I'll take you there." Newgate appeared in an instant and wrapped his arms around Shaki's waist without hesitation. Shaki's face instantly turned bright red, but she made no resistance, obediently allowing Newgate to hold her slim, strong waist. After long training, Shaki's fair skin had taken on a healthy sheen, and her curves and slightly visible abs felt great to the touch. Holding Shaki, their figures soared towards the Nine-Snake Palace, buoyed by the wind. Inside the palace, Giroliosa had just methodically arranged the reconstruction tasks for Nine Snake City and was about to find Newgate. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the palace door creaked open, and Newgate appeared with Shaki in front of her. "Lord Newgate!" Giroliosa's face instantly burst into a surprised smile as she joyfully rushed to Newgate and tightly hugged his arm, playfully saying, "I was just about to find you. And you came? Is this the legendary telepathy?" Thud! The few remaining members of the Nine-Snake tribe nearby were startled by the sudden change in their empress and fell to the ground. They stared in shock at the usually dignified empress, who now moved her waist like a lovesick girl, her face filled with astonishment and disbelief. Giroliosa also shyly stomped her foot. "Of course." Newgate laughed heartily, affectionately ruffling Giroliosa's pink hair. After the other Nine-Snake tribe members hurriedly left, he slowly said, "Giroliosa, can I borrow the vault of the Nine-Snake?" After leaving the palace and passing through 3 heavy secret doors, a cold air rushed towards them. Newgate and the others stood at the entrance of the vault. Giroliosa took out the key and opened the final lock of the vault. With the creaking sound of the door opening, a massive underground warehouse, so large it was impossible to see the end, appeared before Newgate. Under the torchlight, the mountain-like piles of gold and silver treasures emitted an enticing glow, making Newgate swallow hard. So much treasure. This is the accumulation of Nine Snake over the centuries. Giroliosa appeared unfazed by the treasures, generously saying, "If Lord Newgate wants, feel free to take whatever you like." Can I really?" Newgate's eyes sparkled. The system backpack storage slot had opened the 14th one, costing 48 billion berries, and expanding the map by 1 kilometer required 39 billion berries. Of course, this ridiculous cost was still exponentially increasing. This mountain of treasures probably wouldn't be enough for him to level up a few times. After all, according to this dog system's extreme costs, upgrading the system map to 20 kilometers and expanding the backpack to 20 storage slots would require a terrifying 30 trillion berries. That was a whole double compared to what the celestial dragons collected from the 170 world government member countries each year. Thinking about it, the excitement in Newgate's eyes faded a bit. "No need, I just want to store some important things here. When I need them later, I'll come back to get them." After saying that, Newgate concentrated and a space cleared in front of the mountain of treasures. Then, he took out the lead powder wooden box he had collected from Frevant from his system backpack and carefully placed it on the empty ground. "This is lead powder. It's toxic, so you must not touch it," Newgate said sternly to Shaki and Giroliosa. They saw how serious Newgate was and nervously swallowed, obediently nodding. Newgate showed a satisfied expression. The women of Nine Snake were truly obedient and never questioned his decisions. As he turned to leave, Newgate inadvertently brushed against a dusty stone at the corner of the wall. In an instant, his entire arm felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and the ability of the devil fruit faded like a tide. At the same time, The system notification sound suddenly rang in Newgate's mind. Ding. Detecting redeemable item. Sea Prism Stone Raw, or Purity 72, Chapter 88. The Empress follows a new world sets sail? Newgate's pupils constricted sharply as he abruptly pulled apart several bags of gold coins piled nearby. As the coins spilled out, an inconspicuous gray stone caught his eye. This is Sea Prism Stone. Newgate's voice involuntarily rose a few pitches. Oh no, I'm sorry, I forgot that the ability user would. Gloria gasped and quickly threw the stone far away. This is the Sea Prism Stone obtained by the 9 snake pirates after plundering a merchant ship long ago. She explained while looking at Newgate with concern. No, is this thing very valuable? Gloria clearly misunderstood his meaning, and Newgate asked again. Of course. It is said that the world government buys Sea Prism stones at high prices, much more expensive than gold. To help Newgate understand more intuitively, Gloria quickly provided examples. Well, a pair of high-purity Sea Prism handcuffs costs 15 million berries, and similarly, Sea Prism bullets of the same quality also cost over 1 million berries. Newgate listened dumbfounded. Sea Prism stone is actually so expensive. Under Gloria's description, it seemed as if an ocean of berries appeared before Newgate, endless and boundless. He just happened to know a place rich in Sea Prism stone, which is Kaido's future territory, Wano country, currently still closed off. If he were to conquer Wano country, wouldn't he be able to get as many berries as he wanted? This money-grabbing system could be filled however he wished. Thinking about this, Newgate couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. What? You want to abdicate? Newgate looked at Gloria, whose face was flushed but extremely serious, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had merely informed Gloria and Shaki that he would be leaving Amazon Lily to head to the New World. Unexpectedly, both of these beautiful women instantly had tears in their eyes. Did we not do enough? Big brother Newgate? Newgate Kuin, Amazon Lily. We don't want to part with you. Their voices trembled, filled with grievance and reluctance. The two stunning beauties, with tears in their eyes, pleaded with him to stay in their most gentle yet most lethal manner, overwhelming even Newgate with a sense of suffocation. The gentle village is the hero's grave. How he wished to remain forever intoxicated in the paradise of Amazon Lily, enjoying the gentle and pleasant times. But there was still his lovely son on Hakanosu Island. Moreover, while it was indeed comfortable in the gentle village, it couldn't forge the powerful strength necessary to protect his family. Newgate took a deep breath, trying to suppress the complex emotions swirling in his heart, forcing himself to sever this tender bond. Gloria, Shaki, I am leaving because I have responsibilities to bear and dreams to pursue, not because of any negligence on your part. His voice was deep and powerful. On the contrary, it is precisely because your feelings are too precious that I cannot stay. Please forgive my selfishness. Newgate seriously rejected Gloria and the others' request for him to stay. The light in Gloria and Shaki's eyes dimmed instantly, and a tremendous sense of loss engulfed them. Seeing Newgate's resolute expression, Gloria and Shaki quickly exchanged glances, huddling together to secretly discuss. Their expressions changed unpredictably, sometimes excited, sometimes struggling, until finally they both stood seriously in front of Newgate. This led to the earlier scene where Gloria said she wanted to abdicate. What? You want to abdicate? Newgate asked in surprise. Gloria nodded heavily, her gaze unwavering, instead burning with an even hotter flame. She glanced at the equally serious Shaki and continued. Shaki is the next 9 snake empress, She took a deep breath and solemnly declared, I want to join the Rocks Pirates and go with you. After hearing Gloria's words, Newgate's pupils trembled violently. Is this right? The history of pirates, under his relentless efforts, has bizarrely reverted? It seems that changing established history isn't an easy task after all. Looking at Gloria's resolute appearance, Newgate felt a mix of emotions. He knew that any obstruction in the face of her determination to give up everything would be futile. This 9 snake empress, who roams the seas, though appearing as a little girl in front of him, possessed a stubbornness that rivaled any man of the sea. I understand now. Since that's the case, let's set sail together. After a long while, Newgate slowly nodded, agreeing to Gloria's request. Amazon Lily held a brief and solemn abdication ceremony for the former empress, while Shaki took on the honor and responsibility of the 9 snakes. The 2 empresses exchanged no more words, only silent entrustment and deep blessings in their eyes. On a not-so-large, fast-sailing ship, Newgate leisurely sat on the deck basking in the sun. Gloria stood quietly beside him, her gaze fixed on the gradually fading outline of the green island that ultimately merged into the horizon. Newgate manipulated the wind to fill the sails, which also lifted Gloria's cheap house skirt and pink hair. The longing in her eyes was scattered by the sea breeze, replaced by a sense of fearlessness and determination. The ship had left the windless zone and reached the latter half of the Grand Line. However, unlike other pirates, Newgate did not need to use a log pose. He only needed to look at the direction indicated by the life card and control the sails with the wind, and the ship would sail steadily on the sea. With the support of his system map, he could sense any disturbances at the first moment. It wasn't that he was unwilling to let the ship fly, but in the rapidly changing new world, conserving energy to deal with various emergencies was the most important thing. However, the long journey felt exceptionally boring. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. The weather in the new world changed drastically. It was sweltering hot during the day, but at night the temperature dropped rapidly, with the sea surface hinting at forming ice shards. Newgate sat in a corner of the cabin, looking up at Gloria, who was forcing herself to stay awake and refusing to let herself rest, feeling a bit speechless. "Get some rest. I'll go outside for a look," Newgate said softly as he stood up to leave. Okay. A flush crossed Gloria's face. When they were on Amazon Lily, she boldly confessed to Newgate. But now that they were alone, her nervous mind went blank, and she didn't dare to say anything. Newgate naturally noticed Gloria's embarrassment and walked out of the cabin. Whoosh! As soon as the door opened, the bone-chilling sea wind rushed into Newgate's cloak, making him shiver involuntarily. Then, with the activation of his particle control ability, an invisible barrier seemed to appear in front of Newgate, instantly silencing the howling sea wind. He frowned, looking at the increasing ice shards on the sea, estimating that it wouldn't be long before a thick layer of ice formed, making it impossible for the sailing ship to navigate. With a thought, under his ability, the floating ice shards on the sea automatically moved to the sides, clearing a path for their ship. Chapter 89. Newgate returns. Confrontation with the Empress. As night deepened, the chill grew stronger. Newgate yawned, estimating the time, and thought that Gloria should be asleep by now, so he quietly pushed the door open. What he saw was Gloria curled up in a corner of the cabin. The cold seemed to penetrate the blanket she was wrapped in, and her body appeared to shiver slightly. This subtle tremor certainly did not escape Newgate's perception. She clearly was not asleep yet. Cold? Newgate asked with concern. A little, Gloria admitted, her delicate body shivering lightly again, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. Only her bright and captivating eyes, still shimmering in the night, were visible as she quietly stared at Newgate. Newgate was silent for a few seconds, then made a movement that quickened Gloria's heartbeat. He slowly untied his cloak, revealing his solid and muscular physique. Newgate said nothing, merely gesturing with his eyes for her to sit beside him. In that gaze, there was an unmistakable domineering invitation and undeniable care. Gloria felt her heart racing to the point of near suffocation. She hurriedly got up and took a deep breath of the salty air. Without any hesitation, she wrapped the blanket around her and walked, slightly unsteady, to sit next to Newgate, like a little cat seeking warmth. The distance between them instantly closed, and Gloria could even feel the warmth radiating from his solid body. The cramped space of the cabin made it inevitable for her to sit closely against Newgate. Her body pressed tightly against his arm. The warm touch enveloped her completely. Newgate said little, only gently draping his cloak over Gloria's shoulders before slowly closing his eyes. Under that warm embrace, Gloria gradually fell asleep. With each sway of the ship, her delicate body would inch closer to Newgate, and as the distance decreased, she could even feel his warm breath. This comfortable and reassuring feeling made the sleeping Gloria unconsciously snuggle closer to Newgate until she eventually found herself unknowingly resting on him. Hive Island. After a few days of recovery, Rox had already planned the next voyage. in the open space beneath the massive skull at the center of the island. The various officers of the Rocks Pirates had gathered. Even that troublemaker Kaido had come to join in the excitement. Hey, where's that bastard Rocks? Lingling, wearing a sun hat, stood aside, her impressive figure attracting countless gazes. That bastard isn't messing around with his treasures again, is he? Shiki said with a gloomy face. Cigar smoke continuously billowing from his mouth, curling around him. Ha ha! The devil fruit is nowhere near as enticing as treasure, John exclaimed, taking a swig from a bottle, his bleary eyes filled with greedy desire for riches. Wang Ji's cold gaze swept across the crowd, but he did not find a one he longed to kill. Just as he was about to speak, a maniacal laughter erupted. Waha! I'm back! Newgate laughed wildly, gently placing the blushing Gloria down, and stood powerfully next to Rocks. Everyone was shocked. Wang Ji instinctively took a step back, hiding his corpulent figure among the crowd, because they had no idea how Newgate had arrived. This terrifying speed, in a life-and-death battle, could probably take an enemy's head in an instant. Shiki's eyes flashed with intense battle intent, his mouth curling into an exaggerated grin as he excitedly shouted, Newgate, you've gotten stronger again. Waha, my dear son is all right? Newgate did not respond, instead asking about Marco and the other situation. TCH, you bastard. Shiki scoffed, those little monsters are fine. He puffed on a cigar, not displeased that Whitebeard ignored him, and began discussing Marco's recent circumstances. From Shiki's words, Newgate learned that Marco and the others have been training almost obsessively, even reaching a level of obsession. In Shiki's words, your little bastards now have the strength to face a Navy lieutenant commander. Waha! Thanks, Shiki. Newgate felt a sense of relief, giving Shiki a grateful look. TCH. Shiki disdainfully lowered his head, ignoring Newgate. Newgate. Lingling looked at Gloria beside Newgate, her eyes flashing with suspicion, and then, as if realizing something, she roared. Don't forget the promise you made to me, you bastard. Newgate looked at the seemingly enraged Lingling, breaking out in a cold sweat, his heart filled with bitterness. It wasn't that he couldn't handle Lingling, but a man's word is his bond. He couldn't go back on his word. However, thinking of Lingling's impressive track record, Newgate felt a twinge of discomfort. Even with Luffy as a safety measure, that was still close contact. Moreover, this wouldn't produce the most gifted child in the world. He could only hope for Vegapunk's technology. Yeah, Lingling, I promise I will fulfill what I promised you. Now, Newgate could only try to appease Lingling. Now, be patient and give me some time. Lingling received Newgate's promise and finally let out a dissatisfied snort, withdrawing her angry demeanor, adding, you better fulfill your promise soon. Or, she shot a fierce look at Gloria, the threat evident. Gloria met her gaze defiantly. The two women's eyes clashed fiercely in the air, a spark flying between them. Immediately, Gloria's conqueror's haki surged, her cold gaze locking onto Lingling. She could faintly sense the strength of the woman before her. But so what? As the Empress of the Nine Snakes, she would not back down easily. Lingling, however, was unfazed. She didn't regard Gloria at all, thinking, so what if she has conqueror's haki? In the New World, those with the qualities of a king were as numerous as fish in a river. She laughed wildly and said, Hey, Newgate, your woman is something else. Chapter 90, Dominant Aura Shocking the Scene. Stop it, Lingling. Newgate suppressed his anger, and Lingling's unreasonable attitude really frustrated him, making him unable to help but scold her sharply. In an instant, an invisible pressure exploded in the air. Lingling was taken aback by this sudden pressure and took a half-step back before reluctantly closing her mouth. She knew better than anyone that if this man in front of her decided to strike, it would definitely be a crushing defeat. Miss Bakine watched the two women confronting Newgate, her beautiful eyes rolling around, not knowing what she was calculating. Hey, you guys. Roxas' forehead was bulging with veins, and his eyes revealed obvious displeasure. Did they forget who the captain is? What's wrong? Rox, you bastard. Do you want to fight? Lingling was already angry, and Rox's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, causing her to explode instantly. Seeing this, Kaido did not hesitate to stand beside Lingling, his hachi, Jia, firmly thrust into the ground, and his gaze fiercely fixed on Rox, showing a very firm stance. If a fight broke out, he would definitely side with Lingling. Ha ha, this is so interesting. Shiki smoked a cigar, excitedly watching this tense scene, his eyes revealing a sense of wanting chaos. Captain John and Silver Axe tacitly took a few steps back, leaving room for these crazy guys to fight. Wang Ji's figure had long since disappeared, not knowing which corner he had hidden in. This guy always managed to sense danger first. Looking at Kaido's punchable expression, Rox's anger surged to his forehead. Kaido, you little brat who doesn't know the height of heaven and the depth of the earth. He directly ignored Lingling's provocation and shouted angrily. In the next moment, his body seemed to teleport to Kaido's front. Immediately after, a size 45-foot heavily kicked Kaido in the face. Bang! Kaido didn't even have time to react. That large foot quickly enlarged in his pupils, and then his face rapidly deformed. As a sharp pain hit him, his body flew back like a cannonball. Rox, you bastard dared to hit my brother. Seeing this, Lingling was furious. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon, Mom. The three top homies with evil smiles instantly transformed into their complete forms. Zeus turned into terrifying thunderclouds. Prometheus gathered above Lingling's hair, and Napoleon transformed into a sharp, long sword. Lingling's arm instantly raised. The terrifying conqueror's haki surged like a raging tide, converging on Napoleon. Fear Nation. A terrifying slash tore through the ground, heading straight for Rox. Rox wore a crazy smile while drawing out the long sword from his waist. These bastards. I am a captain. If I don't show them some color, they'll be getting too bold. A more terrifying conqueror's haki thunder emanated from Rox, instantly wrapping around his long sword. This sword strike was the terrifying blow of Harold, the king of the fierce giant nation, which left the surrounding 5 kilometers barren. At this moment, it tore through the sky, carrying an immense momentum, rapidly attacking Kaido and Lingling. Ha ha! Golden Lion Shiki's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been a long time since he had seen Rox use his full strength. In his bloodthirsty, crazy eyes, it was as if he could already see Lingling and Kaido falling in a bloody mess. Silver Axe and John unconsciously took a few steps back, their pupils constricting as they swallowed hard. Does Rox really need to be this serious? This conflict is really going to escalate. Girolioso was wide-eyed in shock, aside from Whitebeard. He had never seen an attack this powerful. The terrifying pressure made everyone present feel cold and fearful. Just as the two slashes collided, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the center of the collision. Newgate, holding the Tsung Yuncut, unleashed his conqueror's haki to the extreme, combining it with his terrifying brute strength and particle control ability, fiercely smashing down towards the two slashes. Swish! A dazzling light flashed, seemingly illuminating the entire world. Boom! Followed by a deafening roar. However, the imagined destructive shockwave did not sweep through. After the light dissipated, they only saw a tall and strong figure standing mightily in a massive pit formed by the collision. Newgate was seen with his head slightly bowed. Not a single scratch on him, not even a speck of dust on his white cloak. His golden hair hung down, hiding his expression, and he exuded a suffocating, terrifying pressure. The gigantic scythe, radiating a chilling aura, seemed to hint that its master was not in a good mood at this moment. Hut, hut, hut. The sound of Tsung Yuncut striking the ground was like a heavy hammer, seemingly pounding on everyone's hearts. Newgate walked steadily out of the pit. If this continues, it will only lead to endless internal strife. Newgate's deep voice echoed, and everyone present heard him. If Newgate paused slightly, raised his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tsung Yuncut drew a crescent arc in his hand. If anyone hasn't had enough fun, I'm here to accompany you. The voice, filled with haki, resonated throughout the venue. The place fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, and they swallowed hard unconsciously. They looked in disbelief at that terrifying figure, unable to comprehend how Newgate had dissipated that terrifying attack into nothingness. Even Rox was no exception. He stared at Newgate in shock, his mouth forming an O shape, and a storm surged in his heart. This guy, is he really this strong now? I might not even be able to defeat him. Damn it. The impending fierce conflict was abruptly halted by Newgate's powerful intervention. Newgate carried the despondent Kaido, and after a few flashes, arrived at the place where Marco and the others were staying. Marco and the others were practicing and were all covered in dirt. Josu's half-body had already diamondized, shining with dazzling brilliance. Ding! A crisp sound as Bista's sharp sword light swiftly slashed upwards. Sachi also nimbly dodged Marco's kick, then moved up to throw a punch wrapped in haki. Marco, who was originally focused on practicing with Sachi, was suddenly distracted by the figure slowly descending from the sky. Forgetting to dodge. Bang! Sachi fell as if his fist had struck a hard wall. When he raised his face and saw that familiar tall figure, he was instantly stunned. A wild joy spread across his face. Oh, yeah. The little guys excitedly rushed over with fiery eyes. Urahara. Newgate patted each of their heads and asked with concern, "During this time, those bad guys Haven T troubled you, right?" "No, it's just Uncle Shiki coming over every day to help us train." Marco excitedly recounted the events of this period to Newgate. Upon hearing the title Uncle Shiki, Newgate's mouth involuntarily twitched. Unexpectedly, that usually troublesome Shiki left a pretty good impression on these little brats. MHM, Uncle Shiki's swordsmanship is very strong. Bista nodded in agreement, sincerely admiring Shiki's swordsmanship. But Sachi showed a gentle smile. "I still want Dad to come back soon." Jaz nodded wildly beside them, expressing his agreement. TCH. Kaido looked at this warm scene and couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth in disgust at the sickening affection. Chapter 91. Rock's Plan. The formation of the Grand Fleet. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, his gaze instantly locking onto Kaido. Almost at the same moment, his figure appeared in front of Kaido in an instant. "What did you say?" A deep voice, laced with a hint of chill, rang out, causing Kaido to shiver. "And nothing. Nothing at all." Kaido's words were cut short as Whitebeard swung his arm, sending Kaido flying into the air like a cannonball. Kaido's scream pierced the sky, and then he plummeted to the ground in a free fall. Boom! A loud sound echoed as a human-shaped crater appeared on the scene. Kaido lay motionless in the pit, looking as if he were dead at first glance. Whitebeard watched Kaido's still figure, feeling no concern in his heart. After all, this guy had jumped off the Sky Island without any issues. This was nothing. However, Whitebeard looked at the system panel showing the called DAD mission. Noting the success rate for Kaido had dropped to 48. Veins popped up on his forehead. In just a short time away, the success rate of the mission to take Kaido as his son had decreased by 8 percentage points. Is this acceptable? It definitely isn't. It seems like I have to schedule daily beatings for this guy, or else the mission really won't be completed. Whitebeard stared at Kaido, silently thinking. As if sensing danger instinctively, Kaido couldn't help but shudder. He had a vague premonition that his future life wouldn't be peaceful. He couldn't help but internally exclaim, "This is so hard for me." The next day, Rox summoned the crew for another meeting. Unexpectedly, all the officers of the Rox Pirates were particularly punctual, standing early beneath the skull-like rocky mountain. Whitebeard sat on the ground with an imposing aura, exuding an innate dominance, while Joel D. Roger snuggled beside him, radiating tenderness. Kaido, bruised and battered, stood behind him with the other 3 small ones. Although this combination looked quite strange, it still exuded a powerful presence. Before long, Shiki, Silver Axe, and Rox himself arrived. After a round of friendly greetings, Rox spoke with wild enthusiasm. "Waha, our target this time is those infamous characters in the world." His voice echoed in everyone's ears. Smuggling Pirate Gansey, Godfather of the West Sea Marlin, Catfish Fishman Babel, and King of Elbaf Harold. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent, truly not expecting Rock's ambition to be so vast. The world-renowned pirates were actually all on his target list. However, given this guy's usual madness, it was understandable for him to make such a decision. "Then, Gansey, Silver Axe, you go recruit him," Rock said with a serious expression. "Oh," Silver Axe replied lightly, his giant axe slamming into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, seemingly venting his dissatisfaction. "Marlin, Shiki, is there a problem?" Rock's gaze turned serious as he looked at Shiki. "Haha, can't kill him, that would be too boring." Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, had a crazier look in his eyes than Rock's. Ever since his fruit ability had significantly improved, he hadn't experienced a thrilling battle yet. He was itching to dive into a grand battle. Catfish Fishman babble, "Whitebeard, how about you?" Rock's gaze turned to Whitebeard, and his madness slightly receded, unconsciously taking on a more negotiating tone. No, Whitebeard refused decisively. What catfish Fishman? He had no interest in a character that sounded like a minor Karami. If he was interested, it was in King Harold of the giant race. Moreover, the mysterious land of Elbaf held many things he didn't know. For example, the treasure tree atom and that cursed little giant Loki. Just thinking about it made Whitebeard a bit impatient. Rock's face darkened immediately after Whitebeard's outright rejection. "Whitebeard, what do you think? I'll go to Elbaf." Whitebeard replied in a deep voice, his gaze fixed sharply on Rock's. I plan to go to Elbaf personally. Only I can bring Harold back. Moreover, Elbaf might also have a legendary devil fruit." Rox frowned and expressed his thoughts. "Is it Nika?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Huh." Rock's pupils shook violently. The other crew members looked at Whitebeard with confusion. They had never heard of such a strange devil fruit name. However, Silver Axe involuntarily shivered, looking at Whitebeard in shock. Rox was equally astonished, his heart screaming. This guy Whitebeard knows everything. He even knows the name of this legendary fruit. This guy definitely knows the history of that blank 100 years. Nika? Shiki frowned, confusion on his face. What is Nika? It's a powerful devil fruit. Rock spoke before Whitebeard could. TCH. Shiki disdainfully shook his head, exhaling cigar smoke. Although devil fruits can greatly enhance combat power, Haki is the supreme existence. As long as the strength is strong enough, any devil fruit is useless. Then the catfish fishman. Linlin, you go. Rox suppressed his anger and fixed an undeniable gaze on the tall and sexy Linlin, speaking in a commanding tone. Mama, I don't want to. I want to follow Whitebeard. Charlotte Linlin completely disregarded Rock's darkening face and decisively rejected his arrangement. Rox swallowed his anger, knowing this was not the time for infighting. Then, he looked toward the shadowy corner of the crowd, where Wang Ji had a very low presence. Wang Ji, John, you two go. Okay. John gulped down a drink, comfortably burping. If he went out on a mission, he would have considerable freedom, so anything he plundered would all belong to him. Thinking of this, a proud smile appeared on John's face, his flushed cheeks showing a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Wang Ji trembled at Rock's arrangement. He instinctively looked up, and at first glance, he didn't even look at Rox, but instead at Whitebeard. Who would have thought Whitebeard completely ignored him and was low-key mumbling something with Marco and others? A trace of barely perceptible hatred appeared in Wang Ji's eyes, and he nodded heavily. Okay, waha. Then it's settled. After saying that, Rock scanned everyone present, a crazy smile on his lips. The pirates on the island have now exceeded 30,000. Every day, hundreds and thousands of pirates come to join us. At this point, Rox glanced over the crowd, his lips curling into an exaggerated arc. Now, we established the Rock Grand Fleet. Whitebeard as the captain of the 1st Division and vice-captain. Shiki as the captain of the 2nd Division. Silver Axe as the captain of the 3rd Division. Linlin as the captain of the 4th Division. Chapter 92. Elbaf, set sail. Lox hadn't finished speaking when veins on Newgate's forehead started to bulge. Shiki and Lingling also cast discontented glances at Lox. You bastard. I'm not your subordinate. Newgate shouted angrily. We're just in a cooperative relationship, you bastard. Shiki, with a cigar in his mouth, also looked displeased through the swirling smoke. Well, I want to be on the same ship as Newgate. Lingling crossed her arms, revealing a dangerous smile. Me too. Garoliosa nodded vigorously, her face filled with determination. Hey. If everyone is boarding Newgate's ship, how can I be left out? Miss Bakeen licked her sexy lips and said with a smile. However, that seemingly gentle smile sent chills down one's spine. Damn it, you guys. Lox looked at nearly half of his crew wanting to board Newgate's ship, feeling even more displeased. Moreover, these guys were so disrespectful to him. This made him feel quite hurt. After all, he was the captain. La. Lox, why don't we settle on this for now? Aren't we going to recruit those troublesome guys? They can go recruit, and the rest of us will head to Elbaf together. Newgate's gaze was deep, and his words carried an undeniable tone. The words that Lox had on the tip of his tongue were suddenly stuck in his throat. And after a moment of consideration, he nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Since Newgate has spoken, this face must be given. Moreover, Elbaf is the hardest nut to crack. Bringing his crew, there would also serve as a deterrent for Harold. Perhaps there would be some unexpected results. The matter was settled just like that. On Hive Island, sunlight filtered through the Skull Cave, shining on the pirate ships anchored at the dock, ready to set sail. The salty sea breeze brushed across the decks where several legendary pirates stood. Captain Lox, draped in a red cloak, stood on his majestic flagship, a mad grin spreading across his face. Wahaha, you little ones, set sail. Go bring that stubborn Harold onto our ship. After saying that, several pirate crew members quickly sprang into action, skillfully pulling up the anchors and adjusting the sails. The sails billowed under the sea breeze, and the ship swiftly sped forward. Meanwhile, Golden Lion and others were also sailing on their respective pirate ships towards their targets. Watching Locke's flagship gradually disappear on the horizon, Shiki's forehead broke out in a few lines. He took a deep puff from his cigar, seemingly venting all his anger into the smoke, and said gloomily, I agreed too early. I've fallen for that bastard Locke's trick. What the West Sea? What strong warriors could there be in a place like that? Damn it. Wang Ji and John were heading towards the Sabati archipelago, needing to pass through it to reach Fishman Island. John gazed at the boundless sea before him, raised a bottle of liquor, and gulped it down. The liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth, soaking his light purple hair, but he didn't mind at all. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, this time at Fishman Island. We'll go to loot well. Valuing wealth above life, he couldn't wait to plunder treasures. Wang Ji stood in the shadows, lowering his head as if talking to someone. Beside him, a man wearing a clown mask appeared like a ghost, but from a distance. One couldn't sense that figure at all, making it look very eerie. John, with his drunken eyes slightly open, looked over, and Wang Ji sensed his gaze and met it. The figure wearing the clown mask beside him slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Wang Ji, what are you doing? Sneaking around, hick. John burped, speaking indistinctly. Mind your own business. Wang Ji's pupils constricted, his snake-like tongue flickering as he shouted angrily. Tisish. John snorted disdainfully, ignoring this guy, and turned his head to continue indulging in his fine wine. Wang Ji watched John's back, his mouth twitching before turning to leave. On another pirate ship, Silver Axe stood on the deck, holding a giant battle axe, his face sullen as he silently gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The pirate crew behind him busily went about their tasks, deliberately keeping their voices low, fearing to anger this terrifying powerhouse. On Locke's flagship, a hint of undetectable worry flashed in Newgate's eyes. He looked at Lingling, who was still crazily stuffing egg tarts in her mouth, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. This guy, how does she only know how to eat? There was quite a grudge between Elbaf and her. Is it really okay to bring her along? Garoliosa keenly noticed Newgate's gaze fixed on Lingling and couldn't help but ask, Newgate-kun, do you need me to deal with that girl, Lingling? It's fine. No matter what dirt she has on you, no one else will know. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Garoliosa's eyes as she said understandingly, no, I don't have any dirt on her. Newgate hurriedly explained. It's just. Newgate pondered for a moment before switching the topic. When she boarded the ship, I promised her one thing. Garoliosa's eyes flashed with curiosity as she asked, what thing? To have the strongest, gifted child in the world with her. Newgate hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak the truth, feeling a bit embarrassed after he finished. I see. Garoliosa nodded slightly, staring seriously into Newgate's eyes. Then Newgate-kun, you go ahead. From her gaze, Newgate didn't see any signs of jealousy. Instead, it was full of sincerity. Is this really okay? As if sensing Newgate's confusion, Garoliosa smiled sweetly, revealing 2 shallow dimples, and said, as long as Newgate doesn't like that girl, it's fine. Because I don't like her. I can feel it. She is not a good woman. Garoliosa's words were shocking. Newgate was taken aback by her statement. Is this really okay? Are all the women from the Kuja tribe this open? For a moment, Newgate was left speechless, forgetting to respond. It seems that the Kuja tribe can't produce men. Their way of reproducing is to go out to find men, get pregnant, and then return to Amazon Lily. I have other ways to fulfill my promise to her. After a long time, Newgate finally spoke slowly. This time, Garoliosa didn't pry further, but looked at Newgate with trust. Because no matter what Newgate said, she would trust him unconditionally. Miss Bakeen, standing in the corner, listened to their conversation clearly. A meaningful smile appeared on her face. She knew that a man like Newgate wouldn't be bound by women. If one wanted to win his heart, pursuing him relentlessly might backfire. A more strategic approach would be the best choice. Moreover, she was confident that she would be Newgate's first woman. Chapter 93. The Silver Axe's Deterrence. West Sea Casino. At the same time, in a temporary stronghold of the smuggling pirates Ganzi, a little brother rushed in from outside, pushing the door open without a word. What's wrong? What's with all the panic? Ganzi, sitting on a luxurious sofa in a private room with two naked young women draped over him, was enjoying indescribable services. He glared at the little brother with an unhappy face, removing his hand from the exaggerated curves of the young women to reach for a golden revolver beside him. Click! The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed instantly. This fool, if he didn't give him a perfect explanation, he would definitely send him to hell. The golden revolver was already aimed at the little brother's head, and he could see the cold sweat breaking out on the little brother's forehead as he stammered, "Boss. It's bad. A pirate ship has come outside." Ganzi's displeasure intensified. What was so surprising about a pirate ship? His finger was about to pull the trigger when, at that moment, the little brother, with a look of terror, exclaimed, "That ship is flying the flag of the Rocks Pirates." As soon as the little brother finished speaking, boom, a deafening explosion followed, accompanied by a tremor that shook the ground. Rocks. A flicker of fear crossed Ganzi's eyes as he violently shoved the two young women off him, hurriedly putting on his coat and rushing outside. Accompanied by the pained screams of the two women, the door to Ganzi's room exploded open. A bloodied figure crashed in from outside, making it impossible to discern who it was. In the next second, an even more shocking scene assaulted his senses. He saw that among his 40 to 50 formidable subordinates, all of whom were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million before joining him, more than half were already lying on the ground, their bodies mangled and bloodied, dying in a horrific manner. The remaining little brothers, though armed with various weapons, kept a safe distance from a tall man with explosive muscles wielding a massive battle axe. Fear was evident on their faces, and they no longer dared to act rashly, because they were terrified to discover that no matter what kind of attack they launched, this man before them didn't even bother to dodge. Every time he took their attacks head-on, his power only increased. The more attacks he endured, the more terrifying his strength became. Now, such a monster was simply beyond their ability to contend with. "Hey, monster!" Not knowing who it was, one of the men, pressed by the tangible deterrent force of the silver axe, gasped for breath and, in panic, pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet tore through the air, aimed straight at that terrifying figure. Puff! A spray of blood erupted from the silver axe's chest, as if he were completely unprotected. In the next second, the already tall and muscular figure of the silver axe seemed to grow another inch, his terrifying momentum becoming even stronger. Boom! The axe light shot up to the sky, and the pirate who fired the gun was instantly cleaved in half. Blood fanned out, and everyone present was struck with horror. The pirate who had just been split in two was not yet dead. He lay on the ground, howling in pain, frantically writhing his upper body, blood and guts spilling out as if they were worthless, clearly on the brink of death. However, the silver axe moved in an instant, wielding an unmatched force. Swinging his axe again, the light of the axe soared into the sky, and the terrifying might caused all the pirates to lose their will to resist. They scattered in all directions, and those who couldn't escape, no matter how hard their weapons were or how solid their hockey was, were met with the fate of being dismembered under this overwhelming power, blood gushing everywhere. Ganzi watched this horrifying scene, sweat pouring down his forehead. What did this guy, the silver axe, want to do? Stop! Ganzi shouted angrily. At that moment, the silver axe paused his actions, slowly turning to look at Ganzi, the smuggling pirate. He hefted the bloody giant axe onto his shoulder, coldly gazing at Ganzi's tall figure. "Join Rocks or die." The silver axe's words were succinct and full of threat. He had no interest in playing any David Jones games with this guy. Upon hearing the silver axe's words, Gonzi was first taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. It was as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. I would believe this if Rock said it, but you, not a chance. As he spoke, Gonzi quickly pulled a chain on the wall behind him. In an instant, thorny iron nets wrapped in venom shot out from the walls surrounding the stronghold. At the same time, the ground beneath the silver axe suddenly collapsed, revealing hidden compartments filled with barrels of gunpowder. A violent roar accompanied by a blinding flash of fire instantly engulfed the silver axe's muscular body completely. West Sea, the largest casino in the area. The tall building resembled a palace, resplendent with gold and jade. Countless gamblers were lost in a drunken stupor here, yearning for overnight wealth. However, stories of overnight wealth only circulated in legends. More often than not, people lost everything and even owed the casino a mountain of debt, sinking into endless despair. At this moment, beside the resplendent casino building, several men dressed in black suits surrounded a disheveled, seemingly insane gambler. Just lend me 100,000 berries. Just 100,000. I will definitely turn it around. I can win it back. The gambler pleaded frantically on his knees. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, and a bright red handprint instantly appeared on the gambler's face, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. One of the leading men in the black suit twisted his wrist and coldly said, I'll give you 3 days to return the 1,000 berries you borrowed. Otherwise, D. After saying this, the group of men in black suits entered the casino through a side door without looking back, leaving the seemingly insane man standing there in a daze. He looked at the brilliantly lit casino, and a hint of clarity suddenly flashed in his crazy eyes. He remembered what he had done in the casino, losing not only the savings he had amassed over the years, but also all his properties. Now he owed the casino 1,000,000 berries. He slumped helplessly to the ground, filled with regret and despair. The night wind blew, bringing a hint of coolness. He wandered aimlessly, a conflicted look flashing in his eyes. However, when he thought of his wife and children at home, he gritted his teeth, a fearless smile on his face, and resolutely plunged into the sea. As he entered the sea, a pirate ship flying the Rock's flag was steadily hovering above the water. Strangely, the bottom of the ship did not touch the surface, as if lifted by a mysterious force, floating steadily on the sea. Shiki gazed at the brilliantly lit casino before him, excitement flashing in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had visited such a large casino, and even he could hardly contain himself, wanting to go in and play a few rounds. Splash! A dull sound on the water caught Shiki's attention. At the same time, the stinky seawater rushed violently into the gambler Mu's nostrils, the salty liquid irritating his lungs like needles down his trachea. Under the intense discomfort, he instinctively struggled desperately, but after just a few twists of his body, he quickly gave up. This is fine. If I die, at least no one will disturb my family anymore. As Muin's consciousness was about to fade, a rough voice rang out. Hey, this kid seems to still be alive. Chapter 94, Bloodbath at Treasure Bay. Muin felt as if something hard had caught his collar, and immediately he was uncontrollably pulled out of the water. Cough, cough. Air rushed back into his lungs, and the intense discomfort made him cough violently, spitting out mouthfuls of seawater. When Muin finally managed to open his eyes again, he saw a man with a full head of golden hair, exuding an overwhelming aura. The man, with a cigar in his mouth, looked down at him, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said, If you want to die, don't block my way, kid. Muin's body trembled uncontrollably, unsure if it was due to the cold seawater or the fear of the man before him. He recognized this golden-haired man as one of the top 3 fighters of the Rock's pirate crew, the Golden Lion Shiki, that infamous pirate with a bounty of nearly 3 billion berries. Lord Shiki, a pirate, pointed to the brightly lit building in the distance and shouted, This is the largest casino in the West Sea, Treasure Bay Casino. The godfather of the West Sea, Malong, is right here. Excitement flickered in Shiki's eyes as he lifted the dripping Mu in and asked, Kid, did you just come out of the casino? Muin nodded numbly, the faces of the ruthless black-clothed thugs flashing in his mind. Ha ha, perfect. Shiki laughed heartily, patting Muin's shoulder, and said, Lead the way for me. I'm in a good mood today. Let's have some fun. Fun? Mu-In stammered in reply. Shiki's smile gradually turned manic as he slowly said, of course. It's the pirate's way of having fun. 1 minute later, Mu-In stood at the entrance of the casino, his legs still trembling. But this time, he was not alone. Behind him stood dozens of fierce pirates from the Rock's pirate crew, surrounded like stars around the moon. Floating in the air was the imposing golden lion Shiki, wearing 2 pairs of flip-flops. Kid, take us inside. Shiki looked down at Mu-In, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Today, he not only intended to capture Malong, but also to rob the wealthier. Mu-In swallowed hard, just as he was about to step forward and enter through the luxurious golden door. Suddenly, dozens of black-suited thugs burst out from the hidden doors on both sides of the entrance. They all held flintlock guns, wore sunglasses, and radiated a strong, killing intent that sent chills down the spine. Stop! You can't enter Treasure Bay. One thug, seemingly still confused, suddenly yelled. Shut up! The leading black-clad man quickly interjected, but it was already too late. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin line of blood erupted from the thug's neck. In the next second, his head fell to the ground at a strange angle, uncontrollably. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground with a shocking red. Everyone's pupils constricted. They couldn't see how that golden-haired guy had made his move. Golden Lion Shiki, the leading black-clad man's face darkened as he stared at the legendary pirate, showing no hint of fear. Because this was their territory, the territory of the West Seas Gang. No matter if you were a dragon or a tiger, you had to submit. What's wrong? Have you heard my story? Shiki said, looking down from above, casually taking a puff from his cigar, the smoke swirling as he grinned with a wild and unruly curve. This is the territory of the godfather of the West Sea, Malong. You dare to cause trouble here. Aren't you afraid? However, before the leading black-clad man could finish his sentence, Shiki's terrifying golden slash had already arrived in an instant. No one saw how he drew his sword. In the next moment, the leading man was lying in a pool of blood, which quickly spread out. Ha ha ha! Lord Shiki, give the order! The surrounding pirates drew their weapons, revealing greedy and fierce smiles. They couldn't wait to rush in and plunder. The black-clad men instinctively took a step back, gritting their teeth and staring at this terrifying figure before them. Yet they still raised their guns. Fire! Under immense pressure, someone shouted hoarsely, and gunfire erupted instantly. Flames spitting from the gun muzzles as countless bullets rained down on the pirates. Ha ha ha!